was a great table. It was like Taylor Sheridan, his wife, my wife was there, Bert, his wife, David Goggins, his wife.
Oh wow!
And then a bunch of my professional pool player friends.
That's a fun table.
Oh, it was fucking phenomenal. We had so much fun. We all had dinner together after the UFC fight, and Bert is just throwing back martinis.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I definitely made the right choice.
Yeah.
I definitely made the right choice. Like, I'm watching him. He's slowly turning into a human grape in front of my eyes. He's fucking red in his face. He was hilarious. I'll tell you that. Sure. At the table, we were having a lot of laughs.
Yeah.
But I was like,
he can knock him down, dude. He can really knock him down.
Bro, he found out we were leaving, so we ordered 2 more to down on the way out the door. He just downed 2 martinis. Oh, the door! Like, just down these martinis on the way out the door. I'm like, this is fucking preposterous.
It's preposterous.
And then I talked to him, and he goes, I got all my blood work done. Perfect. Everything's perfect.
I know.
So like, how's that possible?
He always says that. And I saw somebody the other day on our podcast, they go, the documentary about Bert's doctor says blood perfect is going to be unbelievable.
It's a complete charlatan.
It's gotta be.
Drab coat with a fucking mouse in his pocket. So crazy.
Guy. Completely. It was like, you're great.
Oh my God, that's so funny. That's so funny.
Yeah, we had dinner and he was like, what? What? We go, what? And I was like, yeah, I'm good. He's like, do one for the 10. No, you have wine. He just dumps in his glass. And he can drink it in like 5 minutes. It's crazy.
It's hard. Well, it's obvious, like, an adaptive thing, right? Like running it.
8,000 people come out this year.
That's
crazy.
Amazing.
And so many people that are like, making.
Look at that.
Yeah, making leaps.
By the way, wow.
He wants to get to 240.
He's a big guy. For him, 240 is probably right.
Yeah, it's probably. And I, by the way, we were talking before he got there. The 5K it was in Raymond James Stadium where the Bucks play.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, how are we mapping out 3.1? Well, the only way to do that in a venue of this size is you had to like use every square inch of the place. So they had us go up the ramp. Like if you're going to go up to the top, there's a ramp that goes up. It's 9 stories up above all incline. And then you go across, then you go down, then you go up again.
Oh, a lot of incline.
Like half a mile plus of incline, right?
Oh.
So before Jelly was here, I'm like, I don't know if he can do this, man. You know what I mean? Like he's a big guy still. Knees, cardio, all the shit.
Right.
Dude, he fucking smashed it.
That's incredible.
He did great.
Did he hire a trainer? Like, how is it? What is he doing?
I think some people.
He got rid of his phone.
I know. He has a flip phone that like doesn't even like that you can. I don't even know if you can get texts on it. So
yeah, he just chucked his phone out. Apparently, like all the years of drinking, he just gave his phone number out to so many people, and he decided instead of getting a new number, which is what you should do.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just no phone.
That's fucking awesome, by the way.
It's crazy.
I love, like, I used to panic when I left my phone behind. Now when I forget my phone, I'm like, oh, it's going to be a great day. I left my phone. I'll get it later. Like, I feel fine.
It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all prisoners.
We are totally prisoners.
We're prisoners, and it's going to get worse.
Oh, this is the thing I wanted to tell you. So, some of the Bucks players came out, the offensive line. These are absolute beasts. 6'5", 6'6", 330, like just giants, they're gorillas. And we're doing all this silly Competition stuff, like we hit the golf simulator, throw a fucking spear into like a bale of hay, and then they're like, oh, we need one more thing. So we have a beer stein holding contest. So it's this.
Oh, Bert won that.
Yeah, he beat fucking all pro.
He's been that's like,
But
come on, man.
But look at these.
Doesn't that make sense?
It does make sense, but you still go
those
like,
skinny guys can throw a baseball a lot faster than these dudes.
it's just crazy to me though. Like,
Not to me.
the upper bodies on these dudes, I'm like, nah, they're these guys.
Yeah, he's gonna win. He's used to holding beers.
Yeah,
He's used to holding drinks.
I couldn't do it. I tapped out. Like my arm just gave out, and then
Look at him. He's still smiling.
Oh yeah,
He had nothing wrong. That's insane.
yeah. And then they slowly
I
fell.
bet if he did his left arm, it would fall off. I bet he literally wouldn't be able to. He's been holding up drinks so long.
Yeah.
Also, like, toasting crowds for so long. Look at this.
Yeah.
He beat everybody. He should hold out and just humiliate them after he's done. Just keep going.
Oh, he held it up after he was done.
That big guy looks like he's ready to break. He gave up.
Yeah.
Look at Bert.
Didn't even.
Look at this.
Yeah. Just insane.
He's got incredible genetics. Like, if you wanted to be an athlete, he'd be an incredible athlete.
Yeah, I think so. He was like super dedicated to it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just trapped in booze.
Mm.
But it's also made him very rich. So
Yeah.
like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
It's
working out.
I love him.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want him to change, but I do. I mean, I want him to be healthy. But like when we first started doing Sober October, it was essentially just because we were worried Bert was going to die.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, he's still here.
I mean, the first one was the weight loss thing.
Blood works
You know?
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
What type of resistance is that?
I don't know.
100 and something?
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with, that squeeze machine.
Yeah.
You know the thing?
Oh, yeah. It measures your grip.
I got 161, and I want to get 190.
Oh, so you're training for it.
Yeah.
You have one here?
No,
Grip strength?
I think we do. Yeah, we do out there. Yeah, out in the hallway. But we do at the club. And so when I first did it, I think I got 147. I was like, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
And then I got up to 161 without these things.
I bet
Just from working out a lot.
I bet David has a crazy grip strength.
Which
Lucas?
Oh yeah, it's a big guy.
Big hands.
Big hands.
Yeah.
Jamar has one. Jamar Neighbors, I think he got 167.
Damn.
Yeah. Jamar's strong.
That's crazy.
You see him with his shirt off.
Yeah, he's
jacked.
Jacked.
But we've had some like big dudes come there and do it. I don't know who's got like the record on that thing.
The record's got to be
A bunch of guys do it. And I forget who had the highest. But I think Alex Pereira was like 180. He's up in the like.
He's a big fuck. I didn't realize how big I didn't realize, because TV's so deceptive.
Oh yeah.
And then I saw somebody I know standing next to him, and I was like, holy shit.
It was Oliveira. 97. Oh, that's crazy. He didn't even try. Michael Chandler, 113. No, he's on his right hand. Are you doing your opposite hand? Because Paul Craig, I think, is a lefty. 126. Bo Nickel, he's a lefty too. So they're doing their opposite
They're
hand.
doing the opposite hand.
What's his? 153. Wide and strong as fuck. Let me see what he's got. 153. Stipe's huge. What's he got? He's a left-hander too, yeah. But he's a big fucking dude, though. 131. Wow, that's crazy.
Other hand.
104. Oh,
wow.
Jesus Christ. Second attempt. 155. All right, so great.
Wow.
I'm stronger than all those bitches.
There you go. Fuck yeah.
But I'm trying to get to 190.
190's
So
crazy.
I think this is like 115 or something like that. I forget what it is.
Some of those arm wrestling guys,
Oh, yeah.
they have freaky forearms.
Oh, yeah.
Grip strength.
I was watching this one guy who's a climber. Who's a professional climber.
Oh.
And Yeah, he has this basement gym. I might have saved the video, but I think if you find it on YouTube, it's like, I've never seen strength like this. This guy has calves growing off of his forearm bone. It's like a calf.
Yeah.
And he's doing one finger
I've
chin-ups
seen. I don't understand it.
with like a centimeter of hold. Like it's the tiniest little lip that his fingers resting on, and he's pulling his whole body out.
Guy, but I'm used to it.
Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. It's not this guy. The other guy is like super jacked. His forearms are at least. He's not like bodybuilder size, but the musculature is crazy.
I saw one of those guys who I guess is in the rock climbing, mountain climbing world. He's considered one of the best.
That's the guy. That's the guy. So this guy does a bunch of freaky shit. What is this dude doing? Yeah, look at that one arm thing. See that? The size of the grip?
Yeah.
Look how fat that grip is. Like doing a one arm chin up is crazy.
Look at his back.
It's crazy. But doing a one arm chin, look at the size of his fucking forearms.
Yeah.
Doing a one arm chin is crazy, but a one arm chin up with a fat grip like that is off the charts nuts. Like his strength must be insane. But you look at him like right there, like his neck and everything, he doesn't look like that strong of a guy.
Right.
It's very deceptive because with climbers, you don't need traps. You can't have like excess stuff. So everything is very like look at his forearms. Look at his grips. The size of his fucking forearms when he's doing that is crazy. See if you can isolate when he was doing that with his forearms.
Is he the one who did a workout with Larry Wheels? Did you ever see that?
No, that's a different guy. But yeah, I've seen that.
You've seen that?
Yeah, I think that might be that guy.
Might be.
Yeah, I've seen him on YouTube.
Is it?
Yeah. And he's blown away
by this guy.
This guy. It's like mountain climbing, if you think about it, just the amount of reps that you're picking your body weight up and holding, like gymnasts. Like, who's more jacked than the guys who do the rings?
No.
They're super jacked. Like, look at his forearms. Look at the back up a little second and just freeze it. Freeze it right there. Freeze it. Look at that left fucking forearm.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's nuts,
There's a
man.
split in the muscle.
That's a calf.
Yeah, it's a calf.
That's a calf. That's like a strong calf.
And this is like a big endorsement for calisthenics, basically, right? I mean,
calisthenics are huge.
Yeah.
They're huge. It's a big part of my workout.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I do a lot of calisthenics. I still do the 100 push-ups every day and the 100 bodyweight squats. But I do chin dips and L pull-ups. You know, like so you're like with a close grip, with the legs extended.
Yeah.
I do all those.
Really?
They're huge. Yeah, it's you want to be able to, and the other thing I do hang from a bar like this where I swing my toes up and I touch the bar. So it's like really works
the core
too. That's like being able to manipulate your own body weight is crucial.
Yeah, because those gymnasts are like, you're like some of them like I've never touched weights. I'm just doing this shit all
which is
day.
Nuts.
And they have
but it's not crazy. Time efficient.
Yeah.
Because they're doing that.
Hours.
Their muscles are like that because they're doing 8-hour sessions. But you can get a lot done with your body with just dips and chin-ups. A lot.
Dips are incredible.
Yeah.
So good. I mean, that was like, I think when Arnold talked about chest, he was like, that was like the cherry on top for the workouts was doing. It's like we always would do dips.
And you can do weighted dips too.
Yeah.
Dips are so easy to do with weight, or throw a chain over your neck, or put a weight vest on, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's another thing I found. Like just a 25-pound weight vest where it doesn't feel like anything when you're wearing it. But when you do stuff with it on, like chin-ups and pull-ups, like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
It's giant.
So different. And then when you take that thing off, you're like, oh, man.
Right. So imagine being 25 pounds too heavy.
Yeah.
And then imagine being Jelly Roll. So Jelly Roll is walking around 200 pounds too heavy before, at least. So it's actually 300 pounds, right? Because he wants to lose another 100.
Yeah.
So imagine just carrying around everywhere you go. You got a squat rack, or like a real bar stuffed with plates, and you're just carrying that through life.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
That's crazy. That's why those guys, fucking lower bodies, are always crazy.
Oh, Ralphie May used to have the biggest calves in the world.
Yeah.
His legs were like carrying it. Oh my god. Yeah. Just carrying on that body all day.
That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
If they trim down enough, the quads are still humongous.
Yeah, Bert lost weight, you get weaker. Yeah. But you do get weaker when you lose weight.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's always
Part of it.
mass moves mass. Yeah.
It's also like to lose weight, to lose body fat, your body has to think something's wrong. Like it's very difficult to maintain mass, like maintain muscle mass while you're losing fat. It's hard.
Yeah, that's hard.
You gotta be real careful with everything.
Yeah, that's true.
And you gotta try not to lose too much weight too quick. Because a lot of people with losing weight, like a lot of people become food addicts, and then addicts act like addicts, and you start thinking, "All right, I gotta lose it all right now." And so you starve yourself,
That's not the way
and
to
you
go.
just work out 8 hours a day, and you're gonna lose all your muscle too.
Everything.
You're gonna lose everything, and you're probably gonna get injured because your body's gonna like, "Hey, fucking idiot."
Yeah.
And then like,
Get back.
give you that tendonitis.
Yeah.
How about a little back bulge? And how about a fucking sore knee?
Yeah.
How about plantar fasciitis? Slow the fuck down. Your body tries to figure out a way to slow you down.
Yeah. Slow and steady is the way, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it just sucks. You know, you want to get, if you've realized you fucked up, it would be nice if you could just get better quick. Like, oh,
I know.
I got a month before summer and I'm 50 pounds overweight. Fuck!
I want to lose another
six-pack.
10, 15 right now.
What do you want to do to do it?
Just dial in. You know, it's really about consistency, I feel like, with me, right? Like, my window for when I go, oh, shit, is just so much smaller than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, I'm like, oh, I've slid a little bit. Been on tour. I've been doing all this shit. I just have to tour.
It's hard, right?
It's hard.
You gotta go work and fuck it. Cheeseburger.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Pizza.
Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's also just that, like, you know, I get into this rhythm of the way I'm eating and training at home, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then you get out there and it's like, fuck, you know, you got on 3 planes and you're just tired. You just don't do it.
Yep.
And then, yeah, you just order whatever to eat. So you just feel it, like, slowly come apart. But I feel like I'm also at a place where I know if I dial in my diet and make sure I stay on top of, like, the training, I can shed this 10 pretty.
Yeah, you've done it before.
Yeah.
You did it pretty well, you know? You figured it out. And then you also have muscle memory now. I think it's hard when you're traveling because, you know, you're just, anytime you're traveling, your energy level goes down.
Yeah.
It's like you got to figure out things to mitigate that energy level going down. And then counterintuitively, the best way to do that is to work out.
Yeah, I know.
Which doesn't seem like it makes any sense because you're tired. I don't want to work out.
A lot of times we do the land and lift.
Got to do that.
Like, right, land and go.
Yep, land and go. Land and go.
It is crazy how I do a lot of 4 day weekends, you know, for tour. And a lot of times on that 3rd and 4th day, you're in your 3rd or 4th city, and you're like, fuck, I am wrecked today. Just like another plane, another time zone.
Taking a lot of vitamins?
I take a pretty good amount of vitamins,
Yeah, that's important too.
Yeah.
Take a lot of vitamins. And then it's just hard to be strict with your diet when you're on the road. But the big one is alcohol.
I'm lucky in that regard because I'm not a big boozer.
Yeah. I don't know how Bert does it.
I started eating these David bars.
Oh, those are great.
Those are great.
Yeah, I think Peter T is involved in that, right?
I don't know if you, maybe.
Yeah.
But those are
delicious.
They're great.
Boy, they make you fart.
Love farting. 28 grams of protein, 150 calories.
Yeah.
No sugar.
They're great. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good options now that you can bring with you on the road if you get hungry. Keep you from eating bullshit.
From eating bullshit. That's all I'm trying. Like, sometimes I go like, oh, it was great. Today was a day, and then it's just dinner. So you just like, just don't fucking ruin your day.
Have you ever had a carnivore snacks?
No.
Carnivore snacks, ribeye, my go-to. I bring them the UFC broadcast, like I give them to Daniel Cormier and Nate. We eat them. It's like sliced ribeyes that are just dried, but it's got the fat on it.
It's good.
Yeah, you don't feel guilty at all. Like if you're hungry, need a snack, open them with just meat and salt. Perfect snack.
And the
it's
company's
like,
called Carnivore?
Yeah, Carnivore Snacks. Snacks with an X. But it's not like, it's not jerky. It's like, they describe it as like meat pastry.
Yeah.
It's good snack food.
I like it.
Yeah, just to keep from going off the rails.
That's all you're trying to, that's like what you're trying to do is just mitigate the damage of the day. Right?
I have a whole folder on my phone saved up of food that I really can't eat.
Really?
Just when I look at restaurants, like, oh.
What do you miss the most when you are trying to eat healthy?
Italian.
Pasta.
Yeah, pasta and crazy sandwiches.
Oh my God, we went to Carbone.
Oh, in New York? Yeah, they got one in Vegas, actually.
I know.
I think God, I stayed at Big's one for a while.
It's
So good, dude. So good. That rigatoni with vodka sauce.
when it has a little kick, it's a little spicy.
It's good. It's tough to beat Italians. It really is. It's tough to beat. It's just for pure that pleasure of overstuffing yourself.
When we grew there for last summer, it was like every day.
Yeah.
You know. And the thing is, I didn't like blow up. No. I thought I would. I mean, I'm sure I gained a few, but I thought I was like, oh, this is terrible. But it was. I think a big thing there versus here is portion sizes. You know, like there's no such thing as they don't go, here's your pasta, here's a fucking bowl like this.
Right,
it's like,
right. Well, I think in Italy, the real thing is the food's different.
Yeah.
I think our food's important.
It's so bad, right? I mean, I saw, oh my God, I saw this lady on your show. I saw a clip talking about all these health epidemics, like the full run of stats. She was like 1 and 2 for cancer and this and that.
Was it Callie?
She was I think she was a doctor, right? Was she a doctor?
Yeah. Well, I don't think she finished her doctorate or her medical school training because I think she got to the position where she realized that most metabolic diseases are being caused by food.
But that's the thing is like that's the big takeaway I think from that is like you had this conversation with I have with people all the time who travel abroad and you're just like everything in Japan is amazing.
Yeah.
Food. And then you look at their longevity, which is like record breaking. And, when you compare it to most of the world,
definitely compared to ours.
Definitely compared to ours.
Yeah,
and
we have the worst health stats in the Western world.
It's our food. But because it's all like
because corporations. Because corporations profit off keeping you fat and sick. So the better to make money from food to get you addicted to food that they can sell you. So they sell you a tremendous amount of cheap, shitty food that has a bunch of preservatives and garbage in it.
Yeah.
So it's, potato chips and all sorts of different snacks and all sorts of different things. And then you have your enriched, air quotes, flour that's got a bunch of shit poured into it, and it's a bunch of complex glutens in the grains. Then you have glyphosate, which other countries have banned, but we use everywhere. 90+% of people have glyphosate in their blood, and they test it, which is Roundup, that chemical pesticide. We have herbicides that kill your fucking endocrine. We're poisoning ourselves.
That's really sad. We're growing stuff at home now. We have hydroponic garden.
Yeah, I talked to Christine about it. That's pretty dope.
And that's just delicious.
Yeah.
The lettuce and the tomatoes and there's all kinds of like veggies.
Tastes like real food.
Yeah. You do taste the difference.
100%.
Yeah. Which reminds me of when you're abroad, right?
Yeah.
Because like you in Italy or in Japan, you have a tomato, you have a strawberry, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this is what it's supposed to taste like.
Yeah. We make stuff that can sit on the shelf forever. That's why our tomatoes look like they're albino tomatoes. They're hard.
Yeah.
Our tomatoes are hard.
Yeah.
Like, why is a tomato hard? Like, what is that about? Why does it stay hard for like weeks? Just sits there.
And then we just keep ingesting that.
Yeah, it's terrible. And then you get all this inflammation in your body. And, we've sort of genetically modified a bunch of things so we can feed a bunch of people, so we can have large numbers of people. And there's a benefit to that.
How much of this, like, do you think is related to the fact that we have so many more people in some of these places?
Oh, yeah, that's a fact. But it's not just that. So I think there's a bunch of factors, and everybody wants to be real binary about it. Sedentary lifestyle is a big one. There's a large percentage of our population that doesn't move enough. They don't exercise. They don't do anything physical. So you got that. And then you got years and years and years and years of doing that, which eventually catches you. Yeah. And so that's what the people that start showing up in hospital. It's metabolic health, right? So, and then you have lack of understanding of nutrition, which is they think, you're some fuckhead doctor that tells you just have to eat a balanced diet. You don't need vitamins. Yeah. Well, that doctor's fat and stupid and probably has a bunch of diseases and is on pills himself. Shut up. Probably never even went through any nutrition training. In medical school, they get about 6 hours of nutrition training, I think.
It's crazy that, especially because we have kids in school, realize that schools, they don't emphasize nutrition or I feel like that's another big thing.
Oh,
Just to keep people from understanding how finance works at all.
It is crazy, right? Like you're teaching kids about how to prepare yourself for the world, and you don't teach them about debt and about interest.
The first thing that happens when you're a freshman in college is you walk through the student union and they go, "You want a credit card?" And you're fucking 18.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. You're like, yeah, it's got 29.9% APR. It's awesome.
They're preying upon you.
Yeah.
They're literally preying upon you.
And the school lets it. Yeah. The school's like, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, they don't give a fuck about you.
That's
you're
fucking crazy.
Grist for the mill.
Yeah. Literally, you're paying fucking, you end up paying $300 for a Coke you bought. You know what I mean? Because you just like scan, like this is insane.
Yeah.
And we don't teach anybody. It's really crazy.
Well, also you get it in their head that they're fucked because the debt that they're getting involved in with student loans is the only debt we have that you can't get rid of.
Yeah.
The only debt.
Yeah, you can't forget that.
There are people right now who have Social Security getting docked. Their Social Security getting docked for student loans. So they made it to death, and they owe money to the government for loans that did them no good at all because they're living off Social Security. So the government gets to steal more money for Social Security. Man, we don't have to pay you. And meanwhile, like, debt, the reality is, you can get that education online.
Yeah.
All of the books on any sort of subject are available.
Mine is useless.
What's yours?
Communications.
Well, you worked out. You probably like they use you to sell more tickets.
They probably do. But
this guy,
look,
went to our university. You should come. Learn like Tom.
You know, I didn't know, I didn't learn anything.
But how much do you have to pay for school?
Oh man,
How much were you in debt for?
How much was the tuition? I think tuition when I was there was something like $6,000 or $7,000 a semester. So like 12, 13 a year, which, you know, whatever. Now, fucking tuitions now are like $50,000, $80,000 a year. It's great. So imagine taking on that loan. You start your workforce. You have $300,000 in loans.
And God forbid you go to graduate school.
Oh my God!
Compounds, and then you're never getting out of the hole. I mean, I think this is why some doctors and lawyers become sociopaths, because you are dealing with so much debt, and you realize no one gives a fuck about you. So you don't give a fuck about anybody else.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great for society.
Yeah.
It's also like you. There's two things that can be true, right? I do think that you kind of have to. Kids have to like get to work and get something going and get a path in your life. And when you're going to college, it's like you're out of high school. Okay, now you're on your own. You're in college. You got to keep up your GPA. You got to get your degree. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So there is value in that.
Yeah.
But then also, it's too much money. And you're probably not going to do anything with that degree. And if you don't have the degree, people think you're a loser. And it's very strange. It's very strange what's going on because you're allowing these corporations to prey upon children.
Yeah.
It's like you're an 18-year-old child.
You don't understand anything.
You don't understand anything. And then all of a sudden you're in college and you're saddled down with unstoppable debt. And you have this fucking circus of people around you that are also trapped.
And you didn't understand what that meant, like what you were signing up for.
No way.
It's the same reason, like, you have a conversation with somebody who's that age, and you're like, oh, you realize that our brains are different, right? Like, you talk to like a...
Yeah, they're not developed
They're
yet.
not fully developed yet. They don't understand.
Especially boys.
Way more clearly.
Yeah, boys don't get developed until they're like 25. Girls are pretty... They can figure out the game earlier. They're not as saddled down by testosterone.
Yeah, but
their frontal lobe develops earlier.
Yeah, ours does really take till about 25.
Yeah, dudes are retarded.
Yeah.
But that's also how you trick them into going to war.
Yeah.
You know? It's part of it. Yeah. Like, hey, we need to get, the Gulf of Tonkin, terrible thing those Vietnamese did. We're going to need to send you overseas. Try that shit on a 40-year-old guy. You're like, what?
No fucking
What happened? Let me Google. Hey, I Googled Gulf of Tonkin. Turns out, you guys fucking faked it. What else are you faking to get us to go to war? Oh my God, you guys fake things to start wars so you can make money? That's great. How are you not in jail? Yeah. How's no one in jail for faking things to start wars?
Zero accountability.
It's wild. So then you're like, well, fuck it. They got me with the student loan. They got me with this. They got me with that. And you just get accustomed to life fucking you.
Yeah.
You just like, oh, the society will over. They just take from you,
Can I
saddle you with debt.
tell you this theory? What you're talking about applies to, I think, extends to our appearances. And what I mean is, today a lot of times people talk about how people wear like fucking flip flops and pajamas.
You talking about Bird again?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
he's not here.
no.
To defend himself. I think
But like you get on a plane and you see people in pajamas, right?
Right.
And they, in 50 years ago, they'd be like
Suits.
in a suit. And I think part of the reason why people, their appearance is this, I think some of it is tied to a lack of hope. Meaning that so many years ago, you would embark a path in life thinking that there's hope. I can have the American dream. I can own the house. I can get the things I want to get. Mm-hmm. And so many people today are like, there is no hope. So fuck it. I'll go out in my fucking sleepwear because I don't have that. I think there's a connection to that.
Well, there's a lot to that too. That if the government if they want control and power, which is ultimately what every government wants, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like every government wants control and power. What's the best way to acquire control and power? Have the people give up.
Have them give up. Yeah,
that's just fucking. I give up. Fuck it. I'm wearing flip flops. Fuck it. I don't care.
Because that means I'll do what you say. I'll do what you say.
That's what's really scary to me about AI, automation, and then ultimately universal basic income. You're going to get a lot of giving up. And then the government's going to clamp down on you even more.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be haves and have-nots on a scale that we've never seen before. When you have companies that are in charge of these automated taxi services, and that's the only way people get around, and the government gives you a certain amount of credits, so you don't have to ever worry about traveling. You have credits as long as you're a good boy, Tom.
Yeah. As
long as you follow the rules, as long as you don't say anything crazy about Israel, as long as you don't do anything nutty, about vaccines, as long as you don't step out of line when it comes to the election,
then
don't say anything crazy about this or about that, or take your vaccines. And if that's a real possibility, that they're just going to extract money out of us, or attempt to control. This is the grand battle of control. Mm-hmm. The more they have power over narratives, there's also there's things that are going on right now. Like we were just talking about, some friends this weekend. We're talking about these bot farms, like this evidence bot farms that people have used to go and attack with certain things, like a bunch of different countries use bot farms. I'm sure a bunch of different corporations use bot farms too, but no one's getting in trouble for it. If you can pretend that you're mass groups of people that are getting upset about something, you could just pretend, and you could pretend.
Yeah.
You can hire people to go protest and fly them in on jets. That's happening right now. Mm-hmm. There's this guy in Maine. He made this video where he was hired to drive these people to the airport. And he's trying to figure out, where are all these people going? I'm driving this two busloads full of people at the airport. And they were saying, well, we're going to a protest. And what protest? And then he goes and Googles, where they're flying to. It's oh, this is a paid protest. They're paying people to show up and pretend that it's a protest. So it's there's puppet masters that are manipulating world events, and that's legal. Yeah. You're allowed to pay people to go protest. Yeah. Which seems like that should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to pretend that you have an organic uprising against some.
Well, it's giving people this illusion.
Yes. Yeah. Which is the entire Kamala Harris campaign. Yeah. That's what it was. It was the whole thing was AstroTurf.
Did you see that? It was before you left, the former FBI director talking about how China just doesn't play ball with any international rules.
Oh, I'm sure.
And he's how they don't respect IP at all. So he's they'll just come in and they'll get a spy to give them, let's say, the IP of some whatever industry, wind energy. They'll just take it and be we have it now.
Yep.
Start this company, and then this company goes bankrupt because
Yep.
and they just
Fuck you.
fuck you.
Yeah.
They
They
don't
made
give a shit.
whole Apple stores
Yeah,
that are fake Apple stores.
so insane.
Everything's fake. Fake laptops, fake phones.
I saw a guy too because like the evolution because I
What
was thinking
happens
about
if you try to get online with one of those?
I have no idea.
Can you get an Apple ID? Like, does it work?
That it can't. I'm imagining that it can't. But like I always think about the fact with AI, how we're in like version 1,
Right.
and we're all blown away by it already, right?
Right.
And there was a watch guy online who was like, I have 2 like Daytonas,
Oh yeah.
and he was like, dude, he goes, this is the best one I've ever seen.
Fakes. Yeah.
The fake, he had to take it apart and to look at parts that were inside, like a spin wheel. He goes, oh, this is missing a little bit.
So which begs the question, like, what is it? Like, what do you buy? Do you want it from this company only, or do you want a Rolex Daytona? Like, what do you want?
Well, I mean, I think if in the case of that, that the movements, the actual inner workings of the real one are far superior.
Are they though?
I think so. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
I assume that. What if the other one has a 2-hour battery or a power supply too? What if you 3D print every single aspect of the watch?
I bet
It's the same thing.
Pretty close, I guess.
Right? But it can be the same thing. Like, we're not talking like my watch. Like, this could be fake. I mean, I bought it from my friend, so I'm sure it's real.
Yeah.
But like, it's not a fake Ferrari.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got a fake Ferrari, like, oh my God, these tires have no traction. This suspension sucks.
I hate the idea of fake watch though.
Right. But why?
Well,
it used to be more.
Maybe it's because I used to work.
Yeah.
I also just don't expect the copying of it.
Right. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't buy one because you're contributing to some. But it's kind of funny.
It is kind of funny.
You can get one for $40. That's like
insane.
a $7,000 watch.
It's really crazy. It's insane, and it's insane that it's tricking these watch experts, right?
Yeah.
But I don't really understand the.
Yeah, look at these. So one of those is fake.
Yeah, the
one on the right is fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd buy that. Looks perfect. I'll take it. How much?
He's pointing out.
Like, well, can you see the difference? Like, who
knows this on the spot?
Well,
you
also
on the spot, right?
Yeah. Also, my vision sucks.
Mine does too.
So I'd have to like take it out and do this. Like, I don't know. Like this one, I can't even. I guess I can read time. Or I can read the date rather. But I mean, with the tiny ass windows, that's a struggle. Like, it's dark in the room. I'm not reading that.
My vision absolutely sucks.
That's incredible, though.
The replicas are crazy.
They're so good. But again, like, try making a replica 911 Turbo S. Good luck, fuckface.
Good luck, yeah, I know.
Good luck, fuckface. But you can make one of those.
But wait, because I understand at least what you're doing in the watch thing, right? Then the person buys the far less expensive one, and they get the feeling, I guess, that people go, oh, you have the real one.
Right.
But if you're getting an Apple product, a fake Apple product,
well, you don't know you're getting a fake Apple
so
product.
So they're going, the whole thing's a scam?
The whole store's fake.
And everyone there's in on it.
It's an Apple store.
Do you think people that are hired think they're in?
Fucking logo. That's an Apple fake factory rated in China.
This is 10 years ago, though. It goes on to say that it tricked the employees. They thought they were working at a real Apple store.
That's the crazy part. Yeah, it's like it's layers or severance. It just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. Yeah.
That's really crazy.
Do you ever follow the YouTube channel Stance Elements? It's a guy that just works on cars. Dope shit. And one of the things he's doing, he's building his own Ferrari F40.
That's cool.
So instead of buying one for like $3 million, which is okay, I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss off these Ferrari people. Yeah. It ain't worth it. Okay, it's not worth $3 million. It's not that good. It's not, if it was due today, you'd feel like this should be taken off the market.
Right.
Like, this thing has zero fucking traction control, but because it's a classic, it's worth like a ton of money. So what he's doing is making it better. Stance works. Did I say Stance Elements?
Yes.
That's the B-boys. That's the break dancers. Which, by the way, Stance Elements. How did I fuck that up? Stance Elements, by the way, is also amazing. We can talk about that. But this guy, Stance Works. That's not a Ferrari.
He's building it from
all
scratch.
the parts. online. So he bought all the body panels online, and then he made his own frame, and then he bought a Ferrari engine from like a different model of Ferrari, and he's putting that in it. But this is like a multi-month journey that this dude has been on, that I've been watching all the videos. Whenever he has a video, I watch it. He does a lot of dope shit, but this is a guy that like really loves cars, and he's super smart. And when he's talking about cars, it's fascinating because like he's also a fan of the original M5, which I've thought about getting one of those.
Yeah.
Not very fast, but apparently like super engaging driving experience. The original M5, which I think was like, I want to say it was like 280 horsepower.
And you're
80 something.
80 something.
Yeah, which by the way, back then is 88 maybe. Back then that was a lot.
I have an 89 M3 that I bought.
Ooh.
30 M3.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a S going into it.
Oh jeez.
So that should be.
How much is horsepower in that?
I don't know. That's more than it came with.
I have an E46 M3.
Those are fun.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's so balanced.
Yeah.
It's like such an engaging driving experience.
That's what I'm into.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into that. I'm not into chasing the lower 0 to 60 time.
Yeah, that's nonsense. Yeah. Like if you ever use that on a public road, you're an asshole. But
Pretty much.
engaging cars, you could drive the speed limit and enjoy the shit out of them.
True.
They're just fun, just going around a corner and just accelerating to 60. They're fun.
That's fun.
You feel more like an old air-cooled Porsche.
Yeah.
You're feeling it.
Did you get that when you had the one being built?
Yeah, it's not done yet. It's
Not
real
done
close.
yet.
Real
Close.
close.
It's
Yeah.
exciting.
That's the RSR project.
Yeah.
That's
That's
right. Very excited about that. It's like 350 horsepower, 2,000 pounds.
Meanwhile, I have some crazy fucking car coming to it too.
What do you got?
This Assetto Fiorino 296 GTB Ferrari. It's like 700, 800 horsepower.
Right.
Yeah.
I watched I've seen your Blazer, but I watched a video on it.
Yeah.
Of those guys, the Velocity Motorsports
Awesome.
guys.
Yeah. They're doing cool shit. Velocity did.
They really went out with that one.
That one's great. They do Scouts and Broncos, but they also just started doing Mustangs.
Oh.
And the
Nice.
I took one of the Mustangs out.
Oh.
Very fun.
Nice.
I think 67 Mustangs. So you get that.
Is that the one with the
beautiful
flared fender?
style.
Did you send me that? Did you send it
No.
to me? The green one?
No, that's a different one.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm just every time I see something cool,
Yeah.
like check this shit out. I sent you the other one. What did I send you? I sent you that Giulia, that Italian one that the guy came to my place.
Oh yeah.
That was fun as shit.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah.
I've seen that online getting reviewed. It's a Resto Mod Alfa
Yes.
Romeo. I
Blank.
don't trust my people.
No.
No. I have one of my people's vehicles, but generally I don't trust my people.
Oh my God.
I just think they're eating pasta and staring at ass, and they're not going to do a good job. I want it. My car's made by either Germans who do meth, or
Totem. That's what.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, dude. I took one of these. This guy came.
Ooh, baby. Look at that.
It's fucking rad. Totem Automobili. I did
That
like
one?
it a lot. I didn't order one. I didn't order it.
Didn't?
No.
Wow.
He's making a prototype for a whole new model.
Oh,
So I was like,
why?
I don't
Why?
know.
That's so sick.
It's-
That looks like a James Bond car.
It
Look at that
does.
thing. God damn. Da-da-da.
And it's 100% custom. You know?
Ooh, I bet that thing flies.
Dude, I was driving down Fairfax in LA in the rain, and he turned off the traction control.
No.
Yeah,
Turned off.
He turned it off.
Why'd you turn it off?
He was like, let it run, express emotion.
Oh no.
And guess what? Emotion almost ended up wrapped around a fucking light pole.
Did you spin?
Dude, I was like, I corrected it, but I was like,
Wow.
panic. I was fucking driving
That's
this
the
guy's.
fear of losing it in a Porsche. The rear engine whip. You know, the understeer that happens?
Yeah.
Or oversteer. What is it called? Supply throttle, something throttle, oversteer.
When you
Lift.
when you
Throttle,
lift,
lift throttle,
yeah.
oversteer. Yeah.
yeah, and then the back end goes on. Yeah.
It's a weird design, having the engine out
The
backwards.
thing also happens in everybody's mind who's not. It's literally you have to be trained,
Mm-hmm.
which is that when you're in a car and you're at a certain rate of speed and you're approaching a turn or something, you feel anything going on you, you take your foot off the throttle. What you don't realize is that it's gonna make things worse.
Yep.
Because the momentum and the weight are going to be carried through, and the only thing that will keep you from usually losing it is to stay on throttle, not necessarily give it a ton,
Right.
but you need that momentum to carry you through it.
Right.
And so it's just something that there's countless videos of somebody in their new fucking car just going, and they just go into a tree.
I just watched one on a new GT3 RS.
I've seen that one.
Oh,
It's brutal. He was like 18.
horrible.
And he did exactly that.
Yep.
He hits the turn, off throttle, tries to correct. Bye.
Bye.
Fuck.
Wreck.
Painful to
Yeah.
watch. Painful.
But that is a bad element of that design.
The rear weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and also, it's like, is that really the best way to do it? Because everybody always said that the Cayman is the better car if they just gave it the same sort of love that they give the Porsche. Fucking 911. The Cayman.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's like my heart is with that car. If you go, like, what's the one you're in love with the most? It's still that car.
But isn't it interesting that like that car is not as prestigious?
It's not as prestigious. Yeah.
Why is that? That seems stupid.
It's a whole thing too. And if you have, like, you see people like, you got the Cayman, you should have gotten the 911. Like, you should drive this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like,
But people that say that are all retarded.
They kind of are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody that says that is an idiot.
I mean,
you don't know anything about cars.
Mid-engine.
Because you have a Dynan, right? No, it's not Dynan. What's the company? Dynan did my review.
Yeah.
What's the company?
For that one, Damon. Yeah,
Damon.
Rick Damon did the upgrade on that.
Yeah. So what that is what it should be.
Right.
From Porsche.
Yeah.
They should take that big, juicy GT3 RS engine, or even crazier, take GT2 RS. Throw it in that bitch.
It just upsets numbers. That's it. It just fucks their
little fairies.
Yeah.
If that upsets you, then you need to go find something else. You need to go do mushrooms on the mountaintop somewhere.
By the way, did you like that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you ever drive the GT4 RS they came out with like a year or two ago?
No, I didn't.
I heard it. I didn't drive it.
I'm sure it's dope, but it's also an automatic.
It's all automatic. Yeah.
Come on, pussies.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Why are you buying a street car? Are you a crazy track guy?
Because that's a track car.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But for the average person that like make an enthusiast car that's a goddamn 3-pedal.
Yeah.
Make a manual.
Well, thank God they still do.
Yeah.
They make some.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of places just don't.
Them and BMW, Ford still makes them. They still do it with their Mustangs.
I can't believe that Ferrari doesn't realize that if they did just a limited run,
oh my God, sell like crazy.
It would sell so crazy.
Yeah, they gave up. They gave up. Lamborghini gave up.
I wish they would.
Thank God Porsche didn't.
No, I know.
But they did with some cars. Like a lot of their cars, you can't get the GTS now in a 5-speed.
You can't.
Or excuse me, 6-speed or 7-speed, whatever the fuck they have now. You can't get. I don't think you can get the S. You can't get the turbo.
No, you can't get the turbo. Yeah.
You have to get the T or the regular. Maybe you can get the regular 911.
I think you can get a regular 911 for
GT3. You can get still, but you can't get the GT3 RS. Like, come on, guys, shut up. Just shut up.
I think the audience should inform them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They should know that like their fan base.
I know.
Wants all that shit, man.
It's like what pisses me off about Corvette too. Like, you guys have the most dope shape now. The CA Corvette is so sick, and then you're putting out these insane ones like the Z06 and the ZR1, but it's still
People want to. I don't know. It's got to be like that. All that has to be like cost analysis, right?
It's a little bit of that, and what is that, Rogues?
Yeah.
I kind of quit those, but
I fucking love these.
I thought I was gonna have a hard time. I quit them over the weekend.
Really?
Nothing. I was like, this is easy. I think I'm lucky. I don't think I get physically addicted to stuff that way, except coffee. Yeah, I've done that one where I took the whole day off coffee and I was like, what fucking yawning.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Coffee gets me too. Headaches.
But I like coffee so much, and coffee's everywhere. I'm like, I don't think I need to quit that one.
No.
I didn't get headaches last time I tried to quit coffee. I quit for a couple of days, and I was like, this is just rough. But the nicotine pouches were nothing.
That's great.
Yeah, it was super easy.
I feel like I have some of that where I'm not that physically addicted to it.
Dude, I have friends who like anything gets them. Like I had a guy who came over here to do a podcast and saw that someone had sent us some kratom stuff that I wound up throwing out. I was like, I don't want to break this shit anyway.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't take that. I can't get off of it. Get that kratom away from me.
I know someone
has a real problem. I'm like, real?
I know someone 18 years old.
What?
Yeah.
What? 18 years on a shitty opium?
Well, because they were using it to get off of opiates.
Oh God.
And they go without it.
Wow. But the high is so like whatever.
Yeah, it's not. I tried it, and then people were telling me, be careful, be careful.
Oh, Duncan loved it. We had some at the club.
Yeah.
Duncan's like, hey man, you got any more of that? Got any more of that liquid heroin, man? I was like, keep it away from me.
Yeah. He's so funny.
He's the best. He's the best. But we like had a whole box of it there that Ron left there, and it was gone by go. And it was all Duncan. It was all. We drank all of them. I was drinking 2 and 3 a day, man. I go, you're not even supposed to drink one a day. It's like a half a dose.
Yeah.
Like, really weird. Like, why did they make one of the 2 doses?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a tiny little shot.
That's a good way to get you onto it.
Yeah, it's like when you buy a bag of chips and it says like how many calories in it per serving.
6 chips.
Like, why is this little baggie is not even a single serving? You don't want to eat more than that one bag.
Of course they don't.
Piece of shit.
Yeah. Garbage tactic to get people
It's
into
horrible.
it. It's so predatory.
It's just lies. You're lying about the amount of calories.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Dude.
But I think I'm very lucky because I know people that get addicted to weed.
Yeah.
And I have gone a long time without weed and never had any problem.
Yeah, people get physically addicted. Like I didn't really realize that was a thing. But
I think it's just different genetics.
it totally
You
is.
know, like look at Bert. A normal person who drinks as much as him would be dead.
Yeah.
You'd have like real liver problems, and he doesn't have any problems.
He's in the gym in the morning. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's nuts. So it's like you just gotta deal with the cards you dealt. Like, why don't I have 4 aces? Well, you don't. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You gonna just sit here and fucking complain about everything, or what?
You got to figure it out. Yeah.
Figure it out, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, figure it out.
Yeah.
You need, everybody needs love, everybody needs support, but everybody also needs figure it out, bitch.
Yeah. There's
Figure
not
it out,
enough
bitch.
of that. There's really not enough of
There's
that.
not.
Because you really, it's like, you don't gain anything by doing the like, how come I don't get this? It's like, how come I'm not 6'6"? I don't know. I'm not.
Just
right? You just
deal with it.
Yeah, you got to just deal with it.
I think that's a real problem where people, if you think about like you remember that documentary, The Secret, that stupid documentary?
Oh yeah.
Like all you have to do is like think about things and you can make them happen.
Yeah.
Not really. That's bullshit. But it's a part of it. It's a part of making things happen. Like you can't just say, I'm gonna fucking breathe underwater. Yeah. I'm just gonna think about it until I get it. No, you can't do that.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, there's physical limitations to the human frame. There's physical limitations for your particular human frame.
Yeah.
You can't get taller. You can lose weight, but you can't really do much other than that.
Yeah.
You can kind of get in good shape for what you got, but what you got is what you got.
What you got, yeah.
But there's a bunch of people that just think about their problems all the time.
It's an obsession, and what it does is it carries you through time without having to deal with the problem because you just talk about the problem.
Right.
That's a big one. I know so many people who do that.
Your focus is your problems rather than your solutions. Do you know how many people live in Guatemala in a fucking dirt floored shack would love your problems?
Yeah.
Like your problems are not that big a problem if you're living in America.
Well,
and you have your health.
You need that perspective change from people.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's a big thing of like, if your problems become identity, it's so fun. Because I know people like that, right? You're like,
have you ever seen that video? The final boss of Woke. It's like this one trans man who's like, I'm a disabled trans man. I'm also on food stamps. I also have like
it's a real person.
It's Donald Trump is trying to erase me. And it's like, this is the identity. Like, there's this is existential battle. But this final boss has everything wrong with him.
Yeah.
It is, you're not him. You're a girl pretending to be a man. So it's like you've got every
issue.
And it just keeps going on and on. Jamie, do you know what it is?
Sounds like somebody's stage.
No, big fat stupid. Not gonna work. The whole, it's like, it's so crazy that people will just like, there's a value and a currency to being a victim.
Yes.
And so they'll add stuff. That's
Social media has also helped that a lot.
Because there's plenty of people that don't want to deal with their shit that'll go, yes, girl, you go, yeah. Incredible. Society's doing this to you.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that lady that got fired from Equinox in Manhattan? She was late 47 times in 10 months, and she sued because of race. She said she got fired for racism, and she won.
She won.
It's a jury, and she won $11 million.
No.
Yes, she did.
No. She was working late 47 times.
Not only that, like, you working at Equinox, like, you could work for all of time, and you'll never make $11 million. Like, you're not going to make $11 million working at Equinox, but yet you won, and she only worked there for 10 months. She was late 47 times in 10 months.
And that's why they were firing her? Like, they're like, you're just perpetually
bitch, you are
late.
always late.
Yeah.
And then she's like, that's so racist.
That's crazy.
She won, and she took him to court and won.
They're definitely going to appeal that shit.
Of course they're going to appeal, but the thing is, when you have a jury, and you have a jury of people so fucking stupid, they don't get out of jury duty.
Yeah, exactly.
And they might be like, yeah, fuck Equinox, man. Fuck the man.
Because that guy's just too lazy to go to the gym.
Yeah. Like, of course. Not just that, it's a corporation. You don't think of it as an individual. That's as a company. It's going to fuck you over. That's why people don't feel bad stealing from work.
Yeah.
You know, you don't feel like you're stealing. If someone was working in your house and they were stealing from you, like they stole your forks, like, where's my fucking fork?
Yeah.
This is bullshit. And did you find out a guy who worked for you stole your fork? Like, you're fucking fired. But if an office, if like someone like takes a fork home, like if you have a kitchen in your office, we use a bunch of forks for your staff.
Yeah.
And someone takes that fork, it's no big deal.
It's the offices.
We just need to order more forks, man. These fucking forks keep disappearing. And you go over Tom's house one day, and like Tom's got 4 of the office forks. Like, did you steal the office forks? I forgot. I just keep forgetting to bring them back.
But they don't belong to somebody.
Right, exactly. It's not a human. It's a corporation, which is also why corporations can act like fucking psychopaths.
Yeah.
Because they're also not a human, so they can just do whatever the fuck they have to do, which is why our food supply is so bad. Because they're just trying to maximize profit. They literally have a duty to maximize profit.
My mom definitely thinks of corporations as they can deal with it.
Of course.
And I remember my dad used to tell a story that when they first got married, they were at a Holiday Inn, and they were leaving, and then he was like, what is that in the suitcase? And it was their towels. And she was like, the towels. And he was like, you can't take that. She was like, why? Because it belongs to the Holiday Inn. It's theirs. And she was like, they have them like 100 of them. And he's like, yeah, it's not ours though. And she's like, it's fine. And she, like everywhere I've gone with her, she's like, you know, she'd be like, can I take this? I'm like, no,
that's so funny.
We've been places where I've been like, hey, sorry, my mom wondering if we could take this glass.
And I saw a video you were showing your mom this clip.
Oh yeah,
the clips from your new Netflix show.
Fuck, it's amazing. It was amazing. I knew it was gonna be a killer. I was like, she's gonna hate it. And they were like, okay. So we set up a private screening for her.
It's also like, why am I watching this? I don't know if you know, but you're my mom. It's so funny.
She's like, dude, she hated the show so much. She's sure. She came over yesterday for Mother's Day, and I was like, she goes, so, because the rest of that thing, she made me promise that we're gonna cut the first story.
Yeah.
She's like, you're definitely not gonna use that, right? So eventually I was like, yeah, we're cutting it. And so yesterday she was like, did you cut it? I go, of course not. It's Netflix's. She was like, you lied to me. And I'm like, Mom, I can't be like, hey, don't air the first one. She's like, well, that means you lied to me, so I'm never coming to a show again, and I'm never going to do anything like related to any of your stuff. And I go, promise? I would love if you never came to a show again. you know how much of a fucking burden it is to have to babysit when you're there?
I was talking to Shane Gillis about a bit he does where people getting upset, people he knows getting upset about a bit.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I'll stop doing that. Shut the fuck up.
She found out, by the way, I was on Chrissy D and Giannis's podcast the day the Pope died, or the day after. I was in New York. We were podcasting, and I was like, oh, because my mom's like hardcore Catholic. And I was like, let's call her and just check on her. And I go, we'll just try to see if maybe the Jews did it. So I call her. I'm like, did you hear about the Pope? And she's like, I am devastated, Tony. I don't know what happened, if he was sick, if it was the Jews. And she's like, what? And like, we had to cover our mouths. We had to cover our mouths and mute the phone. She's like, she goes, this is the craziest call I've ever received. The Pope died. Do you think the Jews did it? Like, I had to hang up the phone. And then like a week later, she goes, I was on YouTube and I find that you called me on a show to talk about it. She found the clip, yeah. She found an endless well of us fucking with her on YouTube.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
It
Speaking of
so
the Jews, have you seen fucking Kanye's new song? Bro. What?
Here's the thing.
What?
My
First of all, can't catch you.
well, that's the problem with it. That's the problem. It's
Yeah.
like the guy from production, like he's never lost a step. He can make a beat. He can he's so talented.
He's a genius.
He's a talented producer, man. I do think it's like when first of all, I think people are kind of done asking questions. Most of the shit he puts out is like self-release kind of commentary or thoughts. Because he's saying just fucking crazy, you know.
It's the craziest thing.
But
I've
like,
ever seen.
but there is a thing where that song is like, what are you doing, dude? Like, what are you doing? For
It's
real?
the ultimate pushing back.
Yeah, I guess. But there is like I think I have a pretty, let things go kind of vibe to me. Right?
Obviously.
Yeah,
Your fucking
right? Like,
show.
Yeah, like, I
your
don't.
show's ridiculous.
It's a ridiculous show, and I've always been like, yeah, say whatever you're gonna say. But I do think like making a catchy song about that, I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like you're just getting, at a minimum, you're just gonna get more people that think it's cool to say Heil Hitler. Like that's at the minimum.
Well, I think that's part of the program.
Yeah.
I think it's part of what he's trying to do.
But I mean, is that cool to do? I guess if you're like, well, it's troll the masses and do that, okay. What I'm saying is that like you're gonna get less educated people to go like, this is a fun thing to say. And you're like, I mean, is that good? You really want people just walking around and be like, it's tight, man. Heil Hitler. Fucking insane. It's crazy.
It's crazy. But it's also kind of a sign of the times.
I guess. Yeah.
It's a chaotic world we live in.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, this kind of highlights the benefits. I mean, I want to say this like carefully, because I don't want to think I want to say real clearly. I don't support people saying that. I don't think it's a good thing to say.
No.
I don't say it. I certainly don't think any racism is good. I don't think anti-Semitism is good. I don't think anti-Christianity is good. I don't think Asian hate is good. I don't think anything is good. But there's a benefit to just letting people talk. Like, let people say whatever the fuck they want to say, even if it sucks. This is the benefit of Twitter. But this is also the bad part. This is like the fucking song has so many millions of hits on Twitter. It's been banned from every platform.
Yeah.
But is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there and let people talk about it? Because if you ban it, then people want to hear it more.
That's true.
And then it becomes more popular, and then it kind of supports what he says, which is that there's this concerted effort, if you talk about Jewish people, that they're going to remove you from everything, remove you from banking, which is what he's saying. They run everything. Mm-hmm. So if they didn't, like if it was just you were talking shit about Puerto Ricans, look what happened to Tony. Nothing.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if there's certain people that you're allowed to pick on and make jokes about or mock or say something, and you can get away with it.
Yeah. Well, I think he's made his point. I think we all get it now.
It's never going to end.
Yeah.
But how does it end? This is the question. When I was watching that song, first of all, I was by myself when I first saw the song. I was like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah. No.
It's like, no way. And I'm watching on my phone, like, yo. And then my first thought was, how does this end? Because this ends. This is gonna end. There's gonna come a time where they're gonna realize, like, this is a problem.
Yeah.
So how does it end? Does it end in assassination? Does it end in
There's definitely people that want to kill him.
financial ruin?
Yeah. I don't know what his financial situation is. I know that like there's been all these over the last 5 years. There's been times where like his net worth has been reported at like such a crazy amount, and then I remember like funds were frozen, and he was like, I don't have anything, and then it was like all back. I don't know what his financial situation.
Well, they
is.
can't steal your money,
Yeah,
but they can debank you.
Yeah, where no one will bank with you.
Right. So it's like, what? How does that work? Where do you get your ATM card?
Yeah.
Is it from the Bank of fucking Portugal? Like, what do you have to do? Like, how does that work?
You know what I thought about when I was watching that video? I was like, how do you get? I don't know, however many actors.
That's easy. That's the easy part.
I think it's crazy. I think a lot of people would be like, what?
Oh, that's the easy part. You put out a casting call in LA, everyone's soulless. They have no fucking soul.
Nuts.
They just want to get famous. You're gonna do a project with Kanye? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Say?
Also, I'm just acting. Just like that guy in Inglourious Basterds wasn't really a Nazi.
Right.
I'm not a Nazi. Listen, man, I gotta do what I gotta do. I got kids to feed.
Yeah. It's nuts. It's pretty nuts. He's super talented, man. One of my thoughts after hearing that song was like, man, I wish he would release the song with like a different, you know what I mean, with a different hook. Like,
yeah, that would happen.
No, I know he's not going to, but that's what one of my thoughts was. I was like, man, I wish he would.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy because his last album before that was a bang. It's like he came out of the gate showing people that like he still got it. Like, yeah, you might have pulled me off all the forums, you might have debanked me, you might have taken it away. I still got it.
And that one was everywhere, right?
Yeah. Oh man, that's in the Spotify playlist that we play in the green room all the time. You know, there's some fucking killer songs in that, man.
Yeah, he's
classics.
Yeah.
Classics. He's got so many bangers.
Yeah.
But, you know, this one, he's just like letting people, I guess in his eye, I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it. But I guess he's like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Well,
I'm
clearly.
whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, clearly.
So I'm going to do the one thing that you're never, ever, ever supposed to do. I'm going to make a catchy song that's Heil Hitler.
Yeah. It's
just like, whoa.
It is the ultimate, like,
whoa.
I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, and you had to say, like, in the casting, there's like a description of all the stuff. If you want to be a part of this production, like, you have to be comfortable with swastikas.
Because that was in the.
Yeah. He's got a diamond encrusted swastika.
That's also insane.
By the way, you know the Jews hold him back.
Probably. Or at least supply the diamonds. Yeah.
Where the diamonds come from?
That's insane.
The Jewish people have been controlling diamonds for a long time.
It's insane.
They're very smart about the diamonds because the diamonds aren't really that valuable.
You know what's fucking crazy in jewelry? Because see, this is one thing that like I don't trust about. There's certain businesses where you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Right. So like a car, for instance, you have the reference to go like, how much should this cost? Right. And so like it gives you some personal.
Right. You see a Lamborghini, you know, that's like a $300,000 car.
And you can like check with people.
Yeah.
But like a piece of jewelry, this guy who I bought a watch from was like, this jewelry is like, you know, this ring or whatever. It's like, whatever, $50,000 or something. And I was like, oh wow, do you want it? I was like, I don't know. and then like a month or two later, he sent me the same thing. He's like, trying to move this now. Do you want it for like 20? What? And I was like, I was like, it's 20? He's like, yeah, I'm just trying to move it now.
What does that mean? What do you own on it? What's it really cost?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so you kind of go like, wait a minute. So I was gonna pay $30,000 more for it?
That would just go to you?
That's so gross, right?
It is gross.
Just really,
trust like that.
it just really turned me off. You know?
Well, you know, it's really
cool.
Fake diamonds that are real diamonds.
Yeah.
Girls don't want them.
Right.
I was reading this whole thing about the demand and supply for lab-created diamonds that are absolutely diamonds. They're not fake diamonds. It's a real diamond. but it's not a diamond pulled out of the ground by someone else.
It's just lab jack.
Yeah, it's not like a blood diamond. So like,
And girls are like, I don't want that
I
shit.
don't want it. It's not real. Oh no, it's not real.
I want someone to suffer first.
Well, it's not that. What it is the same thing as not wanting a fake Rolex, even though it's like physically the exact same thing as a Rolex.
Yeah.
But that's at least a brand. Like if you're a person who loves engineering and craftsmanship,
Yeah.
like I don't want someone to rip off someone's work.
Yeah.
Like that's art. Like
Yeah.
like your watch. That's a piece of art.
Yeah.
It's a piece of art.
Yeah.
So it makes sense you wouldn't want a fake piece of art. But a diamond is it's just elements compressed over time.
Yeah.
And they figured out how to do that. They make perfect diamonds.
Fraction of the cost, I'm assuming, right?
But the demand is super low.
Yeah. Wow.
99% less.
99?
Oh yeah. In some cases. Especially the big ones.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get like a 3 carat diamond.
Right. The ladies don't want
Yeah.
And I don't want it.
It's so crazy. That's one of the
I'll feel
things
cheap.
that I feel.
They don't want that.
She finds out that what you got her was like the shittier version.
Lab created, but it's not even shit.
Right,
The
no.
thing is, like, lab created diamonds are actual diamonds. It's literal alchemy. Remember, like in the old days, like they were trying to figure out a way to use like all these chemicals to make gold. That was what alchemists are for. Like kings would spend insane amounts of money on these alchemists to try to get these alchemists to figure out how to manufacture. I think I can make gold for you, sire. I need a laboratory. And these dudes are sniffing fucking mercury all day and dying young.
It's the craziest thing to spend on.
But imagine if the lady's like, no, you made that gold in a lab. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want real gold that's from Africa that came out of the ground.
Yeah, we just want the real thing.
I want the real stuff that they picked out of the river.
Yeah.
I want the real stuff they got from Alaska. I want the real stuff. You know what? But it's just gold, baby.
It's gold.
It's just an element. It's
Who cares where it's from?
No. I want stuff that's forged inside of a sun.
How many women out there do you think to rock something that they're so proud of that if they go to get it assessed, it has to happen all the time?
It happened in my family.
It did?
Yeah. I don't want to say who.
Yeah.
But someone relative, not like close, but broke up with the guy and found out it was a cubic zirconium.
That's hilarious.
LOL.
That's very funny.
But perfect for that guy.
Yeah.
I was like, that guy's such a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I knew it. I could have told you it was a fake diamond.
That's so funny.
I laughed so hard.
Yeah. So she took it to the jeweler. All right.
Yes. Well, she's like, I gotta break up with this guy. I don't have any money. She's living with this shyster, this fucking guy who's like a just dirtbag, but had some money, but not real money, just like a just bullshit artist.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, he's a bullshit artist. I gotta leave him. Oh, fuck. So she's like, I'm gonna, I'll 10 grand.
Yeah.
Sell this for
like, give you $100.
It's worth nothing. They didn't want any of it. It's not worth anything.
That's
fake diamonds worth zero money.
Zero.
Looks exactly like if you're in a party.
Yeah.
If you go to a party, if you're a woman, you have this beautiful big ass fucking rock, and you walk in, and everybody's like, oh, look at her ring.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's sparkling. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea that it's fake. Literally, it's not a fake Ferrari.
Well, that was the thing. Chad Ochocinco, the football player, because like a lot of the athletes, they rock diamond earrings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, yeah, I wear fakes. He's like, especially because like from whether it was on the field or going out, he's like, I have a real one at home. It's like I go out, I wear the fake one.
Well, he saved a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
He was also like always very on top of like not overspending.
Very smart dude. Very smart dude. For everything except fighting. He has this very bizarre idea, like him and Shannon Sharp argue all the time
about
bizarre idea that he could like fight MMA guys and beat them.
That's crazy.
Well, it's the reason why he was such a great athlete.
Yeah, confidence, crazy.
Unstoppable belief in yourself. Which listen, he's such a great athlete that if he did compete in MMA, he probably would be a world champion because he's got that mind. Like if Michael Jordan decided he was gonna, if MMA existed when Michael Jordan was alive, he'd probably be the light heavyweight champion of the world.
Right.
He'd probably figure out a way to fuck everybody else up. And also like this drive, This championship mindset. It's just rare humans that choose to focus on football or soccer or basketball or whatever it is. You know,
the thing they get obsessed with.
But if they put the same amount of energy from the same amount at an early enough age, like there's certain like barriers that cannot be overcome, and one of them is like physical maturity. 36 years old, if you start boxing at 36 years old, I don't care what, you're not the world champion.
Yeah,
it's too hard. It's too hard.
Yeah,
it's also what you saw with like Francis Ngannou when he fought Anthony Joshua.
Yeah,
that's the difference. You know, you can't just jump on in and fight like an Olympic gold medalist who's like been doing it his whole life. He's going to do things to you.
Yeah.
You're not going to know what he's doing, and he's going to crack you.
Yeah.
But the reason why he thinks that, like Ocho Cinco thinks that, is because he's a fucking monster athlete.
Yeah.
It's like he knows how hard he works. He knows how gifted he is.
Yeah.
But he just thinks, but if, you know, you put him in there with a guy like a Dricus Duplessis or something like that,
that'd be a
fucking mauled.
No, he's thinking, because he's a fucking precision route runner. Like,
great. And someone's mounting you, drilling elbows in your eye socket.
I know, it doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't know how to block them. You don't know how to stop the rear naked choke. You don't know how to stop the trip. You don't know which way to roll on a heel hook. Like,
but they're like, I'll figure that shit out.
No, you won't. You're going to get your knees ripped apart.
Yeah.
You get knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
It's like this reality. But I love the fact that people think that way.
There's a lot that think like that. Outspoken.
It's my mentality.
Yeah.
My mentality.
I can't freeze.
Yeah. I understand it. I have that stupid part of my brain too, but I'm also smart enough to go, hey, fuckface. Like, I have two people in my head.
Yeah.
I have like this,
I can do it.
I have the general who tells me what to do, and then I have like the soldier that's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is gonna get me killed.
Yeah.
This is fucking. I'm not running with a hand grenade and all these bullets flying my way.
And you know enough, seen enough fighting to know what your limits are.
Especially with martial arts is the big one. It's like, you don't know, man. There's little tiny dudes that choke you to death, and you have no idea.
Yeah.
You in your mind, you're like, shit to me. This motherfucker, I could bench 300 pounds.
Yeah.
The next thing you know, arm drags, got your back.
Yeah.
I have the body triangle on. You just have to, but you have to. You're dead. You're dead. It's over.
That's why it's good. It's good to do, like, to even try all those things. Like, I've done a little bit of, boxing, striking. I've done a little bit of jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
It's great to have the awareness. You're like, oh, wow.
It's a nice wake-up call.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I first started doing jiu-jitsu, I was already like a very accomplished striker. I was really good at striking. So I was like, I know how to fight. And then I went to jiu-jitsu class. I got my ass kicked every day.
Yeah.
I was like, this is crazy. I was so wrong.
Yeah.
I have this completely distorted idea of my abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, it really humbles you, right?
There's a lot of people walking around out there, especially men, that just think they know how to fight.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing to find out on YouTube. Like, to see people find out that you don't really know how to fight. You just think you're going to bluff your way.
I think that's the male thing. Men think they know how to fight, that they're funny, that they fuck good, and that they can drive.
Right.
Those are like the four things.
Yeah,
like, I can do all this shit.
Yeah. Delusions. Yeah. There's like manly things you don't want someone to be better than you at.
Yeah.
You get delusional things.
Those four are the ones that like come up the most.
Yeah. Pool's another one.
Shoot pool?
Yeah, a lot of guys pretend they're good at pool.
Yeah.
I've had a bunch of dudes say they play good pool. I'm like, really? Let's find out.
Do any ever surprise you that they are pretty good?
Never. Not one.
Not one?
Nope.
Wow. That's actually, I thought you would find at least a couple.
No.
So they're always like,
usually people that are really good at pool, they'll tell you, like, oh yeah, I used to play a lot. I played a lot of tournaments. I did this or that. Like, where'd you play?
Here.
And they're like, oh, I played at Chelsea Billiards in New York City. Like, oh, okay. Did you do a lot of tournaments? Yeah. I did a lot of gambling. It was fucking me up in high school. Like, okay,
this guy's.
I get it. Yeah. You know what you're talking about. But the guy's like, yeah, man, I'm fucking good at pool. I'm like, are you? Where do you play? It's like, go in bars mostly. Like, right. So it's one of two things happening. Either they're trying to sucker you into the game, and they are really good at pool, or they're delusional. And every time I've ever experienced it, it's delusional.
Wow.
There's a lot of people there, like famous people.
Really?
Oh, yeah. A bunch. Yeah.
I feel like I'm pretty good.
Bring them over. I don't want to say names, but bring them over onto the table now. Oh, fuck.
Oh, you have to tell me these names
I'll
after.
tell you afterwards.
Yeah.
It's fun.
That's fun. It's fun to see somebody.
Yeah, it's fun, but you know, it's one of those things that people like a lot of men want to think they're good at poker. Like, oh, I can read people. Like, sure.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Dudes think they're good at playing cards.
Poker's great. Ari Shafir, when we were at the store, Ari for years made a living playing poker.
He made a living doing that?
100%. He would go and play in the bicycle club and all those.
So he
those
was
cards.
pretty
He was very good at poker. But he would tell you, like, all these people play. They don't know what they play stupid. Like, he's intelligent and calculated.
Yeah.
He knows.
You
Like,
know who's really good?
Who?
Philip Lee and his wife.
Oh, really?
They play in tournaments.
Oh, wow.
Margarita and Philip, they play in tournaments.
So's Bruce Buffer. Bruce Buffer played in the World Series of Poker.
I never got into poker, and I remember when I was working in post-production back in the early 2000s. It was starting to get more and more. Like now, it's I think immensely popular. But there was like an uptick when they started to like televise it.
You know what it was? You know what made it uptick?
No.
You could see the cards. When at home, you know who's got what.
You know who's got what.
Right. So you're watching it play out. That's a huge element. That's
True.
at home. Because Giordano, my friend from he does all the UFC direction. He's done my comedy specials too. He explained it to me. He's like, the moment you can see those cards, it changed it because it now made it exciting for people to watch. Because you're watching people play poker, you don't know what anybody's hand is until the end. This is stupid. But if there's like you got a camera, so like as they fan open their cards, there's a camera under the table
And shows you what
and it shows you what everybody's got. Like, ooh.
That's more exciting. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's way more fun.
Dude, I don't even know how to play poker, and I would accept invites to poker games. And what happens is you start playing with like how you think to play, and people start when they don't know you, they're like, this guy, he's either fucking really ballsy and good, or he's a retard. and that's what would happen to me is like a couple games in, people were like, okay, yeah, this guy. And then pretty soon they're like, do you play poker? And I was like, I'm not really sure what we're doing here. They're like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Well, they also want to rob you.
Yeah.
That's a big thing too.
Yeah.
Because you're a big fish.
Well, I wasn't at all of that.
At the time.
No. I was just like, you're going like with people from work, you know. I was just like doing it socially.
That's got to be a thing where a lot of people like that are really wealthy that get into gambling.
Oh, be a target.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Well, that's a big thing with pool players too. Is occasionally poker players, because poker players, a lot of them they gamble on a bunch of different stuff. You know, a lot of them are just gambling addicts.
Totally.
And so there was always a bunch of poker players that would play pool, and they were kind of okay at pool, but they would get insane spots. Like say if like I knew this guy that was playing one pocket for like $100,000 a set, and one pocket is a weird game where pool table has 6 pockets.
Yeah.
And so like if we were playing one pocket, you would have this pocket on the right, I'd have this pocket on the left, and there's 15 balls. And so all I have to do is make 8 balls into my hole, and I win the game.
Okay.
Normal. But if you don't know how to play, and I'm trying to sucker you into playing me, I go, okay, listen. I'll spot you on 15-ball game. I'll spot you 13 balls. 13 balls. You just have to get 2. We're going to play for big money. We're going to play for big money. We're going to play for race to 5 for $100,000. So that means we're in a game of one pocket takes a long time. It's not like a game of 9 ball. A game of 9 ball, you can be done in 2 minutes. You just run the rack, you know, like a good player.
Because anywhere you can go.
Yeah,
but in
you
this
can make
case,
a combo
you have to go
1 to 9, one pocket, and you can't leave a shot because you're playing a good player. So like if you were playing, if like me, let's say me, because I'm like I'm like what's called a B player. Like I can't beat pros, but compared to regular people, oh my god, how do you play so good? Yeah. Regular people don't know how to play. That's why it is. Right? A pro, like if I played like my friend Fedor Gorst, who's like world champion.
Yeah.
Like I would probably need like out of 15 balls, I'd probably need 11 to have a chance. And even then, I'd probably get it.
Really? He's gonna
figure out a way to never leave me. He's gonna calculate when he has a shot, can he open up the stack and then run all the other balls. Because you don't break like you break with 8 ball. When you break with one pocket, it's a very calculated game. And it's a big gambling game. The most money gets spent on. Like I was just watching online the other day, a game they're playing for $240,000. Yeah, it was a match for $240,000. I think it was a 3-day match.
I gotta watch one of these.
It's the pressure's on. But this guy, Justin Bergman, who's like the best players in the world, was playing this guy and gave him a crazy spot. I think it was in my life. It was something 10-6 or something like that, where he had a 10 balls, the other guy to make 6 balls, and the guy was a good player.
And so, if you're just like, it's more like chess, it feels like, right? Because you're like calculating like how
you have to risk reward because, like, say you might long spot in your hole. If you make it, you have all these balls, and you can run out the set, or you can run out the game.
Mm-hmm.
But if you miss, you're selling out, and this guy only has to make 6 balls, and he might be able to make 6 balls.
And it's any 6.
Exactly, any 6.
Wow.
It's just any ball just has to be in your hole in any order. It's not a thing like it's not like a rotation game like 1 through 9 or 8 ball where you're like I got stripes, you got solids.
It's just anything goes.
Any ball in that hole.
And like the really, really good players can spot you that much. And
you don't have a chance. And there's really good players like there's a guy named Tony Chohan who's real famous.
Mm-hmm.
His nickname's T-Rex. And he's like a big-time money gambler. And there's another guy named Scott Frost, who's a friend of mine, who's like one of the biggest one-pocket players of all time. Guarantee you Scott Frost has gambled over the course of his life. Millions of dollars have changed hands with Scott Frost playing one pocket. Yeah, he's like one of the best one-pocket players, like literally ever. And these guys are playing, they'll meet up in Kentucky, they'll have stake horses, and then people on the rail. So all the people that are watching are gambling as well. So you might have there might be a set being played for $500,000.
Fucking heck.
Yeah. Like this one that I was watching with Justin Bergman was $240,000 they're playing for. Yeah. And who knows how many people gamble on the side.
That's what I'm saying. It's generating a lot more.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's when you think about, like, I think it's easy to forget when you're just into, like, the game, like, the amount of money that changes hands week to week with the NFL.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Billions.
Has to.
It is such a gambling machine.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, the NFL kind of, like, goes, like, no, it's not. It's about the gridiron. But then they also got to the point where it's like, they couldn't ignore it. Because then you have sponsorships, right? Of like, there's gambling sites. Like, we're the official gambling site.
Yeah.
So it's all intermingled.
DraftKings.
Yeah, we're just part of it.
Listen, I'm all for you being able to do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't like rules that regulate people's stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you
want
to do flips on your dirt bike, you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
So you should also be able to gamble with your life away. If you want to do that. I don't think you should. But I believe in Darwinism. I believe you're supposed to let people like lose everything.
Yeah.
24, $148 billion gambled.
That's interesting because that's what they spend on transgender animals, the exact amount. No.
Bro, that's so much money.
148. It's like,
week.
Listen, compared to what the United States government chews up every day, that's nothing.
No, that's true.
This is just the United States too. This doesn't include
That's so crazy. And that's just football?
No, it's all sports, but most.
All sports.
Got to be most football.
Yeah, that's a lot of football.
Well, there's been a lot of scandals with the NBA, right?
Well, yeah, the
referees, shaving points.
Donahue, I think is his name. That was nuts.
There's got to be a lot of those dirtbags out there, which totally makes sense.
And it's so funny too, because the NBA, there's probably like in football, there's this thing that happens where like every single down you can call holding if you wanted to. Holding just happens in every play, right?
Right.
Every play. But what they tend to call are egregious holds, meaning that the guy who's the defender is going past you, and you see the offensive guy's arm extended, pulling the jersey. Like I would call that.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball, it is so ticky-tack what can be called and what can be ignored and what is ignored and what is called. And it's just like ref to ref.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's these clear palming, traveling charges. Like you see it sometimes like, what was that? Like
Right.
fingertip like graze the guy's arm and then fucking call the foul, and then somebody gets hacked, no foul, right? And it's just, you kind of go, well, that's just like in the moment of the game. And like if that guy wants to be dirty, like the one was,
you can make some money.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and if you're working for the mom or something like that, like this is your job. Your job is to shave points. Your job is to make sure that these guys don't score as much.
They just keep calling the fouls on the other guys, sending you to the foul line, and keep that spread open. It's really gross, man. Yeah.
There's a real problem with it with MMA too.
Is there really?
Yeah. There's a real problem with MMA. Here's the problem with MMA gambling: incompetent judging.
Well, that's the thing.
Is it incompetent or is it
dirty?
Dirty.
With boxing too.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything.
Oh yeah.
Because like even the lay person can watch someone beat the shit out of somebody. You're like, this guy's fucking whooping this guy's ass. And then see the decision go the other way, and you're like, what happened?
There's been a few decisions like that. There was one lady in Vegas, and she got barred from ever referee or judging fights again.
So
there's a few fights that she was involved with that everybody was like, what the fuck?
And she was the
we don't know.
Common denominator.
I don't know if she's ever been charged. I don't want to mention her name.
Yeah.
But I know that there was like a real issue. It was a real issue with world title fights. Where people were like, how the fuck is this? Because if like your say it's Canelo Alvarez is fighting someone that you know he's gonna win. You know he's gonna beat. But you can place a prop bet on it being a split decision. Or a majority decision. All you have to do is get one person to say it's a draw.
And that's it.
And like, look, he's gonna win. He's gonna win either way. But if I want to place a shit ton of money on this one thing, some dirty judge could score to draw. Yeah. And you just have to convince that dirty judge. Like, just listen, it doesn't matter. You're not affecting this guy's career. Yeah. He's gonna get the win. No one's gonna remember. Just make it a majority decision. Yeah. And you just got to justify why you thought. I'm a big fan of defense. Yeah. I think the other guy just like he blocked a lot of punches. I thought it was great. It's there's so many, I feel like, in combat sports where the judging is so subjective. Yeah. But it's just for a fighter, the crazy thing is you lose half your purse. Yeah. Because like you might get $100,000 to fight and then $100,000 to win. And so if they hit you with a bullshit decision, you lost $100,000. That's because some hometown decision or some corruption. Yeah, it's really unique that you have a sport when you think about it where there's a subjective winner. Right, it's not like football. Right, where every time you score. Yeah, basketball, ball goes in the net, score. Yeah. You could shave point, you could bullshit, But if you're playing Michael Jordan, he's gonna score on you. Yes. Like how are you gonna stop him? You're not gonna stop him, right? So like the numbers he puts up are the numbers he puts up. But in boxing and in MMA, like remember when Roy Jones lost in the Olympics? Do you remember that? Yes. He lost the Olympics in Korea. Yeah. And he fucked that dude up. He beat that dude from pillar to post. 100%. Yeah. It was nationalism. It was like, it was in Korea. Like, Koreans are very proud. And like, he won. Like, what? Yeah. Roy Jones Jr. in his prime in the Olympics. I mean, not even in his prime yet. Yeah. He fucked that guy up. Yeah. And, there's been a few decisions like that in boxing where you're like, what was this? The one, because I watched a video on this, I think recently too, where I was like, what was the explanation? Where it was Kennedy, Tim, right? Is that his name? The fighter? Tim Kennedy? Right? Is that his name? Sure. Fighting the Cuban guy? Yoel Romero. Yeah. Yeah. That was a bad one. That was bad. Yeah, that was where like, I don't know if that's the referee's fault or whatever, but he didn't get off of his stool. So Tim had rocked him real bad at the end of the round, like real bad. And Yoel went his corner wobbling, fucking out of it. And at the end of the 1 minute break that you're supposed to have, sat on the stool. It should be, it's over. It's over. It should be, it's over. But he got an additional, I want to say, more than 30 seconds to recover before he got, and then he wound up beating Tim. But also, psychologically, for the guy who was fucking him up, for Tim, it's like, no, this fight is over. You're fucking me. I'm getting fucked here.
Yeah.
And so then
Your brain starts to,
and then you get out of your fight mindset, which has to be Zen.
because you're getting to the injustice mindset. Why isn't anybody fucking doing it?
Yes.
And that's just like a
it was
oversight.
crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know I don't want to pass blame.
Yeah.
Someone
crazy.
fucked up.
Yeah.
It should have been, in my mind, 1 minute, get up. Are you going to get up? Fight's over. This guy, that's it. You retired on it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fight's over. In my mind. Also, when the round does go 1 minute, and the guy doesn't get up, you put a burden that is just like really unfair.
Yeah.
Totally unfair. Especially when he was rocking him at the end of the round. Like this is like the more time he gets to recover. There's a reason why in boxing you only get 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, the more time he gets to recover, the more it's possible that he can win. This is not fair.
Yeah.
Like, it's supposed to be 1 minute and that's it. If the fight doesn't restart at 1 minute, he's not ready, it's over.
Yeah.
So that's only happened once. And unfortunately for Tim, it happened to him.
Yeah, that does suck.
It was a bummer.
Yeah.
It was a bummer because Yoel Romero went on to, Yoel was a freak of all freaks, so like, the guy could recover, and he was also like just built like a superhero.
No, he looked like a goddamn pit bull,
like part of the Cuban athlete program.
Traps and head.
Bro, everybody who fought him said that like hitting him hurt.
Hitting him.
So he's like made out of metal. They all said that. Everybody said like Robert Whittaker, who beat him twice, who was the middleweight champion. He's like, every time you hit him, it hurt you. Like, he's just different. Yeah.
Freaky guy.
Yeah. So like, if Chad Ochocinco thinks he was going to beat that guy, listen, bro.
No.
Like, there's people like you out there that also really know how to fight.
Yeah.
You know, like there's like people that have that. That's a problem with like really tough guys. They think they're the only one like that. Like, it's like you don't want to discourage that in a fighter, because that's the thing that gets them to a championship level in the first place, is this belief that they're just different.
Yeah.
And they're the chosen one, they're destined for this. But the wake-up call that those guys get when they get knocked unconscious is the craziest thing. It's like the reality, oh my God, I'm the victim now.
Yeah.
I'm what I've been doing to other people, someone just did to me, and now it's over.
That has to rock you on such a deep level.
The deepest.
Well, because it's also, it fucks with your identity.
Exactly.
Like who you are.
Oh, yeah. Your worth.
Your whole self-worth.
Girlfriend's not attracted to you anymore.
Yeah.
You just got laid out. Yeah. Like everybody thinks of you as a loser now. Yeah. Hey, had a rough one Saturday, huh? What happened? Hey, what happened? And all that fat, stupid fucking neighbor that's happy that you're a loser now.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, wasn't your night, huh, pal?
Yeah, that was all of us.
And you're like, hey, man, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, listen, maybe fucking take a job where you're not getting punched in the head, stupid. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah,
exactly. People love it when the dominator fails.
Yeah, we like to, it's funny because we like to, like society, I think. I don't know if it's just all over the world or it feels like it's kind of American. We love to discover someone, ride with them, want everyone to know this is who I've been with this person from the beginning. See them reach a certain height and then go, oh, fuck him. Like, fuck that guy. And then bring him down. You see it all the time.
Well, because our society's infested with bitches. Like an apartment filled with roaches, our society's infested with bitches.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be people that don't do their best, that don't go for things, that don't try real hard, that never put themselves out there. And so when someone does and fails, they're like, ha, ha, ha. And they want to troll them on social media.
You're not better than me.
I tell so many fighters, you gotta stay offline. Because I've talked to fighters, like when they're arguing with people online, and I'll meet them, I'm not going to listen to them. I know you think you're doing, like you're shutting these people up. If you ever see you, I'll fucking smack you. Dude, I'm telling you right now, you gotta stop doing this.
Yeah.
You gotta stop engaging and stop reading these things. This thing's poison. You're reading poison. And it gets in your head. It gets in your head like while you're training.
I'm sure.
You think about it while you're training. I know it does. It's like a lot of these guys are very fragile because a lot of these guys got like bullied and picked on, which is why they got into fighting in the first place.
Yeah. To like defend themselves.
And then you're getting bullied by 100,000 unknown, anonymous 15-year-olds. And your neighbor.
Your neighbor's hoping for your downfall.
Dude, I was reading this story about this lady who, this young girl was getting like mercilessly trolled online, and she found out it was her mom.
Yes, I saw this story.
Bro.
It's like incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible. There's monsters out there.
That's a monster. To do that to your daughter, she's jealous of her daughter's looks and property. Fucking great. That's a monster.
Monsters are real.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't like fucking Gandhi everything. You
No.
can't, Satnam the whole world. Oh, namaste.
Yeah.
No, that's not real.
No.
Like, there's people out there you gotta kill.
Yeah. This happened to like some soccer player too. I remember I watched like a doc on him. It's like kind of vague to me, but he was getting totally like mercilessly trolled and attacked by someone, and it turned out to be one of his friends.
Yeah. Marvin Gaye got killed by his dad.
Yeah, that's.
You want to hear something crazy? I was dating this girl, and I was a giant Marvin Gaye fan. I think she didn't like it that I was a giant. She was kind of a guy. And one of the things that she said was like, imagine how bad of a person he was that his own father killed him. And I was like, that's what you got out of this?
That's your perspective.
That's what you got out of this? That she was such a bad person. Like, what could he have done
For your
that would have justified his father shooting him and killing him? I'll tell you what he did. He fucking outshone.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He reached levels of leap have achieved in his life. His father realized, I want to be as good as my son, fuck my son, and he hated him because of that. Yeah. I'm sure there's probably a bunch of other stuff too.
But that's dark, man.
Dark. You're shot.
Shot
You're done. And it's not like your son was trying to kill you.
No.
And you had to defend yourself. No. He's just an amazing singer that the whole world loved.
Yeah.
And he probably has a bitch ass friend. Yeah, look at you, man.
Yeah.
Your son Marvin's killing it, and you're just a fucking loser.
Fucking kid. What was the? Because I always knew that the father did it. Was it like a clear cut murder, like homicide?
Oh yeah,
one?
the father just shot him.
And
it was an interesting thing because I think what had happened with Marvin Gaye was Marvin had achieved like incredible fame, but he got fucked over in some record deal where he had like no money.
Yeah.
I think he had like
everybody in that era.
Bro.
So fucking predatory.
Bro. You want to talk about predatory?
The worst. The
Corporations.
music business is like the most disgusting.
You ever read the thing that Courtney Love wrote about it, about the music business? A lot of people don't even think she wrote it because it's too good. But it was essentially a breakdown of how bad the music business fucks you.
Yeah.
And this is at a time where you actually sold records.
Tons of them sometimes.
Yeah, because now the music business, the mask is off. Like, it doesn't provide any value.
Yeah.
And they still take 50% of your touring, which is
Of your touring?
Yeah, 50-50. They do 50-50 deals. Merch, touring. Yeah. And then what are they going to do?
What do they provide?
They can't even get you on the radio because the radio doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's why people that break through from that model, like Oliver Anthony or, Tyler, the Creator's a great example, like just makes his own stuff, puts it out, and it doesn't have to be.
People don't even realize that in that era, too, you would, after your tour, and your hit album, that you'd be in debt.
Oh, yeah.
To the record companies. So they're like, you got to do another album.
Oh, yeah. And the record companies, all rich.
Yeah.
Everyone's profiting.
Yeah.
And then also, they want you to subsidize the failures.
Yeah.
All these boy bands that they pushed that never made it.
Yeah.
All the money that they put into that's a part of the accounting.
So insane.
And then Hollywood does the same thing. They would do the same thing with like how much money a movie made.
Yeah.
Like, there's been tons of lawsuits that involve that kind of stuff.
Wait, but where were you with Marvin? Like, he's broke?
Yeah, so if I remember the story correctly, it was so depressing I didn't even want to really get into it because I think he had become a huge superstar and then didn't have any money, which is that's happened more than once.
Yeah.
Like, and I think he might have had to move back in with his parents.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think that's the story. See if you can find that.
It says he bought his Cadillac years later.
Right, but the thing is, like, he might have like bought him money when the money was flowing in,
right,
and then after a while, that's the other thing that happens with artists. Like, artists are impulsive. So they spend all their money,
Yeah,
and then they don't really like. How many artists get given like by the head of a label, and they think like, oh shit, I'm killing it. Meanwhile, it's a lease car.
Yeah.
And they're just siphoning money out of you.
Writing that loss.
Yeah, you're getting fucked. You're getting fucked left and right and left. And all they do is sell art. All they do is sell art. They don't make any of it, and they make more money than anybody.
That's people didn't know, because now if you are into music or whatever, you don't realize how much it was a thing. The music videos, right? Like that used to be such the biggest thing, and a lot of artists, especially like the young artists, didn't even know that they were paying for the music video.
Yeah.
So like the label would be like, "Go shoot your video," and they'd be like, "Cool,
it's $1 million."
Yeah. And they'd be like, "Great," and then they're like, "Oh no, you're gonna pay for that." They tell them later, "We're gonna deduct that $1 million." Like, wait, what?
They're not sophisticated.
No.
They're not finance majors. Which is what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
You should learn that in school.
No idea that you're like, wait, I thought you guys were paying for this. No.
It's kind of funny that the video, like everything is visual. Like everything's visual now. There's so much video that people watch, but yet music videos kind of went away.
I know.
Except Kanye's.
That one we definitely all saw.
And the new one looks like he made it for $40.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't
pretty.
I mean, it's like you got a drone and a bunch of people yelling Heil Hitler.
And he had like the black light kind of effect. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that cost a lot of money.
No, I don't think that probably costs a lot. You can make things now too for so much less.
Oh, with AI.
So accessible. Yeah.
With AI, you don't even have to have the actual people doing it.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is really crazy. Like what you could do now is nuts. My daughter was showing me some stuff that you could do with just photographs, where she could take photographs and then she throws them through this filter and then they're dancing around and moving. You're like, this is nuts.
Yeah.
So all you need is a photograph, and especially if you chose to have like effects in it, like some sort of psychedelic fucking weird things where things morph and change. It all can be done with AI now.
That's incredible.
Easily.
Well, there's articles out about some studio. Maybe it's here in Texas. Somebody sent me the link to this. That this company wants to, they want to start making studio quality movies for $500K AI movies.
I bet they can make it cheaper than that.
But that's
they'll
that's
probably have AI write the script, man. I mean, if you're thinking about some like dumbass fucking cop movie, some silly bank heist movie.
Yeah.
You got a hero who's gonna go in and fucking kill the bad guys.
Fraction of the cost. Yeah.
You could write that easy with just take all AI has to do is like it's a large language model, right? It all has to search through Steve McQueen movies and Tom Hardy movies,
write me a movie,
Guy Ritchie movies. Together, make me a movie.
It bums me out though. I don't want to watch that.
It should.
Yeah.
What is this?
The company, this is the first piece they made, and shows a little bit about how they made it.
The woman with red hair.
Yeah.
Still are doing it.
At least
they have actors.
Real actors.
And they're replaced.
God damn! Like, look, it looks so good. It looks so good. Like that's not a real person. Isn't that crazy? Well, she does. It's the uncanny valley. It looks a little weird.
Yeah.
But it's getting better all the time, and the only reason why it looks weird is because it's so well lit. Like if you wanted to do it like Sin City style, there's no like Sin City. If Robert Rodriguez wanted to do Sin City today, the whole thing could be AI.
Yeah.
No one would know. That's crazy.
Yeah.
These are all fake people. And dude, just a few years ago, you couldn't do hair. Hair was weird.
Right. And so were like extremities,
Fingers,
right?
Yeah. Now, I mean, just in a short amount of time, it's incredible.
Why is that? That's so interesting. Why are fingers like?
It's a good question. And fingers, hair seems like it would take a lot of computing power, right? Because you have
strands, single strands moving.
Her hair's not.
Yeah, but it's not. Go back.
No.
It is all moving.
Not that it would.
It would if. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, it's moving as like almost like a little bit of a helmet. Like that would be a tell. Like it's a little bit of movement, but not enough.
Right.
A little bit of bounce, but not like it's all spray painted. Like as if their hair was like sprayed with a shit ton of hairspray.
Yeah.
They couldn't move at all.
Right.
That would kind of make sense. But it's not moving.
So they all need that scene at the beginning of every of their movies. Like they always do it.
Tough to do too.
What is
getting
that?
a good font I can't read anything. In a movie, you wouldn't need it, but when you're looking for AI stuff,
right? Interesting. Yeah, look at that. Like, look at that font. It looks like ancient, like Sumerian text or something. Like some lost language. Yeah.
Well, like that one, and the fingers and toes thing is like, I just wonder what the explanation is for that, because that's a tell in photographs too, right?
Yeah.
You see a photo, you could be like, oh, look, that's got like 6 fingers.
Well, remember that lady, the English lady that was missing? Was her Kate? She was missing forever. She was like supposedly was sick. Kate Middleton. She was sick, and then there was a photo that was released of her. Look, she's fine. Everybody's like, no, this is fucking AI. Like in the photo, like people had 6 fingers and shit. Like that's weird stuff.
That's weird shit.
In the photo, there was like weird, clearly edited. Yeah.
It's gonna get way spookier.
Way
spookier.
We're just touching it.
Yeah,
right now.
it's just started. This is the infancy.
Scratching the surface. Yeah. It's going to be real weird. Like, actors should really save their money. You're going to be useless in a short amount of time.
I agree. And also, if you have any type of, recognition to you now, you got to, like, get your image, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, but also, like, how are you going to stop China from just making Mel Gibson movies?
No, you're definitely not.
You're not going to.
They're just going to be like, I don't care.
Yeah, fuck you. They're going to make a Mel Gibson when he's 35 movie. Fuck off.
Yeah. He's going to play it here. We don't care.
Fuck off. We're going to put it online. What are you going to do?
So crazy.
Run through 30 different shell companies. You're never going to find who made it.
Yeah, totally.
And it's going to get to a point where it's going to be virtual. So it's like, it's going to be inside people's heads. You're going to be able to exist inside the movie. Things are going to get so strange, and they're going to be so immersive so quickly.
Yeah.
That the Matrix is a decade away. The real Matrix, where you're in the Amazon and you are barefoot and you feel the ground under your feet.
Yeah.
And you hear the monkeys and the birds and the bugs and the trees. And you hear the sound of a panther nearby. Like, that's going to be real.
It's going to be real, and you're going to be like, why do I even want to
go back to your life?
Partake in the real
Like, what's that guy's name? Joey Pants from fucking The Matrix. He's eating the steak. Like, I want to be important. I want to be an important person.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's what people want to do. They'd rather be an important person in The Matrix.
That's so true, man.
And we might be in that right now. That's the real mindfuck. The real mindfuck is, if they can eventually create a artificial reality that's indiscernible, how do you know whether or not you're already in it? And you don't.
Well, you wouldn't, yeah.
But there's a lot of evidence that we are.
That we're in it now?
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that reality as we know it is not real. That it's too weird. Quantum entanglement, quantum particles being in Superman, the fact that subatomic level, everything is magic, like nothing makes any sense. Also, that when you observe things, it changes the behavior of subatomic particles. Like, what's that all about? What does that mean? Like, no one really knows. It's
so
like
I'm experiencing this in an altered reality.
I think consciousness might be responsible for reality. Instead of consciousness is experiencing reality. I think it might be both things. I think it might be consciousness is experiencing reality as well as consciousness is responsible for reality.
How much of a mindfuck would it be if somebody unplugged you right now? You're like, this whole thing you've been doing.
Pretty mindfucky.
Yeah.
You're like, I mean, if anybody should believe in it, it's me. Like, I don't. How is it possible that my life was like this?
Yeah. Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
I'm just like killing it in a video game.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make sense.
No, but it doesn't make sense. This is why, like, for a fighter, like, the loss must be so fucking unbelievably devastating.
It's like the equivalent.
Yeah. It's over. You know, like, and you see champions that keep coming back, keep getting knocked out. You're like, no,
don't do it again.
Fuck. You know?
Yeah.
And it's just like, they can't believe
you
it's
don't
over.
want to see it again.
They can't believe it's over. But I was the winner of the game.
Yeah.
I won the game. I was winning the game. Nope. Not anymore. No, now reality shifted. And now, on top of it, you've got brain damage.
Oh, fuck.
Boy.
That's worse than the version we get.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, that's the worst version.
Brain damage is the worst because now the way you interface with reality might be damaged. Sort of like a car with a bad suspension out on the highway with the wheels shaking now. Like the way you interface with the universe itself
Changes completely.
Yeah. So you're taking a gamble. The highest amount of glory possible is like winning fights in front of the whole world. I mean, I would only imagine it, like becoming a UFC champion, and they, put that belt on your waist, and the whole crowd's like, yeah, and people at home like, fuck yeah, fuck you did it, holy shit, holy, you text your friends, what a fight, holy shit, the love that person gets, the accomplishment that person gets.
Yeah.
But the price is you're risking the way you interface with reality itself, the brain. You're risking the brain, and you might get out of it like George St. Pierre. George St. Pierre, fine, handsome, wealthy, perfect, like intellectually.
Like, you're the man still,
bro, still the man.
Yeah.
Like whenever I talk to him, it's like, Joe Rogan, how is things? Everything is great, buddy. He's all happy. Yeah. You're like, boy, you fucking really pulled it off. Really pulled it off. You became a 2-division world champion, one of the greatest fighters of all time, and you're fine.
Yeah.
I forgot about the world fight, though.
Yeah.
But for most, it's going to end badly.
Yeah. And
the
crazier part to me is how many of those guys you go, hey, if you could go back, you just change things, and they're like, no. Some of them like go, I love the glory so much. Like you see it in fighting, you see it like in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Some of them are like, no, I'll accept
the identity.
Yeah.
The identity is so huge. The identity to be a special person. You don't get to be a special person. Most people don't get to be a special person. And a special fighter is a different kind of special person.
Yeah.
It's like that's a guy who took the craziest of risks. Like we all know, and you know better than anybody, how vulnerable the human body is. Like your surgery and your injury.
That's
fucking horrible. So like imagine if you had a fight and now like you were a big time fighter and you hurt yourself playing basketball with Bert Kreischer.
Oh my God.
And then you got to build yourself back up to fight again, but you kind of know that your left arm is kind of still fucked a little bit.
Yeah. No, like no matter how far you get from it, you still have the voice in there.
Oh yeah.
More so now, right?
Oh yeah.
Like I never had that voice before.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
And I know I've had 3 knee injuries, and I'm having a problem with this left. I really hurt. I hurt it pretty bad with skiing, and the last week because I cracked the bone top of the tibia. But I messed up the cartilage and shit in there too. Better than most people's knees. Like it's better than a regular knee. Like people are like how bad is your knee? Like it's not fucked up like compared to your knees, like a regular person.
Yeah, because
I need my knee to be able to kick 60 miles an hour into a bag of sand.
Yeah.
Like I'm requiring different things from my knees than most people. But I know it's not the same.
Yeah.
Like, and if you're a fighter and you know you got a bum knee, like even though nobody can tell when you're moving around,
but you know,
and your hand breaks easier now,
yeah.
and your neck hurts, and you got a pinched nerve, and your lower back gives out sometimes, and you know your kidneys kind of hurt because you cut weight for too many years.
Sounds like you shouldn't be fighting,
and you know your memory's not so good anymore, and then also you can't take a punch anymore. Like a lot of guys know that they used to be able to take a great punch, but now you can't get hit, so now you're gunshot.
Yeah.
Did you see Devin Haney's fight last weekend?
No.
He fought Ryan Garcia fucked him up in the last fight and dropped him a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And this fight, it looks like he's done. Like he's moving around, just like he's just constantly moving.
Who did he fight?
I forget the gentleman's name, but there were rounds where neither one of them landed a punch.
The whole round?
The whole round.
And Garcia, that's the one where he won the fight, but then there was all this bullshit.
He tested positive for some sort of performance-enhancing metabolite at a very low level, by the way. Like not a level where it would be performance-enhancing.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened. He says he didn't take anything.
What ended up happening with the decision of the purse or whatever after
it became a no contest.
Oh, it became a no contest.
Yeah, and I think he's also getting sued because Devin Haney claimed that he won because he was on steroids, and that's a bad look. But you could tell it like mind fucked Devin Haney, and a lot of people like totally are writing off Devin Haney now, which is crazy. Because I remember when he beat Kambosos, I was like, damn, Devin Haney's slick. He's so good. And now, like, that guy he was just moving constantly. He's still a very skilled boxer, but it just shows you, like, one devastating loss for an undefeated fighter can fuck you up.
Yeah.
And some guys, they come back and they're fine. You know, like Garcia, for instance. Like, Gervonta Davis fucked him up. He came back and he was fine.
Yeah.
But then that weekend, he fought Rolly Romero, and Romero dropped him, and he lost the decision. So they were going to, like, set up a big rematch. Now nobody wants to see the rematch because they both lost. Well, actually, Devin didn't lose. He won a decision, but he lost public credibility because it was a very boring fight. Still, incredibly skillful boxer, world boxer, like, very good boxer. But even the commentary, like Antonio Tarver, was like, I don't like the way he's moving. His footwork seems erratic. Like, everything is like he settled down. Jose Ramirez.
Yeah.
But
so Haney won this fight.
Yeah, he won a decision. But it was the fans lost. And this was a big event in Times Square. This is also a big event because Turki Al-Sheikh, the guy from Saudi Arabia, His Excellency, is the guy who's dumping incredible amounts of money into boxing so that he can get these guys to fight each other. Mm-hmm. So he's like, what do you need for the fight? How much to make this fight happen? Like, I need $10 million. Like, done. What? Like, fuck, I should have it. Kind of a situation because the Saudis have money. So Oscar's talking about this, saying he's foiled and they're afraid to risk anything because the money's so much, which is so interesting. Like, you need a guy willing to risk it all to really fucking go for it. And these guys aren't willing to do that. And the Devin Haney thing, it's one of those where you see a guy who is an unbelievably skilled fighter but loses one fight, and they're just not the same.
Not the same. And Gervonta's still
killing it. But he had that fight with Lamont Roach where it was a draw. And it was a legit draw. And, you could even make the argument that Roach won that fight, and they're going to fight again. And that should be very interesting. But I think it's also, for boxers, there's a situation where you can only keep up the RPMs for so long. All the greats, there's a certain amount of times that you can keep training, a certain amount of times you can keep competing. And like we're talking about, like your arm, it's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
That happens with them too. Like the ankles are bad, something's bad.
Like, I can't do the same level of output.
Yeah, it's not the same. They're not who they used to be. They might look the same, but they can't do what they could do 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. It's a hard sport, man. But it's also because the glory is so high if you're successful.
So
people are willing to do it. Yeah.
Very crazy though.
Yeah.
Thank God that's not how we make a living.
Thank God. Dude, if the UFC was around when I was competing, I 100% would have done it. And then imagine how dumb I would be now at 57 years old. Oh, I'd be a mess.
A lot of staring.
Oh, I'd be a lot of like drooling. And so, hey, you look good. You losing weight? What are you doing? Because dieting? My brain would be like a 4-cylinder engine, like all fucked up, misfiring.
It's good you did get into that too.
It is, but I think I got the right amount of brain damage.
Yeah, you said it to me before.
I think so. I think there's just a certain amount that you get that makes you just a little reckless.
Yeah,
a little crazy.
Just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch.
Yeah.
I just got just a touch of brain damage that allows me to be. I enjoy risks.
Yeah.
Like, I like them. They're fun.
Me too.
Did you ever fall on your head?
Yeah, I had a couple devastating. A couple bad ones.
I bet it helped.
Like, I think I have some frontal lobe damage, and
I think it has something to do with it.
I do. I like calculated risks.
Yes.
I mean, I think if you take this career path, you enjoy risk.
Clearly. Yeah. But also, you don't have any choices.
Yeah.
Like, my thought was when I was first started, I was like, I can't work. I can't do it. But I know I can do things. But I can't show up and do a job all day for the rest of my life. I don't have that in me. I'm allergic to it. I was a latchkey kid. So, like, I didn't get a lot of, like, you got to do this, you got to do that. So the problem is, like, I developed not having people tell me what to do. So I can't listen.
I think every comic has that thing too.
Yeah.
Where like I can't boss.
Also, I was around enough bosses that were just total cunts
Yeah.
and douchebags.
Yeah.
That I just like, in my mind, the boss is an asshole.
Right.
Always. Every time. He's unappreciative, fucking idiot. But you got to listen to him because he's responsible for your paycheck, knows it.
Yeah.
So he gets to act like you can't go, hey man, fuck
Yeah.
Who are you talking to? Why do you talk to people like that, you fucking idiot?
Yeah.
You can't because he's the boss.
He's the boss. Yeah. No, it sets you up for like, I'll figure out a way. I think if I hadn't done this, I definitely think I would have started my own business of some kind. You know what I mean? It would have been an entrepreneur of some kind.
Yeah, you would have had to.
Yeah.
But that's, how many people don't? Or they get roped and then they have a bunch of responsibility.
No, it's a fucking, I mean, now we're at the age too where you like look back on 25 years. People you know.
Oh my God.
Who are miserable.
Oh my God. People that are in hell.
Yeah, in hell.
In hell.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're fucking
killing it.
Yeah, but
what's really crazy
things. Yeah.
is when people get out of stand-up and then they see everybody doing real well and they want to jump back in. And it's been like, I've gotten some messages from some friends that I know they haven't been in stand-up in a decade. And I'm like, you can't just
jump back in. No.
Well, if you do, you gotta start from the beginning. Start doing open mic nights again. Like you've been in the writer's room just doing writing for a sitcom for fucking 8 years.
You lose your footing so much in that time. It's a different like sometimes I've had, a week off, 2 weeks off, even a month or something off. Where you're like, oh, like you have sea legs. Like you're just like, whoa, I can't imagine 10 years.
Dude, it happened to a lot of writers when they got in the strike. When the strike was going on, like how long did that strike go on for?
God, it was months.
Long ass time. Yeah. And these guys have mortgages and their kids are in private school and their wife likes to spend money.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And they're used to making $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
Doing real good.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it all dries up. I'm like, oh fuck. And then their savings account and the wife's like, what are you gonna do? I'm like, fuck. I think I'm gonna start doing stand-up again. I can start trying to put together an act and they want to show up and then the club doesn't know who they are anymore.
Oh god.
Oh,
anxiety. Yeah.
Whoa.
It's scary. It's a scary feeling.
It's the worst. But it's like there's decisions that you make in life. Like what are you going to do? Like what are you going to do with your life? Those are personal decisions. Which is why this whole free will versus determinism thing drives me crazy. Because these people that want to believe there is no such thing as free will, you can do that cute little thing, but you know that free will is real because you know that you decide to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
Like, you telling me Jelly Roll didn't have free will to lose that 200 pounds?
No shit. Yeah.
Perfect example.
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
Yeah.
You're 400 plus pounds. You're fat as fuck. You're drinking and partying every night, and then one day you put your foot down and
not
that's
doing
it.
This shit. Yeah.
That's enough. I'm gonna get healthy. That's free will. What you're telling determinism, forced him into a position at 39 years old where he's all of a sudden going to decide to lose all this weight and it has nothing to do with his free will. That's silly. Yeah. Will's a real thing.
Of course, we all have it, and you can just deny it. But it's why I don't know anything that you accomplish that's work is through free will. It's through making choices. Man.
But then there is also a certain amount of determinism. If you grow up in a terribly abusive household and you're around drug addicts and violence and then you go and commit that, it's almost like you have no other examples. You're
true. I get that. You still make a choice.
You do, but you don't even know what a good choice is. You've never even seen a good choice.
That's a valuable analysis that you had a horrible modeling, so you're just following a path you think is the only path. Right?
And some of those guys get involved in athletics, right? Some of those guys get lucky and they become a fighter, or maybe they get lucky and they become a musician, or maybe they get lucky and they become something else, or a comic. Yeah, but it's just the choices that you make in this life you don't know if it's the right choice while you're doing it, while you're making that choice.
Well, I'm about to find out whether making this TV show was the right choice.
No, I'll find out. You have to piss? It seems like you're with me.
I got to piss.
I do it. Should we wrap it up?
Sure.
Listen, what you showed me is amazing.
Thanks,
I'm
man.
sure it's going to be fucking Bad Thoughts. When is it out?
It's Tuesday, so tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. It's the stuff I saw is amazing. It's fucking hilarious.
Thanks a lot, bro.
I'm glad you're doing stuff, man. I'm just glad you're out there. It's fucking beautiful to see.
I'm very excited for it. I'll tell you, I know it's an overused term, but it really was a dream come true to do it.
Well, you can tell. You can tell by how it came out. It's so ridiculous. It's so you. It's such a signature Tom Segura type of humor.
Thanks, man.
It's awesome.
I'm excited for it. Thanks for having me on, man.
My pleasure, my brother.
Always
Anytime.
good. Always good to see you.
Love you, Dad.
Love you too, man.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Great job, man. What a turning point.
This is
So,
absolutely incredible, Joe. Absolutely. A series of unexpected things have led to this day.
you were supposed to do Duncan's podcast, and then Duncan and I got on the phone, and he was saying, trying to move tickets for the psychedelic event. And then Duncan said, hey, man, you can have him on your show. And I said, well, why don't you come on, too? It'd be really fun. And then this morning, Duncan has a root canal, like an unexpected emergency root canal. So it was just a crazy turn of events, and fortunately, you're here.
Yeah, I just came from Ukraine.
Oh,
Actually,
wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, what are we doing over there?
training therapists and psychiatrists.
Wow.
So Ukraine's enormous amounts of trauma. So what I'm trying to do is to go to high trauma areas and try to talk about MDMA as therapy and how that could be.
What is the legality of it over there?
Well, right now it's illegal. They have these terrible laws left over from when Russia was in control, and you cannot even do research with Schedule 1 drugs.
Wow.
Not with psilocybin, not with MDMA. You can't even do research. But over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of efforts by their military, by other people to change that because they're aware that they have so much enormous trauma. So a couple of months ago, the Ukrainian government put out draft legislation to change the law. And so the training that we did was for 55 psychiatrists and therapists from throughout Ukraine. We did it in the western part of Ukraine, Lviv, which is not really a dangerous area. But even while we were there were multiple air raid sirens. But then they look at their phone and they see the area that the air raid sirens are supposedly about, and they could be like 100 miles square, something like that. So nobody seemed to care. Nobody moved to shelters, and we just ignored these air raid sirens and heard nothing. But it was so emotionally moving because we went to the cemetery in Lviv, and they have these in cities all over Ukraine. And they have something that I've never seen before, is that they have just enormous numbers of graves. Terrible. They've lost about 250,000 people. But the graves all have flags for Ukraine, but they have the pictures of the person that's dead. That's the person that's buried there. And I've never seen that anywhere else. It has even more of an emotional impact because you're actually not just thinking all these people are dead, but you're seeing their pictures. And most of them are younger and, tragically interrupted their lives, a fair number of women. And they put them in the center of the cities. They're having to build new grave sites all over. And this was next to a really large, old historic site. Yeah. And so it feels to me like what I'm trying to do is to really go to where people, I think, have lots of trauma but don't understand some of these new technologies, meaning psychedelic therapies.
Hardly, yeah.
Well, new to them.
Right.
So they've been very much conservative society. They don't have legal marijuana. They don't have marijuana.
How dare you?
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, so it was very moving to be there for just the fact that we were there, that people felt that we were willing to come to the country and be there with them, even though it's in this more safe part of the country. And so the thought that we would, the next steps would all be philanthropy. So I should say that I'm here representing myself. I'm not talking on behalf of MAPS, and I'm not talking on behalf of Lycos, the pharmaceutical company that Max helped start a while ago. So I'm just talking for myself personally. But what we're trying to do is really respond to where the trauma is. And next week I'm going to Beirut, which is something I never thought I would be going to. But I've been invited to speak at the American University of Beirut and also a YPO sort of business group. And there's the possibility of potentially at least starting research with MDMA therapy in Lebanon as well.
Do you ever get frustrated at the lack of progress with legalization? Because it seems like so much headway has been made on the therapeutic front. Like so many people have anecdotal stories of like a lot of soldiers with Ibogaine in particular, MDMA in particular. These people have had incredible experiences, turned their life around. I'm so baffled by the snail's pace of acceptance of these things.
Well, I first tried MDMA in 1982. So we're talking about 43 years ago. And as soon as I experienced it, I thought this has incredible therapeutic potential. It was legal at the time. And
when did it become illegal?
1985. And so MDMA had been legal, but it was sort of quietly used in therapy circles from around 1976 to the early 80s. And then it started leaking out of these therapy circles and started being used as a party drug, ecstasy.
Wasn't a lot of that in Dallas?
Yes, a lot of it was at the Start Club in Dallas. Yeah, that is really where MDMA became ecstasy.
Lorenzo from the Psychedelic Salon, I learned all about that from him.
Yeah. There's a fellow named is working on a movie about the Start Club.
Oh, wow.
There's an incredible story because Larry Hagman, who was the star of Dallas, frequented this nightclub with a bunch of the people from the cast, and they had the police had decided to bust it. Because they knew that there was all these experiences.
J.R. Ewing?
No, they were all prepared to bust the Start Club that night, and unexpectedly, J.R. Ewing, Larry Hagman showed up, and they canceled the bus because they thought it'd be too embarrassing to bust him, and they busted it another time.
He was on CNN once, and he was talking about how he's not afraid of death because he had an incredible LSD experience.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and they're
like, what?
Well, he did LSD therapy in the 60s. The reason that I even knew that is my mother-in-law read his autobiography, and he talks about doing LSD therapy in the 60s. And so my mother-in-law said, you might want to try to contact this guy because maybe he's got overlapping interests and he'll help out. And it took me a couple of years to get to him, but eventually I did. I'll tell you one funny story is that I got to know him pretty well, and I would stay over at his house a bunch of times in Santa Monica. But he was also in I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh, yeah.
So I Dream of Jeannie is about this genie that comes out of this bottle. He's an astronaut. And a friend of his had made a bong out of the genie bottle. And they wanted to market it, and Larry said, no way. So there was only, 2 versions of this genie bong. And I had one of my more humorous moments was smoking pot with Larry Hagman on the genie bong.
That's hilarious. It's so funny when a guy plays this like straight-laced, greedy kind of psycho on a television show, a soap opera show, and then in real life he's a stoner.
Oh, he's incredible. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting, though? It's like, because you would never guess that from the J.R. Ewing character.
Oh, right. No, he was very much pro-psychedelic and had multiple experiences during the 60s.
And the CNN interview was wild, though, because they were...
Welcome.
I remember
How are you?
watching it go, oh, you guys...
Hello. How'd you find out about me, Kate Keto?
Oh, you've asked me this before. I've been here a while.
Okay. How'd you find out about me? Please remind me.
There was the Wall Street bets this summer.
Oh, phenomenal. Okay, excellent. How are things going in there?
I don't know. I haven't been busy there. It's busy at school.
All right.
School. Now it's summer.
Absolutely. What are your summer plans?
I plan to work. I plan to hopefully maybe get cosmetic surgery, and I hope to just have fun.
What kind of cosmetic surgery do you want?
I'd like to get a nose job because like I have a very curved nose.
Very
I
well.
would say very lovable,
I've had a
very
rhinoplasty.
large.
It is.
I mean, I can turn on my camera.
No, that's fine. Very well. Well, that sounds like an enjoyable summer.
Yeah.
Very well. What has been taking up your time recently? What are your hobbies?
My hobbies? Mostly work. I just work a lot, and then I talk to friends on Discord.
There-
Video games with them.
There you
I
go.
talk to my friends in real life. And we like hang out at each other's houses.
Very cool. What's your job?
I work at a mall. I do retail at a mall.
Very cool. Any particular store?
I'd rather not divulge.
That's fine. You don't.
Yeah, I work at like the food.
Oh, very cool. Oh, excellent. Do you enjoy it?
It's alright. It's cool sometimes.
I bet it's cool to work in a mall and we could have bet their hot chicken all the time.
I'm in the man.
All right, but there's still hot chicks there. Am I wrong?
I suppose so.
Excellent. Are there good-looking dudes there?
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
There you go. Very well. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Oh, another person wrong.
That's all right.
Um,
Do you know what Orange Julius is?
Orange Julius? I don't. What is it?
How the fuck don't you work in a food court and not know what Orange Julius is? It's like the capital of every food court in every mall in the United States. It's like a store. I don't know. They used to have them in like the 80s where they make like orange. It's called an Orange Julius. It's like oranges and they just like froth it up. They make pina coladas as well.
I wish we had pina coladas during work.
Well, very cool.
We have like a frozen lemonade machine. Yeah, this can make like frosties. And sometimes we'll like take that home and add vodka to it.
At work?
No, we don't add it at work. We take it home and we add vodka to it.
Oh, that's tight. Very cool. So you ever get hit on by a dude there?
Kinda. I've been complimented by a bunch of guys. But mostly girls. Mostly girls are like, oh, I like her hair. I'm like, damn. And guys.
Dude, I bet
I
it's...
look very out there. So, like, I'm popular on the internet, but not, like, in real life, I'd say.
I bet it's difficult to be gay. Because, like, when you're straight, it's like 50% of the population is fuckable. They may not be available to you, but it's like 50%. But if you're a gay dude, it's like barely 10% of all men are gay, if that. I mean, I'm sure like there are closeted people and all kinds of stuff like that. But when you find a gay dude, it's pretty much like it could be a lot of fun, I bet. Hey, what's going on? How are you?
You gonna stay this time?
Yo, Pam.
Hello.
Yo, what's good in your neck of the woods, son? How'd you find out about me?
What's good, little bro?
Hello. How'd you find out about me?
I was in a Discord server and then I saw you were in the call. Socialize Discord server.
Absolutely. Well, welcome. We're glad that you're here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years now. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Masonic Penino. I know that's a lot of words, but essentially it's worth $100 million. One thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the people there. I'm an advocate for Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth onto land to make it drinkable. If I may ask, have you the television brother? Well, they're basically a film, a television show where someone's there all the time, where people are on time. So I essentially like 18 camera at any given time. I stream my life to the world. Excellent. So I'm always available here. If you ever need anything, you should know you have a friend in me. I am here to support you. I am here to be a positive influence. I am here to have an optimistic view and just to give people hope. So if you ever need anything, please feel free to reach out to me, okay? Excellent. Very cool. You're welcome, my friend. So, Cato, we were saying, are you in a relationship right now?
I think it's hard to be I am, man.
Okay, very cool.
I think it's much easier I think it's easier to date men in general than it is to like date women.
I agree.
Like,
I agree with you.
I guess I'm bi actually. I have been.
Oh, well, that opens up everything for you. That opens up 100% people.
I mostly prefer guys. She kind of sought me out, which was like surprising.
Wait, there's some chick.
I kind of sweat with her.
There's some chick who sought you out.
Yeah, but she was kind of crazy.
Dude, a lot of chicks are. Is she hot?
She was very hot.
What happened to her? Did she get hit by a train?
No, she basically was at her house. She made me promise not to break up with her. As soon as I got home, she broke up with me, and then asked me back, and broke up with I was like, you know what, maybe we don't, because she had like a bunch of mental illness. And then like proceeded to like threaten suicide if I didn't come back with her after I got my new boyfriend. So and messaged me constantly. It's a whole ordeal. I don't really want to like fully go into it.
Oh, this woman is nuts, dog. I can see why.
Like, she could not go outside without like she just couldn't go outside. It was really bad.
But she used to be hot.
She is. She's very pretty.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I guess she'd be intimidating for a lot of guys. She's also like 6'2".
All right, so she's a big girl. Does she play sports?
Yeah. Not really. No, she's like a need, or she was, or she is, I should say.
A need?
The needs, not in education, employment, or training.
Not in education, employment, or training. Oh, yeah, that's like a British thing, isn't it?
It's like a turbulently online. Surprising amount of people who are, and it's I don't know. I was like, dang, it's you. I know I could not fix her.
Not in education.
It was not a good idea. I understand why people recognize red flags and everything like that.
All right. Well, so is she looking for another?
I know she dated this girl for a little bit, but then kind of broke up with her, and it's just like she was just a replacement for me, and didn't actually have feelings for her. I don't know, it's weird.
Wow, dog, you got some interesting relationships. Do you like dudes more? Are you in a relationship with dude?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a boyfriend and a girlfriend.
No, I have a girlfriend. I have a boyfriend.
Okay, so you're balling out. Do you like him?
Yeah, I think he's super cool.
Does he play sports?
Not currently. Right now, like, he's just working. I'm trying to convince him to go to college, but he just wants to work. I'm like, grr.
That's okay.
It's annoying.
All right. Does he play video games or anything?
A little bit. He plays some video games.
Is he into cryptocurrency?
No.
Is he into
He's into
stocks?
religion and like history and stuff like that.
He's into religion and history and stuff like that. Okay. Is he into? He's not into finance or anything?
No. I'm trying to get him more into all that stuff.
Good on you. How'd you guys meet?
We met in a video game lobby. He like raised me up in the lobby, and I'm like, damn.
Very cool. What did he say to you?
So we started talking. It was Counter Strike.
No, it was in Counter Strike.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did he say to you?
God, I don't really remember. He just like started commenting on my voice, just being like nice to me, started flirting with me in the game. And I was just like, you're kind of cute. He's a really, really like attractive voice. So I was like, damn, you know what? Let's continue talking.
And you guys live.
How about you? What are your relationships like when you're streaming?
Well, I'm really into MILFs, so that's like my thing. But oh yeah, matures I like fucking. I'm also into gilfs. But generally, I know that perhaps when I go viral, which could be any day now, with as much as people are talking about me on Blue Sky, I might be the most eligible bachelor in the world, because it's really I have more data. I have more data online than any person ever, and every woman on earth is going to want to be a part of this story. And so, what is a thing that every woman or person just subconsciously wants, and that is to be famous. And I would have the power to make any person as famous as they want to be, especially because I have essentially like the longest story, most amount of data of any person ever. So when it comes to relationships, at least now currently, I have been not looking, but in the past I've had very good relationships, very attractive women, quite a few. I lose track. My body count at 42, so I'm sure it's higher.
Oh, that's really high.
Yeah, I just lose track. I was
exceedingly high.
Yeah,
I mean, rich.
I do pretty well for myself. I slang dick like it's going out of style under normal circumstances. I'm funny. That's the thing. If you're funny, that's perhaps the most attractive thing about an individual in many ways.
Being funny, that's true. Being fun to be around is like I feel like that's like my first relationship, my first boyfriend. He had like a good career set up. He was doing really well in school, had a good job already, had all these friends, was really sociable, was really attractive. But like at the end of the day, we stopped like having fun together. We stopped connecting as much, and that made me break up with him.
And you call him your wife?
My ex-boyfriend.
Oh, your ex-boyfriend. Oh, I misheard you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I would say.
Well, my first ex, I should say.
I gotcha. Yeah, I'm someone who has had, a lot of different encounters with women. That's fun. I've dated a lot of women and dated some girls or women long term. But we were always communicated with each other what we wanted. And so, like, I think that's really important in relationships. Like, the people who I perhaps dated for like years, they knew at that time, like, I did not want to get married at that time. I was still young, and they didn't perhaps want to get married at that time either. So we were honest with each other. And I've had women who tell me that they like me too much, and they want to become closer, if that's not something that I necessarily want, I, sometimes leave my distance. But just at least recently, while I've been doing this stream, I haven't wanted to date, and I don't really find. I've always been fine, like just being independent on my own. Um, I'm an only child, so like growing up, I just was able to stay very entertained just on my own. So I don't need somebody else there. And I'm also a man, which means like, I can reproduce until I'm like 80, 90, perhaps even 100 years old. So I don't have that biological clock that I would have if I were a woman. If I were a woman, I would be settled down right by now. I would have children, the whole gamut. But I don't need that. So I've always, if you even ask any of my friends when I was younger, they would tell you that I would probably be an older person before I would get married. In fact, I even used to say that I would like to be like 50 years old before then be established and be extremely wealthy
How
before
old are you now?
I'm 39, so still got a little bit of time. Uh, but yeah, I mean, to me, I don't have that biological
Have you
clock.
tried dating guys before?
Fuck no. No. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I find dudes disgusting. I like women. I'm very attracted to femininity. However, I understand, I truthfully think that everyone on earth is bisexual, and it's just like a spectrum of what you like. If you like femininity or you like masculinity, and I say that everyone on earth is bisexual, I put it like this. If I put a dude who says that they're super masculine or whatever on a desert island, and I say, you can't leave this desert island ever, but we'll put a dude on here. Eventually, like after 40, 50, 60 years, the guy might get bored enough and might fuck the dude. Does that make him gay? It's kind of like, how bored are you? And at least the way that I see people, are you attracted to extreme femininity? If you are, then you like women. If you're attracted to masculinity, you generally like dudes. But some guys who like feminine men, or there are some men who like masculine women. I mean, it kind of just depends on what you like. But I truthfully really like extremely feminine women, and but that doesn't mean that I felt that I was put on a desert island and I didn't have anything else to do. Just like any person on earth, I feel that could make me gay, but I feel that could happen to anybody. If you put a woman on a desert island and said she could never have sex with a man, but only a woman, and she would be there for 50 years, then I bet she would, adapt to her circumstances.
It's not about that.
Oh, I'm
Not
pretty.
about the woman one. Because
Oh.
women don't really have the same compulsion to have sex, the same sex drive as men, especially by the time they get older enough. Like, it's not going to happen.
No, this is what I'm saying. You put somebody on a desert island, and there's nothing to do. There's no volleyball. There's no fire. The only thing that they get is food. They'll be bored after enough time that they'll end up fingering each other.
You should test out your theory.
It's kind of like Survivor, I guess. But
You should like turn off all your technology in your room and see how long it takes me to date.
that
I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. I mean, if you were to tell me that I
I'm
could,
sorry, this man.
no, you're fine. It's not mean at all. If you were to tell me that I could never ever date a woman in the future, I don't know if I'd be gay because I'm not really attracted to men. But I would be. I still don't. I don't know. I probably would just masturbate a lot until I die. But I would say that that's because I have entertainment. If you just put me in a plain blank room with a dude and said that I couldn't do anything, like I couldn't stay entertained in any other way but have sex with this man. After 50 years of being bored, I, just like any man on earth, I bet would at least be more open to having sex with a man than if You had all the porn that you needed and video games and all the other things. And, then you don't necessarily need that physical connection. But if you didn't necessarily have that, I could see that some people would be more apt to at least even being perhaps not gay, but just like people in prison. That's a good example. There are dudes who are like total dick slingers outside of prison, but they get into prison and they're in there for 20 years and they end up having sex with men. Do I consider them gay? I consider them, and then they get out and they're back to being straight. I consider them to having, perhaps some of the things they did in jail or prison were of the homosexual variety, but there's a difference between that guy and a guy who just likes to go out and have sex with men voluntarily. There's a huge difference. The guy in jail or prison is bored. And so that's one of the reasons why, and also just yearns for the touch of another person. But do I consider that to be on the same scale of homosexuality as just like a flaming gay dude who's on the outside? No, I think they're different. But I still stand by what I feel is that all people are bisexual. It just depends how bored are you. Like basically, if you have someone who can get any girl they want, then they're gonna and I shouldn't just say that, but like and they're attracted to women, then they're gonna be on the more attracted to the more feminine side of the spectrum than if not. Like there's someone who I knew who was blind, and I have a feeling that if he was gay, and I have a feeling if he was sighted and could do all the other things like the normal stuff of a person, I think that, and he could like pick up chicks, I don't think he would have been gay. Maybe he was just bisexual. I'm not sure. But the fact is, he was put into a tough situation where he couldn't see, and thus it was like difficult for him to pick up women. But there were men who were very open to having sex with him, and so he moved more towards the homosexual end of the spectrum. And then you get people, and it's much more open today to be bisexual, like you, like a lot of women who just like being with other people, just like pleasure. And so that's kind of like the central area. But in conclusion, with how I am, I like really feminine women. I like MILFs, which is generally like really women who are older, more experienced. I find that to be extremely sexy. And on here, I generally just keep friendships platonic. I do get girls in here who like to masturbate to me on camera, which is like, hey, if that's what you like to do, that's cool. I'm not against it. I get dudes who do that too, but I do my best to shut off their cameras. But the girls, I mean, that's cool. And then I get girls.
Wait, it's okay for girls to do it, but not a guy?
I don't want to watch a dude, so I just shut off their camera. But I don't kick them out. I'm generally pretty nice about it. I mean, anybody else, they're going to kick you out. But I don't want to see a dude masturbate to me. That's not attractive to me. But I don't mind if a girl does it. And but I don't necessarily kick them out either way.
What if it's like a really, really feminine?
That's not my thing. I mean, I don't like seeing penises. I have my own penis. Now here's an interesting one, and I haven't delved down this way. Dave Chappelle has a joke from way back in the day where he says, "I have a one penis per fantasy limit," and I get that. I don't want to see another dude's penis. I want to see my own penis, and that's it. However, there is something that is becoming more common. I hear about it a lot in like stand-up comedy and such, but this is not my thing. But it's a chick who gets fucked by a transsexual man, which to me is actually more feminine than just normal heterosexual porn. Does that make sense?
I don't know about that. I think it's just as.
Well,
I think it's definitely more queer.
Here's why. Let's put it
And
this
it also
way.
depends how far along they are in the transition.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's say you're watching normal heterosexual porn. There's one set of breasts, a vagina, and a penis usually, like on separate. Like the penis is on the dude, the breast and the vagina is on the woman. However, in transsexual porn, there are two sets of breasts. I mean, like you said, it depends how long they are. Uh, a penis and a vagina. Like, and again, it depends how long. But basically, it's just the same thing, except there are more breasts, which should be seen as more attractive to a heterosexual person. However, I think that brings into thought that like there are just a lot of men that don't want to think like that, and I get that. But I think it's an interesting query, no pun intended, but basically like
When you say trans man, do you mean like male to female or female to male?
Great question. Male to female. So basically, someone who looks like a woman, except they still have the penis. So basically, if you take someone who looks like a woman, who still has the penis, who fucks a hot woman, that's basically almost like two chicks fucking. It should be seen as hotter to a dude who's very heterosexual because it's like almost like lesbian porn, but it's not. It's transsexual porn, I guess. But it's an interesting. I guess it's becoming more common. That's not my thing. I like MILFs. They're experienced. You don't have to teach them anything. They're mature. They've got everything that I like. So that's my thing. In terms of dudes, if I ever see and hear a dude who's masturbating to me, I don't kick them out, but I do shut off their cameras generally. And then I've had girls do it too. I also get some girls who get really, really I don't want to say connected, but yeah, really, really obsessed with me. And they tell me like when they're with their partner, they think about me and they want to send me pictures and things like that. And that's just going to happen when you're online as much as I am. But that's not really that attractive to me. I've been someone who kind of just been able to be, I don't want to say asexual because I'm still a very sexual being, but very fine with just being on camera this entire time, knowing that at the end of the road, I should be able to have sex with just about any woman I want on earth. Whether that comes to fruition or not, we'll see.
I feel like that's almost a delusion of like grandeur.
Yeah,
Like I feel like at least in your lifetime, you're probably not gonna get that famous. I mean, there's others. Like I know there's this other girl who's been doing this live stream thing, like always, like for the last 3 years as well.
Yeah, but
So,
she.
like,
Hold on. There's a big
it's big
difference.
now.
There's a big difference. She doesn't archive her footage. She's just been live on Twitch. So there's a big difference. Mine's archived. You can just go back on any day of my life and see it. Secondly, no one is tweeting about her right now. They tweet about me every 10 minutes on Blue Sky. Let's see what they've said recently.
But that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. I still don't think that, like, especially in this lifetime, that you're gonna be that famous.
Okay, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. And the same thing would have been said about Joe Rogan when he started his podcast. Hey, nobody gives a shit about you hanging out with your friends. And here it is 13 years later or whatever, 18 years later, and he's made hundreds of millions of dollars from doing this. When he first started, everybody was like, this isn't going anywhere. And that's fine. I haven't done this for 18 years.
For every Joe Rogan, how many didn't succeed?
Anybody who's been doing a podcast continuously for 18 years has been very successful. If they do it as often as he does.
I feel like that's survivorship on it.
Well, if they,
I don't know. I feel like I appreciate your optimism.
Well, talk about it because it's not survivorship bias necessarily. Uh, I get why you would say that, but that would be like saying everyone who's been doing it 18 years has been very successful, but there are people who have quit. I guess it could be considered survivorship bias, but um, there are people who have been doing it for 2 years and been successful at doing it. Look, I do this because it makes me happy. I don't really necessarily like. I like being on camera. It's like
I support you.
there are people
I feel
who.
like I feel like it's a special thing you're doing.
Thank you. There are people who write journals, and we have those to be able to study for hundreds of years, or diaries. This is just my journal or diary. I would be doing the exact same thing at the exact same moment if I weren't on camera, except we wouldn't be talking. But I would be just hanging out, watching Joe Rogan, and I get what you're saying. Like, hey, you haven't been viral in 3 years or whatever. What makes you think that you're going to go viral? If I do it long enough, if I did it for 1,000 years, someone would find out about it and think it's cool. It's just, I just have to continue to do it. Now, it'd be one thing if like no one knew what I was doing, or I didn't have anybody who cared about what I was doing. I have people who just in the last 10 minutes have tweeted about me on Blue Sky, which is cool. I mean, are they happy about what I'm doing? Not necessarily, but they wrote, "What the fuck are these talk to Rabbi on Discord bots, and why are they re-skeeting my friend?" The next person was 18 minutes ago. They wrote, "Wish the stupid Rabbi bot would leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone, though." We've got people who said 34 minutes ago, apparently the rabbi wants my winter cunt, and then took screenshots of something that I retweeted and liked other posts. I didn't do it purposefully. I've been talking to you, but my bots here do that. So enough of that. I mean, it's just like constantly churning out um, uh, basically people who are making comments about me. If I do that for enough time, I'll go viral. I have no doubt about that.
You might go viral. I think I do agree. I think you'll go viral. But like, I don't know if all like virality is like good necessarily. Like, look at like Christian, the most documented person, I guess, before you, right? Like she went viral so many times. He or whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call them, they went viral very, very many times.
Right.
And yet,
but they don't talk
about nothing to help their life.
Yeah, I understand that, but they don't talk about that which I talk about. I talk about anti-gravity, faster than light travel, de-extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading technology. They, from what I know, had some kind of like charges pressed against them for having incest with their mother. I mean, like, we're totally different people. What I do may not be interesting to everybody, but it's interesting to a lot more people than perhaps what that person's doing. And
well, I feel like what they do becomes more viral. It's more like easy to talk about. Like even like about the drama, right?
That
the drama gets clicks.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I will say this: I haven't had a tenth of the amount of virality that they've had. But the second that I do, I'm live in a lot more ways than they are. They're live on one stream. I'm live on 18 different streams right now. That alone is going to be important to me. So that just from the fact that people can watch me from different angles.
I see.
Not only that, I have far more social media than they do. They have essentially one YouTube channel. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels right now. I have over 100 YouTube channels, 200 Instagram channels, accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. And they all have some kind of content to them. it's essentially a treasure trove for people that they'll be able to uncover, discover, discuss, tweet, clip, cut, all of those things. Um, I mean, Chris Chan, I don't follow them. They have some disorders. Uh, that's I mean they're handling this in their own personal way. Uh, I I talk about world peace. They don't talk about world peace. I talk about ending world hunger, ending world thirst. These are major problems that we have in society. I talk about universal basic income and space tourism and terraforming other planets and interstellar and intergalactic travel. Like these are important things in the world, and when the world wants to hear about interesting things, that's interesting. That's going to make people's ears perk up. Not that this guy had sex with his mom or whatever his deal was.
Yeah, but if people want to hear about interesting things, they can like go watch like a channel like Veritasia, where it's all super curated. There's like high level animation by somebody who has like a PhD in like science communication.
That's fine.
So
they can't
like,
talk to that
communicate
person
almost at an
immediately.
expert level.
They can't talk to that person immediately. I'm here to talk to them, and I'm smarter than Veritas or whatever that website is because I have AI. Any question? Yeah, I know more about everything that Veritasia has on their channel, 10 times more, because I use AI. So what do I have?
It's more about the knowledge, because if people only seek knowledge, they could just open up AI and learn it themselves from it.
Absolutely.
You can have a conversation of AI instead of with you. But the thing is, what they seek is a way to make it digestible, to make it entertaining, and to like find the like topics, right? Because a lot of like the topics that Veritasium covers is very I wouldn't say niche, but not widely known by like a greater population. And then he goes down various rabbit holes and it ties it all together very neatly.
Can you talk?
Can
you talk to him? Can you talk to him right now? No, he's doing his own thing. He's editing videos or whatever. You can talk to me right now. We can talk about this. We could watch his video while we.
Yeah, but somebody can watch the video and then like use AI. What service do you provide? Besides being like that middleman.
Perhaps that's what we all are. What service does he provide as being a middleman between the viewer and AI itself?
Quality animations, entertaining storytelling. He brings in other experts upon the field. He shines light upon these issues. I mean,
wait, but his content is limited. He has in total 100 videos, 1,000 videos. I'm
not sure.
Right, I have 3.5 years of content. I could watch every single one of his videos, and that wouldn't still be 1/100th of the amount of data that I have. I'm a time capsule of society. Look, my friend, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to fight with you. AI is going to allow me to be able to edit all of my videos in any way that I want. If you want long form entertainment, if you want to be able to connect with someone, you didn't even know. You knew that I would be here. You knew that I would be able to talk with you. That's what people want. They want to be able to know that there's someone out there, if they ever need to connect with them, that they can. And on top of that, they always have content going. I'm always doing something interesting. Maybe not everybody considers it interesting, but Joe Rogan has a guy on who's talking about psychedelics, and we're just learning about psychedelics on here as I'm just living my life. That's going to be interesting to people. Now, I know you can just watch Joe Rogan by yourself. That's fine. And people do that. Tens of millions of people do that. But at least what I do is you come in here and we could watch it together. We discuss it together. We could watch it in an arena. We could watch it. We could digest it in any way. And any question that we have, we can go to AI and get the answers. I understand. Well, you're just a middleman between a person and AI. Really, everything, every teacher, every professor, every content creator in their own way is just a middle person between them and AI. I understand that someone like Veritas has very nice, attractive clips, and that's great. I have long form content. Other people are going to be interested in that. It's about the story. If I go back to what I was doing 3 years ago, you can go back and you can hear exactly. I have a radio. You can go exactly back and find out what was going on in the world on that given day. Verisia does not have that. No one or very few people have that. You can go back to the day that the Queen died. You can go back to the date that the Pope died. You can see any reaction that I have on these. That's going to be interesting to the world. It's essentially like we have someone who would be a diarist and someone who would be like, well, no one cares what the weather was like where you were, and no one cares what your feelings are. Well, in 100 years, that becomes very beneficial to the world. Other people may say, don't spend your time just writing what happened on a daily basis. That's not interesting to people. What is interesting to people is to write a novel. Okay, well, there are people who write novels out there. That's fine. But those novels only cover a certain span of time and only a certain number of pages. When someone's diary tells us far more about what happened in the here and now during their time than any novel ever would. I, in my own way, am a vlogger. I understand that. But it's like you're comparing a novelist to a diarist. Both are beneficial to society. I'm just more of a journalist or a diarist than someone who would be a novelist.
I see value in what you do, and I support you in continuing it. I just would I'd be a little more skeptical about how world-changing your actions will be. I guess everybody's actions are world-changing in some way.
Absolutely.
I guess I'd be a little bit skeptical about the fame you will achieve in your own lifetime.
Okay, that's fine, and you can be. To paraphrase Margaret Mead, she said it in a similar phrase, don't ever discount the workings of a small group of people or an individual to change the world. It's the only thing that ever has. Basically meaning like every person who's ever changed the world did so as an individual or with a small group of people. Whether it was starting a revolution, whether it was starting an industry, whether it was starting a company, it all started with one person. And that's essentially what this is.
Every lottery has been won by one person.
That's not true.
Extraordinary things happen to many people and many outliers as well. I mean, it could happen to you. I'm just saying. Well, you know what? Have fun.
I appreciate that.
I don't want to poop on your parade here. I don't want to be negative.
And I'd want you
There's
to be.
Nothing. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change what you're doing.
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody will eventually do it.
Yeah, I've been doing it
now or sometime in the future.
Exactly. Well, and I'm doing it. And I have been doing it. And it's not just a story of the world and all of its news. It's a story of an individual. Like, on top of that, where will this really be beneficial? I have more data for AI to be able to study than any person ever. Meaning, like, you have Chris Chandler, that lady on Twitch, but they're only from one angle. I'm from 18 different angles, which is going to be incredibly beneficial to train AI models.
I feel like all of the YouTube, like all of the videos that start on YouTube, there is so much already out there.
But it's only one angle. It's only one, if not two angles at most. The way my hands move, the way that my body moved,
What's stopping a person from recording like somebody's movement via various like 3D trackers, right? They record the movement of a person. They have little light bulbs all over a person.
Absolutely.
Around a room,
like they do
and then they
in movies.
that in a computer, and then they render all of that.
Great.
And they record it from
Absolutely.
thousands, hundreds of thousands of angles, and then feed that into AI.
That's only
like,
for.
That can be done.
Wait, that's only for the amount of time that they do it. It's not for years on end. This is long periods of time. If somebody wants to wear those little balls for 3 years, okay, then they're going to have as much data as I have, but not until then. I get what you're saying. It's a valid point.
You should start wearing the balls as well.
Well,
Start tracking every minute detail.
I know that in the future, all of my videos will be 8K. They'll be essentially have their definition increased automatically, and anyone who would want to be able to track those kind of movements, micro movements, even on my body, would be able to do so. I don't need to wear it. Those balls are just because their cameras aren't that accurate, but in future they will be. I don't do this for really even the here and now. I do it for people centuries from now. And if that sounds just ludicrous, that's fine. I mean, literally, I'm just living my life. It doesn't hurt me. It doesn't cost me any money. I've fortunately been
I
successful.
think what you're doing is really cool.
I appreciate that. I've fortunately been successful in my career that I don't have to work right now. And even when I do, if I do ever need money, I'm a certified project management professional. I do projects so I can make money. But I mean, I don't need to be working your 9 to 5 job like many other people are. So I'm just doing what anybody else would be doing, being on their computer, being on their phone, watching podcasts, watching movies, watching sports, watching just, YouTube videos, learning. It's just the only difference.
Has any of this? I'm sorry, I apologize.
No need to apologize. And I want you to know, Kato, you raise excellent points. I get people in here who suck my dick every single day. Oh, what you're doing is so great, blah, 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 blah. That's great. I need people like you because, I need people to prove wrong in the future. But also, I appreciate the opposite side, the devil's advocate, so to speak. That's important. I don't want to say every single person here. 99 people out of 100 who come in here think that it's the greatest thing that they've ever heard. And I need people to come back and say, what if it doesn't work out? Okay, that's fine. What if YouTube goes down tomorrow? It gets sold off and they don't preserve the data. That's fine. I'm multiting on Twitch and on Rumble and on another 33 different platforms. So it's preserved in one of those. I'm live on Twitter. I mean, one of those will survive. I see this as like we have early video or actually pictures from the 19th century and video from the late 19th century, early 20th century. Those are seen as very fascinating to people today. And we dissect them about the angles and what people were thinking and what were the colors potentially. I think the same with what I'm doing, perhaps in the future. And if they, okay, then it didn't hurt me. What up, dude? How you living, Pim? All right, you want to play a game?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Kato, I'm going to play a game with my friend Zoot. Feel free to stay. You can actually play with us if you'd like. We play on an app called Plato, Plato. If you'd like to play, we will play whatever game you want. It has a bunch of games on it. Zoot, do you want to play darts?
Well, I think I'll be stepping out there.
Okay, excellent. Take care, my friend. Come back whenever you have time.
All right, so I can play for the next 45 minutes because I go to bed.
Okay.
45 minutes, and then I'm gonna wake up about 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow.
You gonna go to the gym?
I'm gonna go to the gym late at night tomorrow.
Dog, I played like shit.
I'm not doing night session.
Is your gym open 24 hours?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
I'm thinking when I move out soon that I'm just gonna go to the gym, just have a shower, so save money on the water bill. Just not
Doug, if you're
have a
worried,
shower at home.
if you're worried about your bills such that you think that you're needing to save money at the gym, you should not move out. You're going to be homeless or back to where you started very soon thereafter.
Why do you say that?
Oh, dude, that was terrible. I mean, how much is water? It's like not that expensive.
Alright, having a shower. How much is having a shower?
Like 50 cents.
How long?
A long shower. Like I'm saying that like you're not going to save that much money at all. If anything, you'll lose money because that means you have to get to the gym. Holy fuck. Which takes time. I mean, if I were you, I would just save my money until I could buy a house. It's stupid of you to just throw away money. That was good, Zoot. Not as good as that. Let's see you match that, son.
6 months ago, I could have bought a very nice house.
Fuck, Zoot. You're playing like a G. Fuck, Zoot. That sucks. Oh, I got you. That's fortunate. 1-1. Zoot, you look at this with a microscope, and you should see it with a microscope. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Playing better.
$14,
So I
$20.
really want to get 2 bullseyes and a 1. Did you say what?
No.
Wow.
No fucking way, dude. That was amazing.
Yeah, we're gonna talk. Why'd you do that?
I wanted you to feel good about yourself.
Why don't you just go for 2 exams?
I wanted you to feel good about yourself.
Why don't you play the most dangerous way to play?
Why not, baby? Busted. $4, $20, 999. Fuck. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. Dog shit, Zoot. I need to change my positioning. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a bust. Fuck. Dude, just put me out of my misery, dog. Get that 15. 2. 6. Nice checkout.
I just thought the worst game there.
Dude, I must have busted 16 fucking times.
Yeah, we played 6 rounds. That's so bad. What's the maximum amount of rounds you can play?
No one knows.
Like, you put it, I played like shit. I'm ready for a triple 20. That's not the triple 20 I was talking about. What if I close my eyes and
Triple 20, dog. That was huge.
but I got a no score.
I got 2 of them, dog.
Do that.
I don't know. I bet this game is so much easier on a tablet.
I bet that was so much easier. Got it. This is triple 20s and stuff.
You got a 1. You got a 20. This is my chance.
You're practically scored the same.
I know. 19. 20.
Are you ready to lose?
Yep. 3. That's not good. 42. Dude, I'm coming back, baby. I'm behind by 18. 25. That's good. 1. 1. I don't know if that was so good. Fuck. Get 2 20s. Double 20.
Rabbi, you won.
20. You fucked up, Zoot. It's double 20, dog. Three.
Why can't I win?
You need to double out.
Then I'm fucked.
I'm
No, you
fucked.
can't win now.
No,
That's the worst.
that's bad.
Double that.
That's really bad.
Not as bad as this.
No.
You have to hit a 1. You had the worst number to get. I'm in a shitty spot. If I hit a 10, I don't pass. So if you hit the number, okay. I don't know who has it man. Worse, man.
Oh, you definitely.
What?
Because I just won. I made a nice comeback there.
Bro, we're close over us.
No. I hate when I do that. Like at 2020 and get 5. I'm gonna get it here. That was
You have your eyes closed too.
that was terrible. 20. 5. 5.
I have my eyes closed. Do you believe that I'm playing with my eyes
Nope.
closed? What? That's terrible.
Zoot, you're gonna lose right now, son. 20. Dude, you made a nice comeback.
My eyes were closed. I swear.
Dude, you got me. Just end it, dude. Just end it.
Eyes closed.
Just. Wow.
I told you my eyes were closed the whole game.
Okay. I don't believe you. Get it, Zoo. 5. 1. Triple 20. Dude, you get so fortunate. Go, Zoo. Zoot, go, dude. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then I'm not playing with you.
Rabbi, they have a better strategy.
I do.
One man time you go off all around.
Dude, I just got 220 points. Let's see you do well.
You'll get better.
Dude. All you need is just one.
Yeah, I was just like from Joe Rogan where he said the McDonald's burgers in California are just fucking cardboard. And then he compared the quarter pound in Australia. He said that he has a friend in Australia and like quarter pounders here at home. And he said over there, he went over there and it's like fucking cardboard.
I don't know what cardboard tastes like. I don't recall what a burger that would taste like cardboard like.
You don't eat hamburgers there. It's not kosher.
Yeah, they are, dude.
Are they?
Yeah, don't tell me what kosher is and isn't. I'm an expert in it. They're definitely kosher if they have kosher meat, don't have cheese, kosher bread. Yeah, generally they're kosher. And it can, if you use basically what's called parve cheese, non-dairy cheese. Or you could have a kosher cheeseburger. My aunt, like my favorite, there's a restaurant known as the Milky Way. It's owned by Steven Spielberg. And my aunt really likes their cheeseburger there. That is an Impossible Burger, just with cheese on it. So there are a bunch of ways to have hamburgers or cheeseburgers. Dude, why aren't you in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 anymore?
Sorry?
Why aren't you in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 anymore?
What do you mean?
Why don't you participate in there anymore?
I am in that.
Why don't you? That's not what I asked. Is why don't you participate?
I do.
When's the last time you spoke with Bitcoin Obama?
2 days ago?
Did he send you dick pics in Snapchat? Dude, I asked you a question. Did he send you dick pics in Snapchat?
Yeah.
Did you like them?
No.
Why not?
Because he started sending me dick pictures and this midget.
Dude, remember that time you had a game invitation and you were jerking yourself off raw and weren't paying attention?
Then give me a second to check something real quick.
You need to check Bitcoin Obama's dick pics in Snapchat?
What live streams?
No one knows. The only thing they know is that you are taking way too fucking long to accept this mini golf game, dog. Do you think you have a better shot or I have a better shot?
Hey. Maybe you know.
Oh no, my shot sucks.
But better. Same throw. But you fucked up. I fucked up. This is an easy miss.
Dude, I just made it like a pimp.
I think I could do this one with my wife's first. We're gonna see a hole in one thing.
Yo, pimp. Yo, pimp. Dude, you are so dog shit. I just had the worst shot of my life. Do it. No, you can't. Oh, do it. Pink. I need the greatest shot of my career. I still didn't get it.
Why was I gonna bump you? Okay.
You better like me. I'm the sexiest person you know. Look at this shot. Zoot, whatever you do, don't fuck up. You could make this.
Then we taught. Oh wait, it's gonna be fun though. Bro, I haven't seen this in like a whole week. I haven't seen this in like a whole week, and we get finished on it. Oh, Fox, you are Fox.
Zoot, put me out of my misery. I've beaten you 11 straight games.
What? We want what?
No, you're gonna win.
How did you have such a fast score?
I wanted you to win.
You know that's a lot.
No, I did. It gets boring beating you every single game, every single time.
Anyway, I gotta go to bed.
All right, we'll go to bed after this game.
Yeah, get up and stand by. I really have to go to bed. You're like, oh, why are you gonna go to bed?
You got 2 8s in a row?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Again, this early on, yeah, it really does suck. I'm gonna play, yeah, off. Remember, my defense sucks.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, but you're so far in front of me.
Not by that much. Oh, baby. Oh fuck, Zoot, you got me. You are whooping me. Zoot, I'm making one of the biggest comebacks you've ever seen, son.
I think I'm gonna win. I meant to say that.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, you got me. All right, go to bed, Zoot.
I know that.
Night, night, big dog. What the fuck is wrong with this one?
You guys weren't ready for this. That's what he said that they're like, what? You just think acid's good? It's like literally the opposite of the Bill Hicks joke. You know, the Bill Hicks joke, like you never hear like a good drug story.
Yeah.
It's always young man on acid, thinks he can fly, like dies.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, but that was the one time, a positive drug story from like a beloved star of a beloved show.
Yeah, it's the most popular TV show in the world at some point.
Yeah.
But about your question about frustration, yes, the answer is yes, but it's important not to be overwhelmed, I guess, by frustration. It's just to continue plodding along. We've just passed MAPS's 39th anniversary, April 8th. I had 1986 is when I started MAPS. And when I started MAPS, I didn't really know that it would ever succeed, that we would ever make MDMA into medicine. It was the height of Nancy Reagan and just saying no, and the escalation of the drug war.
The worst times.
And I realized that it was worth doing, working towards bringing psychedelics forward, whether it worked or not. And that's what really gave me the mindset to not be overwhelmed by the frustration, by how
Look at this.
many obstacles there's been. Because I always had this feeling that we need this kind of healing. We need this access to these experiences. And it's been tragic when we think about the number of veteran suicides, for example, that are happening every year. And if the Drug Enforcement Administration, when they made MDMA illegal in 1985, they did that on an emergency basis. We were in the middle of a lawsuit against the DEA, what's called an administrative law judge lawsuit. And we were challenging this arguments for making it into a Schedule I drug. And we actually won the case.
Wow.
The judge said it should be Schedule III, which means it should be available as a medicine, but it should be illegal otherwise for recreational use. But administrative law judges only give advice to the agencies that they're working in. They don't compel. You have to get out of that into the civil courts. So the judge said Schedule III, and the Drug Enforcement Administration said, no way, we're not going to do that. And their rationale was so wrong. So we sued them in the appeals court. What they said initially was that only the FDA could make a drug into a medicine, not the DEA. But the law was clear that it could be the Attorney General could do that. So the appeals court, when they review agencies' decisions, they don't tell them what to do. They say, you did something wrong, now rethink it. So then the DEA said, okay, we're going to rethink it. And then they came up with a new reason why they were against it. And this was this 8-part standard that was essentially the same as the FDA. So then we sued them again the second time. And we won again in the appeals courts. And so they went back to the DEA and said, you have to come up with another rationale. This one doesn't work either. And then they came up with a 5-part standard that was sufficiently different, but still had phase 3 studies. So it's essentially the same as FDA approval. And finally, the courts upheld that. And that's during this process, it was clear to me that the DEA would not do anything to make this available as a medicine, that we would have to go through the FDA. And that's where MAPS began as a nonprofit psychedelic pharmaceutical company focused entirely on donations. And the intention was to turn it into a generic drug. That because MDMA had been invented by Merck in 1912, it was in the public domain. It was used as a therapy drug before I even knew about it. And then it turned out that the emergency scheduling that DEA did in 1985 was itself illegal. It turned out that the Congress had given the Attorney General the power to emergency schedule drugs, but the Attorney General had never subdelegated that power down to the DEA. So they didn't have the authority to do that. So the people that got busted in the first year were all let go once their lawyers figured this out. So the first move to criminalize MDMA was crime, you could say.
Wow.
But we're stuck. And so when we think about if MDMA had not been criminalized, how many people's lives would have been saved? How many people would have been able to benefit from psychedelics? That's one of the things that we're going to be talking about at the Psychedelic Science 2025 conference, the 16th to the 20th in June in Denver. We have over 500 speakers. We've had over 1,500 applications. There's an enormous amount of research taking place with psychedelics, with psilocybin, with ibogaine, with MDMA, with 5-MeO-DMT, with a whole host. And the healing potential of these are incredible. And yet they've been kept away from people by these prohibitionist laws. And so it's enormously frustrating and tragic. And yet, if we let that overwhelm us, then we're not going to work as hard to make it happen. So I've had to learn how to deal with that frustration.
It's just a gross distortion of the legal system. You know, there's no reason why this should be illegal. As long as you have whiskey and you can get Adderall easily on a prescription, and oxycodone is readily prescribed, this is crazy.
Well, it's counterproductive.
Yes.
It's not even, like stopping a lot of the benefits. It's actually creating more harms. Just as one example, my father was a pediatrician. He's no longer alive, but he worked on the first study with crack babies. He and his partners did the pediatric evaluation. And you remember this in the 80s, this idea was that there's going to be this whole generation of super predators, and these women that were pregnant with crack were having babies that were addicted, and they were going to be mentally deficient and prone to violence, in this whole scenario that Reagan amplified.
Right.
And what my father and his partners found out was that that really these kids could recover, that they could do better, that it was mostly malnutrition, poverty. It's not like fetal alcohol syndrome, that it was really not this direct connection between the crack cocaine and the problems with these kids. But what he found was that the women that were pregnant and were addicted were driven away from...
phone's doing it again, man. Just put it on Do Not Disturb.
Turn it off.
All you boomers, you goddamn gadgets.
Boomers. Yeah. But he found that these women were dissuaded from seeking treatment. Why? Because they were worried that they would have their babies taken away from them, because they were worried they were going to go to jail. So the drug war is counterproductive, in that the people that need the help the most are driven away from seeking it because of the stigma and shame and criminality.
Right. But then they screw up sometimes and do like what Portland did, where they just go, everybody just do whatever you want. And then, unfortunately, you've already set a culture where you've allowed people to do fentanyl in the street and meth and whatever else they want. And then the laws pass where you decriminalize everything. It's legal free for all.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, you have chaos. And then they pulled back the law because it was just too much. People were going there just so they could get high.
Well, that's the important point. What you just said, people were going there. So what that means is that, and we saw this in Zurich. So there was a place in Zurich multiple decades ago called Needle Park, where they decided to provide access to healthcare, access to safe injection sites, things like this for heroin addicts and others in Zurich. And it was working because when you treat people as humans like that, they will often seek other treatment. And then if they're not necessarily criminals, but then people come from all over and overwhelm the capacity because it's this one humane site. And then it became an open air drug market. So just people from all over Europe started coming, and then they had the backlash.
Yeah.
So I think it's something somewhat similar in Portland, where you try some of these things on a local basis, but then it attracts people from all over, and then it turns into the opposite of what they'd hoped.
Right. Yeah, and it's just, I just think also they had gone through the whole defund the police thing. So they were just overwhelmed by cases. The Portland's just out of control. It was a lovely place a few years ago. Just a lovely place. 10 years ago, Portland was amazing. It's all a bunch of sweethearts and hippies. They were like so calm, and something happened, and people got radicalized. And then the tents, the people, the camping on the street. Yeah. Once that happened, and you tolerated people just putting tents up in the middle of the city, it's like, don't ignore these people. Like, either help them out, or tell them they have to move, or do something. You can't just clog up your city with mentally ill drug addicts who are in tents. That's crazy.
It is, and it's hard to have these local solutions because it attracts those people.
Exactly.
So
people probably got on trains to Portland.
They did. So these kind of solutions, I think people take the wrong idea from them. That the solution itself was the wrong idea, but I think it's when you do it on a local basis like that and not have it widely distributed. So basically, the idea is that you have people that have problems with substance abuse of all kinds. We don't criminalize people who are alcoholics. They can go to AA, they can go to other things. They're not stigmatized, and they're not worried that they're going to be arrested.
Right.
And yet they can go for help, and you have a lot of people that actually do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of humane approach. But
that's where we should be leaning as a society. That's a healthy, intelligent society. And also, we should be paying attention to the people that report great benefits. Like, there's just too many. Well, luckily we have guys like Rick Perry. And Rick Perry, who was the Republican governor of Texas, is now really in full support of this Ibogaine initiative. It's wonderful.
Yes. Well, Rick Perry will be speaking at the conference.
Fantastic.
As
Love
will Brian Hubbard.
Brian Hubbard too.
The work that you did to have Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard on your show, and how much that brought attention to the Ibogaine possibilities, was incredible.
Well, it's my feeling is if a guy like Rick Perry, who's this like straight-nosed, conservative, right-wing kind of guy, if he can open up his eyes to that and open up his heart to that, it's available for everybody. And there's this very binary position that people take in regards to their thoughts on psychedelics. It's either it's for losers and people that want to escape reality, or if you're on the side of the people that have experienced it, you don't get any of that, which is so weird for me. So the people that think that it's for losers and it's all just a bunch of people just trying to escape reality and they're lazy, and none of those people saying that have ever done it. So if you can get just a few of them to do it and tell their friends, if we had like legitimate therapy centers, because everybody needs a little help. Yes. I'm not saying you need to get off heroin, I'm not saying you're coming back from Afghanistan. I'm not saying anything crazy, but like everybody could use just a little therapeutic help to give you a fresh perspective. And I think if that was available to a lot of people that are just generally depressed, I think we could change the tone of the country. I really do. Because one of the things that bums me out the most about, especially the interactions that people have on social media, is like it's all negative. It's all negative. You're living in these rare moments. You have a finite amount of time. 100 years is so quick. It goes by so fast, and you're wasting it, yelling at people on Twitter for what? For what? Like commenting on things all day long in anger and disgust and look where this country is. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone's perspective needs a little help, needs a little pick-me-up, just a little something to go, I think we're okay. I think we're going to be okay.
I think that there are so many possible benefits from having psychedelic clinics all over.
All over, yeah.
I mean, we're talking about right now, there's several thousand ketamine clinics. But one of the issues with ketamine clinics is that many of them provide ketamine without therapy.
Whoops.
So I
I met a lot of those people.
Yeah, yes. So I think the key point is that when we talk about psychedelics, when we talk about the clinics, it's not here, take this pill.
Right.
It's here, take this pill in a therapeutic context with therapists there to help you process the emotions.
With an expert, someone who's experienced it themselves who can help you.
Yeah, and then with the therapy afterwards, which we call the integration process. So it's not just the experience itself, it's the preparation to be open to whatever happens. It's the experience. And then I just was the other day with a woman, Gul Dolan, who is a neuroscientist. And what she's talked about and what she's discovered is that psychedelics are these rare substances that have they'll open up what they call the critical periods. So it's neuroplasticity. It's this ability to rewire your brain that stays for sometimes weeks or longer. With Ibogaine, it can be several months after you have the experience. So that the therapy that happens afterwards, the work that you do to integrate it, has special potential to make long-term changes in your behavior, in your brain circuitry. And so psychedelics are unique among substances. People are trying to develop non-psychedelic psychedelics that do have this neuroplasticity property, but they open up this potential for long-term change if you do the therapy afterwards, if you focus on trying to, what the insights that you had during the experience, and then try to make them into permanent behavior patterns.
That's really fascinating. It's also so typically human that we try to develop non-psychedelic versions of the same thing. Like we can do better than nature. Yeah, God was onto something, but he had an early plan. It wasn't really fleshed out yet.
Right. Well, one of the things that was really impactful for Rick Perry was Morgan Luttrell, who's now a member of Congress.
Right.
And so Morgan had very terrible trauma from his military service and eventually was able to experience Ibogaine. And from that, he was able to get a lot better. And there's a researcher, Nolan Williams, who will also be at the conference, who's done work with Ibogaine and a lot of the Navy SEALs and others who have gone down to Mexico, and he's done studies of their brains with traumatic brain injury. And it's shown before and after that some of them actually do have this recovery from traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. It's also helps people with other neurological disorders. Like it's helped people with Parkinson's, right?
Yes, and that is where it could make sense in certain ways to have non-psychedelic psychedelics.
Right, but also, why not? If Ibogaine's working,
well,
get him on that. You already have Parkinson's. Are you scared?
Well, and then and then you get the insights though as well.
Yes.
So, but there's people that might not want that. It's difficult.
But why do they not want it? They don't want it because of propaganda. They don't want it because someone, there's the stories of like Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd, or you know what I mean? Like stories of people losing their mind. And that's what people are terrified of. I think with some people, honestly, that's a valid point. Now that you're saying that, there's a bunch of people that are like very psychologically vulnerable, and maybe a profound psychedelic experience wouldn't be tenable. They wouldn't be able to handle it. That's possible. There's a bunch of people that they're in a bad state. Maybe they're on a ton of medication just keeping them stable. They can't do psychedelics. Maybe a non-psychedelic version of it that rewired their brain would be beneficial. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, there is actually a situation with cluster headaches. So cluster headaches are like suicide headaches. They're worse than migraines. And there was, this is now back around 2003, a bunch of the people who had cluster headaches, one of them went to a party, did mushrooms, and found that it postponed the cycle and would interrupt the cycle of these cluster headaches, which are terrible. And so they contacted me, and they formed this group called Cluster Busters. And they said, we don't want to be criminals anymore. We'd like to study this. Can you help us study this? And I live in Boston right next to McLean Hospital, which is a part of Harvard Medical School. And I approached them and I said, would you want to study these people with cluster headaches? And they said, sure, this is really interesting. So they brought in all these people and checked their medical records and determined that this was really the case, that psilocybin and LSD block cluster headache cycle and postpone the next cycle. And so we did all this research, and then the next step would have been to actually give LSD or psilocybin to people with cluster headaches. And the people at Harvard like, oh, Timothy Leary, he was here, we don't want to do this. So all of that.
They ruined it for everybody.
Well, we're trying to get over that, but they did. And but then the people at Harvard said, well, we will do this LSD or psilocybin, but only if it's the last resort. Only if everything else fails. So the scientists, Torsten Passy and John Halpern, decided that they would use a non-psychedelic version of LSD called bromo LSD. And the plan was that they would give this bromo LSD to a bunch of people with cluster headaches. It would not work. And then they would come back and say, hey, we need to do this LSD and psilocybin research. So I said, okay, that makes sense. We have no idea why LSD or psilocybin works, but it's probably connected to the psychedelic properties of it. And so they did this study at Hanover University in Germany, and I kept waiting for the results, and they wouldn't, I heard nothing. And then after months, they finally said, we didn't want to tell you, but the bromo LSD works even better than the LSD and the psilocybin, because with LSD, it's effective in micrograms. For psilocybin, you take 25 milligrams for a major trip. But with bromo LSD, you can give large amounts of it because you're not getting high. And whatever it does, it's still a mystery what it does in the brain, but it works better. You just flood the brain. So that's actually a good example of a non-psychedelic psychedelic for a physiological problem that could make sense as a medicine.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense with the dose, especially.
Yeah.
But that's great, though. At least that way, we found something out.
Yeah. And actually, when they finally told me that it worked, and they didn't want to tell me, I said, I'm interested in psychedelic therapy. I'm also what's best for patients. So that if this bromo LSD is best for patients, that's great. It's not upsetting me at all because we're talking about it anyway for a physiological thing, and I'm interested in the therapy part of it. And so, unfortunately, talk about being frustrating. Harry Turnbull is a philanthropist and is trying to make bromo LSD into a medicine, but he's been unable to raise all the funds that he needs to do that. And so this was a treatment for a terrible disorder that was identified over about 20 years ago, and it's still not been made into a medicine. And so those are the things that are frustrating because it's not even psychedelic.
Right, that's crazy. It's just too close to psychedelic.
We trivial.
It's too related by
having sex with Jackie Jeremy Kersey.
Yeah, so Morgan Drell was a big example
On
to
the set.
educate Rick Perry. Morgan will be at the conference. Congressman Jack Bergman
The Cosby
is
Show.
doing an effort in Washington to have a group that's trying to collect a lot of support, bipartisan support, to make psychedelics into medicines. We'll be there.
Hey,
the military aspect of it is very important because they're generally very right-wing guys and women. They serve the country. They're hard-nosed, disciplined people. If they get experience, they can realize. I've always said that I try to act as a bridge between the meatheads and the potheads.
You are a good bridge for that.
I'm a bridge.
Here I am. I'm you know what Timothy Leary said, which is phenomenal, and tell me if this is true for you.
Okay.
He said, if you want to be a bridge, you have to get used to being stepped on.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty used to get stepped on. Yeah. But I mean, not necessarily for those positions. Because the idea of pot and a lot of these other things is that it makes you lazy. And we have a really hard time convincing anybody that I'm lazy. That's very hard. I'm pretty disciplined. I don't believe that's the case. I don't think it's just... I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You have to have either discipline or be able to enjoy expanding your consciousness. I think, in fact, it enhances your perspective, which enhances the understanding of the value of discipline and hard work, and of honesty, and of doing things the right way. If you do things the right way, you genuinely feel better. And if you ever have trips, like whatever, even in the sensory deprivation tank, like sober getting in there, they're better when you live the right way. You don't have any demons or as many. You don't have any regrets. You know, do the right thing. Be a good person. Like it's not that hard to do. And the fact that it's been conflated with laziness and ne'er-do-wells and all that stuff, like that's nonsense. Some of the most ambitious people I know smoke weed. Some of the most hard-working, interesting, creative people I know smoke weed. They enjoy it.
Well, one of the best examples is Carl Sagan.
Yes, one of the best examples.
And
yes.
he had to hide that, though,
He
for
did.
decades because he was worried he would lose his security clearances.
I was trying to tell that to someone who was a scientist once off air, and they didn't believe me. I'm like, how do you not know? How do you not know Carl Sagan was a huge pot smoker?
Right. Well, Lester Grinstrom was a doctor at Harvard Medical School. He was one of my mentors, and he was close personal friends with Carl Sagan. And Lester was an expert on medical marijuana. And he had a book about experiences with marijuana. Carl Sagan had to tell his story under a pseudonym because he didn't really want to be known for that. But
well, it's a different time period, and that's why guys like him are so brave. You know, just to talk about it at all, you could risk everything. He was the guy explaining science and astronomy to everybody, and explaining the cosmos. We found out that guy's a stoner. Like, oh, it's all out the window now.
Oh yeah, and his wife Andrea was on the board of directors of the NORML, to legalize marijuana, the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws.
It's very frustrating for me because when I was a young man, I remember thinking that eventually all this will be worked out, and you know, by the time I'm 35 or something like that, there won't be any more drug laws about things that are beneficial. I really did believe that. Now I'm 57. I'm like, oh my God, it's not changing. Oh my God, this shit's taken forever. It's been decades of everyone knowing, decades of the internet. Before the internet, you kind of propaganda was very effective. You know, the reefer madness stuff and all that craziness that they pumped into people's heads. Like, that was the 1930s, man, and that's still effective today. There's still people today that believe all that stuff.
Well, you just shared with me before we started talking about the Texas law that's trying to, if you could maybe share a bit about that.
Ken Paxton, who I've met, I like him, very nice guy. I don't know why he did this, but Austin had decriminalized marijuana. So apparently the Attorney General's office sued Austin. And what is the ruling on that? I don't know if they even have acted on this or if they're going to appeal or what it is. But, like, here's the thing about something that's not fully legal. And I've talked about this before, so I apologize if anybody's heard this. John Norris, who's a friend of mine, who's been on the podcast, who was a game warden in California. And he found a diverted stream, and they were trying to figure out what's going on. They figured some farmer fucked up, and, like, what's going on here, and, like, fish were dead. And so he's a game warden, so they have to track down what happened with the stream. Finds this huge grow-up in the middle of the national forest, run by the cartel. And then his entire operation in the decades future becomes a tactical force with bulletproof vests and dogs and guns fighting the cartel in the forest, in national forest, because they were growing it all in America and then just selling it. Like 90%, I believe he said 90% of the marijuana that was sold in states where it's illegal was coming from California. And they were using very dangerous pesticides and herbicides, stuff that's completely illegal if you were growing it naturally, if you were growing it normally. And because it's illegal, you have organized crime that's providing it to people. Like, if it was legal, we could only buy it from, like, you buy your fucking groceries, you buy organic fruit, right? You buy organic vegetables, you buy organic marijuana. You would know the people who are growing it. You could meet the farmers, just like you can meet people from White Oak Pastures. You'd meet people from fucking Happy Green Farm. And you would know where you're getting your stuff. You know there's no fentanyl in it, which is apparently they're talking about that now.
Yeah.
You're not helping anybody. You're only hurting people. Now, if your goal is just to hurt as many people as possible, yeah, make more laws. Yeah, keep locking people up. Lock people up for things that don't hurt anybody, even themselves.
Well, the other part of it is the tax money.
Yes.
too. When you're letting all this money go to the underground, to the cartels, to the criminal gangs, you're alternatively you could have it as taxes, and it could make it easier on the rest of us.
I could see as an argument if you were the Attorney General, you said you are propping up organized crime by allowing it to be decriminalized, and the people that are growing it and selling it in Austin, or the people that have it in Austin, are all committing crime, so they're probably cartel people. Or I could see that argument, kind of. But you know what the fucking solution to that is? Make it legal. This is dumb. We can just buy whiskey anywhere, which I love. Nothing wrong with it. But you can go buy. I have a bar. You know, I'm a drug dealer. Literally, I'm a drug dealer. I have a bar. I own a bar. I sell drugs. Alcohol's a fucking drug. It's just a sanctioned legal drug that we pay taxes for. And, you know, the Alcohol Commission has to check, make sure we're doing everything right. But it's drugs. And it's way more dangerous.
And prohibition of alcohol, actually, in the 20s, led to organized crime in America.
Yes. Al Capone. All that stuff propped up organized, but also led to NASCAR too. You know, pretty cool. They figured out how to soup up some cars to get away from the cops. Right. That's what NASCAR came from. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. But it's so dumb. It's so like, and everyone who enjoys a little alcohol with a drink at a social gathering, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Let people do what the fuck they want to do. We're all going to die someday. And if people are having good or bad experiences on any of these substances, it's up to them to manage their experiences. Like, I don't get along with alcohol. I won't drink alcohol. I don't get along with marijuana. I don't want to try it. Okay, good. That's okay. It's all fine. But, like, let people who enjoy it have it. It's dumb.
Well, this idea that we're all going to die one day, one of the most important uses of psychedelics is to help people at the end of life who are scared of dying. And also for palliative care. So there's a lot of research that's been done with people with life-threatening illnesses who are anxious about dying and have received either MDMA or psilocybin or LSD in the 60s. So that the kind of big fears that we have about illness and death, when people are not able to process those fears, it just gets worse and worse.
I wonder how many people Larry Hagman turned on. You know what I mean? That day on CNN, there's probably millions of people watching. Larry Hagman saying, "Well, I'm not afraid of death." He said, "I had an LSD experience, and I realized that it's all just connected."
Yeah. Well, if it wasn't for my mother-in-law reading his book, you know, and he became a big supporter of MAPS, and he spoke out in public. Those are the kind of dialogues that change people's minds.
Yeah.
You know, there's been some. We have a lot of. I live in Massachusetts, where marijuana is legal. Marijuana is legal in California and Colorado, and all these states. They're doing really well economically.
Oh, it's a huge tax bill. Especially like Colorado had the craziest taxes. When was it like 39% or something at one point? And everybody's like, okay. Because it's, first of all, economically, like if you want to go out for a night drinking, that's going to cost you a couple $100. You know, buying a round of drinks for your friends, round of drinks here or there. It's you a couple $100 worth of marijuana. You're stoned for a month. Like you're just stoned forever. And if you have to pay 39% tax, like okay, like I hope it fixes streets. Like I'll give you my tax money. I'm not scared of paying. I want to pay taxes if you were doing good stuff with it. Is it helping pay for the schools? Great. Let's get great schools and a lot of people smoking weed legally, but not kids. You know, that's the other thing. Like, we need education for children to let them know, like, it's not good to alter your state of consciousness, especially on a regular basis when you're young. There's some developmental issues that come along with abuse.
Well, this is with abuse, for sure. Abuse, definitely for sure. One of the things that's pretty interesting is look at the cultures that have successfully integrated psychedelics, like, for example, the ayahuasca churches that are in Brazil, or the Native American church that uses peyote, often for Native Americans that have problems with alcohol. I was out on a Navajo reservation, this is about 20 years ago, and it was for a Native American church peyote ceremony. And one of the Navajo men brought his 9-year-old son to take peyote and spend the night with us.
Whoa.
And
peyote's mescaline, right?
Peyote's mescaline, yeah. And Wachuma is from San Pedro. Cactus is also that has mescaline in it. But this 9-year-old did not take the same amount of peyote as the rest of us, but he took more appropriate for his body weight. And it's within a cultural context, within a family context, within a religious supportive context, these cultures tend not to have age limits.
Right.
So I think when you talk about the developmental problems that come from abuse, that's totally the case.
Well, I
But
think
when
that
you talk about occasional use for inspiration, particularly when
in a ceremonial
in a
setting.
ceremonial setting,
Yeah.
which has been for centuries and centuries, they've refined it. There's no neurological damage that comes to your brain from mescaline.
Right. Ceremonial settings are very important, and I used to think it was foolishness. I think ceremonies, like, get the fuck out of here with your ceremony. I was cynical, but I think that, and even rites of passages, like into adulthood, I just think that was foolish too. But then I realized, like, wow, a lot of people have a hard time determining if that they're an adult, and they stay kind of infantile for their entire life. And especially someone that's like really coddled by their parents and overprotected helicopter parents, and you never developed the ability to be solitary and just to be out there on your own and autonomous. And things that are important should be treated with respect. And that's where I think ceremony comes in.
Yeah, one of the things that I think has led to my interest in lifetime use of psychedelics was been the failure of my bar mitzvah to actually turn me into a man.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because I'm the
You
oldest.
thought you were going to be a man. That's it. I'm
Well,
going to be a man.
I wanted to avoid all the awkwardness of adolescence. I'm the oldest of 4 kids. So I had no older siblings to tell me. And we did this rite of passage, and it's been used for thousands of years. And I just had this idea that there would be some visitation from God of some way, that I would be one thing the morning of my bar mitzvah, and I would be something different the next morning. And I remember waking up in bed the next morning after my bar mitzvah, and I'm like, I'm the same. This particular rite of passage didn't work. And you're 13, you're not so smart. And I was like, well, God must be busy. A lot of people got bar mitzvah. It's like Christmas, and
Like,
you're
eventually God's going to get to me.
Yeah, and so every day for a week, I would wake up and think, is today the day? Am I different? Nothing happened. And then finally, another week and another bar mitzvah Saturday came along, and I realized that if I was on a list, I have now been dropped off the list completely, because there's all these new people bar mitzvah. And the rites of passage that we do have, I believe, probably worked in the past for a lot of people. And they did have this demarcation between different ages. People didn't used to live that long either. So 13 was kind of a transition point.
Right.
But it was when I was 17, almost 18, that I first did LSD. And one of my very first thoughts was, this is what my bar mitzvah should have been. Because, you're like, who am I?
Right.
Where do I fit in?
Right.
I'm sort of, my ego sense is dissolving a bit from LSD. I'm connected to something bigger and larger than myself.
Right.
I thought, this is the courage, the test of courage. This is the test of manhood. This is something that is a part of a rite of passage. So for me, the psychedelics became the rite of passage when the religious rite of passage didn't have the same impact as I had hoped it would.
That's fascinating. Yeah. It's interesting too to talk about not restricting it for young people. And I thought about like wine in Europe, because kids in Europe, particularly kids in Italy, they don't have the drinking problem that kids have in America. When high school kids in America get a hold of alcohol, they get drunk and ridiculous, and because they're doing something naughty.
Yeah.
But kids are normalized to the just regular consumption of a glass of wine with dinner. It's normal.
Well, and then in the U.S., where when kids do experiment, because they're worried about being caught with things, they tend to not use wine, but they tend to use stronger drinks.
Right.
So they call that sort of the iron law of prohibition, that when you prohibit something, it moves more and more to more concentrated, more powerful forms of that drug.
Hence fentanyl.
Yeah, or even cocaine, when if you could have coca-tea. I mean, Andy Weil has been promoting for decades and decades this idea of coca-tea.
Yeah, I had that once.
What did it feel like?
I couldn't shut up. I was like, oh my God, thank God I've never done cocaine. I was telling my friend Doug, I was like, I don't think I could shut up. But it wasn't anything crazy. I think that chewing the leaves is supposed to be like super beneficial and actually even healthier than coffee.
Yeah, there's a lot of nutrition in the leaves.
Doesn't it fuck your teeth up though?
Well, if you do anything too much, it can. But it's something.
You sound like an apologist. You sound like.
Well, I think it's this idea that appropriate use. Well, Paracelsus is the one of the early physicians, and he said the difference between a medicine and a poison is dose.
Right. Well, yeah, salt will kill you. Eat a pound of salt, see what happens.
Water, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, people
drink
are
too much water. Yeah.
Yeah, hyponatremia. You dilute your.
I remember a lady died because she was trying to win a PlayStation for a kid at a morning radio show. She was trying to drink the most water. Oh, crazy. Yeah, who knew? I guess no one knew then. But people are pretty aware now because of frat parties, hazing. They've had kids do that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has been happening in terms of the raves and ecstasy use, so that occasionally people will overheat and die from MDMA, where you dance all night, you don't drink adequate fluid, and you can get hyperthermia. And there are some cases. So that's one of the dangers of ecstasy use outside of therapeutic context. And so people have heard, okay, now I need to drink fluids in order to not overheat. And there have been cases of people that have died from drinking too much water.
Well, I can counter that because there's a bunch of people that have died from too much exercise. There's something called rhabdomyolysis that people get when you over-exercise, where your protein starts breaking down, your kidneys can't process it. You start peeing brown. It can be totally deadly. You can push yourself too hard and die from exercise too.
Yeah.
How many people every year die of rhabdo? Google that, because I know it's very common in the CrossFit world because people are competitive with exercise, which is not necessarily the great. Like a lot of people I know that are trainers do not like the concept of CrossFit because it's doing exercises that are just supposed to strengthen your body and condition your body, but doing them in a competition setting where it's like unlimited amount of repetitions. As many as you can get in X amount of time, or and then they have these games where people play where they might not be conditioned enough to sustain the workload that they're putting forth, and then they get rhabdo, and it's fairly common. Like I know multiple people that have had rhabdo. Yeah, how many people died?
So it doesn't say that, but it says there's 26,000 cases reported annually, and about 5% of those lead to mortality. 5 to 20%.
That's a lot. There's a lot of people that die. That's probably more than people drink water and die. I guarantee that's more. I bet drinking water, so much water you die, is probably fairly rare. But I think that rhabdo stuff is super dangerous. Yeah.
You're reminding me of something funny. David Nutt was the drug policy advisor for the British government, and he did a ranking about the dangers of all these different drugs. And what he found was that the psychedelics were at the very low end of the dangers. And so he talked about how horseback riding was more dangerous than ecstasy.
Oh, yeah. It's super dangerous, man. People fall and break things all the time.
Yeah, and so he got fired for that because he was telling the truth. He was making people love horseback riding in England.
Oh, that's crazy.
So what MAPS did is that we...
you got fired for telling the truth.
Well, he was the drug policy advisor saying things that people did not want to hear.
Maybe he should have got his job description down before he started yapping. Like, what am I trying to do here for real?
Well,
you really want to know my opinion, or do I have an angle that I'm supposed to be headed towards? Can you guide me?
Yeah. So we did something similar. We looked at cheerleading.
Oh yeah.
And we looked at the emergency room visits on a per person visit for the percentage of people that do cheerleading that go to the emergency room versus the percentage of people that do ecstasy. And cheerleading is more dangerous.
Oh yeah, they fly through the air, man.
Yeah.
They bang heads sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a poster that we made. It said, "Give me an E."
Oh God, that's so silly. But here's the thing: it's like we allow multiple dangerous things. Like horseback riding is one thing. How about bull riding? Totally legal, super dangerous, like super duper dangerous. I mean, we allow BMX riding. You should, of course, allow that. I'm a martial artist. Like, I know how many people have accidentally died doing martial arts. A ton. It's real. There's a ton of activities that people enjoy. Skydiving. They enjoy bungee jumping. Legal. All legal. Amusement parks. Legal.
Yeah. Well, I think that in those circumstances, people believe that there's benefits that outweigh the risks.
Amusement parks?
People enjoy them.
Oh, people enjoy psychedelics.
Yeah, but I think that's the critical issue is that people have got, as you started off by saying, people think that if you take these drugs, there's no benefits, you're hallucinating, you're running away from reality, you're not paying attention to what's really going on, you're making yourself more vulnerable, you're going to fly out a window, apply.
Well, it's just like we need a comprehensive addressing of the actual real landscape of what these things are, what the benefits are, and just this addressing of the impact of propaganda. The sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970, the whole William Randolph Hearst connection to marijuana illegalization, which was right after alcohol prohibition, so they were looking to put these agents back out into the field. All that needs to be like comprehensively explained to the American public to reinform people, because I think people are they have the general population that doesn't listen to podcasts like this and doesn't get online and search these things. You have these conceptions that are entirely formed by propaganda, and they're not based on real anecdotal experiences, real science, real data. And also the problem with that too is there's real side effects of some of these things. Those need to be understood. How do you understand them? We have to make them legal and do tests and studies. Maybe people have gene expressions that, maybe they shouldn't be doing this thing, but they can do that thing,
Yeah, I think this idea that, for me, how do we break through the wall of propaganda?
Right.
And for me, the idea has been we go to where the suffering is, we go to where the science is, and we try to make things first into medicines. And I think that's where people are willing to listen.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all this propaganda and all these fears, it has to be that there's some corresponding benefit that overwhelms your sense of fear that you're willing to take a look.
Right.
And that's where you go to where the suffering is. And that's where with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that we've been able to do remarkably is with psychedelics, they're one of the few things that are out of the culture wars these days. There's bipartisan support for psychedelic research. And it's because we went to where a lot of the suffering was, sympathetic patients. Most of the people in our studies are women survivors of sexual abuse. Most of the people with PTSD are women. But most of the media attention goes to the veterans. And people put veterans on a pedestal. And if so many of them, there's different estimates, but it's, 18, 22 or more per day commit suicide. And you can end up avoiding a lot of that by helping them process the traumas that they experience.
And again, it's like we were talking before, it's the bridge.
Yeah.
That's the real bridge. The bridge is these, hard-nosed, right-wing guys who have these experiences, become better parents, become better friends, just like reintegrate into society, make peace with the past. It's totally possible, and that these tools are being so underutilized to so many vulnerable and needy people. So many people just fucking need the help.
Yeah, one of the speakers at the Psychedelic Science Conference is Sharif Elnahal, who was the undersecretary of the VA.
Wow.
And he's become very passionate about what he's seen from those people that have done, the veterans that have done MDMA-assisted therapy inside the Veterans Administration. But it took MAPS 25 years, starting in 1995, we were offering money to the VA to do MDMA research, until 2021, when the first veteran received MDMA inside the VA from VA therapists.
Wow.
So talk about frustration. Think about the number of people that have committed suicide from when we started offering to the VA to do it. But it was the propaganda, it was the stigma that made it so that they were not willing to do it. What's most amazing today is that Congress gave $10 million to the Department of Defense for MDMA-assisted therapy research in active duty soldiers.
Oh, wow.
So there's a $4.9 million grant that went to Dr. Aaron Wolfgang at Walter Reed, and it's going to be giving MDMA-assisted therapy. There's another $4.9 million grant that went to a group called Strong Start that's in San Antonio, here in Texas, elsewhere, and they're connected with Emory University. And so they're going to combine MDMA with a therapy called prolonged exposure, where you talk about the trauma over and over. But that's very re-traumatizing. There was a study that the Veterans Administration did that took them about 6 years. It was 916 veterans, and it compared two therapies that they used, both non-drug therapies for treating PTSD. One was called prolonged exposure. The other was cognitive processing therapy. And what they showed is that around half the people are in the study drop out because the therapy itself is re-traumatizing. Because you're just forced to go over the trauma, over and over, and that's supposed to desensitize you. And if you can stay in it, it can be helpful, but it re-traumatizes so many people. So what we've shown is working with the MDMA with the veterans is that they're able to process the trauma, the fear reduction from the MDMA, reducing the activity in the amygdala, the fear processing part of our brain, that you can, once you can approach these things that have felt like will tear you apart, they'll be overwhelming, you can't really go away from them, but they never really be either, that then you can process it. So this study that will be done here in Texas with active duty soldiers, again, is going to be a combination of MDMA with prolonged exposure. The Walter Reed study is combining MDMA with what they call acceptance and commitment therapy, different kind of approaches.
How do they decide which approach?
Well, this is going to be research trying to different kinds
so
of.
Do multiple ones, just see what's the most effective.
Yeah, and I think that with MAPS has started funding studies combining MDMA with cognitive processing therapy as well. But the one that I think is the most potentially most valuable is called cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy. Conjoint means couples or dyads. And so what happens is the designated patient, the veteran of PTSD, is where the attention is focused. But when they have PTSD, it affects their families, it affects their partners. And so cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy was developed by this woman, Candace Monson, at the Boston VA. And that's where they bring in the partner as well as the veteran, and they both get therapy. And so back in 2014, when finally I was working with Richard Rockefeller and his cousin, Senator Jay Rockefeller, who was on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, and they finally convinced the FDA and the VA to be willing to let MAPS support research with MDMA. They said that they would not let it, they wouldn't refer veterans, they couldn't do it inside the VA, we had to pay for it, but that the first thing they wanted us to do was combine MDMA with cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy, where both people now get MDMA. And the results were better than anything they've ever got before in studying this therapy, both in reduction of PTSD, but also in strength of the relationship.
Do they combine it with 5-HTP or anything like that to sort of bring back your levels?
The answer is no. People do use 5-HTP and it can be helpful, but
he's playing with it though.
Yeah, so 5-HTP is your precursor for serotonin. So when we started research with the FDA, this was now 1992. The very first time that they permitted MDMA research was 1992. And as I said, MDMA had been used as a therapy drug since the middle 70s through the 80s, criminalized in 85. And people have felt that sometimes, and I think it's very much the case, that you're tired after MDMA, that people talk about a serotonin depletion.
Right.
And so when you take 5-HTP, that can be helpful. But when we started with the FDA, they said, all this information that you've got from before, from underground use or from before when it was still legal, doesn't matter to us. Really, everything has to be done under direct supervision of FDA-approved studies. And they said, don't assume that you're going to have problems and you're going to use MDMA plus 5-HTP or something. Just start with the MDMA, see what problems you get, and then you can start. So the way we think about MDMA therapy is that it's really not a one-day thing, it's a 2-day, in the sense that the second day is for rest, it's for having no obligations, no appointments, and the therapists come back and do more integrative therapy the next day. And also, we do the therapy during the day. It starts at 10 in the morning. It's an 8-hour session, so often people can get sleep that night. And we don't see more low mood or more tiredness in the people that get MDMA than in the people that got therapy without MDMA. So we were never felt that the need to introduce 5-HTP. We didn't have evidence of symptoms that required this. But I think it's because we talk about it as a 2-day experience. The other part is that when people take MDMA at raves or parties and things like that, often they're drinking, they do it at night, they don't get full sleep. The next day they don't just take the day off, often they go into activities.
Right.
And so
exhausted.
And they're exhausted.
Yeah.
And so I think that this concept that we've developed is this really thinking about it as a 2-day experience where there is this low energy, but it can be productive in terms of trying to work on the issues that came up during the MDMA experience or the PTSD or depression or whatever it is. Now, there's a project at a place called Sunstone, which is a therapy center outside in Rockville, Maryland. And they've worked with cancer patients who are anxious about dying, and they have brought in their partners to the therapy, and both of them get MDMA as well. So these are all under FDA-approved studies. And they found that that was tremendously effective as well, because when your partner's got a life-threatening illness, it doesn't just affect them, it affects you as well. And often the therapy is focused again on the designated patient. So this kind of broadening the sense of who it is that is going to be treated and bringing in people's partners, I think is going to be very important. One of the works, Marcus and Amber Capone, who've done work with vets, they've brought probably by now about 1,000 veterans down to Mexico for Ibogaine. And they have also started bringing their partners as well. They realize that you need to think about this as a family setting and to try to treat the entire family context. This raises another issue, which is to talk about group therapy. So the scale of the trauma, in America, there's 13 million PTSD patients. This is the estimate by the Veterans Administration. In Ukraine, we've got an entire country. When I was there, practically every family knows someone or has someone that has been injured or killed. And so you've got massive population-based trauma. And to think about treating people as individuals is really important, but it's going to be hard to scale because of the limited number of therapists and psychiatrists and the cost of doing that. So the FDA has wanted all the research with LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, 5-MeO-DMT to start on an individual basis. But there's new studies now that are going to be working on group therapy. So one of the first in America was at the Portland, Oregon VA. And it was 4 therapists for 6 veterans. And it started out where each one got an individual session first, and then they got a group session. And there's 2 basic kinds of trauma in the military. One is war-related or accident training related, and the other is what they call military sexual trauma. There's a lot of sexual abuse by veterans or by military active duty people of other people in the military, and they call that military sexual trauma. And so what they've learned is they have to separate those groups when they do the group therapy, because if you're a military person who's been abused by other people in the military, that you might not feel safe if you're in a context of group therapy. So they've done separate the groups, but they found that the groups do terrific with supporting each other afterwards in this integration process. And so what they've done is they've realized, though, that the design they had initially was an individual session and then a group session. And after they did 2 cohorts of the 6, they realized that the people felt they needed a third MDMA session, and they wanted that also as a group, not as an individual. There's a project in Australia that's going to be climate-related PTSD from floods that they've had related to climate, and so they're going to be doing group therapy there. And there's an incredible project that's developing in Israel that's for people traumatized on October 7th. And there's going to be groups of 7 with 2 therapists, 2 assistants. But the Ministry of Health has taken a while to review this application. It's funded by charitable donations. The MDMA is coming from Canada. But what the Ministry of Health in Israel has wanted is, and this is the first study ever, where it's going to be direct comparison of individual therapy versus group therapy. So everybody is ready to have one or the other. You get randomized to either individual or group, and it will be a direct comparison. And so I think, like, when we think about AA, when you think about peer support, I think you can go deeper when it's individual therapy because you have more focus. You're not thinking about other people. You go deeper. But when you're in a group setting, you can kind of bond with the other people. You can kind of hear their other stories, but then you can support each other in this integration process. So I think at the end of it, it could be that the groups do just as well as the individuals. And then that will dramatically reduce the cost of the treatment and help it scale. So that's where we're at this initial thing. And I think particularly for military people that are traumatized in similar circumstances, that are bonded in groups, that group therapy can maybe even be the treatment of choice. But I think the way the FDA is going to be reviewing it is that there is going to be studies with individuals first that will have to be gone through the system and approved, and then there will be this additional research with groups.
What kind of a timeline are we talking about? Like, how long are these studies?
Well, it's going to be about 3 years for the project in Israel. I mean, it's going to be about 160 people.
What about the projects here?
The project at the Portland, Oregon VA is going to be done pretty soon, but it's really just been 4 or 5 cohorts. It's very small numbers of people, and so there will need to be more. I think that there's been some efforts to do what people call in some ways a modified version of individual versus group. Is that they've done some of this at Sunstone also, where there'll be 4 people getting psilocybin at the same time, but each in a separate room, each with one therapist. But then near the end of the session, they bring them together, and then they talk about what happened, and then they also have the group integration. So it's kind of a modified. So I think in terms of time frame, it's probably 4 or 5 years before FDA will approve group therapy, maybe longer. The other issue is that the last time that we spoke, it was before the FDA advisory committee, before the FDA meeting to decide whether to approve MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. And the advisory committee recommended against it, and the FDA voted against it. This was August of last year. And so that was heartbreaking, because I thought that the data really did justify approval, and it did demonstrate safety and efficacy. But there was enough doubts that were raised. One of the big problems to do research with psychedelics is, how do you do a double-blind study?
Right.
You know, when you take a powerful drug, you know you've taken it. And if you give an inactive placebo, people can tell the difference. A lot of my dissertation, which I did in 2001, was how to do a double-blind study with psychedelics, particularly with MDMA. And my solution, which made sense, was to do therapy with low-dose MDMA versus therapy with full-dose MDMA. So everybody knows they're getting MDMA. They all have the same expectations, and they might not be aware, though, which dose. You know, is it a full dose? Is it a lower dose? So the challenge was to pick the low dose so that it's high enough to cause a certain amount of confusion, but not so high that it has so much therapeutic potential that you can't tell the difference between the groups. So for 16 years, from 2000 to 2016, MAPS did a series of what are called phase 2 studies to try to figure out how to do phase 3. And we looked at therapy with no MDMA, therapy with 25 milligrams, 30 milligrams, 40, 50, 75, 100, 125, and 150. So sort of like a dose response. We did all these different doses. And what we discovered, unfortunately after I got my PhD, was that my theory was partially right and partially wrong. That, you know, a microdose of anything is not going to be very good as a placebo, because you'll be able to tell. So what was surprising to us was that the lower doses, 25, 30, 40, 50 milligrams, did indeed cause a certain amount of confusion. But when you're working with PTSD patients and you get this activation from the drug, but you don't have enough of a fear reduction, it made people uncomfortable. So we showed that the people that got therapy with no MDMA did better than the people that got therapy with the low doses of MDMA. They still got better, but they didn't get as much benefit. So the analogy is, you're taking off from the airplane and there's all this turbulence at the beginning, and then you get above the clouds and it's smooth sailing. So it's kind of like that with MDMA. But the part that we discovered that was very surprising was we did a study with veterans, firefighters, and police officers. And one group got 30 milligrams, one group got 75 milligrams, and one group got 125 milligrams. And in that particular study, it was about 26 people, when you randomize, it doesn't mean that everything's equal. It just means it's random. So the people that had 125 milligrams with PTSD had more depression than the people that had 75 milligrams. But the 75 milligram dose group did better than the 125. It's just slightly better. So what it meant was that the dose that's therapeutically effective was lower than we thought.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah, please.
When you said the people that did 125 had more depression,
Yeah.
do you mean before the study?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So,
sorry,
they were,
yes.
so it was chosen that they would get the higher dose because they were suffering more.
Well, no. Again, this is randomization.
Right, but you said that they had more depression
Yeah.
before the therapy.
Well,
So how did you determine that?
well, we evaluate everybody's PTSD symptoms and their depression symptoms, and so just by the randomization, it turned out that those people that were higher on depression ended up more of them in that 125.
Just randomly?
Randomly, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because when you randomize again, it doesn't mean that you're making things equal.
Right.
So it was just a chance.
It just turned out that
Turned
way.
out
How many people were in this group?
26 people were in the entire study.
Okay, so it's just dumb luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it meant to us that this dose of 75 was indeed more therapeutic than we anticipated. So there was no real sweet spot where there was a dose of MDMA that didn't either make people uncomfortable and reduce the effectiveness compared to therapy with no MDMA, or it tipped over into being very effective. So when in November 29, 2016, when the FDA had what we call the end of phase 2 meeting, after we got approved to go to phase 3, the final studies where you need to prove safety and efficacy, I knew that we shouldn't do that because of this. We shouldn't go directly to phase 3. The FDA offers this opportunity that most pharma companies don't take, called special protocol assessment. And you negotiate every aspect of the phase 3 design with FDA. And it can take, for us, it took 8 months. And so pharma companies are thinking there's nothing unusual what I'm doing, my patent life is expiring. But I knew we needed to do that to discuss how to deal with the double blind. And so we presented this information to the FDA. We said, we will give you blinding if you want with these lower doses, but it's going to make our job easier to find a difference between the full dose and these lower doses because it's going to compromise the therapy as compared to therapy with no MDMA at all. And so we said to the FDA, you tell us what you want. And the FDA chose therapy with inactive placebo to make our job harder, which made sense to me. And they said that there's 2 things that you can do to reduce experimenter bias, because the whole purpose of the double blind is to sort of reduce bias, that you don't know what's going on and everybody just treats everybody the same. They said the first is this random assignment. What that means is everybody's similarly motivated and they will work, and the therapists don't know necessarily that, so you do this random assignment. But then the second thing is that you can't have the therapists or the patients rate themselves on how well they've done compared to baseline. You need independent raters that are blind to the condition that the person that they're evaluating is in. So the raters don't know, did this person get the placebo? Did this person get the MDMA? It's
just don't look at the pupils.
Well, this is afterwards, but that's right. And it's done on telemedicine. It's done on Zoom, and it's an hour-long interview. And it's with what's called the CAPS, the Clinician-Administered PTSD Scale.
Do they have a series of questions?
Yeah. It's like an hour-long interview about their symptoms related to what they call the index trauma, which is the worst thing that ever happened. You pick this is my index trauma, and how do you respond? So we had these independent raters, and then we had this random assignment, and that's what the FDA said is how we should do the phase 3 studies. What was problematic for us was the people at the FDA that we negotiated this with in 2017 then left the FDA. And then new, more conservative people came in at the Division of Psychiatry. And they were more concerned about this, what they called functional unblinding. And that became an issue at the FDA Advisory Committee meeting and at the FDA when they reviewed whether to approve MDMA-assisted therapy or not. And so the pharma company, like us, did not really proactively explain to the advisory committee how this design was developed, why FDA chose this design. And so the people in the advisory committee are often more academics, and they're more focused on this double blind issue, but they're not practical in a sense. so that the FDA realizes that the double blind fails in practice a lot. It's a theory of how you want to do things. It's something to strive for, but it doesn't work a lot of times. Even with SSRIs, you think that Prozac or various drugs that you take that are not psychedelic, that those are easy to double blind. But they're not, because when people have sexual side effects, they have other side effects, and they report to their therapist what's going on, then they can tell from the side effect profile. So the double blind fails in practice a lot. But the FDA is saying we can't just only approve drugs where the double blind is perfect. We have to weigh these different things. So that was one of the big issues that the FDA advisory committee objected to, was this functional unblinding. So when you asked about the time frame, there was other issues, but where we're at right now is that there's going to be negotiations between Lycos and the FDA. With the new FDA, with the new people at HHS, and there's the proverbial fork in the road. There's either the FDA will say, we believe your data enough that you're not going to need to do another phase 3 study. They might require what's called a phase 4 study, which is after approval, you gather information about safety, about durability, different things. And if that's the case, it's possible that within 6 months, the FDA could say yes to approving MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. If the FDA says we want another phase 3 study, that could delay approval for another 3.5 years or so. And that's just on an individual basis. So talk about frustration. Yeah. I mean, we had incredible outcomes. So the 2 phase 3 studies that were done, the first one was severe PTSD. And what we showed is that 2/3 of the people that had severe PTSD no longer had PTSD after the treatment, which was 42 hours of therapy, 3 MDMA sessions, 1 month apart, 12 90-minute non-drug psychotherapy sessions. 2/3 no longer had PTSD that got therapy plus MDMA. And those people that got therapy without MDMA, the inactive placebo, roughly 1/3 no longer had PTSD. And then another roughly 20% had what's called clinically significant reductions of PTSD symptoms. Means that their life has changed, their symptoms are not as burdensome, but they still have PTSD. So they're called responders. So we had 88% responders, only 12% non-responders.
Wow.
It's the best treatment. In the second phase 3 study, we purposely moved it to moderate to severe PTSD because we didn't want the FDA to say it's only for severe PTSD. 3/4 of the people did have severe PTSD, and 1/4 had moderate PTSD, and it was 72.6% no longer had PTSD. Almost 3/4 no longer had PTSD at this 2-month follow-up. And what was even more remarkable, and this relates, I think, to the concerns that was expressed about bias and functional unblinding, is that 46% of the people that had therapy with no MDMA also went below the threshold of having PTSD diagnosis. That's better than any of the other therapies for PTSD. And so what that demonstrated is that the therapists, even though most of them could tell the difference between whether somebody had MDMA or not, that they tried just as hard as they could to help people, whether they got the MDMA or not. And we got extraordinary results in the control group. And I think one of the things that is the explanation is that when you have an 8-hour therapy session with music, with headphones, with more or less half the time people are inside having these different feelings, and the other half they're talking with a therapist in no particular order, you're not forced to focus on the therapy the way with prolonged exposure or cognitive processing therapy. That's what I said was re-traumatizing in the studies that the VA did. Roughly half the people dropped out. We had very low dropout rates because people are encouraged to we support whatever's emerging. That's the essence of the therapeutic approach that has been developed to support people when they're going through MDMA therapy. And it's very similar to what can be done with psilocybin or LSD or even Ibogaine, that you just support whatever's emerging. You have this sense that there's a wisdom of the unconscious. We all know that our body has a certain wisdom in that it moves towards wholeness. We get cuts, it heals. It's below our level of awareness. So there's some kind of wisdom to what's emerging. You can think about it as this barrier, this permeable barrier, semi-permeable barrier between the conscious and the unconscious. And it all happens, we all know at dreams, that the material rises to our awareness at dreams. And it's like that with psychedelics. And so you just support whatever's emerging, and people can go to some happy memories or to layers of trauma, whatever. They're not forced to just focus on the trauma. So we have very low dropout rates. But the people that got the therapy without MDMA were able to make incredible progress. And we also have what are called fidelity ratings, which is we videotape all the sessions, and then we have raters, they're called adherence raters, and they look at are people adhering to the therapeutic method, and then that's called fidelity. We had over 90% fidelity, meaning that the therapists really were doing the same, whether it was placebo or not. So the results were outstanding in that way, and the side effects were very low. We had nobody commit suicide that received MDMA. That was one of the concerns. We had one woman tried to kill herself twice, but she was in the placebo group. And we had another woman, such severe suicidal ideation, she checked herself into the hospital not to kill herself. She was also in the placebo group. Because when you help people with terrible trauma, it's difficult for them. And they're not able to really process. That's why they have long-term PTSD. So we demonstrated remarkable results, and yet the FDA said we need more data. We need more. I think it's tragic.
It is tragic, but it's also very hopeful. The results are very hopeful, and I'm always hoping that people come around. Do you ever really consider, though, the burden of responsibility that lays on your shoulders? Like, you have been at the forefront of this for decades, and I imagine a world where a guy like you doesn't exist, because it's really easy for you to not exist. I only know you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have been responsible for so much research and so much pushing for legislation to be passed, and pushing for people to understand these things, and so much education. I mean, you're a real hero in this movement.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
but it must have been an incredible amount of resolve that you have to keep this fight going on.
It has been, and I think one of the things that was has kept me going was a dream. We talked about dreams a little bit. It was a dream that I had when I was in my early 20s. So when I was 18, I had decided to focus my life on psychedelics. This was after I realized, LSD is what my bar mitzvah should have been. And I was able to see these tools as really hopeful. And there was two parts. One part is sort of this working through trauma, depression. The other part is our interconnectedness. I think this sort of the essence of what people talk about, the sort of spiritual aspects of psychedelics or of meditation or of other things. You feel that we're not just isolated individuals, we're all connected with all of life. And so at 18, I said, it's a crazy world. I was a Vietnam War draft resistor. I was planning to go to jail. I'd studied Tolstoy and Gandhi and nonviolent resistance. So my contribution to my country was going to be to not register for the draft and go to jail as a protest for Vietnam. And then I thought, my dad and my mom was saying, you're going to have a criminal record. You're never going to have a real job. You're not going to be able to be a doctor or lawyer. You'll be a felon. And I thought, okay, well, I'm not willing to go to work because of that, but I can be an underground psychedelic therapist. You don't need a license for that. So that was my plan. So then this dream happened in my early 20s. I should mention that I was I had the real wrong idea at 18. Is the idea I had was the more drugs you take, the faster you evolve. I mean, again, I was, stupid 18-year-old. So I did a good job of it. and I just got more disoriented and very much ungrounded.
Too much horsepower, not enough traction.
That's a great way to say it. Yeah, I was very ungrounded, and I went to the guidance counselor at college. And this was a new college in Sarasota, Florida, and it was a private school at the time. And the guidance counselor said, I need help with my tripping. And it's become more important to me than my studies. And he said, well, I understand what you're doing. That's really makes sense to me in some ways. We're overdeveloped intellectually and underdeveloped emotionally and spiritually. And he gave me this book to read, and I loved it. And it was by Stanislav Grof, the world's expert LSD researcher. And he was MD, PhD at Johns Hopkins. This is now 1972, and the research was being shut down. He talked about the Controlled Substances Act of 1970. And my guidance counselor had got this book directly from Stan. And I said, could I write a letter to Stan? I want to become an LSD therapist. And he said, sure. So I wrote this letter, and Stan was just leaving Hopkins, and I'm this confused 18-year-old. And to my shock, Stan wrote me back. Stan is now, by the way, almost 94 years old. And he is still going around the world to educate people. But this book was a pivot point in my life. Reading this, I said, I really want to study psychedelics. So the dream was a few years later. If people have seen the movie 2001 Space Odyssey, near the end of it, there's this scene where the astronaut is in this all-white room and he's on his deathbed. And so the dream was, I'm in this all-white room on this, and there's a person on his deathbed, and he's looking at me. He said, earlier in my life, I was almost killed, but I was saved. And I knew I was saved for a purpose, but I didn't know what the purpose was. He said, let me show you what happened to me. So this is all in the dream. So we go, and it's in World War II. And he was a Jewish guy, and it was outside of a village, and there was all these thousands of people lined up with open grave, machine gunned by the Nazis. Before the crematoriums and the concentration camps, they called it the Holocaust of Bullets. So this guy was wounded, buried, but wasn't dead. And then it had a little bit of a Jesus kind of a theme where he was buried for 3 days. Somehow I'm seeing all this through his eyes, and then he wakes up and he's not dead. He climbs his way through the bodies, and nobody's there. It's the edge of town. He runs into the woods. He survives the war with the partisans. And then I see all this, and then we're back in the room. He's on his deathbed, and he's looking at me, and he says, now I know why I was saved. I'm like, oh, tell me, why were you saved? He said, it's to tell you to study psychedelics. That I want you to bring back psychedelics, that if we can all feel our interconnectedness, it will be harder to dehumanize others. It will be harder to do this mass murder, that we need to understand how we're all more similar than different. And at the, I said, in my mind again, in the dream, I said, I've already decided to do this. This is sort of reinforcing it. I will say yes, and you can die in peace. You will have carried this message. And then he dies in front of my arms, in front of my eyes. And then after he's dead, and then I think, what do I do next? And I walk out the room. And now I'm somehow or other on a stream. I'm sitting down watching the water go by. And then I notice that there's this young boy sitting next to me. And I look at him and I realize I know him. In real life at the time, I had a big LSD stash, and I was worried about getting busted. And so his father was a friend of mine, and he stored my LSD stash in his house. and when I connected this guy with this little kid with LSD, then I woke up. So that's what's been a big motivator for me my entire life, and made it so that I don't feel that I've been able to just give up. It's like this sort of message from what humanity can do to each other if we don't really evolve in our consciousness. And so that's what's helped me to continue. I feel this enormous good fortune in that I was born in this generational, I won the generational lottery, is a way to say it. My great-grandparents on my mother's side were refugees from Russia, came to America in 1880, fleeing anti-Semitism. My father's father, my grandfather and grandmother, my grandfather fled from Poland in 1920, also from anti-Semitism. They arrive in America, and it's the American dream. And it actually, for on my mother's side, it was the classic rags to riches, because they had a rags business. And they turned it into a paper company. And so I was born in 1953, after the Holocaust, after World War II, and my parents were just so supportive, and my dad was a doctor, and I was told, we want to help you do whatever you want to do. And I felt like I was born at the height of American power, American exceptionalism. I was white. I was male. My family was well off. I was the chosen people, Jewish, American exceptionalism. The only thing I wasn't was tall. But I got every other sort of lottery thing. And I just was raised that I could make a difference. And so I had this sort of this luxury. There's actually a Holocaust writer named Primo Levi, who was one of my father's heroes in a way. And he wrote something very interesting that I think has relevance to where we're at today in America. And he talked about how we tend to think of that the revolutions start with the oppressed, and that the oppressed throw off their chains and they end up amassing all these people and they try to work for a better world. He said, but that's not actually what happens. The revolutions don't begin with the oppressed, because often that's the purpose of oppression, is to make it so they can't do that. They're so focused on survival. He said the revolutions usually begin with the privileged, who for one reason or another use their freedom, use their privilege to argue, to work towards a better life. So what it means to me is that if you have this privilege, you have the obligation and the opportunity to do things that other people cannot do. It reminds me also of the hierarchy of needs. Many people have heard of Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And the bottom one is survival, that you have to work on core survival. If we've had these surveys that say a vast proportion of America cannot afford a $500 to $1,000 unexpected expense. So you're living at this edge of anxiety, economic anxiety. You can't really think about many other ways to put this, because you're focused on survival. So I felt that I was born into this privileged place, and it took multiple generations from refugees from the American dream and so I felt I've had this mission of this use the privilege for making it a better world. So I've not been focused on making money. I've not been focused on. I've been focused on bringing these healing and spiritual potentials of psychedelics back to the world. And one of the things that was so reassuring to me, and I think that people who will come to the psychedelic conference will see this, is that once FDA said no to MDMA-assisted therapy, that they weren't ready to approve it, that they wanted to see more data, I was incredibly depressed and frustrated and all of that. But it took me a couple months to realize that the psychedelic renaissance, that MAPS, Lycos could disappear, but that there is so much going on with research into a whole range of different psychedelics, that the field was moving forward regardless, that something had been accomplished, that this psychedelic renaissance was really moving forward, and that was this wave that I think is unstoppable, that we're seeing the healing potentials in so many different ways, with so many different drugs. So that gave me this kind of reassuring, that even though we were the first out of the gate and the FDA wasn't ready, things are moving forward in a great way. So,
well, you got an amazing perspective considering how much work it's been. One of the things that you said that I think from the dream is to give people this understanding of interconnectedness, that we are all connected. And without that feeling, war is a normal thing. It's a part of, if you ask the average person, could you conceive of a time in your lifetime where there's no war? Would you be willing to bet on that? Most people are like, no. The world, unfortunately, I wish it was, but unfortunately, I think we're always going to have more. That's it. Let's imagine a world where there was no restrictions on psychedelics. Because I'm of the belief that it's probably responsible for a lot of religious experiences that we've documented. It's not an uncommon theme in many, many cultures that you have these psychedelic experiences, and then through that, these great revelations come, and then through that, great change in the culture. I mean, this is the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece that Brian Murarescu talks about so well. Without restrictions, if we didn't have these fucking insane laws, we would have progressed past where we are now. If we had gone from 1970 to 2025 without those restrictions in place, who knows what this culture looks like? Who knows what the world looks like? It's amazing that one presidential administration with one sweeping act that was essentially put in place to stop the civil rights movement and to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the black rights movement. Like, if they had done that, if they had not done that, if that had not gone through, we might be looking at a completely different world where we have culturally accelerated evolution that mirrors our electronically and technologically accelerated evolution.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah, I think this. I'm smiling because you probably know this quote from John Ehrlichman, who was Nixon's domestic policy advisor, and this came out at the end of the 1970s. He did an interview, and he said that the two main enemies of the Nixon White House were the civil rights movement and the hippies, the anti-war movement. And he said we couldn't stop them from protesting, but we could criminalize the drugs that they were using and use that to bust up their meetings, arrest their leaders. And he said, did we know that we were exaggerating the risks of these drugs? Of course we did.
Yeah.
And I think
it's such a crime. It's really a crime of enlightenment. It really is.
It is. And when you talk about Brian Miereski and the Immortality Key, which, by the way, has been made into a documentary.
Phenomenal book.
It's incredible. But the Eleusinian Mysteries is the longest-running mystery ceremony that we know of in the history of the world, roughly 2,000 years. It involved a psychedelic potion called Kykeon. It's not exactly clear what was in it, but it was wiped out in 396 by the Catholic Church because psychedelics offer a direct experience of spirituality. And often religious systems want to be the intermediaries.
Yeah.
Exactly. They want to be the gatekeepers. And so
power.
When we think about the reintroduction of psychedelics, we talked about what happened in the Controlled Substances Act in 1970, but it really goes all the way back to the destruction of the Eleusinian Mysteries. And then we have a lot of the work in the Middle Ages where the women were mostly the plant medicine people, and we have the burning of the witches. When the conquistadors started coming into Western civilization here, which was indigenous civilizations, the first people that they tried to kill were the shamans that did the work with the mushrooms or the work with the peyote, because they were the center of the communities. Now, these communities were not all, peace and love. They were often warring and killing each other. So there does need to be a lot more conscious evolution. But there's
they were living in a very different time.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of different languages. You had tribal raiders. It was very common. There's, it's just a different world. They were living in a much more barbaric state.
Yeah.
It was essentially a window into prehistory.
Yeah, there's a book that I recommend for people by Hermann Hesse, and it's called The Glass Bead Game. Magister Ludi, The Glass Bead Game. And it helped Hermann Hesse win the Nobel Prize for Literature, and he wrote it during World War II. And so there is these competitive energies that we have that often can lead to war. But the book was a post-apocalyptic culture that had decided to harness these competitive energies into what they called the Glass Bead Game, which was this, it's a beautiful book, but the Glass Bead Game was about a competition using poetry, mathematics, music, and philosophy to try to describe the universe. And they would have this different kind of who would be the most eloquent and the most comprehensive. And this was kind of the antidote to the competitiveness that led to this apocalypse. And he's writing this during World War II, as well as this sort of idealistic, hopeful thing. But the other part of the book was that this game itself becomes a little bit too abstract, and it no longer harnesses the passions of the common people. It became more of this elite. And the head of it, the Magister Ludi, decides that he has to leave. So that there has to be some way that we do compete with each other, but we have to do it in a way for nonviolence. And our tools of technology are getting ever more destructive. The nuclear proliferation is taking more. So But I ended my TED Talk with this, which was 2019. And interestingly enough, it took 6 years until Nolan Williams gave a talk on the main stage of TED about Ibogaine. So it took 6 years from my first, that was the only ever TED Talk on psychedelics in 2019. And then Nolan Williams talked about Ibogaine just recently. And he'll also be at the psychedelic conference. But this idea, I ended up saying it's a race between consciousness and catastrophe.
And catastrophe is very common. I mean, as you just talked about coming back from Ukraine, today, I don't know what's happening right now, but today, India and Pakistan started bombing each other. Yeah. It's just terrifying. 2 nuclear powers are sending missiles into each other's country.
Yeah. What's going on with Israel and Palestine. I just want to mention something. So there are small groups of Israelis and Palestinians that are doing ayahuasca and MDMA together. So that in a way to emphasize their common humanity, but also to work through their traumas. And one of the most, I think, inspiring and motivating groups in Israel and Palestine is a group called Combatants for Peace. And so these are Israeli soldiers, or what would be called Palestinian terrorists, or those that had used violence on both sides, and they've given up violence for nonviolence. So it's a group called Combatants for Peace. And the Palestinian has been invited to come speak at Psychedelic Science, and he was denied a visa. He cannot come to our conference. We're trying to see if we can work behind the scenes. I don't know if we can to get him a visa, but that this idea that we're
He's just because he's Palestinian?
I don't know the exact reasons why. He did have a violent past, because that is the whole point of Combatants for Peace. They were combatants. They're now leading this nonviolent approach to work together. So there's an incredible neuroscientist, Israeli neuroscientist, Lior Roseman, Exeter University in England, that's done work with Israelis and Palestinians. And he's brought a bunch of them to Spain for an ayahuasca session, and with different measures of how you see the other. And once you do see this commonality, you don't see the other as so foreign from yourself. And you can recognize their pain.
And so like a residual effect of tribal culture from the ancient times. That you had to other these people in order to commit horrific crimes, because they were going to commit horrific crimes on you. You had to protect the people around you. And unfortunately, that's baked into our genes.
You reminded me of one of the more powerful for me statements. Adam Kinzinger, who's the Republican on the January 6th committee in the House to look at what happened on January 6th. He said that he's learned from his investigations that there's something that people are more scared of than death, and that's being kicked out of your tribe. That we're such social beings, that this idea that we would be isolated and alone. That's how you have a lot of these fundamentalist religions that keep people within them, because if you deviate, you get kicked out of the tribe and they ostracize you.
Yeah.
So we're so
cultural things that mimic religions in that way.
Yeah. And then you have the fundamentalists of all the religions. I think this is very true, that the fundamentalists of the different religions are closer to each other than they are to the mystics of their own religions. And the mystics of the religions are closer to the people who are other religions, because they see that it's all this common reality, but that we have different symbols, different stories that we tell, but it's all about this combination of us being both interconnected and also extremely individual. I think this other part is that the more you realize how we're all essentially more similar. I mean, look at our DNA; it's very similar to some animal DNA. There's very slight differences. We are, and then when you talk about humans, so different skin color, different things, our commonalities are really more. But once you can kind of understand that, hopefully then you can be more willing to appreciate the differences. So it's this paradoxical thing where that the more you realize we're interconnected, the more you can appreciate the unique individuality of every person.
Yeah. I think what you brought up about the suspension of Sinian mysteries. That's just so important. That kind of tactic has always existed, because the psychotic people in power want to maintain their control over the population, and it's very difficult to do. It's very difficult to get people to fight each other when they're all tripping together.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, there's something more to this. Like, we're missing out on a giant piece of this puzzle. And it's like, there's these tools that are available to humanity. And yet these tools are, by tyrants, are being kept from people. Not just kept from people, but as you're talking about with Nixon's advisor, openly discussed how they lied and used propaganda to pretend that the effects were far worse than they really were.
Yeah. And I think that it's, again, really important to say that the tools are in some ways less important than the context within which they're used. So the social context. So, for example, religions often cozy up to the people in power. So there's an ayahuasca church, the União de Vegetal, and they came from Brazil. They actually went to the U.S. Supreme Court and got approval for practicing ayahuasca in the United States. But they're a syncretic religion, meaning that in order for them to survive, they have to merge with the church. So they've become patriarchal, homophobic, hierarchical, and some of the leaders of the União de Vegetal aligned with Bolsonaro, who was about destroying the Amazon. So that it doesn't, the tools themselves don't automatically make you a better person. It's the context. So it's the same way in therapy, that you can have these experiences, but it's the context in which you interpret them, and then it's the integration work that you do after that really makes the most sense. So that you can have psychedelic experiences, but if it's not in this sort of therapeutic context where you're really open to deal with the different issues and things, fears of death, things that come up. So I think we need to make that clear, that it's not just, it's a magic pill and it will produce better people.
A great example of that is the berserkers.
Yeah.
The Vikings took mushrooms before they killed everybody.
Yes.
So it doesn't always make you a better person. Really, and again, context of the culture and the times, barbaric time, you know.
Yeah.
Have we talked about McKenna's Stone Date theory before?
No, we haven't.
What is your perspective on that idea?
Well, what he's basically saying is that it's a real good chance that early monkeys and stuff would experiment with whatever they could around them to eat, and that they would eat mushrooms, and that mushrooms then elevated their consciousness, started helping develop language. I think it's plausible. I mean, I don't know that we'll know for sure.
Have you heard Dennis describe it? Dennis, I think, does an even better job of describing it than Terrence, because Dennis is like a legitimate hardcore scientist.
Yes.
And he explains how psilocybin would interact with the brain and glossolalia and all these different effects that could come out of it. And then that psilocybin is known for helping regrow neural tissue.
Yes,
right.
That's what I talked about, this neuroplasticity.
Right.
And this, that Gould is talking about, these opening these critical periods. Yes.
Because part of the theory is taking into consideration the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years. But it's this very extraordinary development. And, many biologists call it the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. Like, what happened? And McKenna's perspective was, I think I know. And it makes sense, because he applied what we know about the climate back then. The climate was changing, and that these rainforests were receding into grasslands, which would make a lot more ungulates. Ungulates were pooping everywhere, mushrooms growing cow poop, bam, bam, bam. And you got all these pieces together, and then the fact that it would increase visual acuity in low doses, make people more, pre-human hominids more amorous, and make them more likely to mate. Make them better hunters because it improves their vision. Also make them more creative, so they probably develop new ways to hunt and fish. So they would survive more. They'd have more resources, more food, more protein. They'd grow bigger and stronger, and then their brains would be developing because they're eating these mushrooms.
And I think that's possible. But I think then what does that mean for us today is that I do think that the psychedelic experiences could be part of this next sort of evolution of humanity to make us more collaborative and peaceful to deal with the incredible technologies that we're developing.
Yeah.
That we Einstein had this great quote. He said, "The splitting of the atom has changed everything except our mode of thinking, and hence we are drifting towards unparalleled catastrophe. What shall be required of mankind is to survive as a whole new mode of thinking." And what is that new mode of thinking? It's sort of how we're interconnected. It's what the astronauts have said. So I think we should say that this doesn't depend on psychedelics. The astronauts who've been up in space look back and see the Earth as a whole thing.
Well, that's got to be a psychedelic experience. Just seeing Earth from the stars, and well, not from the stars, but from space, looking down and seeing like the nonsense of these imaginary lines that we put on the ground.
Yeah, you don't see the borders, you don't see the religions, you just see that this is one really unique planet that we've all grown up from. It's produced all this life, and we're all interconnected.
But then there's this thought process that the conflict and the evil is important to sort of strengthen and encourage the good, and that this is all part of this evolutionary process that the human race is going through, and that almost in the face of this catastrophe is where a real change comes. And then we kind of have to understand that evil and terrible behavior is a real thing. And and have some mad search for the tools to mitigate these problems. And so it encourages people like yourself, encourages people to try to figure these things out using these, and again, these tools that are right under our nose that have been here for thousands of years.
Yeah, I mean, people say that the stars burn brighter because they're surrounded by darkness.
Yeah. That's the weird thing about the human race. It's like, it seems like that has to be there. You have to get rained on to appreciate a sunny day.
Well, there's an incredible quote from Carl Jung, so that's Jungian psychology. And what he said was that we need to study more about humanity. We need to study how we operate. He said, because the only real danger that exists is man himself. That we are able to deal with all these things. We said we know virtually nothing about man. We must do more study because we are the source of all coming evil.
Yikes.
This was in 1959, about 3 years before he died. And it's chilling. We are the source of all coming evil.
Well, also, that's in the shadow of the bomb, right? Like, everybody was still freaking out. Like, what did we do? We just annihilated 2 cities.
Yeah, now to talk about the shadow, something else. So in Jungian psychology, the shadow is the parts of ourselves that we disown. It's our dark sides that we don't see. And so what Jung said is that the most political, therapeutic, and social thing that we can do is to withdraw the projection of our shadow onto others. So when you cannot deal with a part of yourself, you project it out. And so these people become the enemies. These people become the evil, and we're the all good. It reminds me, actually, I was with Terrence. This was my first DMT experience. So this is about 40 years ago. This was at Esalen at Big Sur. I was with Ralph Metzner, Terrence McKenna, and a bunch of us were trying to gather together to think how to protect MDMA. And one evening, we all were trying DMT. So not 5-MeO DMT, but DMT. And you smoke it in a pipe. It's like 10 or 15 minutes. And then you just go out, and then you come back and share what happened, and then you pass the pipe to the next person. So it's like a 3-4 hour process with this group. And so for me, my first experience with DMT was there. So the first thing I saw was this horizontal line, and then I saw a vertical line, and then it turned red, and then it turned into cubes, and then it turned into like an M.C. Escher painting where the space doesn't seem to make sense anymore. And then I was blasted into this other universe, but I was blasted out of myself into the universe. And I felt like I was part of everything, and everything was part of me, and it was this glorious billions of years of evolution, and I went through all of this. But then after all of that, finally I had this idea that if I'm part of everything and everything part of me, then Hitler is part of me too. And it was shattering. But it was true. You can't claim to be part of everything and only take the good parts.
Right.
And it just was a shocker to me that this logic brought me to this, and it was really, really shattering. And it took me this whole day to start working on that. And then the very next day, and this gets back a little bit to legalization. The next day, and to Napsy's political strategy. The next day, we experimented with ketamine. All right, so in my ketamine experience, somehow or other, I was above and behind Hitler because the Holocaust had been this animating idea for me my whole life. So I'm above and behind Hitler. Ketamine gives you a bit of remove, like you're not quite there. So I felt that I was safe, but I was watching him give a speech, like to these rallies where we have enormous numbers of Germans. And I was thinking, how do I get into his head so he doesn't want to murder everybody, doesn't want to kill the Jews, doesn't want to have this war? How do I get into his head? And I felt this panic rising. And it was like bubbles, like I was underwater. And I felt that the bubbles of my fear, if they broke the surface, I wouldn't be able to, I'd have to look away. I couldn't deal with it. And then I realized that one of the beauties of ketamine is that it doesn't interfere with your respiration. You can breathe. So I started breathing deeply, which is a really important way to kind of ground yourself in difficult experiences of all kinds, psychedelics or not. So I started really breathing, and then I was able to go back and watch, and what I saw was this Heil Hitler salute. And then I saw everybody doing it back to him. And I got this sense, because Hitler was able to help people feel that they were all together, the German nation, that they were all part of something bigger. And so it felt like he's pushing this energy out with the Heil Hitler salute, and then everybody is pushing it back to him. So it felt like the one to the many and the many to the one. And then it was like vibrations going up and up and up, like this kind of unity between him and the people. And it just was terrifying. And then I realized that there's no way I can get into his head. Like you're saying, the psychopaths are often politicians, that they're getting so much out of it. But it's the peeling away their power that I thought that's where the solution has to be. So MAPS is about mass mental health, about spiritualized humanity. And so that led to this understanding for me that that safety for humanity is not just giving drugs to the leaders and having them wake up. It's about anchoring mass mental health, and the people that are giving away their power are getting less from it than the people that are amassing all this power. So that led to this idea: we need to medicalize, we need to go, to produce real scientific evidence about benefits and risks, but at the same time, there needs to be drug policy reform where we need access to people in a way preventative medicine, or if they don't have a diagnosis, so that it's this two parallel paths. One is science and medicine, the other is drug policy reform. And then we talked about earlier about educating young people. We need honest drug education. People have died from taking ecstasy contaminated with fentanyl. We need pure drugs. We need peer support, treatment on demand. But I think the drug war is so counterproductive that if we could just turn a switch, it would be worth it.
Yeah.
But we need to really anchor and build kind of a healthier culture and healthier people. But it has to be a sort of masses rather than just individuals.
Have you read Blitzed by Norman Ohlen?
I have not.
We have it right over there, right? Don't we have it over there? Is it in the other room? Phenomenal book on the drug use by the Nazis.
Uh-huh.
It's all about meth.
Yeah.
They were all methed out of their fucking minds. Which is like the wrong drugs can ruin everything.
Yeah.
And that whole experience of being a part of something and everyone's on amphetamines.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck? They were giving them out to the soldiers. That's how they got them to go through Poland in 3 days. It's a phenomenal book, but just like crazy when you think about how history was changed, and a large part of the way it was accepted was because everybody was methed. Just on the run. I mean, imagine if Hitler was dosing out everybody with mushrooms. They'd have been like, hold on. Like, what? Why are we in Poland? What the fuck are we doing? I'm not killing anybody. What is this? This is crazy. I gotta get out of this country. People just abandon ship. It's just the worst drugs are the ones that are always pushed by the tyrants. And I think Blitzed is a perfect example of that, the Nazi administration. what the Nazi government was doing, giving their soldiers, giving the people in the tanks got the most meth because they had to be at the front lines. It's a crazy book, man. It just makes you think, like, what does that look like if no meth is there? Does this all get worked out way in advance? Does this never happen? Does the Holocaust never take place? Like, what would have been like with no meth?
Yeah, and it promotes aggression as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they went through Poland in 3 days with no sleep.
Yeah,
just killing everybody. And then these French soldiers are all drinking. They were given like a liter of wine every day.
Wow.
And so they're drunk and silly. And then the methed up Nazis show up. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, and you talked about the berserkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the crazy thing is the berserkers were taking mushrooms, right?
Amanita.
Amanita.
Yeah.
And the difference between, did they also take psilocybin sometimes?
Probably. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that was a part of the Nazi lore, or excuse me, the Viking lore as well. The Viking lore did Vikings find that out? Would they just take, because Amanita's a weird one, right? I remember McKenna saying something about that he believes that it differed not just seasonally, but he thinks the effects differed genetically and geographically. And they were different in different places. Sort of like, like, a bad example, but all I have, like, if you grow certain tobaccos in Cuba, they make the best cigars because the soil is like so rich. And you get a cigar from, it's grown somewhere in America, it's not going to taste like a cigar that's grown in Cuba because there's something going on with the difference. And I would imagine it's probably something about the nutrients in certain soil that would lead to the Amanita developing these properties in some places and not in others. Yeah, Amanita muscaria. No definitive evidence of specific mushrooms Vikings regularly consumed, but some scholars propose they may have used mushrooms for hallucinogenic purposes. Most cited examples fly agaric mushroom, Amanita muscaria. Some believe may have been the Vedic soma, a sacred drink described in ancient texts. Also speculation about other hallucinogenic compounds like psilocybin cubensis, psilocybin mushrooms being used. So they might have as well. The Amanita muscaria is the weird one, though, right?
Yeah. Actually, in Ukraine, they've had some people that developed Amanita and taken out some of the more toxins, and in low doses they use it for sleep.
Oh wow!
Amazing. Also, I've just been in touch with some very well connected scientists in India, and they don't think that Amanita is actually soma.
What do they think?
They don't know.
Why do they not think it was Amanita then?
Because of the experiences that they've been able to sort of track way to describe it and the way people have described it before.
Well, there's probably a bunch of undiscovered psychedelics, right? Like from the past, at least.
It very well could be. Well, we don't even actually know what was in the Kithian from the Eleusis. We think that it might have something to do with ergot. And LSD-like.
Article about it, actually from Netflix, about the show. Vikings talks about how the Amanita might have not actually made them berserkers; it was something else doing it.
Well, it says, if anything, fly agaric would have made them particularly worthless warriors, since the side effects included drowsiness, vomiting, muscle spasms, and numbness in arms and legs. Rather, it's more likely berserkers were getting high off henbane. What is henbane?
Henbane is actually it was used in the Middle Ages by a lot of the witches. It's very, I think it's like
whoa, black henbane.
Yeah,
nightshade. I thought that was a poison.
It can be in doses. Yeah,
interesting. So the Amanita muscaria one, though, I always go back to the sacred mushroom and the cross because that was what John Marco Allegro believed was the early days of Christianity. They were consuming that.
Yeah.
But isn't it a strange one that you don't hear about people having like these breakthrough experiences on Amanita?
No, you don't. And you saw one of those side effects was drowsiness.
Right.
So that sort of relates to what they've done with low doses of Amanita for sleep.
Yeah, makes sense. It's just I've always been puzzled by that one because it does appear in so many shamanic rituals. It appears in the old depictions of Christmas and Santa Claus, and all the Christmases have like the little elves and the Amanita. I always wonder, like, was the Amanita different back then? You know, like what was going on? Like what happened?
I don't know how you find that out. I mean, you can probably do some genetic studies to see how long these genes that are in Amanita have persisted. And, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, but it's pretty clear that, at least from a lot of these Indian scholars, that Amanita is not soma, but they don't know what it is.
Interesting. Yeah, the ergot thing is very interesting, right? Because ergot has similar effects to LSD.
Yeah.
And so the Eleusinian mysteries, I think it's only, right now it's been confirmed from, I think it was just one or two vessels, these pottery vessels, that they found traces of ergot.
Yeah, I mean, that's unbelievable. Again, this just illustrates how far advanced our science has become, way over our spiritual and emotional development. You're able to look at thousands of year old vessels and get microscopic traces of what was in them.
Crazy. Yeah. Well, at least it lets you know, okay, now it makes sense that that's how they figured out democracy.
Well, the Greeks are the home of democracy.
I mean, and also, like, just this astounding culture that emerged, and how much of it was connected to that. And then the people in power were like, yeah, we're going to shut that down. We don't like this aspect of you. You guys are a little too hard to control, a little too hard to propagandize.
You don't need the intermediaries. Yes. And we want the taxes, we want to tell you what. And so I think this gets back to one of the earlier points you made about it, do I get frustrated? Which is to realize that this is actually thousands of years plus of the suppression of psychedelics. Mm-hmm. And also you said something earlier, how quick 100 years goes by.
Yeah.
So what if something takes a couple generations? That's okay. You know, I think one of the things I'd like to say is that if your goals are something that you can accomplish in your own lifetime, they're too small. Mm. We need to have like multi-generational goals. I grew up outside of Chicago, and there's this Baha'i temple. So the Baha'i religion is emerged out of Islam, but it's more of a universal religion, and they're suppressed a lot in the Islamic countries. But there was this temple that they built outside of Chicago, this beautiful temple, but it took 3 generations to build it. Mm. And when you're a little kid and thinking about it, I'm like, how could they even plan ahead? How could they even have hope? Why would they even start something that they didn't even know would ever be finished?
Right.
But that now it's one of the most beautiful temples in the world. And so I think this process of elevating consciousness in humanity so we can learn how to live together, not destroy the planet, however long it happens to take. So things take longer than I thought. You know,
that's a great attitude.
Yeah,
like you. Every time I meet you, you're always smiling. You're always happy.
Well, you know, I'm not in jail.
There you go. You're not dead. You're not crippled. Yeah, there's a lot of, you're not unhealthy.
Yeah, and
a lot of positives.
I think the hope that we had that FDA would approve. Well, they didn't. So, do you just give up? No, you just
keep on trucking. Yeah. Well, thank you for what you do, man.
I want to add one thing about the conference, just to say that it's going to be really, really fun. It's going to be, if people come to it,
500 speakers,
500, thousands of people, all sorts of ways. The psychedelic community is going to be coming together.
Do you have a website?
Psychedelicscience.org or maps. There's actually going to be a.
Ooh, look at that.
If you put,
what is that thing that's been around?
Molecule. That's a molecule. But if you put Rogan in when you want to register, there's a 15% discount to go to the conference. We also have this. We have 10 different stages. We have all different tracks for different kinds of interests. We also have this project called Music is the Bridge. And so we have various people are coming up with the music that they would listen to during a psychedelic experience.
Oh, it's Icaros,
very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's going to be concerts, music, all sorts of things connected to this conference, and it's also lots of opportunities for networking and because again, for me, even though MAPS has been focused on MDMA, what it's really about is the psychedelic renaissance. So I don't see the psilocybin or the ibogaine or anything as competition. We want the psychedelic therapists of the future to be cross-trained in all the different drugs, and then to be able to customize the treatment for each person. And that's what we're hoping to develop.
And one more time, what are the dates and where is this?
It's June 16th to 20th. It's coming up next month, and it's in Denver. It's at the Colorado Convention Center. We have
That's a big place.
Oh yeah. Last time we did this was 2023. We had 12,400.
Whoa!
It was astonishing. It was
Must have been the nicest people too.
Oh, it was so hopeful, and it was magical. I think that this would be, if anybody wants to learn about the psychedelic community, this is where we gather together. This is where.
How many feds do you think go to these things?
Well, we want them to come. That's the point, is that we want them to come. Well, here's the other point, is that we work with police officers. When you think about what job is among the most traumatizing, it's being a police, or being a EMT, or being a prison guard.
Yep.
Or these, and they're trained sort of to suppress their feelings, to not talk about it.
Right.
And so we want the vets to come. The more that they come, the more that they learn. We have trained police officers who are also therapists that have even got permission from their police chief to go through our protocol to get MDMA as part of their training.
Wow.
So really, it's healing for all. That's why I'm going to Beirut. That's why I just came from Ukraine. We've got a project in Somaliland, in Africa. We want to do work in Rwanda. So I think that Lycos is going to succeed. Whether it takes 6 months or 3.5 years or whatever, FDA will eventually approve MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD, then they'll approve psilocybin and other things. And so I'm sort of going around the world in sort of high trauma, low resource areas to try to globalize access. And I think that we're in a perilous time in America right now, and we could use more people dealing with their fears, dealing with their anxiety, withdrawing the projection of the shadows. Immigrants have actually made America stronger in a lot of ways. I mean, where did we all come from? I mean, what is the story of your family?
Immigrants in the 1920s.
From where?
Italy and Ireland. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is this is the real melting pot of the world.
And I know that there's a lot of prejudice against immigrants when they first show up.
Mm-hmm.
But now we don't think you're not an American.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I think the real fear that people have is cartel members and people coming across the border and terrorists coming across and not having a secure border, which I think we should have a secure border, but I also think we should have path to citizenship.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great place, and this is the reason why people are willing to walk across the river to try to get here with their children. They know that you can make something out of your life here. I just think we could do better with all the things that you said, and with a guy like you out there spreading the word, it helps the world. So I appreciate you.
Yeah,
you're doing God's work with
and look how miraculous it was that I'm here today with you. That you had
universe works like that.
Incredible. Thank you, Duncan. I'm so sorry you had a emergency root canal.
Yeah, poor Duncan. That sucks. He'll be back. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Rick. It was awesome. Go to maps.org.
Yes,
that's it. Everything. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's that?
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for having me here today. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Well, as soon as I saw the subject, I was like, oh yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Right. Advanced power and propulsion. Kind of been a passion of mine for the last 20 some odd years. I suppose if I kind of look back through the annals of my life, right, I've been thinking about advanced power and propulsion ever since I was a teenager.
What do you think inspired that? Was it space missions? Did you look at it and go, I think we could do better? Like, what was it?
Well, I grew up in Washington, D.C., and so I got a chance to spend a lot of time in the Air and Space Smithsonian. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to go to that, but growing up in D.C., getting a chance to go to the Air and Space Smithsonian, I got to see all these awesome examples of people working together to try and accomplish amazing things, right? And you might walk into the Air and Space Smithsonian and you just think about, wow, this is full of a bunch of stuff. But it's not just about the stuff, right? It's about the people that worked together to do all these amazing things, right? Like the Bell X-1 rocket. And if you really want to go back, the Wright Flyer, right? That's something where two guys worked together that made bicycles for a living, that decided to go create something that flew. And then in less than 50, 60 years from when they flew that Wright Flyer, right, we're putting human beings on the surface of the moon. And so all that really resonated with me as a kid, and I think tended to make me gravitate towards a technical field, although it wasn't a straight line. Right? I'd like to say, I knew at an early age what my calling was and what I was going to do. But I bounced around for a little bit until I finally got on a path that I really connected with. So I think I knew very early on in my journey in university, right, when I was going to get my degree, that I wanted to work in advanced power and propulsion. So at that point, everything I did kind of worked towards how do I get the skills, how do I get the math and physics training that helps me kind of work in this domain. So I was thinking about the idea of space works very early on.
It's amazing that you were so focused so early. What a great head start, It's a huge advantage to know what you're really interested in at such an early age.
There were a few speed bumps along the way. We took a few detours, like any human, right? You're like, I don't know if I want to do this yet, right? So.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty extraordinary if you look at that number that you said, like from Orville Wright and Wilbur Wright to space travel, how quick that is.
Yeah.
I mean, and we think about in terms of ancient history, how long it took us to get to this point, and that kind of acceleration so rapidly inside of a lifetime to see just world-changing events and the internet all happening simultaneously, right?
Absolutely. There's another interesting story, right? So my background is I've got a PhD in physics. And a master's in mechanical engineering, so I'm both a scientist and an engineer. So I have deep appreciation for both disciplines. But within the discipline of science, right? We just talked about the Wright Flyer and then going to the surface of the moon, and that's more of a kind of an engineering story. On the topic of science, think about E equals mc squared. You probably heard that or saw it on a coffee cup.
I don't really honestly know what it means. It's a theory of relativity.
It's theory of relativity.
I could say it to people like, come on, man.
Right. E equals mc squared. Whatever. Right?
What is the theory of relativity?
So E equals mc squared, right, is an equation that relates energy to mass. If you were to take some modest piece of mass, say you've got some tidbits here, the mass that's in this pen right here. You take the mass that's in this pen and you convert it to energy. That equation helps you understand exactly how much energy you can potentially release. And so that equation, while it might sound very humble, right? Oh, E equals mc squared. That's cool. But it had super big implications. And you just talked about how quickly things move. So let's talk about that for just a second. E equals mc squared. Einstein comes up with this equation, 1911. Somebody will look it up on the internet and correct me if I'm wrong. Comes up with the equation in 1911. They split the first atom in 1928, 1932 time frame. I can't remember the exact time frame. 1942, we have the first nuclear reactor underneath the squash court at University of Chicago. They did things very differently in the 1940s, Joe.
Under a squash?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Did they let the people playing squash? No?
Who knows, right?
What happened to them? Are they X-Men now?
Yeah, right, exactly. That's the origin story. That's the Spider-Man origin story, right? So,
that's where Phoenix came from.
Yeah. Your friends tell you, I think I can hear the color blue now, right? So, So anyway, had the first nuclear reactor underneath the squash court in 1942, and then the Trinity test, it's the atomic bomb test, in 1945. And so, in the span of just a few decades, we go from acute coffee cup worthy equation to a paradigm shift in human existence, right? And that's without computers in the way we think of it. That's without machine learning and without AI. And so as we continue to move forward, right, we've got, think about everything we know in physics today, general relativity and quantum mechanics are kind of the two bookends of everything that we know. We're going to continue to expand our knowledge, and we will come up with new E equals MC squared kind of equations. But now we're equipped with computers, we're equipped with machine learning, AI, and so it's going to be exponential growth, right? So it'll be interesting to see how quickly we go from, hey, I have this new insight, found this funny thing in a lab, to, wow, it changes everything, how we do everything as a culture and community, right?
So there's several problems with the current propulsion systems, right? And the big one is like biological entities being able to absorb G-force, right? No matter if you super hyper engineer something and have it really crazy, but the things that we're seeing in the sky, the things that people describe, like Commander David Fravor, when he described that Tic Tac, that vehicle, that thing, whatever it was, that went from above 50,000 feet to sea level in a second and shot off at insane rate speeds. Biological entities can't survive that kind of G-force, we think.
Yeah, so I think in terms of a human ability to take G's.
Yeah, I should say human, not like tardigrades.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so a human being can, well, trained human beings can take potentially up to 9 Gs.
Have you ever done that before?
I have not.
I did it once with the Blue Angels. Yeah. I got to 7.5 Gs. It was bananas.
That's awesome.
You have to.
I bet that was an experience.
Oh, it was.
Oh my! I am so jealous. God,
mad respect for those guys. Mad respect for those guys.
Yeah.
First of all, the biggest thing when you go to that area, like these guys are jacked. They're in like insane shape. Because you're literally forcing blood into your brain to tolerate the G-force.
Yeah.
So they have to hold on to their stick, the joystick, and they're going,
yep.
while they're flying, through the canyons. It's bananas.
Yeah.
Like extraordinary. So imagine a person being able to tolerate that on a regular basis and perform fine motor skill functions, like, pointing and aiming and shooting and all the crazy stuff that those guys are capable of doing.
Being able to think, and in some cases, if they're in combat, being able to make critical decisions. In some ways, what you're talking about, when you look at NASA's astronaut corps, right, as part of their regimen, they have to go up in T-38s on a regular basis to try and help train with the whole, how do you make decisions, right, when your life is on the line and the time is finite, right? So there's a whole aspect of this that's kind of geared towards keeping those portions of the brain trained and sharp.
Right, which is the best argument for AI taking over. So when you hear about stories about these fighter pilots finding these objects in the sky that exhibit extraordinary capabilities and don't have all the signatures of traditional propulsion systems, what is your thoughts?
Generally, I tend to be agnostic to the topic. I have a lot of friends that are extremely interested in a lot of things that are out and about in the media and in the literature. But generally, I tend to be agnostic, and here's why. In everything that's currently out that people talk about and highlight, it's difficult for me to take the data and the evidence and then pull that into the work that we do in the lab with some of the different test devices we work with as we kind of explore the frontiers of where physics and propulsion might intersect. It's hard to take that and turn that into some kind of an action plan, if you will. So I'm certainly aware, like David Fravor, the experience that he had with, I think he calls them Tic Tacs, right? An amazing account. And there's multiple people that saw it, multiple platforms that saw it. And so to start with, right, I thought maybe there was a small chance that was just like we had stealth technology, right, where if you want to hide a plane, what if we had the ability to project something, right, through some mechanism where we could make people go where we wanted them to go, right? Because I know there's a technology that uses like 2 different lasers that triangulate a certain point in open air, and they put enough energy into a particular location that they ionize the air, and so it creates like a bright pixel. And so they use that to create 3-dimensional displays that kind of look like they're just floating out in air. Now, they're not quite as big as what we saw described with the Nimitz encounter on the West Coast. So I thought for a little while, maybe that might be something that we're seeing.
They can project plasma as well, right? Is that the same thing?
It's the same thing. Right? So that the 2 lasers intersect, they ionize the air, which creates a plasma.
And they can do this over long distances as well, right?
I don't know about long distances. I know they can do it over short distances. And so for a while there, I wondered if that might be something that could explain some of what
that makes sense.
What David Fravor and the group saw.
The only problem would be the radar. Because I don't know if you wouldn't pick up that on radar, would you? Because it's not a mass, right?
So the plasma would certainly absorb a radar signal, right? Because it's gonna polarize any electromagnetic wave that tries to go through.
So it would show up.
It might.
Would it be possible to make something that big, that's 20 feet long, out of that?
It's hard for me to imagine that.
Right.
I think there's one piece of data that just came out in the last few weeks. I think David Fravor's wingman, Alex, I think her name is Alex Dietrich. I can't remember the name.
I think you're right.
So she came out, and so in all the things associated with that particular encounter, right? One of the things I've been trying to figure out is how do they describe the specular surface of the Tic Tac, right? Because if it's these plasma pixels that I'm talking about that kind of creates a volumetric display, I would speculate it might be kind of a glowy looking thing. But I think Alex, in her account, described it as kind of a flat type of like mat. So that kind of fit with my working theory. So again, while it's amazing and incredible, and it's something that people want to go think about and go try and collect more data, it doesn't help me do what I'm doing in the lab. And so I think I kind of keep, my eyes dart every once in a while over to that particular topic. What's that about? That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly agnostic as well. I bounce back and forth from being really excited about it to feel like I'm being duped all the time. Jamie and I talk about it all the time. I'm back in. And then Jamie's back in, and Jamie will find something. He's like, I think I'm back in. How are we right now?
I'm looking through the article about the Navy lasers that can do this to kind of figure out how big the objects are that they can make move. But they're designed to trick heat-seeking missiles. So they got to figure that.
Okay, so they make a heat signature. So they trick the heat signature, which makes sense, right? Because they're plasma.
Yeah, from tens to hundreds of meters away.
Where are you at right now with UFOs? You in or you're out?
I'm still in on something, but I don't know what the object is or what is.
But we've both been in and out.
Consciousness thing. I'm on that this week or month.
Oh, the one where they think they can call them in?
Not just that you need consciousness to use it or talk to it.
Yeah,
or see it.
Maybe. There was some talk of gravity propulsion systems in the 1950s, I believe. There was some work that was being done, and there was some discussion about whether or not it would be possible to use nuclear energy to create some sort of a gravity drive.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that stuff?
Well, I think in order to do so, I'm gonna use a different parlance, okay? Instead of
obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Right. So in terms of some of the language that we use in the literature when we talk about something that would, I think, trace to what you mean when you say a gravity drive, right? We might use the parlance space drive, right? And so conceptually, it would be a form of propulsion that instead of using some form of onboard propellant in a tank, right, it's found some way to couple to some external field, whatever it might be, and can generate some kind of a propulsive force. And so in my mind, in order for us to ever be able to go down a path where we're trying to create something like that might look like that or smell like that or what have you, we need to have a deeper understanding of gravity, right? And so, we just talked about E equals MC squared, and so I'm going to back up just a minute. If you think about everything we know today in physics as a Venn diagram, There are two circles on this Venn diagram, and they touch at a little tangent point. One of those circles is quantum mechanics that helps us understand how atoms behave, how light moves. And in the other circle, we have the words general relativity. So that helps us understand how the cosmos evolves, how stars move and galaxies move. And so those two circles touch at a single tangent point. They don't overlap. So what that says is gravity, we don't know how to connect gravity to quantum mechanics. We don't understand that. But in terms of all of our daily life, just that level of physics helps us every single day, right? This cell phone is only possible because of quantum mechanics, and GPS is only as accurate as it is because we use general relativity to correct the atomic clocks on the GPS satellites. But until we develop a better understanding of how gravity might connect to quantum mechanics, or alternately how quantum mechanics might connect to gravity, I don't know that we'll be able to make meaningful progress, right? And so we need more circles on the Venn diagram. Just those two aren't enough. There are a number of people that would speculate that quantum mechanics is incomplete, general relativity is incomplete, perhaps it's even emergent. I think we had Hal Puthoff on here a few days ago, right? And he talked about a physicist by the name of Sakharov, who talked about the fact that I think he was one of the guys that first pioneered the thought process. Maybe gravity is simply an emergent phenomenon, and we'll develop a better understanding as we add more circles in and around the quantum mechanics circle, if you will. And so I think in order for us to be able to come up with a widget, right? Some widget that generates a force in the form of a space drive, we're going to have more physics than what we currently have.
So we'll have to have more of an understanding of what gravity actually is.
Yes.
And what generates gravity.
Yeah. And it's not just the gravity thing. It's quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanics is completely incompatible with general relativity. So this is a big issue. There are tons of people that spend their entire life trying to figure out how to unravel this mystery. It's a big conundrum.
Well, it's so fascinating to me because if you were a scientist in the 1400s and you were having this discussion with those people, they would think you're a wizard.
Absolutely, especially if you held up something like that.
Yeah,
I get burned at the stake.
Right? They show the screen.
Right.
I said, Jamie, pull something up.
Yeah, pull something up.
Do it. What is happening?
What is it that you showeth upon thy wall, right?
So imagine, extrapolate. Imagine going in the future and seeing what all this stuff is going to look like once we gain more and more understanding. More scientists, more researchers piling on the discoveries, and then ultimately one day we'll be looking back on 2025 going, with those barbarians.
Oh my gosh! Did you see that show with Sonny and Joe where they were talking about what a bunch of maroons?
They didn't even know what gravity was.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
it'd be like bloodletting. Yeah. Really kind of interesting because I bet every current civilization thinks it's at the pinnacle, and everybody else is a moron, and we are a seriously advanced society.
Right.
But AG1 has been a long-time partner of the show, and I'm excited to share some big news. The new AG1 Next Gen formula is here. They did a bunch of research and improved their formula to make sure it's the best it can be. The same single scoop once a day, same subtly sweet flavors with those hints of vanilla and pineapple, but now with upgraded probiotics, vitamins, and minerals for even more comprehensive formula. AG1 Next Gen is clinically backed with 4 human clinical trials, and it's shown to fill common nutrient gaps even in healthy eaters. Plus, AG1's Next Gen travel packs now come in upgraded packaging. They're easier to tear, pour, shake, and go, so your daily nutrition is even more seamless wherever life takes you. So subscribe today to try the Next Gen of AG1. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG1 D3, K2, and AG1 welcome kit and 5 of the upgraded AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to get started with AG1's Next Gen and notice the benefits for yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
It's interesting, you know, I get a chance to go do a bunch of discussions with students all over the globe, right, and talking about space exploration, specifically, you know, advanced power and propulsion. I really kind of get into this whole difference between to space and through space. And so as part of that narrative, right, I always spend a little bit of time telling them, right, we live in a society where everybody likes to pretend like we got all this stuff figured out. Right? There's nothing left to figure out. Right? You know, we got cell phones and internet and airplanes and all different kinds of stuff. There's really nothing left.
Just maintain what we have.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I like to remind them, right, when I talk about, well, let's talk about that. What do we know? And then I kind of take them through that little thought process of the Venn diagram, just to say, hey, look, right, these two models are not compatible. That says there's a bigger circle, right, that connects the dots between all this stuff. And I highly doubt we'll ever come up with a single circle, you know, a single step that goes from just the two circles on the Venn diagram to a final one, some grand unified theory. I don't think we'll ever take like one single step. I think it's going to be a series of a bunch of different steps by a bunch of different people over many generations. And it's like there's so much stuff to go figure out. Come help us push back against the darkness. Help us, you know, forever hunting the edge of the map, if you will. Right. And so I think sometimes in today's society, we get lulled into this sense of security that we got it all figured out. I mean, we got AI, says all kinds of neat helps us out, all these different things. And so we get lulled into this sense that we've got it all figured out. And there's so much mystery out there for us to go figure out.
Also, there's a lot of people that are full of shit that are muddying up the water. So it's very difficult to know what is exactly true at any current moment. I mean, just in the UAP world, there's a ton of grifters. There's a ton of people that are just putting sensational nonsense out to just get a bunch of clicks.
In some ways, when I talk to students and I kind of give them suggestions and advice and mentoring, it's like if you've got some particular area that you're interested in and it's highly technical, go do the work that's necessary to give yourself the math skills, the engineering skills, the science, whatever you need. Make sure you're equipped, right, so that you can, whatever's in front of you, you can go look at it with a discerning eye, right? Because like you said, the internet's changed the world for both the better and the worse, right? The signal to noise ratio has changed a lot. There's a lot of noise out there. And so the best thing you can do to try and cope with something like that is just to make sure you're trained, right? And you're capable of being able to discern something that's real versus something that's nonsense.
So what is real in terms of, at least conceptually, what is real about warp drives?
The great question. When we talk about space exploration, right? A lot of times people think of like a Falcon 9 rocket, Saturn V, or a space shuttle, and these are all wonderful examples that should come to mind. But this is what we need to get to space, right? You got to climb against the gravitational well, if you will, and get into space. But when you get into space and you want to try and move through space, right, the things that you might use to solve that problem in an optimal sense might look very differently from the idea of rockets to get you to space. And so through space, there's a lot of things that we can bring to bear. But this gets into, I think, a larger framework I'd like to unpack with you today to talk about this through space type of thought process. But since you specifically asked about warp, I'm going to kind of jump forward. Sure. I'm going to jump forward on the discussion thread.
We don't have to use it as a teaser.
Okay, well, let's use that as a teaser. Let's back up then. Okay. And so I provided a video that we pulled together called "Go Incredibly Fast." I did it with a Swedish digital artist, Eric Warnquist. He's done a bunch of wonderful videos for NASA and a bunch of other friends. But this video kind of encapsulates the challenge of distance in space, right? If you want to send human beings past Mars and the solar system, that sets up a problem statement right, that changes the nature of the types of technologies that you might think about bringing to bear to solve the problem. And so this video tells us what are some things that we can do to solve this problem, spanning from things that we kind of know to things that we kind of don't know in terms of both physics and engineering. And so this video is kind of an emotional encapsulation of a highly technical story. So let's watch. This would be a great way to kind of tee off this discussion.
The sky calls to us. We do not destroy ourselves. We are one day's venture to the stars. Carl said.
As incredible as it may seem, there will be a time, and it may be closer than we think, when we live on other worlds. The moon, Mars, and in the space between. And when that day comes, just as always, our children will look with curiosity across these new horizons, with a desire to go further and to explore what lies beyond. But beyond Mars, the distances between worlds grow immensely, even within our own solar system, and become truly vast in between stars. If we ever want to reach out across these distances, we need to learn how to go fast.
Nuclear electric propulsion. Here we go.
Yeah, so this is what we know. Using our current knowledge of physics and engineering, we could build nuclear locomotives to take humans to all the worlds in our solar system. But a starship powered with a nuclear heart aimed for even our closest star, Proxima Centauri, would have to harbor hundreds of generations of people, all living their entire lives aboard, before reaching its destination, 4.25 light years away. It would take 2 years just to reach the orbit of Saturn, and another 2,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. We need to be able to go faster.
Fusion propulsion.
We should re-record this with you doing that for each of the videos of physics. But with engineering we have yet to develop, we can imagine a propulsion system with the sun for a heart. A fusion engine that could accelerate a starship up to 5% of the speed of light. This ship could cross the orbit of Saturn in 6 months and reach Proxima Centauri in just over a century. But if we want to traverse interstellar distances in less than a human lifetime, we have to go incredibly fast. The universe has shown us that this can be done by altering the scale of space itself. And we are working to develop new understandings of physics to learn how this might be controlled. If we could construct a starship with a propulsion system that decreases space in front of it and expands the space behind it, this ship could cross enormous distances effectively faster than the speed of light. Such a ship would reach from Mars to Saturn in just a matter of minutes and be able to reach Proxima Centauri in less than 6 months.
Whoa.
From there are no limits to where we could go. Perhaps one day humanity will look up at an alien night sky and strain to find the pale yellow dot that is our sun, our home, and know for the first time, as we look back on ourselves, that we are not alone in the universe. This journey starts today.
Whoa. First of all, whoever did the graphics.
Thanks,
for
Jamie.
that,
Yeah, Eric Ornquist was the Swedish digital artist that we used to develop that video, and so
that guy nailed it.
oh my gosh, didn't
That's
he?
pretty
Yeah, yeah. We had a 3 swim lane chart, if you will. That's a very technical version of this. We have a copy of it. We don't need to bring it up, Jamie. I can just do it verbally here. But it kind of encapsulates that thought process of this time distance problem. When we think about space exploration with humans, we think about Mars. Right? We've sent human beings to the moon. Probably going to go back to the moon sooner rather than later, and then eventually we want to send human beings to Mars. But what if we wanted to send human beings to Saturn, and we want to get them there in 200 days? That's a time frame that's kind of compatible with what we've thought about for humans to Mars, 180 to 220 days. If you frame the question that way, the amount of energy that's necessary to get humans to Saturn in 200 days is an order of magnitude more energy than it takes to get a payload from the surface of the Earth to low Earth orbit. So all that to say, right, that particular problem, chemical propulsion can't solve that problem. And so this is started to kind of frame the discussion, this narrative that we pulled together when we talk to students all around the globe, the difference between to space and the difference of through space. When you talk about through space, the distances are just so big, right? You have to rethink the problem, especially when you constrain it with how long does it take to get there, right? And so this particular video encapsulates things that we might do to solve problems like that, and maybe even into another star system, talking about things that we know. Like the very first part of the video, the vignette was, like you said, nuclear electric propulsion. I can't do your voice very well. Nuclear electric propulsion, right? And so this is a situation where it's known physics, known engineering. We've got a nuclear reactor that's fissioning uranium, let's say. It's splitting apart atoms, and that's the source of energy. You use that energy to plug into some form of electric propulsion. Like you got the neon sign that's behind you. Imagine you could take one of those tubes and cut the end off and allow the blue or green glowy bit to come out the back, right? And so the efficiency of electric propulsion versus chemical propulsion is much better. And so that's a way we potentially think of a spacecraft architecture, nuclear electric propulsion, a nuclear reactor coupled to some form of electric propulsion that allows us to send human beings to Saturn in 200 days. And technically speaking, that capability, if we didn't invent anything else beyond that, that would allow us to send human beings everywhere in the solar system. That's why that's extremely important. And now we're getting into the passion of what I fought for so hard working at NASA to try and advocate for this understanding of the big difference between these two types of problems, if you will. If we make up our minds to perfect the idea of nuclear electric propulsion as a capability, I mean, that unlocks the whole solar system, right? That's just kind of like the tip of the iceberg. And so the video then goes on after we kind of say, nuclear electric propulsion can open up a lot of stuff for us, but it's still going to take, you remember how long it said to go to Proxima Centauri? It's like 100 years. But 2,000 years for the
Oh, that's right.
So, I mean, I don't know about you, but that better be one comfortable window seat, right? That's a long time to be on a flight, if you will.
No, yeah, how screwed up are the people that live,
right?
Because you're inbreeding.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be generations, right? So either
it's
you
be generations, you're going to have babies, and with who?
Yeah,
like,
right.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to choose? You're going to have arranged marriages in space. Is
Right.
that progress?
right.
You know,
But, right.
force people to carry children.
Yeah, or they might be frozen. Like, was it what's that movie with the blue aliens? I can't remember.
Right. Imagine if they're debating a woman's right to choose while they're in space. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh! Right.
It gets weird.
Yeah. So
we need to keep civilization.
Yeah, right.
If you all commit, but I didn't commit. My grandparents did. But you're still on this thing forever.
It's like, my great grandparents. Right.
Not only that, the reality is, by the time they get there, the human beings will have created technology that far exceeds that, and probably beat them to it.
Yeah, you kind of see that hinted in the video too, right? Where you got the you got the slow boat, and then you got the fusions, and the next one that comes by, and the guy's like, waving as he goes by.
Well, for sure, you would be a sucker to get on the first ship, because by the time it gets there, the new ships will have already been there for months.
Yeah. They'll welcome you when you arrive, right?
The grandchildren of those people will welcome you.
Yeah. So the fusion propulsion is kind of the next step in the story. And so when we make that step, we're a little bit into the unknown, right? We understand the physics, right? The sun at the center of our solar system works on fusion. It fuses atoms together instead of splitting them apart to generate electricity. And so fusion propulsion is kind of another step in capability, right? That allows us to do maybe do an interstellar mission that's measured in 100, maybe 200 years. Still kind of long, but that's a lot more respectable than 2,000 years. But contrary to what the movie Iron Man might say, we don't have fusion reactors that are gigawatts the size of this coffee cup, right? So
in your chest.
Yeah. We got a little work to do before we get there.
Well, that comic book was written probably in the 50s.
Right.
So when you think about this kind of progress, this ability to generate that amount of power and to bend gravity, and to bend space, what kind of a timeline do you think we're on for something like that?
That's actually one of the most popular questions I get when I go talk to students, right? Whenever you talk about that last swim lane in the video, the idea of a space warp, you can expand and contract space, and that allows us to potentially go somewhere in months, whereas we were just previously talking about millennia and centuries, right? So just to remind folks, we just talked about everything that we know of physics today, quantum mechanics, general relativity, right? We got to add some more stuff to the Venn diagram to develop an understanding. And so my crystal ball is no better than yours, Joe. I couldn't say specifically if, when something like that might happen, but I can say I actually do know what we need to be working on right now, right? And so in that context, right, I'm certainly doing the things that I think might help make meaningful progress towards that type of operative goal at some point in time. But I just don't know how long it might take. And so let me kind of give an experience that I had. So I taught at International Space University over in Strasbourg in France. And they have a cathedral there in Strasbourg, absolutely stunning. But the thing that's even more interesting about this structure, it's like 500 feet tall. They started building it in 1100 AD, and they didn't finish the cathedral until 1700 AD. So the people that built the basement had no hope of seeing the finished product. All they could do was imagine in their mind's eye what it might look like, but they knew what they needed to do to kind of make meaningful progress. And so work, and then they hand it off to the next generation, maybe putting the floor in, and then another generation does the buttresses and so forth. So from that standpoint, I think sometimes it's important to, we talk about teamwork, right? Teamwork is a great thing. But teamwork, we typically think of shoulder to shoulder, right? But I think there's also value in teamwork across generations, if you will, right? In a day and an age where you get impatient, text somebody and they don't text back in like 30 seconds, right? I think we've lost an appreciation for the value of what that means, right? In terms of working over stuff longer than Horizon might be. I'd love to see the idea of a space warp, before I go to the next chapter. But I don't know that will happen for sure. But I do know specifically what I need to be doing. And so from that standpoint, that's how I grapple with that particular question. Because it's a wonderful question, and I would love to be able to tell you a very concise answer that would fit with what I would hope it would be. But I don't know for certain. But I do know what I need to be doing next. And that gets into, maybe we can unpack that in just a little bit. That gets into the idea of how the idea of a space warp works and how that traces back to those two circles on the Venn diagram.
Right. Well, let's do that.
Yeah,
let's talk about that.
Yeah. So maybe what we can do, Jamie, I sent you. There's a slide that's got like a cartoon space warp. It looks like a little sheet of a mesh or something like that. I don't know how to explain it. If you could pull up.
There it is.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
yes, that's the one. That's the one. So we actually did that graphic on the right for Nature, the journal Nature. They were doing an article on the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, and so they asked us to pull together that graphic. And so this is an illustration of the idea of a space warp. Let me give just a little bit of background. You know, in physics, there is a speed limit that we have to acknowledge when we talk about trying to go somewhere really quickly, right? And so I like to call it the 11th commandment of physics: thou shalt not exceed the speed of light, right? It's kind of a hard and fast speed limit. And so if you talk about trying to get to another star that's 4.25 light years away, that should automatically set in your mind, well, shoot, we can't get there any quicker than 4.25 light years, right? Well, there is a little bit of hope because there's a loophole in general relativity that establishes that hard speed limit. General relativity says we can expand and contract space at any speed, and we see evidence for this when we look at the nature of the cosmos, right after the Big Bang, 14 billion years ago. There was something called an inflationary phase, right, where if you were to pick two random points in this expanding bubble of the early cosmos, you stood on one point and you looked at another point and figured out how fast it was moving away from you. It would move away from you like 10 to the 30th, 10 with 30 zeros times the speed of light. So, yeah, really, really, really fast, right? And so we know from astrophysics and cosmology that this is possible. And so this idea was kind of rattling around in a physicist's brain called Alcubierre, who said, hey, well, this interesting, nature can do it on a grand scale. Can we potentially do it in a purposeful way? And so he published a paper in 1994 that kind of encapsulated the mathematics for this idea. And if you take his mathematics and you put it into physical form, it's going to look like my little cartoon here on the right. And so you got the little ring that goes around the little surface here. It looks like a wave. And then there's a little central portion there, kind of looks like a football, let's say. And so what happens is that ring that goes around that little football, that's what's necessary to make the trick work. And so it has to be filled with something called exotic matter. And so that's an important issue, right? What's exotic matter, right? So it's something in general relativity that's also equivalent to negative mass. And so we all understand positive mass, right? If your little brother hits you on the head with something, that's positive mass hitting your head, right? Negative mass is not only zero mass, but it's a negative value. So what does that equal? And so in the context of general relativity, if we come up with a model that requires exotic matter, we have to highlight that as a problem, because we don't, in general relativity doesn't tell us how to make that. And so that could potentially be an obstacle that would prevent something like this from ever being physically real. But if we could figure out how to make it, and I'll actually speak to that in just a second, if we could make that and we could create a ring that could manifest that exotic matter, it would cause space-time to respond in such a way so that it would expand and contract to allow you to go to Proxima Centauri in 5.5 months, as measured by you on board the spacecraft in that football, and as measured by folks over in Mission Control over in Houston.
Now, this exotic matter, what do you speculate what would that be?
So exotic matter, and the cool thing is, these are the equations. So there'll be a test later, Joe. So
I'm ready.
So in Alcubierre's paper in 1994, right, he rightly highlights the fact that, hey, there's a problem. Danger, Will Robinson. This stuff requires exotic matter. That may mean it's non-physical. However, he highlights the fact, hey, we have this other circle over here called quantum mechanics. And there's something in the context of quantum mechanics called negative vacuum energy density. And so that's something that's connected to the idea of the Casimir force. We'll unpack that later. But that is something that could serve as a proxy for the idea of exotic matter. and may help us one day make the idea of a space warp a physical, real thing.
Whoa. So this ability to go as fast as you're describing, where you could conceivably make it to other solar systems.
Yeah.
This obviously is a version of it that will probably be improved upon.
Right.
So if this ever does come to fruition, you could conceivably imagine a time where you generate even more power, have even more capability, and you go everywhere in the universe.
Right. Potentially. Yeah, it unlocks just about anything. Let's go back a slide real quick, Jamie. I want to share something with you. So the next time you're in an airport, you can do this, right?
Okay.
So if you want to try and imagine the idea how a space warp works in theory, if you will. This is just a thought experiment. So thought experiments aren't exactly precise, but they do help communicate the idea. So when you go to an airport and they've got those long conveyor belts, if you will.
Yes.
I think they call them travelators. And so they help us move quicker between gates.
Yeah, by the way, folks, you're supposed to walk on those things.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You hear me?
Absolutely.
Walk.
Right. So if you think about what happens when you make use of one of these travelators, it's just like you said, most of us walk, right? So when we're at airport, we're walking, we're dragging our bag. We usually walk about 3 miles an hour. And then when we get onto the belt, we keep walking. Now, if you think about so let's say Jamie's sitting at a gate and he's watching you walk by. Before you get onto the belt, he sees you walking at 3 miles an hour. When you get onto the belt, all of a sudden to Jamie, it looks like you're going 6 miles an hour. So what's going on here? Well, think about the belt, right? The length of the belt in front of you. What's happening to it? It's technically going underneath, right? This is a metaphor.
Right.
It's going underneath, but the length of belt in front of you is actually contracting, right? And so by the same token, the length of belt behind you, yes, it's a conveyor belt, but it's expanding behind you. So the belt is contracting and expanding in such a way that it now seems like to Jamie that you're moving at 6 miles an hour. So the next time you go to an airport and you get onto one of these travelators, I want you to put your hand on the railing and say, engage.
Yeah. Well, that's a great comparison. Totally makes sense if you think about expanding that idea just infinitely with gravity and just being able to.
Right.
And that video, by the way, is so cool. Like the way he generated that and looks exactly like these people describe things they're seeing in terms of, when people find UAPs that are particularly unusual.
Right. The cool thing is if you pop forward one more slide, Jamie. There we go. When you look at the math and physics associated with this, right, the proper acceleration alpha on board the spacecraft is formally 0. So what that means when they turn the warp on and off, it doesn't splatter the crew against the bulkhead. You talked about in the beginning of the show. We talked about G forces, right? And so I don't know if Alcubierre specifically was hoping to land on that kind of an observation, but the little toy model that he came up with has got a lot of appealing characteristics, and that's one of them, right? When you turn the warp on and off, the proper acceleration alpha is formally 0, so it's actually 0G. So
that's fast.
He stumbled into a really nice solution, if you will. If you don't mind, while we're here, I'd love to maybe spend just a second to talk about life imitating art. There's some interesting things that I think it's the next slide or two. I'll keep going. We'll come back to this one another time. So this is it's a modern rendering done by Mark Rademacher, a digital artist from the Netherlands I've worked with over the years. This is a Star Trek ship concept that was developed by Matthew Jeffries in the 60s for the TV show Star Trek. And so you might notice there are some qualitative similarities here to this little structure, to the little gray cartoon that I just showed you. It's got the rings on it, right? It's got this little central structure. But there are actually a couple of fatal flaws with this concept. But the thing that's fascinating to me before we talk about the things we're going to fix is Matthew Jeffries is not a physicist. Number one. Number two, the math and physics associated with the idea of the space warp hadn't been published in the 60s when he came up with this artwork. But look how close he got, right? For somebody just following his gut instinct in terms of pulling something together.
What was his background? Did he have some sort of a background in science?
I couldn't say. Don't know for certain. But man, he sure did.
He nailed it.
He sure did get close.
He got so close.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is the nature of this ship, the fatal flaws it had. So we did an update of this as part of like an education outreach. So I reached out to Mark Rademacher and some folks from CBS Studios, and so we did an updated version of this for a Star Trek Ships of the Line calendar.
That's cool.
Yeah, and that's the one that's in the video, right? The IXS Enterprise. Go back just one slide, Jamie. So the problem with this version here is the rings that go around the spaceship are entirely too thin. So when you calculate how much of the exotic matter I just talked about that you might need to make this thing do something useful, it's going to be a very large number that might be impossible to ever make. So that's like fatal flaw number one. Fatal flaw number two is the bridge of the spaceship goes way out in front of where the warp bubble would form as a result of those rings. So the rings would form like a warp bubble that looks like a little capsule. It would actually cut the bridge off, and the bridge would go floating away, and Scotty would be so fired. That's not good. That'd be a short, sad episode of Star Trek. So
hope they have a parachute.
Right, exactly. So we work with CBS Studios. Now you go to the next slide. So now we've got the rings are much more athletic. They have more heft to them. They're thicker, so that reduces the energy requirements. And then the spaceship itself is kind of properly nestled into the warp bubble.
It just looks cool.
Right. Yeah.
Like all things from the past, they can make a better version today.
Right.
So this exotic material, do you imagine that this is an undiscovered element? What's the theory?
Right. Yeah. And this is the reason for some of the lamentation, right, about general relativity and quantum mechanics. General relativity just doesn't tell us how to address it, right? It just simply says you have to highlight it in your paper before you submit it for peer review and say this may cause problems. But quantum mechanics has this stuff called negative vacuum energy density, right? And so maybe we can unpack that. So what is negative vacuum energy density? So let's talk about some of the implications of quantum mechanics and how they're a little different from our day-to-day experience at the macroscopic level, right? Empty space in quantum mechanics is actually not empty. So if I told you to think about a vacuum chamber, right, and I told you the vacuum chamber is under vacuum and there's nothing in the vacuum chamber, right? That operative word, nothing. Right, that you have vacuum pumps that turn on and pull all the air out, so there's nothing in the vacuum chamber. Quantum mechanics says, wait a minute, hold on. The idea of empty space, even though there's this classical vacuum, right, that we might think about, it's not actually empty. There's these fluctuating fields and forces that are always going on all the time. So even though like this is Plumbrook vacuum chamber up in Ohio, and so if you imagine you took that vacuum chamber and pumped on it so there was no air on there, and then you might say there's nothing in that vacuum chamber. Well, quantum mechanics says that at the microscopic level, there are fluctuating fields and particles all the time. And so this sounds very, 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 counterintuitive to what we experience in our day-to-day life, right? You pick up a coffee cup, or you push against a door, right? That's how we think of the world, if you will. But quantum mechanics deals with the microscopic realm, and things are a little bit different. And so that's kind of background. So you can, this peculiar nature that I'm explaining to you, you can actually do an experiment that provides you a observational consequence of this peculiar nature. And it's called the Casimir force. I think I have a slide in there, Jamie. So the Casimir force can be thought of in the following way. Imagine that you've got two metal plates, like you see here in the graphic. You put them very, very close to one another. That separation distance is maybe 100 nanometers. So certainly much smaller than a human hair, very, very small distance. And then you imagine you have a vacuum chamber that you put these two small plates in. And then you turn on the vacuum pumps and you pull all of the air out. So there's nothing in there, right? At least that's the way we would think about it. So now we're going to conduct a little thought experiment. We're going to imagine that Jamie has superhero powers, and he can shrink himself down to being a wee tiny little atomic person. And we're going to ask him to go into the vacuum chamber. And we're going to ask him to measure the pressure on the outside of the plates. And we're going to ask him to measure the pressure in between the two plates. And so we're going to expect, based on the normal way we exist, he's going to say 0, 0 on the outside, and he's going to say 0 in between the two plates. But what he's going to report back is he's going to say 0 pressure on the outside, like we expect, but he's going to say there is a negative pressure between the two plates. Well, what the hell is going on? Well, the quantum field is full of fluctuating fields and forces. Matter is both a particle and a wave. You may have heard that statement at some point in your life. And so all these little bits of energy, right, they have wavelengths associated with them. And so any wavelength that is bigger than the physical gap of the cavity, it won't be able to manifest between the cavities. So when we add up all the bits of energy on the outside, that's our 0 reference. When we add up all the bits of energy on the outside, and then we add up all the bits of energy in between the two plates, there are less bits of energy because all the bigger wavelengths are excluded. And so there is a deficiency of vacuum energy that manifests between the two plates. And that results in that negative pressure that wants to pull those two plates together. That's called the Casimir force. A guy by the name of Casimir was a guy that derived that back in 1948, but it took us until the late 90s to actually measure this in the lab to the physics community's satisfaction. And so it's been studied hundreds of times since, measuring forces at different regimes, if you will. And there's also something called the transverse Casimir force. So when you try and slide those two plates relative to one another, the vacuum wants to resist you sliding those two plates. And so this is a very real phenomenon, and it's a wonderful illustration of the peculiar nature of reality at the microscopic level, right? So, the theory was worked out in the late 40s. The experimental stuff was started in the 90s, and then there's been a bunch of work since then. And I think they're even looking at trying to use the Casimir force in MEMS devices. But all that to
what is the MEMS device?
Micro electromechanical machines, some small gears that you can't see with your eyes, but they serve different purposes that people are trying to come up with for sensors, maybe some things in your car, some future chips that might be in your phone or something like that. Things where they make micromechanical systems that they make them with light because you can't even see those kinds of things. So the quantum vacuum, this fluctuating field of particles and forces and so forth, is a very real phenomenon. And so this stuff I just described to you is the negative vacuum energy density that Alcubierre highlighted in his paper when he said, we don't know how to make exotic matter in general relativity. So that circle on the Venn diagram doesn't tell us where to go. But quantum mechanics tells us how to make negative vacuum energy density in the context of what we see in a Casimir cavity. And so maybe we can, some future generation of scientists will figure out how to do something in some way to, like if you ask what's in those rings around the IXS Enterprise, right? Maybe it's some deeper understanding of the nature of the quantum vacuum. And point in fact, I talked to you about, you asked me when might this happen, and I said, I can't tell you when, but I know what I need to be doing next, right? And so in my mind, I think some of the next big chapters in physics are going to be centered around understanding the nature of the quantum vacuum or the quantum field. I think there's going to be a lot of fruit there, and that may provide us the opportunity to add more circles to the Venn diagram or maybe expand one or what have you and so forth.
So what kind of experiments have to be conducted in order to expand this? Like, are you talking about things that are going to be achieved in particle colliders? Like, how are they, like, what do you anticipate?
That's a good question. And I'm there. So there's a lot of different approaches people have taken to try and explore the nature of the quantum vacuum, and you could even start to look at cosmological observations. We talk about dark energy, right? That's equated to the quantum vacuum at scale, and the cosmological scale, if you will. I think there's even some recent stuff that's come out in the peer-reviewed literature that the cosmological constant may not be constant and may actually be changing over time. And so there's some experimentation. It has nothing to do with the idea of space work. The people that do work on that could care less about space works, but they're trying to understand the nature of the cosmological constant of the quantum vacuum at scale. So there's a domain where some interesting work might be done. I know universities all over the globe still do work today with studying the Casimir force. They make different types of things, different materials and so forth, just to try and understand how materials respond when they make these small things, and trying to understand how the quantum vacuum works with it. But I think there's also some other things that we can try, right? And so that goes, I think you've seen some of our work that we've been doing, right, with some nanostructured devices that we've been doing some work for DARPA for a number of years. Where we're actually trying to work on some systems that generate power. And so in the process of doing that, we've actually found that our nanotechnology may actually have some intersection with the idea of the space work. So I think
when you're saying that, like, our nanotechnology might be used to create some sort of a space work, in what way?
Right. Jamie, can you pull up one of those slides close to the, not that one, go back, keep going back a little bit more. Keep going up. Go right there, right there. So there's this, on the left-hand side of this image, there is a scanning electron microscope image of a nanostructure that in this case, we 3D printed. And then we metallized it. And so the work that we were doing for DARPA associated with that structure is focused on trying to harvest energy from the quantum field. And so we've been working towards trying to generate a voltage potential on that little structure where the pillars in the middle are at a different voltage from the walls that are in the picture there. And in the process of doing the analysis to help us understand how thin do we need to make those rod-like structures you see inside the cavity gap. When we study how the quantum field responds to those structures, we noticed a kind of an unanticipated intersection with the idea of a space warp. If you look at, there's like in the picture, there's like a little blue surface overlaid on top of the center pillar there. And you've got those two little regions that are like yellow. I think JD just moved his mouse over those, right? So that's the pillar, and if you move up, that blue surface shows the quantum field's response. So that negative vacuum energy density distribution you hear me talking about, that is like a section cut in terms of what that looks like. And so we're trying to make sure that the nature of that distribution allows us to see a voltage difference, right? Which we do see, but that now we can go to the middle pane here. The top picture there is that image on the bottom left. And so you see those little yellow, kind of looks like a lenticular shape. And then if you look at the picture beneath that, that is a section cut of a space warp, that ring that goes around the spaceship. So if you look at the distribution of the exotic matter on the bottom pane versus the distribution of negative vacuum energy density in the top, they're qualitatively very similar to one another. So we, as part of an extra credit, right, we're still, DARPA doesn't care about the idea of a space warp, to be clear. They don't care about that. But this, as scientists, we were interested in, wow, we didn't expect to see this. This is interesting. And so we took that insight and we said, all right, the distribution that's on the left around that center pillar, it's prismatic, right? It's a straight up and down kind of distribution. It's not a ring, which is what we might think about when we think about a space warp. So we said, all right, well, let's do a slightly different model. Let's make a sphere inside a cylinder, and then let's study how the quantum field responds to that structure. And so the energy density distribution to that, the little green items there in the cartoon, the energy density distribution for that properly matches the requirements for the idea of a space war. And so we published a paper. Yeah, this is significant, right? Because before we did that, the only thing we could talk about in the literature was just the math, right? If somebody said, well, what might you build to make something like that? All we could do is just shrug our shoulders, I don't know, right? And so this allowed us to go through and say, hey, now we can propose a real structure, right? That we can potentially, and you can 3D print it. There are 3D printers that print down to that level, right? We could 3D print those structures. Maybe some clever scientist will come up with a good experiment on how to go through and maybe study the optical properties of this. And somebody could do something like that where they could take our insights that we published in our paper, and then they could go 3D print some stuff and do some experiments to show that they can, hey, we've measured the change in optical properties associated with these little tiny warp bubbles that we're making on a chip, if you will. So maybe that could be something a future scientist could do. But this is the first time in the literature that we can actually say, as a community, this is a real thing that we could go make, and it's predicted to manifest a real warp bubble. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to do anything, but still, that's significant as a measure of a paradigm shift in our understanding. So.
It's Leonardo da Vinci's drawing of.
That's a wonderful metaphor. It definitely could be something like that. Right?
Yeah, when da Vinci was drawing flying things. Yeah. Well, it looks like what you would expect something to look like in Star Trek that generated a warp drive, right? Doesn't it? Like you can see it lighting up.
Yeah, it has some kind of a humming noise, right? It sounds like a heartbeat or something, right? So
the idea of using quantum energy is so fascinating because I don't understand what that means. I don't understand the whole idea of subatomic particles because it seems so fake. It seems so crazy that the universe is made out of things that are essentially working on magic. They appear and disappear.
Right.
They're in two places at the same time. They're both still and moving.
Right.
They're in superposition.
Right.
They're entangled.
Right. In the grand scheme of things, I would speculate that as we add circles to the physics Venn diagram, we may actually be able to change some of that narrative, right? So maybe some, and so this gets into, now we're getting into like the philosophical history of physics and some of the debates that have gone on for the better part of a century. But maybe as we continue to move forward, and we add more circles to the physics Venn diagram. It'll instead of having this narrative or this framework where we talk about probabilities and chances and entanglement and the cat is alive and the cat is dead, right? Maybe there is a deeper level of understanding that we have yet to uncover, right, beyond what we know in quantum mechanics today, that helps us understand things at a more fundamental level. There is a sub-quantum dynamics, right, that explains the randomness, the stochasticity that we see, and there'll be a much more satisfactory explanation for things where it's not like this. I would almost play back some of what you just said. If you think about it, it actually has kind of a bit of a metaphysical kind of sound to it, if you right? The collapse function. Well, what does that really mean, right? So maybe as we continue to move forward, we get deeper understandings. We'll have answers that are much more compelling and logical in some way we don't currently understand yet.
Well, when you try to explain to people the double slit experiment, try to explain that to people, the waves and particles, like what are you even saying?
Yeah. You have one slit, you get a nice Gaussian distribution around center point, and you open up two slits, and you've got this weird interference pattern, right? It's like and that's the whole matter is both a particle and a wave, right? That's how you kind of see that, if you will. But how do you explain that? And so actually there are thought processes that people have to explain that type of stuff in some of the stuff that's out in the literature today. Bohmian trajectories is specifically one of them.
It's almost frustrating because I know we're going to crack it one day. It's like, hey, damn, I wish I was born in 2090. You know what I mean? Like, they probably would already nailed. Not really. I really like being born right here. I love being alive right now because it's such a fun time where these technological innovations they're compounding and they're building on each other in such a very incredible way that this kind of experiment is actually possible, and now you can actually prove, we have a theoretical warp bubble. We can show you how we can make it.
Right. And so some of the stuff that we're focused on, right? So, I spent 20 years at NASA, and then I left NASA at the end of 2019 to go help stand up a nonprofit Limitless Space Institute, where we did some of the work that we just showed you, right? That's where we were doing some of the initial work for DARPA on the little nanostructures that we're working on. And so we got a lot further with that work than we thought we were going to, and so created a commercial company called Casimir, where we're trying to commercialize our power generating nanotechnology. And so in some ways, it's like the interesting aspect of this story is in the process of us trying to pursue this romantic vision of the idea of a space warp. We may have stumbled into this power generating nanotechnology that could be useful here and now in a lot of ways, right? Ranging from, powering the Fitbit on your wrist or tire pressure monitor system in your car. Maybe one day as we continue to grow the capability, it'll do a lot more than that. But, in the process of chasing the romantic dream, we've stumbled across some technology that might be useful in the here and now, right? And so when you ask what might be in the rings around that spaceship, the IXS Enterprise, maybe those could be long standing descendants from some of the stuff we're working on in the chips that we're making in the lab today.
Essentially, like the people who put the foundation for the St. Peter's Basilica down.
Yeah,
they're not going to
yeah. Right, absolutely.
Yeah, and this is just how it goes with everything that's really extraordinary like that.
Right. It's neat to think. It's neat to think the speed at which innovation occurs. Right. I think you've had Elon Musk on this show a few times, and it's neat to see what he's been able to accomplish with SpaceX. I met him in 2003. This was the very beginning of his journey. Right. I was on a planning committee for a conference, American Astronautical Society, and we were doing a conference in Houston with a focus on a commercial space flight. So this is at the dawn of the idea. At the time, I was working at Lockheed Martin, and so we had Elon Musk come in and talk to us about this crazy idea of SpaceX that he had, right? And so Lockheed Martin corporate contacted me and asked me, hey, we know you're going to be interfacing with this guy, and so we want you to write up a profile on him after the conference and tell us what you think. And so I went to the conference and got a chance to watch a number of people come in, talk about great ideas, and Elon came and gave his talk and so forth. And after the conference was over, I wrote up a profile and submitted it to Lockheed Corporate, and I said, I think this guy is going to do everything he said he's going to do. I think Lockheed Martin should consider buying his company at some point in time. And so fortunately they didn't, right? Because I think if they did, they would have ruined the magic, if you will, right? So
yeah, you need it in his control. He's got some pretty bizarre ideas that, just watching them catch that rocket, you're like, what?
That's nuts. That is so absolutely nuts, right? My brain looks at that and goes, no.
Right. It looks like, that's why the cooks on the internet think it's fake. Because it almost looks fake. Like how, it's such a leap above anything that's ever been done before.
Yeah. Could you imagine the design meeting?
Right.
And I'm sure it was probably Elon that said this. I want to catch a 20-story building.
Yeah.
I can see all the engineers. Is he serious?
Right, exactly. Because everybody thought they just had to deteriorate and fall to earth.
Yeah,
right. They run out of gas.
Right.
When you're shooting a rocket up in the sky, and then you plant it so they fall into the ocean. Like, okay.
Yeah. I do think that. I don't know if you've ever met Gwen Shotwell. I think Gwen Shotwell is kind of like his secret weapon.
Oh.
Right. So Elon Musk strikes me as one of those guys that's like an idea generator. All this great stuff's coming out at the speed of light, if you will, and he's coming up with all these different ideas. But you got to have somebody who can take all that chaos and pull out the important tidbits and then put them into action, if you will. And so I think Gwen is kind of his secret weapon. She helps take all of that chaos and then starts to put it into actionable steps, if you will, to help SpaceX make stuff.
That's the case. She rules.
Oh yeah.
Just imagine as technology increases, if you have someone with that sort of an innovative mind and someone like Gwen can put it together as all these new ideas come to fruition. You could where we're going to be with this stuff.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well,
And just to kind of put that in context, right? In my mind, SpaceX is an example of mastering the art of getting to space, right? SpaceX is conquering that climbing against the gravity well, as opposed to through space. Therein lies a great opportunity to kind of re-highlight that perennial difference that change between the two, right? So,
right, moving through space.
Yeah.
And then some sort of a space station somewhere, like not just circling the Earth, but out in the cosmos. There's just so many different ways they can take this stuff, and the idea of eventually colonizing other planets, which is always like people go, okay, well that's what we're probably going to try to do. Wouldn't another civilization do that to us? And that's where you get into the weird talk.
Yeah, right.
Whether or not it's actually happening.
Right. Well, I guess it gets into the whole, if somebody has the ability to come here, right, it's almost like I would rather be the one that was technically advanced and able to go somewhere else rather than have them come here. Because it's if you look at history, that hasn't ever gone well for the organization, for the tribes that get visited. It just never tends to go well for them. So that's where I'm like, I'd rather be the one doing the visiting than
exactly
right. So
and then imagine the exotic viruses.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, that's a good point. It always makes you think. Star Trek. They beam down to the planets
No
and
problems. They're there.
Yeah, right.
It's just like they breathe air, same atmosphere, same
Right.
pressure, same gravity.
Right. It's like I keep waiting for the episode where somebody starts bleeding from their eyes. Right.
Explodes.
The guy with the red shirt. Right away. Right. That guy's gone. Right.
Yeah. I mean, you have to take a chance. But when you think of what's currently available today in terms of research that people have done on propulsion systems, when people speculate that there's some sort of a black ops program that the government's been running secretly, and this is what a lot of these drones are that people are seeing, and this is what a lot of like the Tic Tac stuff, that it's probably our stuff, which is why it's off military bases. Given your understanding of the current state of science, do you think that's even possible?
No. It's hard to imagine that being possible, right? Just in terms of, because my entire professional experience has been about wrestling with, how do we conquer this time distance problem? And so I know all too well all the shortcomings. I know where we are for the most part today, where we're lacking, right? And so I don't know that there is an organization that has things that could potentially operate in the ways that we like the Tic Tacs.
Right.
But I don't know that there is a black ops that actually has that capability.
What I'm kind of asking though is it even conceivable that there could be a program where you could get the brightest minds who are working on this stuff to make advancements that are far beyond anything that conventional wisdom describes?
Yeah, now I'm with you. I was on a different frequency. Thank you. If we had some kind of kit, right, that is not from here, however we got it, right. And people will spend some time studying it, maybe they could figure it out. But that also gets into, a little bit of a logic conundrum, right? Because I think you talked about going back to the 1400s and holding up an iPhone, right? If you handed something like this to, Isaac Newton,
right,
he would have no idea what to make of this,
right?
So he might figure out the interface, right? The Apple's done a good job of making this thing pretty user friendly. But I mean, how could even if he looked at it with like a glass that allowed him to see, maybe start to make out the pixels,
right?
He doesn't have the benefit of any of the math and physics and so forth. So it's possible, right? But those are the things that in gaming situations in my head, what might that look like? Well, it's like, wow, that might be really hard to figure that out. But it'd be awesome if somebody had figured that out, if that was in the realm of possibility. Right?
Speaking for the people that believe that they have recovered these vehicles from somewhere else, one of the ways they describe them that's really kind of bizarre is they describe them as donations.
I've heard that word.
If you were going to try to get someone to figure out how to construct their own automobile, you wouldn't give them a 2025 Corvette ZR1. What you'd give them is a Model T. You'd give them some simple combustion engine carburetor that you can go, okay, like someone who knows how to make a locomotive, they could look at that and go, okay, I see what they're doing. Oh, wow. All right, so this thing, the combustion, and then the gases spin around, and then it creates energy, and then it spins these wheels. Then this thing has different gears, and that goes to the back wheels. Okay, I think we could use it. But, if you gave them some electric Tesla, like a new Model S Plaid, they'd go, what the fuck is this?
Porsche 911.
Yeah, exactly. They'd go, what is this? Well, especially electric. Electric vehicles, they go, this is bananas. Like this thing goes 0 to 60 1.9 seconds.
Yeah, that's
like
amazing.
A car.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It does feel. Have you ever been in an electric Tesla, like the Model S Plaid? It feels like a spaceship. Like it feels like you're not in this time period.
Right.
You're in something in the future. So if they gave us something to back engineer, they would most likely give us a Model T.
Yeah. Actually, I had never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
Right.
We wouldn't just start with the best shit we have.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, give these dummies a Jeep from the 50s.
Right.
You know what I mean?
A Willys, right?
Carburetor. Figure it out. Yeah. Look at all the stuff you can work on it. Like if you open up the hood of those things, an old Jeep. Oh, I see where everything is. Here's his plugs.
Right.
Here's the distributor cab. I get it.
Yeah. But I guess that, if that were the case, and I guess you could, I could follow you down that thought process, if you will.
So then, could you imagine? I mean, I'm just asking you because I know you understand science and you understand engineering. Is it possible that there could have been some program that's been going on in complete total secrecy, shielded from Congress, shielded from the higher levels of government, on the most need to know basis possible with our current security systems, that they could have some kind of a program that's working on this stuff?
I certainly couldn't rule that out, right? But some things I think about when I think about that problem. Let's talk about the F-117 stealth fighter, right? There was a program that was unclassified. I think it was in the late 70s, maybe the early 80s, called Have Blue. And so that's when they were first starting to explore the idea of having an aircraft that could be extremely stealthy. And so it was unclassified for a good amount of time until they put the first test shape onto a radar stand out in California in the desert, or whatever the case may be. And then they turned on the radars and they're like, well, something's wrong because we're not seeing anything, right? And then a bird landed on the prototype. And they saw the bird, and so when that happened, the whole program went black, right? It became classified. Before then, it was not classified. Then it was classified, but it of course came out in the 90s with Gulf War I, right? I think we saw some manifestations of this, and so there is a program that's extremely classified for the obvious reasons, but it still came out, right? And then I also think about, I worked at NASA, right? And so you have worked in this for 20 years, and you get the full spectrum of people serving different roles in a facility. And so you're always going to have people that, take out the garbage and do other different things like that. And so, if you've got something that has implications like that, I mean, it's hard. It could happen, but that's the thing I struggle with is that's, there's a lot of different moving parts to try and keep that big of a secret. I mean, maybe it could happen. So.
Well, if I was running things and that was going on, I would talk to you. And it's like, look at this guy. He seems to be on this pathway that we are currently exploring. I'd want to bring somebody in.
And well, if somebody's got a manual, right, that can help me figure out to go do something, give me a call, right? I'd love it. And I know I'm going to get all kinds of emails as well to say that, right? So
kooks.
I already get that now, right?
You're going to get the kooks. But, the question I guess I'm asking is, are there even experts in physics and engineering that are out there that could be quarantined, that could be taken away from everyone else and put on these projects? And could they achieve meaningful results given that kind of compartmentalized science?
Right. Maybe the thing that we could throw into the sandbox on this discussion is the Manhattan Project. maybe there's a better example of something where they were working on something that was extremely important for humanity, and they were able to keep a lot of those secrets for quite some time. So yeah, maybe that's how you would have to run something like that. Yes, I don't know.
But would you have the expertise? Are we aware of who all of the experts are? Is it possible that the government could have had access to brilliant minds that are on this sort of path like you are, gotten them, moved them into these projects, and kept it all hush hush? Is that even
certainly the government also has an organization called the Jasons, right, where they have a lot of extremely smart folks from academia, and they come in typically, I think it's like a summer assignment, if you will, and so they band together in the summer to go work on a series of problems that folks might have, and so they kind of what you're asking me kind of makes me think about that kind of a mechanism where you have access to the best and the brightest across the entire spectrum of U.S. academia, and you pull them together and make them SEAL Team 6 on whatever particular problem that you've got. But you could run into a problem where they might look at a problem and only look at it in the context of what we know, right? Quantum mechanics and general relativity, and they don't want to think about new things that could potentially be brought to bear. So there could be some flies in the ointment with that process. But that in some ways that does kind of exist in what we know as the Jasons, right? And they do classified work all the time.
interesting? So I guess the question is, where are the brightest minds in this particular area of innovation? Where, if I was running the government and I wanted someone to work on some sort of top secret stuff like this, how would I even find people?
That's a tough question to answer because taking that question and going into like some specific steps you might take, right? What disciplines are relevant? Right? And that's a difficult question to answer because there's so much stuff that we don't know. You probably would have to sample from a number of different disciplines, right? Both in general relativity and quantum mechanics, with some hope that maybe you've got the right sprinkling of ingredients to bring to bear to that. And then there is a history of, I think, some folks in academia that actually like to think about advanced power and propulsion that are also just primarily physicists in their day-to-day capacity. But Hal Puthoff, although he's got a lot of many and varied interests, he's a great physicist. He's published a lot of great papers in the literature just thinking about physics, right? He's got some stuff he's looked at called the polarizable vacuum. And so, in my drawer of preferred papers, I have a number of papers in there that are from Hal's work on the polarizable vacuum because I find that interesting and fascinating. And so there may be some things out there that are adjacent to the concept where you could try and pull some of that together.
Well, that's a fascinating thing for you to say because Hal believes they have them. He believes that we have 10 of them.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I know that.
Yeah, which is just so nuts. Yeah. And then, he's a little agnostic on the Bob Lazar story. Mm-hmm. But the Bob Lazar story, which I'm sure you're aware of, is essentially what we're talking about. Like, you would bring in some out-of-the-box thinkers. And if you found some wildly intelligent young scientist who put a rocket engine in the back of a Honda, which is what he did, you would go, what is that crazy fucker up to? Like, let's have a look at it. What's it hurt?
Right.
The guys at Rocketdyne say he's a wizard. Right. Bring him out there. Or the guys that wherever he wasn't at Rocketdyne. He was at Los Alamos. The guys at Los Alamos said he's a wizard. So let's bring him out here. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, his story is I'm not too familiar with it.
It's the nuttiest story of all time. And he supposedly, they denied that he ever worked at Los Alamos, but then they found him on an employee log. And not only that, he knew the outline of the place. He knew the security people. George Knapp took him on a tour of it. He knew everybody. He knew the people that worked there. He knew how to get around. Like, he clearly worked there. So that's interesting that they tried to deny that he ever worked there. And then from there, he gets this job where he is flown out to the desert to Area 51 Site 4. And this is allegedly, right? During this time, he can't even tell his wife what he's doing. So his wife thinks he's going having affairs. He's got to leave and fly away at 11 p.m. at night. Like, right, but you can't tell me where you're going. You want to work? All right.
Yeah, you're working late again.
The wife starts having an affair. And because of his
This
clearance,
almost sounds like a movie, right?
does not, which is one of the beautiful things about reality, is that reality seems so fake that sometimes actual true stories are bizarrely fictional. So his wife starts having an affair. Because of his clearance, he cannot be working on these things if he could be under extreme emotional duress. So they fire him. They tell him he can't. They don't give him any explanation. They don't tell him his wife cheating on him. He starts taking people out to the desert, explain to them, you have to see what we're working on. They fly this thing on certain nights, and they do these test flights around the base. It's nuts. So he takes these people into this area. They see it. They get arrested. When he gets arrested, he gets caught there. He explains what he was doing. He says, okay, I've got to go public or they're going to kill me. So he goes public with George Knapp. Initially, they hide his face, and then he says, you know what, fuck that. Let's just film me. Let me tell you everything. He goes over the diagram of this device, and he calls it the sport model, and it looks like that. That thing that we have right there.
It's almost like a hubcap, right? But
that's a copy of it. Okay. In the middle of that thing is some sort of a generator that he said works on this unknown element, this element 115.
Oh, some of this is coming back. I think I've seen some stuff over the years.
Yes.
Yeah, some of it's coming back to me now.
And essentially the way he describes it traveling, and again, this is in the 1980s, the way he describes it traveling is exactly the way you describe that sort of warp drive, changing space and time around you. And that you would point that thing where you wanted to go, and it would just...
Yeah. It all sounds very surreal, right? There's another story. Again, as I said, I have a number of friends that are keenly interested in this, and so I've been exposed to some of the different things. That to me, the Tic Tac account is interesting because it's got a lot of rigorous data, if you will, that helps you go, well, I can't explain that. I can't explain that. I can't explain that. There is another accounting that I just put in the category, my brain doesn't even know what to make of it, and it's the concept of Rendlesham Forest. I don't know if that rings a bell. There's something over in the UK where there's a base over there, and some airmen came across some very weird. I can't even begin to describe.
I'm not sure if I know this one.
It's pretty bizarre. I don't know it well enough to unpack it today. Other than to say it's so bizarre that when you listen to the accounts that were recorded, right, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, if you think about if you watch an octopus in an aquarium, right, and the octopus is doing something, you can sometimes understand what their motivation is. There's like a cross-species ability to, it's like communication but without words, right? That octopus wants to go eat that little crab or whatever the case may be. And so our chemical computers, even though they're different, we can look at their behavior and we can go, all right, I think I understand what that octopus might be wanting to do today, or a shark or a dog or a porpoise. But when you hear what happened in that Rendlesham Forest thing, it breaks all of my guessing machine, and it's like,
what is the story?
A colonel and some airmen reported some weird stuff that was going on in Rendlesham Forest. Yeah, and they went out and tried to investigate it, and they saw some. Again, I'm doing such a terrible job of summarizing it because I don't really know the lore very well. But
here it is, right here.
Everything they saw was very bizarre and crazy looking.
We can read it. Right? It says, 40 years ago, a remote forest in Suffolk was the scene of one of the most famous purported UFO sightings in history. So just what did happen, and will we ever know for sure? Victor Thurnkettle was out chopping wood one morning in Rendlesham Forest in late December 1980 when a car drew up. Out stepped two men, aged about 30, dressed in suits. Good morning. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Asked one in a well-spoken English accent. Earlier, on 26 and 28 of December, United States Air Force security personnel stationed at nearby RAF Woodbridge had reported seeing strange lights in the surrounding forest. Forestry worker, Mr. Thurnkettle, unannounced and unidentified visitors asked if he had been out the previous night. I said no, he recalls. They said, did you leave the house at all? Did you see anything? I said, what? They said, "Oh, there's a report of some red lights in the forest. We're just checking." And the two men, very politely but firmly, asked me probably about 20 questions. I thought they were journalists. They suddenly said, "Oh, well, fair enough. There's probably nothing in it," and left. So I bought the papers every day for the next few days to find out what was going on. And of course, there was nothing. 3 years later, however, sightings made the News of the World front page story, proclaimed UFO lands in Suffolk, and that's official. The story was based on a memo from RAF Woodbridge Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt to the Ministry of Defense. It was released by the U.S. government, described as an encounter with an apparent UFO in the forest. Since then, the sightings have been the source of much debate and speculation among UFO enthusiasts and the subject of numerous books, articles, and TV programs. In March, a documentary concluded the sightings had achieved legend status like the Loch Ness or King Arthur. The forest even has its own official UFO trail, complete with a life-size replica. Go back up. Of the flying saucer, and this is the replica, like the Hamza thing on it, that hand thing. Bizarre. Thurn Kettle, UK authorities have said they didn't learn about the incident. Okay, well, what is the story though? Let's get to what is the story? Scroll down more. What does it say?
Yeah, that gets into the stuff that it doesn't make sense in terms of what they describe the UFO doing. It's just very peculiar, right?
Yeah. It got there, my heart absolutely plummeted. There was nothing. It was absolutely normal. Glade the forest with 3 rabbit scrapes. They're all carefully marked. Happened roughly in a triangle. Okay, what else does it say? What is the sighting? Burn marks on trees, but what's the sighting?
It looked like.
Okay, sure. That's what they said it looked like. Whoa. And it had those markings on it?
I Googled it. My Google search said that Crush brought it up when he was on here, but I couldn't find like even clips about it, so I don't know that we went that deep into it.
How bizarre is it that it has that symbol? What is that? That's an ancient Hindu symbol, correct? That Hamza symbol?
I don't know.
Oh, they're different. That looks very weird. Huh. So what about this one stands out to you?
I put this one in the category of I don't understand if it's a real account, right? I mean, so I think when you have a lieutenant colonel that's reporting something as factual, I tend not to just immediately dismiss it.
Right.
But and it's not just him; it's several people around him. What they described, right, doesn't make sense to me, right? You know, in terms of the David Fravor talking about the Tic Tac, I can kind of, that's not totally alien to me. I could, it's trying to maneuver with the aircraft and it's maneuvering to their cap or whatever the case may be. And I can kind of connect the dots with that. But the Rendlesham Forest thing, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, what about it doesn't make any sense?
What they saw, why it was doing what it was doing.
What was it doing?
It just was out in the woods. It was out in the woods, with blinky lights and doing weird stuff. And like,
why is that weirder than the Tic Tac?
I don't know. This is a gut thing, right? In terms of my gut's telling me I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. So,
but if it's just an object that's in the wood, blinking lights, and looks like it's fine, why? I just don't understand why that's weirder than.
I think they also described it had like melty bits or something like that were like dripping off of it and so forth. And but it sounds so completely surreal. I think maybe what I'm unconsciously trying to do is I'm trying to, map. How might I map, math and physics to what it is that they're describing to me? And
Jamie, is this the one where they found debris at the scene? Did someone brought this up? Was it Jacques Vallée that brought this up?
Yeah, a piece of debris seen burning up as a fireball over England. Servicemen thought it was a down craft. Also, embassies, glowing object, metallic in appearance, colored lights.
Attempt to approach the object. It appeared to move through the trees, and the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy. One of the servicemen, Sergeant Jim Peniston, later claimed to have encountered a craft of unknown origin while in the forest, although there was no published mention of this at the time, and there is no corroboration from other witnesses.
Yeah, so there's no matter how far you dig, there's not going to be very much satisfactory resolution of the mystery, if you will. It's just a bonkers kind of story.
This one stand out to you more than, like, say, Roswell? Because Roswell, to me, is one of the most bizarre ones. When you look at the front page of the Roswell Daily Record, I believe, that has this story saying that the government has recovered a flying saucer. And that a crashed flying saucer was found. And, the story is that they grabbed the wreckage and flew it out the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 2 separate planes in case one of them crashed. Truman met them there. Like,
maybe in that case, it's, it's a potentially a purported spaceship and it was around military bases.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's just the weirder.
Again, we're getting into the fact I don't have a lot of depth in some of these areas, right? So
I understand, but it's just the weirdest aspect of this whole crashed retrieval program, the alleged crash retrieval program. Like, if it has occurred, and it really does go back to the 1940s, like, how did you guys hide this? Like, how have you kept this secret so long? Is that even that's conceivably possible?
That's one of the things I wonder about. There's a book I was recommended to read called Blind Man's Bluff. And it's a book about deeply classified projects connected to the Navy, right? They were, I think the end effect of what they were trying to achieve as part of what's detailed in this book is, you remember hearing about deep sea rescue vehicles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So deep sea rescue vehicles, basically that was a cover for some submarines that the Navy was using to put listening systems on communication cables that were at the bottom of some of the bodies of water that I think the Soviet Union was using at the time. And so this book kind of details a number of programs that went through and developed kit and hardware to go through and accomplish these different tasks. And so it's neat to kind of, see how black programs like that unfold. I don't know how that book got published, but it's a fascinating book. But then that speaks to what you're wrestling with. Like, how do you have something that's so classified that doesn't leak, right? Because all the other data that we see from other programs, you can keep a secret for a little while, but you can't keep it for that long, right? At least that's when I look at these other things. That's what comes to my mind right now. That doesn't mean I'm right. There could definitely be programs that are out there, right, that are maybe they figured out how to get around that. But when you look at some of the most classified military things that are out there, they usually have a lifetime associated.
Maybe it's just one of those things the government's really good at. Like, the government's really bad at a lot of things, but maybe they're really good at that. That one thing, they've got it down.
Right. Or at least there's a small section of the government that's really good at that. Right?
Well, Hal's speculation, when Hal says that he's pretty sure that there's 10 of them, that gives me pause. Because that's a very serious person.
Well, yeah, he's a very discriminating individual. Yeah, he likes to question everything, and even though he's thought about some very interesting things over the span of his career, right, he does bring a little bit of that squinty-eyed physicist to some of the different things, and so that gives you some measure of comfort that even though he's thought about some wide-ranging things, he's bringing a little bit of that skepticism to whatever he's been confronted with.
Also, as crazy as what he says is, there's some things that he won't talk about. Which what is that? Like, if you're telling me there's 10 crashed UFOs of non-human intelligence, and then there's stuff you can't tell me, that makes me just go, what else? What have you seen, Hal? Stop bullshit. You're 88 years old. Let's go.
Right. You're on the clock, bud. You're on the clock.
Spill the beans, buddy.
Right.
Come on, if anybody knows, please. But I guess if you did spill the beans, my goodness, you would no longer have access to any of that stuff, and you'd probably be in trouble. They'd probably immediately get audited.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have a lot of special things that would happen.
A lot of bad things would go your way, I would imagine. Because you're what he describes, that put it in perspective to me, said you have to understand that one of the things that would happen is there would be real problems because you'd have to figure out how this stuff was funded. So this is funded by misallocation of finances, so you lied to Congress. So these are crimes. These are crimes that put people in prison for life. And then on top of that...
But by the way, that goes back to that book I was telling you about, Blind Man's Bluff, because it talks about the amount of money that went into that. That was hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
Right. And it's interesting. Go a little bit of insight into how the black classified world moves stuff around. Right.
Right. And then you also have this national security problem, because what Hal's saying is that we're not the only ones that have these things, and that there's essentially a mad race to try to back engineer these things and to successfully complete.
Mhm.
And this was the real fear, like when people were seeing the New Jersey drones amongst conspiracy theorists.
Right.
So I was like, oh
Right.
my God, what if China's already nailed it?
Right.
They're buzzing us.
I gotta think when you look at any of the counts of these things, the important things to maybe help categorize the nature of things that they see. If a craft has the ability to manifest extremely fast speeds, well, and SR-71 does Mach 3.2. If you've got something that has radar track data that shows it's doing Mach 8 or Mach 10, that's interesting. Now we do have hypersonic stuff, so you can't just automatically say that it's something exotic. It still could be something that we know might exist out there with some other flags on the side of the vehicle. But then, like you talked about G-forces, if it can do like a Tron turn, right, that 90-degree kind of turn, and you got a radar track, that might help you categorize the nature of the different signals that are out there. So, and to me, that's why like the Tic Tac thing has always been something that's hard for me to just sweep away because of the quality of the data. And some of the stuff they describe, I can't imagine other conventional systems that could potentially explain what they're seeing. But a lot of the other stuff I can actually probably piece together in my head. It could be this or it could be that. Like, they talk about the cubes inside of a clear sphere.
Mm-hmm.
There are patents in the system for radar corner cubes that are a cube, a metallic cube inside of a clear balloon that gets floated to evaluate radar sensitivity. Right? So when it just looks like there's a patent in the system. So it's a corner cube, but there's a patent that has a version of that that's light enough to go inside of a some kind of a balloon. Maybe it's filled with helium or something like that. There you go. That's the patent, right? So there's a patent in the system, and so I can certainly see maybe if that's tethered to a boat, right? They're just evaluating our radar systems, if you will. And so,
well, that would kind of make sense until you listen to Ryan Graves' depictions of what these things were doing. Like they were standing motionless at 120 knot winds, then moving at insane rates.
If it's tethered, but if it's moving, I can't describe that. But if it's static, it could be tethered to a boat.
Right, but that looks goofy. Like if you look at what that looked like, Jamie, you should pull that photo up you just had. Like that, I don't think that's tricking.
The one on the left though is it's actually a metallic cube inside.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
the one on the left, is there an image of that with the metallic cube inside the sphere?
Patent, I don't know.
Just a patent. Okay, so it's theoretical.
I don't want us to know how it works.
Right, of course.
So in a lot of cases, I can again, I'm agnostic, and so I bring this framework to the table, and so only the Tic Tac one's really, I think, the one that bubbles up in my mind with the highest quality data that I haven't been able to categorize. Well, it could be A, B, or C. That's a more boring explanation.
Maybe go back to that blue.
I want to explore. It could be some AI.
Could be nonsense. Pilot's notes for cube transmedium vehicle. Promulgated by order of
That's got to be AI.
So restricted. Come on, it's restricted. It's like super important.
It says for official use only.
This is on the internet. It's got to be legit.
I am a French model. Right? Yeah.
Oh, it's just buy stuff. It's just goofy. It's just silly. We need to get those. Get some Tic Tac stuff. The lack of sonic boom is one of the things I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Like if that thing could move at that kind of a hypersonic speed, there would be some sort of a sonic boom.
Right. If it's not exactly right, if it's not some kind of laser system that's creating pixels, right, and it's some solid thing, if it's going supersonic, based on everything we know with aerodynamics, it should have a sonic boom. And if it doesn't, and it is a physical thing, then that demands an explanation, right? And I wouldn't be able to explain that, right? And so that's exactly why something like the data that comes out of the Tic Tac thing, I haven't been able to just pound flat and make go away, right? It keeps surviving all of my grumpy physicist attacks, right? So,
does it frustrate you that you've never seen one of these things, or have you?
So funny story, and beer is involved.
Uh-oh. How much?
A little
You
bit.
drinking with Shane Gillis?
A little
How much
bit.
beer?
A little bit. So we were down at Kennedy Space Center, and this is a cautionary tale to don't always believe what your eyes see, right? Because you potentially could lead yourself down the wrong path. So we're down at Kennedy Space Center. We had put some docking cameras on some space station modules and spent a lot of number of days working long hours wearing those uncomfortable bunny suits and so forth. And so finished all this stuff, wanted to go celebrate, so we went to the beach and had a little bit of unwinding time and drank a few beers, hanging out. And so we're out on the East Coast, down there close to Kennedy, and we're looking up at the sky, and you could see some of the satellites coming over. Right, your eyes adjusted to the light. You could occasionally see some satellites coming over, and you kind of expect them to have a track that goes, west to east, if you will. Generally, I mean, they can come to all different angles. But then we started seeing some satellite tracks that were very different from what we might expect, being rocket scientists, right? We're watching this stuff, and it looks a little different. That's kind of interesting. And it's a very different angle. Well, maybe it's a Russian spy satellite that's retrograde, and it's, we're trying to figure out what this could be. And then, a couple more years later, we see 4 or 5 more of these tracks, right? And we're like, well, maybe all these people that talk about these crazy things, right? Maybe there's something to that, right? There's about an hour has gone by as we've gone through this process, and we finally see another one of these little glowy orbs, if you will. And I look at it, and I just realize out of the edge of the glowy orb, wings of a seagull, right? So it's the white belly of a seagull reflecting the light from the nearby city, and so that's what we're seeing, right? And so that's one of those things that's just something to make you think about what you're seeing. It may not be, because it's breaking all my guessing machines. It's breaking all of our guessing machines, and we're wondering and speculating about it. But in the end, it was just a seagull doing their nightly business, right? And look at these silly guys looking at me, right?
That's funny. That is funny.
So that's my own experience.
Yeah, well, the mind definitely plays tricks on you, especially when beer's involved.
Right.
But I can't dismiss all of the different, very serious people that have talked about these things. And that's where I get really perplexed, and my agnosticism gets tested.
Right. I tend to try and always keep a squinty eye towards it, and I think that's probably good to do that, because then the stuff that survives that filter, right, is high quality stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So the things that keep coming out of the Tic Tac thing, I can't kill that. I keep wanting to try and kill it, but I can't.
What about when you look at things like the Go Fast video or the FLIR boat, and you look at these crafts that are moving in some very weird way, that they don't exhibit traditional propulsion signatures?
So yes, those are interesting videos, and they come from trained professional fighter.
Put the one where it rotates, Jamie.
Fighter pilots, and so I can't dismiss those accounts. But the integrated quality of that data is not the same as the Tic Tac, right? Where you've got multiple aircraft, multiple radar systems over multiple days. Right, that's one of those.
And eyewitnesses.
Yes, exactly, and not only eyewitnesses. I mean, they're laying eyes on this thing, and it's not just one plane. Where sometimes you can fool yourself.
Look at this thing. This is the gimbal video. This thing's very strange.
Right.
You put the guys talking about it, because
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. I won't think it. That's not all that stuff, is it? It's not. Well, if there's anything, it's rotating.
It's rotating. It's going against the wind, and it's rotating.
And I acknowledge the fact it doesn't have any thermal signatures that were indicative of like a plume or something like that, right? So some of those things definitely are hard to explain.
It's also listening to these guys, listening to fighter pilots, going, look at that thing.
Yeah, because their eyes are trained to go through and discern different things. Because they're always thinking about, can this kill me? Can I kill it? What do I need? I completely acknowledge the fact they have that framework drilled into their head, and that helps put this into a special category. But those are unfortunately single data points, so I can't do anything with that. Right? And that gets back to what we talked about at the beginning of all this. I would love for somebody to show up with a notebook, right, full of all these great observations that would help me. We're making these little nano chips that we're trying to use to extract energy. Yeah, sure.
Is that the actual nano chips?
These are a bunch of the nano chips that we're doing. This is part of the Casimir company that we spun out. These chips interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage potential between those leads. And so we measure voltage on those guys, and we put them in dark RF shielded enclosures. There's some pictures.
That's so cool.
And so
just looking at these is so cool.
Yeah, and it's fun to think about how do you even make stuff like that. We can talk about that in just a minute. But, let's talk about some of the applications, right? This is. Let's see. Can we go back a couple slides? Keep going. Keep going. One more. All right. So let's just spend maybe 3 minutes here talking about the Casimir force, well, at least picking up where we left off. Okay. Right. So we talked about the idea of the Casimir force is a macroscopic observational consequence of something called the quantum vacuum, these fluctuating fields and forces. You go to the next slide, Jamie. So conceptually, the following is true, independent of anything that we're doing with the nanotechnology we're developing. If you allow the quantum field to interact on these two metal plates that we talked about as part of the Casimir force, it will apply a force over a distance, and it will cause that gap to close and go to zero, right? So that is, by definition, a force over a distance, and so that is a unit of work. So the Casimir force phenomena is a illustration of extracting energy from the quantum field. So independent of anything that we're doing, right, that's part of what's baked into the idea of the Casimir force interacting with the quantum field. Now, you might say, well, maybe we could use that as a power source. The only problem with this textbook illustration of a Casimir cavity, once the plates have collapsed, that there's no more, you can't get any more energy out of it. You have to actually pull the plates apart. You have to wind the watch again, if you will. And so this type of an approach would at best simply be a battery. So you couldn't extract continuous energy from the quantum field from this type of an apparatus. So this leads into an innovation that we came across. So Jamie, if you go forward one more slide. This is a slightly larger version of that scanning electron microscope image. So we've changed the standard Casimir cavity concept by adding these pillars along the midplane. So we have these structures that we put inside the middle of the Casimir cavity. And so you see we got a cavity wall on the left and a cavity wall on the right, these big three pillars. The walls are fixed to the substrate. They can't move. We don't want them to move. We want them to stay still. And then the pillars are also fixed to the substrate. They cannot move. The walls are electrically connected to one another, and the pillars are electrically connected to one another, but they're isolated. So that's just a physical description of what this is. So now let's talk about how does this custom structure interact with the quantum field? What's the difference with this particular structure? So for that, let me give you a metaphor. Imagine a Pacific atoll island out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's surrounded by the Pacific Ocean with all this random wave energy that's beating the outside of the atoll island. But at the center of the atoll island, there's a nice lagoon, right? Very quiescent, very smooth. The water's connected to the Pacific, but a lot of that wave energy can't manifest on the lagoon. So it's a protected and nice environment. So imagine, Joe, you're sipping, some nice water and having a nice paddleboard day, quiescent, enjoying yourself. And Jamie, he took the other package and he went deep sea fishing out on the Pacific Ocean. And so he's really bobbling back and forth, and it's much more uncomfortable for him. Maybe he's getting sick and feeding the fish, right? So now with that metaphor in mind, let's come back to the structure. So this structure, the walls on the outside are like the Pacific Atoll Island. Inside the quantum field, which is like the Pacific Ocean. So it's assaulting that structure on all sides. The pillars are like you on your paddleboard in the lagoon. It's a protected environment. And so the way the quantum field interacts with the structure is it will occasionally cause a real electron inside the walls to quantum tunnel to the pillars. And so the pillars are like you on your paddleboard. It's a very quiescent environment. And so the electron shows up through this quantum tunneling process, but there's no wave energy on the lagoon to mirror that current back to the walls. So in that way, this structure will interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage potential. So we can measure a negative voltage on the pillars relative to the wall. And so although this is a very tiny little cavity, and we can measure the voltage directly using atomic force microscopes, if we put these guys together by the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, then we can get to voltage and current levels that map to things that we care about in application, like, you know, tire pressure monitor system, something that uses microwatts worth of power, or a Fitbit, or you've got the ring there. I think it's an electronic ring or something like that.
There's an Aura ring.
Yeah, some low power applications, and so using this this approach, we're trying to create chips that are about the size of your pinky nail that generate 1.5 volts and 25 microamps. And so that maps to a number of chips that are on the market today that operate at that power level, but they have to be recharged. We don't have to be recharged. We're like a solar panel that works in the dark. So you can put us in your device, and then it can go down to the bottom of the ocean, and it will continue to work. Or we can give it to our buddies at Intuitive Machines, and they can carry it to the surface of the moon. And maybe they want to throw a sensor off to go measure something, and it'll collect data, even though the sun stops shining. So the cool thing is, like I said at the beginning of this interview, we were going down this whole path of trying to understand the nature of the quantum field because we were motivated by where we might envision it could lead one day. Maybe we could add a deeper understanding of that physics Venn diagram and get to a point where we could figure out what do we need to put into the rings that go around that IXS Enterprise concept ship, if you will. And so it's cool to think that maybe we could come up with a technology that provides useful power today for things like this. Maybe if we put it in aggregate, if we put a lot of them together, right, we could get to a point where what is that ship? This is just a 3D print of having a bunch of those little chips that are 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters, 1.5 volts, 25 microamps. If we add a bunch of those together at a very large extreme, that particular board might generate 3.4 watts. And so that board could recharge your phone in 3 hours. And so imagine a scenario where you had a phone that's pretty resilient, that for the most parts, you'd never have to plug it in. That might be pretty useful, right? So, and it's neat to think that pursuing, this whole reaching for the stars type of thing has fueled this exploration of pushing the boundaries of what we know, and then kind of coming across instantiations that make us go, hey, wait a minute, although we were thinking about these kinds of things, look at what we could potentially do now. And so we could find ways to, feed the research and still bring value here in incredible way. I mean, this capability is amazing to think in terms of what it could unlock, right? Especially if we could, if this is 3.5 watts, you could imagine you put a bunch of these together, you could rapidly get to a kilowatt or even more, right? And have expeditionary power. I don't know if you've ever wanted to have a farm out in the middle of an untouched area where you didn't want to pay the money to run the power line. Well, now maybe in 10, 15 years, maybe you wouldn't have to. We could provide a solution that would allow you to come off the grid, right? So
I was seeing something online about some new technology that I believe was invented in Japan, where they have figured out a way to extract far more energy from solar panels.
Yeah, I think they've increased the efficiency on solar panels, but there is a limit to that, right? In terms of, I think it's when you get to close to 40% efficiency on a solar panel, you're kind of at the limit of what you can do. And then the challenge you have with the solar panel is at the surface of the Earth during ideal peak lighting conditions, the flux of power you get is about 1,000 watts per square meter, right? So if you wanted, a system that provided 5 kilowatts of power, you could do the math and figure you get a fairly big area. With our technology, we can stack it on top of one another. We don't have to stretch out like that. And so the quantum field could potentially provide a lot more power with a much smaller footprint, if you will. Right now, I have to acknowledge we're still very early, right? We're very low power levels, and so we want to crawl, walk, run. But we're thinking about what can we do now to provide use, right? And then use those applications to continue to grow the capability at Casimir.
And then ultimately, if you have those things stacked 50 feet thick and, 700 meters in a circle, then you have enough power to make a warp drive.
Right. Well, and so this gets into the cool thing is what we're trying to understand inside these little chips we're trying to understand the nature of the quantum field, right? The structure to the quantum field. How can we alter? How can we tweak it? What can we do with it? Because we talked about the fact that negative vacuum energy density is potentially a good proxy for the idea of exotic matter in terms of what general relativity requires. And so in the process of developing a deeper understanding of the quantum field, what we're doing with these devices, right? I would contend that we're actually adding another circle on that Venn diagram that's potentially not only overlapping part of quantum mechanics, but it's also overlapping part of general relativity. And I think that's kind of what's going to be necessary to be able to make the idea of space work real one day. We're going to have that new body of physics, those new E equals mc squared equations, right? That allows us to potentially, hey, if I do this and this and this, and it might, maybe I can solve that problem. But I think your instincts are right on, right? From the standpoint, what we're doing in the micro here, right? If you cracked open one of the access panels on the IXS Enterprise, you might see some stuff that's like, I can see how these guys are descendants to what gets put together in that ring in macroscopic, whatever that might be.
It's got to be so frustrating that this has this immense potential, but like, imagine seeing it. Like, how do you get to do it? I don't want to say frustrating, challenging, exciting. Just knowing that there's this potential energy source that can be tapped, and knowing that just like all technology, if you go back to the Apollo program, the amount of power that you have in your phone far exceeds what they used, and they had like a whole giant room filled with supercomputers, and now you just carry it around and you plug it into the wall and it's 50% charged in 20 minutes.
We take that for granted. It's interesting you mentioned that, right? If you look back through if you think about the Industrial Revolution, when we came up with steam power, right, and then when we later figured out gasoline engines, right, the amount of power we had available to us changed so drastically, right? The change that it had on human civilization and human culture is just hard to fully comprehend, because if you think about all the different things that get done, a single tractor with one person on it will, do all the stuff that's necessary to seed a field, to cultivate a field, to plow a field. And it's amazing to think that that's possible just with one human being at the helm of the tractor. But you had to unlock all the energy, the insights to unlock the energy in what we know from petrochemical, right? Just gas, diesel, whatever. Right. And so, it's neat to think how things like that change civilization. And so in some ways, it's like if you think about the long-term benefits of reducing something like this to practice, right? We talk about the grid, right? You were here in Texas, and I think we had some issues during a very cold winter where ERCOT got its R removed, right? The power grid had some issues because it got really cold. But imagine a future where we could start to create microgrids, maybe even eventually move away from something like that. And then what would that kind of a capability do for parts of the world that currently don't have any infrastructure in place? Right. There's a lot of places in Africa where if you brought this type of a capability where you could plop a brick down on the table, it's 1 kilowatt, right? And let people know can you make use of this? And so just like Starlink provides this opportunity for people in remote locations to have access to the internet, right? We could potentially bring a solution to the table that could help a lot of places on the planet that, they might not ever see that otherwise, right? So that's the thing. So those are some things that have us excited about as we continue to wrestle with technology, right? Anytime you're trying to do something, you're trying to establish order where there's only chaos, it's hard. Right, but the things that help us weather that is the long-term implications of what we're doing, both in the near term and in the far term. It's really cool to think, right? We can provide benefits, here, and then farther down the line here, and then farther down the line here, and then, oh, by the way, the whole reason we're doing all this stuff is because we hope to try and make the idea of a space where possible one day, right? It's cool to kind of have that connection between all these different nodes along the way,
where you can see the path.
Yeah, you can see the path, right? I mean,
see how it'd be more useful
right.
for people today.
Right. I mean, think about when we have a hurricane that hits, right? The power goes out. You're without power until they can get power lines up, right? If you have capabilities like this, maybe 50 years in the future or something like that, right? Where everybody just, they're off the grid.
Right.
That changes the nature of how we contend with, disasters like that.
Right. So, and monopolizing resources.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the other issue. We'd no longer be dependent upon fossil fuels, or essentially everyone would be independent.
Right.
And then you can imagine as it scales up, it gets better and better, just like cell phones were initially these very large bricks that, remember from Wall Street?
Hi. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I can do dinner.
This had that big brick with you. Yeah. And now they're little tiny things.
Yeah.
And so you could imagine how that would eventually get to a point where it's portable, and anyone can have power everywhere you want to go.
Yeah. So some of the things we think about in terms of the roadmap for things, right? It may take us a little while before we could provide all the power that's necessary for like a Tesla. But we could imagine a scenario where, like, I'll hold this little prop up again. We've got this 3.5 watt brick, 3.5 watt card. Maybe we put a bunch of them together to create a 1 kilowatt module of sorts. So maybe a Tesla's got 50 kilowatt hours worth of capacity in it. Most of your daily driving that folks do is, to work and home. So it's maybe 50 miles to and 50 miles from, 100 miles a day, right? And so if you've got an electric vehicle that has all the batteries already in it, but then you make the decision to buy a 1 kilowatt Casimir module, right? And you connect it to your car. That module will provide, over a 24-hour period, it will provide 24 kilowatt hours of capacity. And so in terms of the driving duty that I just talked to you about, right, you're not going to drain the battery enough where the Casimir cell couldn't just continue to recharge it. So in that particular instance, even though we might be a little bit farther away from, being able to power a whole car, we might be able to find opportunities for early adopters where, hey, for 99% of how you might use your electric vehicle, you don't have to plug it in. Right?
So from where we are now with your current research and all these incredible ideas, what steps have to be taken in order to advance this stuff?
Right. So the first step is trying to get to the power magnitude I just described, 1.5 volts and 25 microamps. So we we have chips. These chips right here, they can achieve very high voltages, but then they relax to a certain steady state voltage over a long term. Right? So they have the ability to provide steady state power, but it's like 30 millivolts with a steady state current. And so it's the current that we're currently working on right now. We're trying to get the current up to that 25 microamp ability right now. And so that's the stuff that we're doing. Every month we're trying to do another generation of chips to go through and work the material science and get that capacity to that level. So, and making chips, that's tough. That is tough business. So it's been quite the slog. We've been doing this since 2020. The first chips we worked on took us 18 months to make. And then we got the time down to 12 months. And then we got the time down to 7 months. And then we got these guys down to, this was a 2-week sprint from the time we did the design to the time we got them in hand. But roughly we're anticipating we can make these generations once a month. So making chips is very different from, how we view the rest, like this wooden table, right? If you think about making something, tools and saws and cutting holes in and so forth. But when you talk about making chips, it's an entirely different approach to how you make things. You make things with light, and you make things with plasma, right? This will be a good opportunity for me to use a how you make something smaller than what you can see with your eyeballs. So ordinarily, when we want to look at it very small, we use a microscope, right? So we got maybe it's got a paramecium in it. Now, we're looking at is very tiny, and we use optics to blow that up. And in some cases, instead of putting our eyes against the little viewports on the microscope, maybe we'll put an imager, a camera, on there, and we'll take the camera will collect the image and put it on a big screen, a big LCD screen. Now, if you think about that in reverse, what if let's say you're looking at our chips and you're seeing these squares and circles and tiny little different shapes and so forth, but it's projected on a big screen. Now imagine for a moment instead, you go through in some CAD program and you draw squares and circles or whatever, maybe you draw a picture of Jamie's head, right? And then you go through and you take that digital file you just created, and you kind of look at this whole process that I was talking about in reverse. And so instead of using a imager to collect the image, use a projector to project the image back down through the optics, right? Where now you project some shape you want to manifest on a chip. Right, but you can't see it. You could look at it with your eyes, but you couldn't see it. Right, but you're using this projection system through the microscope in reverse to put the image down on the chip. So now the next thing you do is you take, let's say you got a silicon wafer, and then you go through and you apply something we call photoresist. It's like a really thick, almost like a honey type of consistent, a little thinner than that, right? But you put some photoresist on the wafer, and then you spin it at really high RPM, and it spins that photoresist so that it's very thin. And you take that wafer with the photoresist, and you expose it to the image you want to put onto it with ultraviolet light, right? And so that hardens part of that photoresist. And then you develop that wafer to remove all of the photoresist that was not exposed to the ultraviolet light. And then maybe you expose it to a plasma and you etch it. And so every place where there's no photoresist, it etches the surface. But where the photoresists survive because you exposed it with your ultraviolet light, you now have an image. So you could look at that with a microscope again, and then you'd see, Jamie's bug on the surface of the silicon wafer. And so in concept, that's how the idea of when you make a CPU or you make memory or you make any of this digital technology, that's technically how it works. Are you old enough to remember microfiche?
What is that?
The
little film?
Yeah, the little acetate things in school that you put in, right? So, so that's another kind of illustration of it, but just not applied to a chip, right? So.
Well, I would imagine the manufacturing something like this is a spectacular undertaking that would require a long time to develop the kind of factories that you would need to do this kind of stuff at scale in the United States. And this is an issue that we have that was really highlighted by the COVID pandemic, where we weren't able to get shipments of things, and a lot of cars weren't for sale because they didn't have the chips to put in a lot of the new American vehicles.
Or in some cases, they took functionality out because they couldn't get the ding dang chips to go do what they wanted to go do. Yeah, I was really glad to see a lot of attention be brought to bear with, I think it was the CHIPS Act. And even Texas has taken a very strong stance on trying to attract some chip manufacturing capability here in Texas, right?
Yeah, we were talking about the Samsung plant that they built here.
Yeah.
But the Samsung plant kind of highlights the issues because they weren't able to achieve the tolerances they required in large batches.
I think they'll eventually get there, right? Those are just illustrations of the fact it takes a while to get everything dialed in. Just like it took us 18 months to get our first chip, and then now we're getting a 2-week sprint. We can make our chip, and it took 5 years to get to that capability, if you will. I think they'll get all that figured out. But in my mind, the other value proposition for chip manufacturing, right, is, to me, chip manufacturing is like the 21st century automobile manufacturing jobs, if you will. It seems like that provides a great opportunity for people that meaningful, that pays well, that make product that a lot of people need, right? And so I think in some ways that's up to trying to focus on getting more chip manufacturing here in the States, right? So I just think that's a win. That's a win-win, right?
Yeah, because the chip manufacturing, one of the things that Apple stated, they have apparently a big leap coming forward with the iPhone 17, and they think that they're going to have to manufacture these in China. I was reading Tim Cook talking about it, because they're saying that China is the only nation that's capable of achieving what they're trying to put into these.
Is it China or Taiwan?
I don't know. I believe it's China.
Because I think I certainly. Yeah, I don't know definitively either, right? When I think of
actually, maybe it's just manufacturing that's the issue, not the chips.
Okay.
But see if you could find what Tim Cook said about needing to develop the iPhone or manufacture the iPhone 17, because I think a lot of their stuff they do in India now, but they think this new one is going to be so sophisticated that they're going to have it made back in China again.
So when I think of cutting edge chip capability, I think of TSMC, that is. In Taiwan, right? And they've got those machines, the ASML machines, that this is a very interesting thing, right? So the machines that help make some of those tiny chips that are inside the iPhone, they're made by this machine that's developed by a company called ASML over in the Netherlands. And part of me thinks it's like that's a very small brain trust of people, right, that are making machines that are kind of setting the pace for, because I think about what happens if somebody, a bus has an accident or something like that, right? Because it's just like such a small group of people that have this skill on how to make these tiny little features that are 2 or 3 nanometers. I mean, that's crazy small. We're
what percentage of the population would do that?
Right. There's not a lot, and 2 or 3 nanometers. It's like that's if you were to put DNA on the table, right, and you calculated 2 or 3 nanometers, it'd be as very. Oh, here, let me give you. Here's a better comparison. If you hold a marble in your hand, and you imagine that as 1 nanometer, right? It's just kind of a comparison here. Right, so you have a marble in your hand. That's 1 nanometer. Well, how big is a meter? A meter is the size of the Earth by comparison. So just to put a nanometer in mind. Right, so we can all envision a meter, right? So that puts a nanometer to scale, right? And so they're making things with lateral features that have this handful of nanometers in mind. Now that said, I do think
that's so crazy.
I do think chips are reaching a limit in terms of what they can do for the lateral features. The next big chapter, I think, for chips is they're going to go 3D. They're going to start making them. They've got a bunch of efforts in place to try and figure out how to make chips much more 3D, especially when they may even include multiple different chips, right, that serve different purposes, if you will. You'll no longer just have, the single flat chip that does this surface. There'll be a bunch of chips on top of one another that get integrated into assembly. You already see it in this tire pressure monitor system. There's a little chip here on the back of it's actually a system of chips. There's a bunch of chips in that little silver piece on the end there. There's a microprocessor, there's a Bluetooth module, there's a pressure sensor, and then there's a receiver.
Look how small it is.
Yeah, that's nothing, right? So that little shiny silver piece, that shiny silver piece, it's not only just the pressure sensor, it's all the other support electronics, and everything else is just simple dumb stuff.
And a big battery in comparison to everything else.
And a big battery that has to last 5 years, right? So that's that's why they this is not, you don't take the lid off this thing. This is glued on, right? When it's done, you just throw it away, right? So that's the current operating process.
So crazy. Now, when you think about the current capabilities of AI and how it's expanding at a very rapid rate, do you think that will assist us in being able to figure out new ways to accomplish these tasks?
I think, so when AI first came out, I tried it a few times, and I wasn't satisfied with the quality of what I was able to do with it. This is a number of years ago, right? But in the last 12 months, I've kind of gotten in the habit of using it much more in a lot of the different things that I do, and it certainly does bring a lot of value in certain areas. A lot of people talk about artificial intelligence is going to kill us. Oh my gosh, it's going to kill us. Right? And I don't think it's artificial intelligence that's going to be a potential big problem. It's more a measure of artificial incompetence. Right. And so let me unpack that. Okay. So I think AI is an amazing tool, and it's only going to get more useful as we continue to move forward. And I use it every single day, right? In terms of different things that I explore, it's extremely useful. And there's times when you're interacting with it where you might even think to yourself, "Hey, come on, is there some dude actually typing on the other side of the screen?" Because it's like it's joking with me, for crying out loud.
And it's instantaneous.
Right, and it's instantaneous, right? And so I think as human beings, we tend to anthropomorphize everything, right? And so I think in a lot of ways we want to give it more credit than it is due, right? And so when we interact with it, we might think based on the quality of the interaction, oh my gosh, this stuff is amazing. This is artificial general intelligence. But then it'll go off and do something totally boneheaded, and you'll even call it on it, and it'll say, "No, I did this exactly right." And it's just like, and from your own training, right, that whatever it offered up is quite wrong, right? And so I keep waiting for somebody. Do you remember the movie Dr. Strangelove from the '60s, right? So the Stanley Kubrick thing, and this movie of absurdity showing, how incompetence in the government and the military leads to the destruction of the world, if you will. It's like we need a Stanley Kubrick equivalent today to do a movie called AI Bob, right? Where AI Bob, accidentally takes out the world while trying to help, right? And it just, I think it's one of those things where I think AI is an amazing tool. We need to find out more ways to use it. It's incredible, but I think we just need to remind ourselves it's not quite as capable as we might think it is. We need to be careful of that so that we don't, put it in control of something in a certain way where, because it has these other faults, right, it does something that's really unfortunate. Right?
So we have to make sure that it's reached a very high level of proficiency before it gets...
Right. Or just be careful about how we use it, and never be afraid to question what it provides. Right? Because there's no question it helps me be faster at a lot of stuff I want to do. Right, but I have a lot of skills and talent that I use to filter whatever it's giving me, and no, that's totally wrong. Right? So,
but I wouldn't be able to do that. I just trust it. I build something that kills everybody. Yeah, that's
dang it! I forgot to carry the two.
Well, when you think about the potential future versions of AI, that's where things get very interesting. Because if you do get to a point where it achieves a much higher level of understanding of all the physical properties of the universe, and does really understand the quantum vacuum, and does really understand how to utilize it.
So I think one of the things that I have been thinking about this is, and I know a lot of other people are trying to figure out how to use AI to go through and help navigate on physics frontiers. AI is trained on a bunch of existing data, right? And so in some ways it is an enormous experiment in statistics. And so I would wonder how much an AI system by itself could innovate new ideas. It certainly could recognize patterns. Right?
Once you institute sentience, and then if it's possible at all to make it creative.
Mm-hmm. That's where I wonder what. Great question, and I'm not an AI expert, so I'm going to tread very carefully here. When I think about how they train AI today, it is certainly a measure of statistics, right? And so when you talk about an AI agent being able to actually think in the way that you and I might consider thinking, I don't think anything that we have does that per se, right? You just got a bunch of GPUs that are taking in input and then passing it through a matrix of all this stuff that's from training, and then so the statistics of what comes out, right, is a result of whatever training that was done. So it's not like Leonardo da Vinci imagining where he's going to put his next brushstroke on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. But certainly it could potentially take an image of the Sistine Chapel and mix it with an image of some other modern art or whatever, and come up with some cool homogenization of things, right, and so forth. So I still think I think we need to better understand what is consciousness, right, before we can really even do that.
What do you think it is?
Oh, that's
I know you thought about it. You think about everything,
right? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I would speculate, right? Maybe this comes down to the nature of the quantum field, quantum vacuum. I think there are other forms of radiation, scalar field fluctuations with the quantum field that are beyond electromagnetic, like the lights in this room. It's electromagnetic radiation. Scalar fluctuations would potentially be a whole nother realm of radiation that we currently don't have any sensors to detect, right? But maybe biology uses those types of things. And so there are things inside cell structures called microtubules. I think Hal maybe even mentioned something about microtubules to you when he was here the other day. But cells have microtubule structures in them, and I think that may be connected to the idea of consciousness, although I don't have a well enough formulated answer to be able to defend anything. So I'm treading very carefully because this is not my area of expertise. But
it's so fun to speculate.
It is fun to speculate, and maybe we can schedule another opportunity to come back and we can talk about consciousness. Bring a couple other folks that are more cognizant than me.
So, I would love that.
Yeah,
you want to organize that?
Yeah,
let's know who you would call.
I don't know yet. I'll think about. I'll have a think. I actually probably have a couple other cool ideas for cool things we can confab on. I think a lot of people would really enjoy learning and listening about.
Well, that would be a fantastic collaboration. Yeah. People that have theories about consciousness along with these theories, these quantum theories.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. Yeah. Harold, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So interesting, and I'm so happy that people like you are out there in the world working on this stuff, which I'm sure one day, when people look at the past and say, boy, look at those cave people, look what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because we would look at the Victorian people, or we would look at people from thousands of years ago. I think they'll look back at this going, wow, this is where it all started.
Yeah. This was the moment.
So let's definitely do that. Let's definitely have another visit and bring in some people that will explore consciousness together.
Sounds good. I love it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe, for having me.
Bye, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I contact you on Instagram, and the fucking day you're here is the day your book comes out.
It's pretty unlikely.
Kind of crazy.
A little bit.
Right? You know, it's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like the universe smiled upon us. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
synchronicity. If you want to believe in the simulation. Sometimes I do.
I'm with you. Sometimes you just see something, you're like, this is a simulation. Right?
Right.
We're not in the real.
Yeah.
There's a second and a third and a fourth and so on.
Sometimes just things seem like God is showing you satire. Like there's like just a little fun thrown in there.
I'm
Where
with you.
and a lot of it is on your Instagram page. I have to tell you, dude, I have wasted so much fucking time watching your videos
Yep.
going, what the fuck? Is that real? And
Yeah.
so many things I've learned from it. It's very educational, but it's
Yeah.
also very fun. Cody
I'm glad
Tucker,
you like
your book is called And Now You Know. And
You know.
I didn't even know you had a book when I reached out to you. I just said, this guy's got to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that remains to be seen, I think, but we'll find
Well,
out
you
together.
are on Instagram. How did you get started doing that type of a page? Because it's very specific.
I mean, I've always been interested in, like, random facts, like, origin stories of words, like movies, all these different things, like the dark side of history.
Right.
And I like telling people those stories, and they seem to enjoy it whenever I tell them. So I was like, well, why don't I just like make little videos and clip them up, make them look all right.
What were you doing before you were doing that?
I mean, I've always had a podcast. No one watches this stuff, so it's all right.
Well, we'll bump that bitch up now.
Well, it might change now, but yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend watching the podcast, but it exists.
That's hilarious.
That's all right, but yeah.
That is, by the way, so much better than please watch my podcast, like and subscribe. Whenever a video gets interrupted by like and subscribe, the last thing I want to do is like and subscribe. Like, come on.
I mean, I'd rather you just, if you watch it and like it, well, thank you. If you don't get it, you get in line.
Well, that's how podcasts get good.
Yeah.
That's what I started out doing with this. I never advertised this thing once.
Yeah.
This thing got where it is 100% word of mouth.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So I started watching pretty early, and it still had like a pretty decent following then. But I know like you started like
we started in 2009.
Yeah, so this would have been like a couple of years after that. Even.
But when I started, me and my friend Brian, when we started, we weren't even thinking it was a podcast. We had already done these things where we'd stream live from the green room at comedy clubs back when it was on Justin TV, which became what, Jamie? Twitch. So we would just be, like Joey would be talking shit in the green room, and we'd be having fun, and we'd just film it just for fun.
Gotcha.
And then I had a few friends that started doing internet shows. Tom Green was the big one, because Tom Green had it all set up at his house.
He's incredible.
Oh, he's the best. He's such a sweetheart too. It's like everything you would hope he'd be. That's who he is. Great fucking guy.
Yeah.
And like really. Forward thinker early on. He was like, I think I can just do this from my house. Why don't I just do? But it was too early. Like this is 2007, and the internet sucked. It wasn't ready yet. No one had smartphones yet. It was like, but he was patient zero, I think.
Gotcha.
Him, and then there was this Opie and Anthony show that they used to do.
Oh, they were amazing.
They were amazing. But Anthony Cumia started doing this thing live from the compound in his basement, where he would do karaoke with a green screen, holding a machine gun. He's nuts. He's out of his mind. And he had like beers on tap, so they'd be getting hammered. And he's playing video games. He's a maniac. Yeah. And I was like, that looks like so much fun. I was like, he just has a studio that he set up in his basement.
Yeah. And
so we just started fucking around with the most bare of equipment. It was a fucking laptop webcam. And we had like a USB mic.
Yeah.
Okay. We had one of them blue mics, the big
blue,
stupid silver ones. We had one of those.
Like $30 at Walmart. Yeah.
That's how we started. And then, we just kept doing it. But telling people not to go to your podcast is classic. That's very fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's usually my thing. Because there are people that do watch it, and I think they like it, and I like those people. I'm glad those people are around, but it's not something that should ever become popular.
Well, there's two schools of thought today with the youngins like yourself. It's like, just get famous at any cost. Yeah. Get on TikTok, show your dick on OnlyFans, whatever you have to do, or not. right? Or
Yeah.
fuck that, and that
Right.
you're in the fuck that category.
Yeah, I could care less about having anyone know who the fuck I am. Which, granted, here I am.
I know
So
it's
kinda
nuts,
odd, but
but that's also why you're here, right?
yeah.
It's also why your book came out today. It's like there's a synchronicity going on. Something's
where,
happening.
Things are crossing over that I didn't.
So you did your podcast, and in those stories that you would tell on the podcast, where you would drop some crazy information,
Exactly. Yeah,
then you decided to start clipping them up.
Exactly. So I would end it with just like, oh, here's some like half-ass history, which is what I called like the segment. And then I was like, oh, here's like a half-ass history segment. And just ramble about some bullshit from like Napoleon or something.
I binged them today, and because I was getting ready for you to come in. It's fun. No, it was fun. You really freaked me out with the whole Outlaw Josie Wales thing. Like, I loved that movie. And now I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I can't watch it anymore.
Oh
It's
no.
the guy who wrote the book that turned into,
Tell the story, because it's so crazy.
So, yeah, there was a fellow named Asa Carter. So Asa Carter is this massive white supremacist. Like, he was in the KKK and then left the KKK because they weren't racist enough. He was like, y'all don't hate white people way more. Like, y'all should be hating these people way more than you should. So he made his own version, like a splinter group of the KKK. And, he was part of, like, he would show up to, like, Nat King Cole concerts, try to drag him off the stage.
God.
And he became a speechwriter for George Wallace, not the comic, but, the governor of Alabama, George Wallace, who was, the segregation now, segregation forever. He was,
as you said, a massive piece of shit.
Massive.
In the video.
Horrible. Yeah. Just an all-around.
So he's a speechwriter for that guy.
He helped write that speech, the segregation now, segregation forever. He was a co-writer of that speech. Then things kind of fell apart from him. George Wallace was like, "You're too racist for me, buddy." Like, I just don't want him to go to school with my kids. He's like, I don't want them to not exist.
Oh my god.
And so he moved to Florida, changed his name, I think, to Forrest Carter. I think is what he changed his name to, and started writing books. One of them was the Rebel Outlaw Josie Wales, which Clint Eastwood turned into.
I guess back then there was no Google, so a guy could do something like that. You would never know.
How would you know?
Well, that's how Stephen King had Richard Bachman. Remember?
Exactly. He wrote Running Man.
Yes.
He wrote Running Man as Richard Bachman, and other things too. But yeah.
What is it? What is it? The Dark Half? Is it the other one that I really like?
Is that Richard? Is that?
I don't know if that was I think that was a Bachman.
Talisman.
He had a bunch of them that were great.
Yeah,
that guy was cocaine worked so well for him.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if there's ever a dude, and I know he's clean and sober now, and God bless him, and I feel terrible that the guy got hit by a fucking van, like the whole deal. It's crazy.
Yeah. Is that
the Dark Half Stephen King adaptation? Oh, so what's Stephen King? It wasn't Bachman?
What?
Oh, another pseudonym. Jesus Christ!
I didn't.
That's how prolific that guy was.
I had no idea.
He's so prolific. He has extra pseudonyms.
He had a pseudonym for a pseudonym.
Bro, there's not a guy who has ever lived who has made more bangers, more just.
Follows Thad Beaumont, a writer who achieves fame. So it's about that. That's the student.
So no, because if you look on the
so
post,
is it purely
says
Stephen King?
King's name on
It's just the Google thing.
Right, but I think that's the actual. Is that the trailer for the film or the poster for the film? Yeah, is that what that image is though, or is that the image from the book?
Timothy Hutton plays.
Right. No, I know that, but is that image? Is that from the book? For the movie?
That's the movie George A. Romero.
Yeah,
so it says Stephen
that's
King
why
there
it says
for sure,
Stephen King, is because they're selling it.
Yeah, you'd have to find a picture of the book and see if, like, the book says.
But bottom line is,
they all say Stephen King.
Well, why would you change it now? It's like, see if the one that he wrote as Bachman for sure. Like, what did he write as Bachman?
Well, Running Man was for sure Richard Bachman.
Okay. If Running Man says Stephen King.
And I think Talisman. I think that was one that also.
He had a fake picture and everything?
That's amazing.
That's so wild.
I wonder who that guy is. Actually,
Richard Manuel, a builder and friend of Stephen King's literary agent. He's just a regular guy. Just some dude. He's like, Stephen
buddy,
King's like,
listen.
hey, bro, I'm going to make you famous. That's kind of crazy. Oh, he wrote Thinner, too.
When he inspired by Barton Turner Overdrive, which is amazing.
That's hilarious.
BTO, one of the greatest bands of all time.
So he did write The Dark Half. The surname Stark was later used in the King. Oh no.
Then
Okay.
we're getting
Richard Stark? Richard Stark is another one?
No.
No.
Richard
we
is
should
a
be the whole
tribute.
fucking.
Richard is a tribute to author.
Got it.
Well, yeah, so
Did he write it as Bachman? He did.
there should be
The
like
Bachman
a
books.
bibliography. I wonder.
At the last moment, he changed it to Richard Bachman.
But then there was.
Gus Pillsbury was a different one he was going to use.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Gus
At the
Pillsbury's
last moment, he
good.
changed it to Bachman. So Bachman was the dark half.
If I was a porn star, it would be Gus Pillsbury.
Or was it the dark half? It says thinner. Let's see. They're bringing up the dark half, so it has to be that. Stark was later used. The surname Stark? I don't know. Either way,
Who?
this Stephen King. Let's forget about it.
But I think Running Man, I'm pretty sure Running Man is one of them. So
He wrote so many good books that he's like, I'm giving these people too many books. Let me write some under a fake name, Mom, the biggest book-selling fiction guy in the world.
It's insane. Have you ever looked at just like the first 5 books?
Maybe that's what the Dark Half is about. It's like about his using of a pseudonym. Maybe that's why you're thinking.
Oh,
of it.
interesting.
I don't know.
Oh, well, that makes sense. The dark
That does
half,
make
so,
sense.
Yeah. But see,
Well, I
at the
think-
top it said Running Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Dark Half book is great.
I've never read that one.
Well, it's so funny that King was able to pull this off because how many of his fucking stories about a writer who lives in Maine? It's so crazy. The guy just picks his home state, writer picks his profession, and then insanity ensues. You know, like it's all like a writer in Maine.
Well, and they're all based on just things that are happening to him. Like, I can't remember which book it is that's about him, like going through alcohol DTs. It's I can't remember. But the Shining,
the bookography.
The
His
Shining,
bookography, whatever you would call it, is
bibliography.
Bookography.
If
you look at his bibliography, it's insane.
Because
He
it's
wrote
Carrie's,
so many bangers.
Carrie's number 1, and then it's like Carrie, Salem's Lot, The Shining, a couple other and then Christine, which
I didn't enjoy the Dark Half movie. It's like, well, I hate that cliche of the book's better because it's never better because you can see the movie,
right?
But they never nail it.
Yeah,
it's just too hard.
Well, The Shining kind of does because it's being done by Stanley Kubrick.
Right, but he hated it.
Yeah, he hated it.
Which is so nuts. Well, he said that he thought Nicholson turned crazy right away, and he wanted it to be a very gradual thing.
Do you know who he wanted?
Who?
Robin Williams.
Oh my God, he would have nailed it.
Robin Williams or Harrison Ford.
Bro, you ever seen Robin Williams in that 24-hour photo movie where he plays
1 Hour
Psycho?
Photo.
Oh, that's it.
That's
It's
it,
1 hour
dude.
photo.
That movie is so
Oh my
good.
God, it's insane. He's so good.
He might be one of the greatest actors of all time. Like
Crazy how good he is in that movie because you just really believe he's a psycho.
Yeah, because he's so lovable at first, but there's all these little signs that like keep this guy away from your kids.
There's layers.
Yeah.
There's layers to that story.
Yeah, that's such a great movie.
He was a bummer when he died, man. That one bummed me out.
Yeah, I've only cried a couple times when like a famous person died. That's one of them. I like broke down. Heath Ledger and Steve Irwin were the others.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Yeah, Steve Irwin especially.
Chadwick Boseman from Black Panther and what else is he?
He's at 42. Played Jackie Robinson.
The heartbreaking one. There's an interview with him where he's talking to that woman and he says, "I'm already dead," and she doesn't know what he's saying because he didn't tell anybody. The dude went through the mill. He was filming the movie while he was battling cancer.
While everyone was making fun of him for looking skinny and creepy looking. It's like
crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Which it is kind of
a
like
gangster way to go.
It is.
So did Norm Macdonald. He did the same thing. Norm Macdonald didn't tell anybody that he had cancer. Just went up to Canada and died. He is battling it for years. He told no one.
You can kind of, it's one of those things that you can tell when you look back. Like when you look back and watch like episodes of like his show, you know, Norm's show, and you're like,
I know. You see the puffiness and the drowned eyes. His eyes looks very tired.
That to me, that's the funniest human being of all time.
He's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm sure you met him quite a bit.
I accidentally sat next to him twice on airplanes. Totally accidentally.
What a person.
And we were already friends.
Yeah.
So it was super cool. Like I knew him from the clubs. I knew him from being around. And my good friend Adam was a good friend of his. He used to do that show that they did together.
Adam Egan?
Yeah. Adam Egan.
Okay. Yeah.
Who's the talent coordinator at the mothership.
Yeah.
So I'd known Norm forever, and then one time I was flying back from somewhere, and I sit down, and then Norm plops right next to him, like, dude, like, what are they on? And then we're having the most fun. It was the most fun. But the second time was even crazier, because Norm sits down next to me, we're having a great time.
Yeah.
Just laughing, and he's just so fun. We're talking all kinds of crazy shit. And he tells me, yeah, I quit smoking. And fucking hard to do, man, but I quit. I feel so much better. I'm so glad I did. It's so bad for you. I go, yeah, good for you, dude. Fuck those cigarettes, right? So we land, and he walks straight into the store and buys a pack of cigarettes and is literally lighting it before he gets out the door. And I go, what are you doing? I thought you quit. And he goes, yeah, but all that talking about cigarettes made me want one.
I mean, he did quit for a little bit, and then
I know I know a lot of people have quit, and a lot of people. I mean, they keep pointing to like it's like everyone's playing Russian roulette with fucking lung cancer. It's so crazy. Yeah. You're playing right, like 80% of people don't even get cancer, bro.
Which I'll take those. I mean, look, I'll tell you, smoking just looks so cool.
Yeah,
smoking cigarettes, like. God, I smoke cigarettes, which I need to not do that. But God,
it does
feel cool.
It's also I don't even give a fuck about my health. I'm out here thinking.
Well, I don't have to be smoking a cigarette for people to realize that. Nobody's looking at me like Jesus.
But that's like accelerating your demise, like purposely accelerating your demise for a head rush, which is I had to do this thing once. But buddy of mine had this sketch show, and they had this sketch that they were putting together this idea, and he asked me to be like this troubled poet guy, and I said, okay, what do you think I should do? He goes, I think you should be like smoking cigarettes. You should be like this guy just smoking cigarettes and talk. And I'm like, okay.
That's right. Yeah.
So I never smoked before, and that day I probably smoked like 15 cigarettes, and I felt like fucking dog shit.
Oh
dude.
my God.
My hands were shaking. And my friend Adam Ferrara, who's a comedian who was doing this with me, he smoked and he gave me some of his cigarettes. And everything. How do you do this? How are you doing this to yourself every day? This is so crazy.
In what time span do you think? The 15 cigs?
I guess we were doing it all throughout the day, so it's probably 4 or 5 hours.
It's quite a bit. I mean, even for like because I don't smoke I'm not like a pack a day or something like that.
Well, that's good.
Probably a pack every 3 days. So
that's not too bad, but it's still terrible for you.
It's still not good. I mean, I try to justify it in my head. I'm like, but I'm not
I really do enjoy one right before I go on stage. I really do. It's a nicotine thing. Yeah. It's like you can get nicotine from a butt, but it's the delivery methods that's different. Like there's something about smoking it, and cigars is similar too. Smoking the nicotine, it's a very different thing than like nicotine pouches and stuff like. I've never done the gum, but there's a benefit to nicotine. It's just the delivery method that's what's terrible for you.
Yeah, I don't think nicotine's ever really been proven to just be horrible for you.
It actually is neuroprotective, which like I love saying those words because I don't really know what the fuck I'm saying, but it sounds like you're smart. Jillian Michaels was in here the other day, and she was talking about it. And she chews gum, and it's neuroprotective. People are like, "Oh, are you trying to quit smoking?" She's like, "No, it's actually good for you." But most people aren't aware of that. They just think of cigarette smoking equals cancer, equals nicotine, equals you're doing something bad.
Well, because the nicotine obviously gets you partly addicted, and that makes you smoke more cigarettes, which is horrible.
Yes.
So there is like there's kind of like some blame you can put towards nicotine.
Well,
in that sense,
yeah. With how much the real issue is that many cigarettes, they add a bunch of stuff to make them more addictive.
Well, right. That's the issue is that if they would take all of that out, they wouldn't. I mean, obviously, so bad you shouldn't be breathing smoke.
Yeah, it's like that's natural spirits, right? Those ones
are American spirits. Yeah.
But did you ever see that Russell Crowe movie, The Insider, where he plays the scientist?
Jeffrey Wygant.
Right. Yeah. Right. Is that who the character was that he was playing?
That's who he's playing. Yes, Jeffrey Wygant. Yeah.
That is so crazy that they did that.
Yeah, that makes you so mad when you watch it. You're like, you knew. Yeah. And like
you knew, and you tricked people by making it more addictive. Yeah. Like with chemicals.
Yeah, look how much
That's crazy.
Look how much sugar's in food.
But here's
They
my
know they
my
do that.
why is it okay to do that with cigarettes, but it would never be okay to do that with cheeseburgers? If we found out that McDonald's is putting fentanyl in the cheeseburgers and made you come back and eat more cheeseburgers there, we'd be like, no fucking way. That's crazy. You're making it more addictive? That's crazy. You can't do that.
The sugar that's in it does the same thing.
Sort
doesn't it?
of.
I mean, kind of.
Sort of. Yeah, I would say it does. But it doesn't. It's not killing you. Well, it kind of is.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You're not doing
it
too
kind of
great.
can. It kind of can. It's like very low dose poison. You know, essentially, if you have a very good diet and you occasionally have a quarter pounder, you're gonna live.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you,
yeah.
it's a low dose poison. Your body can filter out most of that stuff. The real problem seems to be when it becomes the primary focus of what you eat. Could you just getting a bunch of inflammation-causing bullshit that your body doesn't know how to get rid of? Your
Right.
body's like, what is this you're feeding me?
Oh God, it feels so
good.
Jesus. Oh, in the moment, it is. Oh, that's heaven on earth.
I had a quarter pounder once a couple of years ago, and I haven't had one. But if I do go to McDonald's, I always eat filet of fishes. I love those fucking
You
things.
do?
They're so good. They're my
That's
favorite.
weird, man.
No,
That's weird.
because I can't lie to myself and pretend that's a cheeseburger. You know, like
You can lie and say that that's fish.
yes, yes,
fish.
it's a thing. It's whatever it is. It's a sweet bun and a
Yeah.
delicious, salty, fish-like thing in the center with that tartar sauce. It's just yummy. I'm not
That's
trying
right.
to.
You don't have to justify it to me. I mean,
I don't particularly like the taste of like those kind of burgers. I like
I'm
a
with
good
you.
smash burger or
Okay.
like an In-N-Out burger.
I'm with you. In and
Five
out,
Guys.
In and out,
Yeah.
top of the line. to
Top
me,
of
for
the
like
line.
fast food.
Yeah,
kind
you
of
can't
burger.
go wrong,
It's
man.
the Chick-fil-A of burgers.
Can't go wrong. Like In-N-Out burgers are. If you don't like them, I don't like you. How about that?
Do you like Whataburger?
It's okay.
It's horrible.
It's not.
That
People want to
place
compare it
sucks.
to In-N-Out. Like Texas people get crazy. Like you're getting crazy. This is how we had a civil war. Like you gotta look at things realistically.
Now, in that war, I'm taking the Whataburger people over the In-N-Out
For sure.
people.
100%. The
Those
In-N-Out
big
people
Bubba's.
are not armed.
No, those Whataburger bubbles are
Yeah.
coming to.
I mean, they started
They're not messing
In-N-Out
around.
in the wrong state, for God's sake.
Yeah.
That's the state that's telling people that if someone breaks into your house, you should flee. You shouldn't tell them to get out and
Hey,
shoot
get out of
them.
your own house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his now.
You should gather up your child and run up the hill behind your house and flee and hope they don't shoot you in the back.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Why
It's
not?
like you can't. It's
Yeah.
like that piece of shit speechwriter. Like,
Asa Carter?
yeah,
Yep.
there's gonna be nutty on both sides.
Yeah.
There's gonna be nutty on the left and nutty on the right, and it's up to us, which is like most people are just reasonable.
Yes.
In the center, live and let live.
Yeah.
If you had like an ethic for this country, what are we about? We're supposed to be about freedom, live and let live. But the problem is the people on the far crazy screaming left and the people on the far crazy screaming right are all fucking losers.
Yeah.
And those fucking losers make you be connected with them and all their stupidity and poisons all the ideas that they agree with.
Right.
On both sides.
And they're so much louder, so you think there's more of them, when in reality,
Exactly.
it's like, what, 5% probably of each side?
Exactly.
And then the other
I don't even
90.
think it's 5%. They're just the ones that are online all day long. And then on top of that, you get a bunch of people who are paid to do it. So it's like, oh my God. When you see tweets, like people get busted all the time now, these air quotes influencers.
Yeah.
They'll tweet something and then you'll see like 30 versions of the same tweet with the same wording.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
That's hilarious.
Like, from now forever, I'll never listen to you again.
That's amazing. And there's,
On both sides.
that's so funny.
It's not a left-wing thing. It's not a right-wing thing.
Yeah.
I see it with fucking everything. It's like, there's like large-scale manipulation going on. It's like really nuts to see.
I
Did you
like
see
it.
about that Reddit dead internet thing?
I don't
Did you
think
see,
so.
Jamie,
No,
do you
no,
know about this? Like, there's, I believe might be a lawsuit.
Oh.
So this company used a bunch of chat bots. I believe it was on Reddit. I just sent it to someone. I'll find it if you can't find it. But I forget what the argument was about, but essentially they're getting in trouble for facilitating these fake arguments, like as an experiment.
Oh,
Which is, if
that's wild.
for sure, countries are doing that. Reddit threatens to sue researchers who ran a dead internet AI experiment on its site. Deeply wrong on a both moral and legal level.
Well, that's not good.
So this is what they did. Change My View is the subreddit. Long been a contentious place for Reddit users to post an opinion and understand other people's perspective. Forum filled with fiery but largely civil debates covering everything from the role, political activism, to the dangers of social media and echo chambers. Okay. Lately, though, not every user posting on the forum has been a real human. As 404 Media reported this week, University of Zurich researchers dispatched an army of... Boy, Zurich? That's not a good place to do it from, guys. You shouldn't be involved in
No, the
Where
Swiss.
you look at you sketchy.
Yeah.
Research dispatched an army of AI chatbots to debate human users on the subreddit in a secret experiment designed to investigate whether the tech could be used to change people's minds. The optics were horrendous, with bots claiming to be characters, including a survivor of sexual assault and a black man who opposes the Black Lives Matter movement. Worse yet, the AI models scoured the post history of users they were applying to in order to be as convincing as possible. Basically, a formalized trial run of the dead internet theory that much of the internet is already AI generated. You know about that theory?
Huh?
The AI dead internet theory? So the idea is that AI becomes sentient and completely fakes the internet.
Fakes the internet?
Yeah, pull it up, Jamie. Like, but there was a link in that article under when it got to dead internet theory. There was actually a link. It was right there. Where is it? Scroll down a little bit. It didn't have a link. The link was actually about it passing the Turing test, which is it already did.
Right.
Which is
Or did the internet done?
is online community. I think so. There's a lot of kooks, like people with schizophrenia, that get things right. Like
That is kind of the problem. Is they're not always wrong.
Well, eventually they're right. Like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. You know that guy. His whole thing was that technology was going to overtake the human race.
Right.
And I think he's right.
Yeah, he wasn't necessarily wrong. He was just wrong to be blowing people up.
Oh, well, he was.
That's the
really fucked up.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the
MK
Netflix
Ultra stuff?
Did you see the Netflix documentary where they go over his life? When he was a baby, where they left him in the crib.
Yeah.
And he never got touched for like months.
Which immediately permanent damage. You're screwed.
You can't fix that.
Yeah.
Like,
that's how you get those wide eyes.
And then he gets in the Harvard LSD studies, where they humiliate him while he's on acid.
Yeah, because he was part of the MK Ultra. Like he had that professor that was like recruiting impressionable but highly intelligent young men.
How crazy is that program?
MK Ultra is wild.
Why?
That is one of the most interesting. The CIA in general. I mean, just like this is a rabbit hole of just the craziest thing I've ever seen. But like all the Manson stuff, which I'm obsessed with Charles Manson, so all that stuff is.
Oh, the Manson stuff's crazy. The CIA stuff's not even a rabbit hole. It's like one of them labyrinths that they find in Turkey that could, like 2,000 people could live underground. You're like, who built this? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, like
How long has this been going on?
Like the French catacombs, where it's just like people get lost every day and all that.
If you go down the CIA rabbit hole, you'll find a city, like the civilization. And then you have to think, okay, but also Russia has the same sort of operation going for Russia. Right? Every country has them.
Yeah, everybody has the CIA, KGB.
So they have to exist. So like, let's all get rid of the CIA, and then what? We get taken over completely by Russia and China. It's like, slow down, everybody. Like, there's a nutty AI war going on right in front of your face. You just haven't heard the bombs go off yet.
Right.
It's happening right now. And if they pulled that off in the University of Zurich, which is kind of creepy, that a university would like do that, pretend to be a black guy who's against the Black Lives Matter movement, or a woman who survived a sexual assault, you're just making it up with AI chatbots. Like, this is insane. Fucking wild. And just to see how people react. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Or find somebody who actually is one of those people, and then see how people react. If that's what you want to do, like you don't have to pretend to be one. There are
Sure.
lots of people who
Yeah,
would
you can
probably just
recruit.
volunteer, and you could have a whole study control group. Have the whole thing.
Yeah, you don't have to do it anonymously on the internet under false pretenses. Like, you wouldn't have to do
Unless
that.
you just want to have fun. I mean, I guess that's the.
But the problem is, anytime you're doing a study with real people, they know they're in a study.
Yeah, what's that? There's a law like where like you can't. There's something about being observed, like ruins the thing, whatever. Like it's part of like that. I don't know. I suck at science, but I think there's something.
Well, I don't even know if that's science. I'm just talking about like humans. Like if people know they're being watched as a part of a study, you're gonna influence their behavior.
Well, it's just like if you get asked a question to be part of a survey, you're not answering that thing accurately, even if it's anonymous.
Right.
Just because you know that like your answer is going to make you look maybe a little bit bad, you'll church up your answer a little. Maybe not outright lie, but if it asks you how many drinks do you have a week, you're not telling them the exact amount. You're not counting them up. You're going 6 to 8 sounds about right.
Yeah, this uncertainty is why I think we're super vulnerable.
Yeah,
because this uncertainty is why we're all going to be very vulnerable. Excuse me. Sorry, we're going to be really vulnerable to any sort of electronic bridge that they start using, like whether it's a wearable or an implant that lets you legitimately read minds, which I fucking think is in our lifetime.
God, I hope not.
It's so scary, dude, because we'll give it up to know the truth. People will give it up to know the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how much of your data you give just so that you can Google things. Like, figure how much money they make off of your data and giving out your email address and all the fucking spam text that you get every day, all the chaos. You gave that up.
Yeah,
easy, just for free internet, just for free Google.
Yeah, I give it up. I don't give a damn. I just give it all up.
Everybody does. But imagine like what Google would cost. Like if Google was a pay thing, and the only way you could ever know anything about what's going on in the world, you have to search it. Every search engine costs money.
Right.
It's like, but instead you get this free value. But wouldn't you rather not pay? Of course. But what if you paid for it and then they couldn't use any of your data ever? And it was a totally like honest relationship, and you're not allowed to curate the information either.
Yeah.
You just have to like put out the information as it exists online.
Right. Yeah.
We gave up privacy, we gave up our data, and we didn't even think about it. We didn't even know it was the thing that we were giving up. And then we're gonna give up sentience. We're gonna fucking be connected to the hive mind.
Yeah.
I really think so.
Yeah, because it's weird, like with online like data privacy, like you don't really know what it is that you're giving up. It's not like normal privacy where like if somebody asks like, hey, can I take a picture of your driver's license? You say, no. What are you talking about? No, you can't.
Right.
But they can get the majority of that information through, they can try, give your address, they can find out even more information about you, giving up like your privacy, like data privacy.
Yeah.
But we don't we don't have like a list of what they're getting. I mean, I guess you do if you read that whole thing, but who's reading that? Like,
Nobody reads that shit. Somebody told me there was something that we might have to edit this out if it's not true. But somebody told me there's something fucked up about Google's terms and whatever terms apply. There with a thing that you have to agree to. That it has something in there that you'll agree to mediation.
Mediation?
Yeah, like in case of some sort of a dispute, a legal dispute, you've agreed to mediation so you're not going to sue them.
So you can't really. Yeah, like whenever you get hired at a new job, they have those kinds of like clauses too. Yeah. That's so weird.
If it's true.
Yeah, it was.
Well, we need to find out if it's true. Somebody was telling it to me, and I was like, wait, what? That sounds insane. Except as required by applicable law, mediation is voluntary, and neither you nor Google are obligated to settle disputes through mediation.
What the hell is that?
I don't know the context in which you were told it, because this is like for
But this is, I said Uber.
You said Google, I thought.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Uber.
Oh, okay.
Uber. I'm sorry. I probably mumbled. Okay. Uber's terms of service include a binding arbitration clause, meaning users agree to resolve disputes through arbitration rather than in court. This arbitration is individual and non-consolidated, meaning you can't join with others in a class action suit. Uber also limits its liability and states that drivers are independent contractors, not employees. If you have a dispute, you can try to resolve it through mediation, but it may ultimately be resolved through arbitration.
That's wild. Jesus.
That's kind of wild. It's like we have our own rules.
Yeah.
Our laws. No. Forget about the laws of the land. No, you agree to a legal contract. That's like very sneaky.
It's very,
right? Because if there's like laws, if we have laws to prevent fraud and laws to prevent negligence, we have those for companies. And you're a company. You're like, no, we're not. We're not even a company.
Yeah.
Well, there's people, they're independent contractors.
Right.
Oh, you have no liability at all. You make all the money. What a great deal. Who did you pay? Who did you fucking pay off to get that sweet deal?
Yeah, and also, how many people know what arbitration is? Because I'll be honest, I don't know what it is. I was just kind of going with it.
Sounds scary. If you got to go through arbitration.
I could not.
I don't want to do that.
Arbitration is.
Let's find out.
Agreed with everything.
Well, I think what essentially they're saying, you have to have a conversation with them outside of like a judge and jury ruling. You know what I mean? Like we have to have some sort of mediation. I think that's what they're saying.
Probably.
I could be wrong.
Well, if that is, I'm sure that's in your best interest.
That's not.
That's wild.
The thing about Uber is, if they're just private contractors, then it becomes like, okay, what is your responsibility to screen these private contractors? Because some of these people might be psychos, and you're a woman and you get in the car with someone who hasn't been vetted and they're a psycho. That's where is it based? On the moon?
Talking about the laws of the Netherlands.
The Netherlands. Well, that would be a good move. You got to start somewhere where the Nazis rolled through with fucking tanks.
It's either that or Luxembourg.
Did the Nazis get to Netherlands?
He's talking about Amsterdam.
Well, yeah, that's where Anne Frank.
That's right.
Vienna Convention.
That's right.
Yeah.
Vienna Convention on the international sale of goods shall not apply. Okay. Except as was set forth in these terms shall be exclusively governed and construed in accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. Excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. What does that mean?
I don't.
That's a weird thing to say.
This may as well be Portuguese.
In accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules on conflicts of laws.
I have an idea.
So
Conflicts
what
of
do you
laws
think it is,
must be if you copy and paste this in like Grok or ChatGPT.
Oh no! We're going down so many rabbit holes.
Explain this to an American, please.
Kids use Uber so much, man, that like a small percentage, comparative to the past, of kids are getting the driver's licenses.
Good.
You're probably right.
Perfectly fine.
God. Is Grok your favorite to use? Would you like to use most?
You have to go. Yeah, I honestly think you have to test them all when you're asking a question you really want the answer to.
It's very
They give you varying responses. I had a ChatGPT lie to me yesterday 4 times in a row.
Look how quick this is. Let me break this down for
Isn't it wild?
an American audience in plain language.
It's insane.
This selection of a contract explains. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, if it's already happened,
Yeah.
if AI is already taken over, we've already agreed by the timing of your book, the synchronicity is real, and that maybe the simulation is real. And then if it's going to be simulated, it's not going to be simulated by a bunch of people. It's going to be simulated by artificial intelligence.
There'd be way more mistakes for those people.
Yeah. Dutch law applies. The contract governed by the laws of the Netherlands, not U.S. law. This means Dutch legal principles will guide how the contract is interpreted, except for conflicts of laws rules, which deal with choosing which country's laws apply. Oh, that's what it is. Also, an international treaty called the Vienna Convention, which covers sales of goods, doesn't apply here. So what essentially they're saying, like, we go by the Netherlands laws. If you have different laws in the United States, go pound sand. Those don't matter. This is in the Netherlands. Your lawsuit's here.
It also probably depends on what happened. Like if it's a speed limit thing, you go by the rules of the speed limit. But if it's something about interpersonal, the driver and the intended.
Don't you think that if you do business in a particular country, you'd have to follow the laws of that country? Doesn't that just? I mean, I'm not even trying to be unreasonable here. Maybe they're better in the Netherlands. Maybe they're more fair. I don't know. It's not even like a value judgment. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they just want the best for their customers.
Yeah.
So they say, you know what? If they really want to sue the fuck out of us and win, we really should do it in the Netherlands. Maybe.
Isn't there
Perhaps.
The Hague? The Hague is in the Netherlands, right?
Is
you
it?
know, with the world, like, what do you call it? Crimes against humanity, like war crimes, is all in the Hague. Yeah. I don't know if that means anything.
I don't know if it means anything either, but I would imagine if you're doing business in China, you're not allowed to say, yeah, but U.S. rules only. We only got, so if you want to sue us, it's like, sue us in Alabama.
Yeah,
they'd be like, fuck you. We'll sue you right here. Sit your ass down.
Yeah, you're
what are you
in
talking about?
our place.
Yeah, you're doing business in China. You get sued in China, motherfucker.
You should always, no matter what, wherever you are, you got to follow those laws.
That would,
I mean, how would that not?
seems super reasonable.
Seems like
You
it.
seem like you should be able to avoid that by like setting up shop in some fucking dictatorship somewhere. You know, like your homies with you, and you're like, bro, you want to make some money together? Just let me incorporate in your country. You know, let's fucking raise some cash. Yeah, it's all very weird. It's very weird. But the driverless car thing might be even weirder because that's a solution out of it. Like, man, I don't trust these Uber drivers. They're sketchy, man. Good. Get in one of those fucking robot cars.
Waymos.
Yeah, get in one of those Waymos where you can't even bribe it, okay? The government's trying to get you, and they have a setup for you. Go, bro, change of plans. This is what I want you to do. I'm going to give you $500. You're going to drive me to Ohio. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you can do that. Like, if the government's after you and you're in a fucking Uber drive and the guy's cool, you go, listen, dude, I'm going to make this worth your while. It's a 4-hour drive, 4 hours back.
Yeah, how do you do that to a Waymo?
You don't. Yeah. They get you. They shut the car off. They lock the doors.
And you're locked in an Uber contract.
Waymo's partnered with Uber.
Oh, I know, because I was gonna get in one yesterday. I was like, I haven't been Austin in a long time. Like, I used to come down here a lot, like in high school, or whatever, sneak into bars and whatnot. And I saw these Waymos. Like, what the hell was this thing? I've never heard of it. Didn't know this existed. And I see it like driving around, nobody driving. I'm like, weird. I do not like this at all. But immediately downloaded the Uber and Waymo app because I was like, well, let me just get one to take me to places or something.
Did you get in? No,
I checked it out. I just don't think. Because what if it just doesn't want to take me? Like, what if something happens where he's like, you know what I would like to do? Take you down 35 at about 90 miles an hour in the wrong lane. You know.
What if my front camera goes out and I can't see what's in front of me and I just start plowing into other cars? Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen or wherever will happen. I'm sure there's a bunch of backup cameras. Don't get me wrong. But it just sketches me out. Although I do think it's inevitable.
Yeah, I looked it up. There's only been one fatality involving one, and it wasn't even their fault. It was a driverless one where someone rear-ended the Waymo. Like, So I was like, well,
they seem pretty safe. Like, in terms of, like, the way they drive, too. They drive real slow and steady, and they're easy to avoid.
I could see taking one, like, if you're just going around, like, a neighborhood or something. You know, you're just, like, you're never going above 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Getting on, like, the interstate on one of these things.
Imagine if you could show this to Ted Kaczynski. Get him away from me!
He's like, I was right.
I was right. They're coming to get us.
God,
they are, man.
Yeah.
We are allowing them to come to get us. We're paying for them. We're psyched. Well, whoa, this is cool. Yeah. I'm guilty of it. I have a Tesla that does auto driving. You go, boop, boop.
Yeah.
You turn this button on, and it fucking stops at stop signs, hits its blinkers, goes around stuff. It's crazy.
Do you use it?
Very rarely.
Okay.
It weirds me out, but I do sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I've done it like have it driven me home 3 or 4 times, just like doo-doo. Just like, this is crazy. Just because it's weird, you know. But I'm always, my hands are close. You know, I'm never like looking at my phone or anything like that. That's crazy.
I would trust that. Like, if you're just sitting in there and like kind of, you could take control if need be.
But that's the bridge, bro. Yeah, that's the bridge. That's the bridge to transhumanism.
I think we all need to stay in our separate, no bridges.
I agree, but I think we're going. I think we are the last of these kind of people. And then the people from now on will be like personally, like physically integrated with some kind of electronics.
Yeah, I don't like that one bit. Dude, there's too much of an acoustic type fella. I can't be.
I think there's so much wild genetic stuff going on right now that they're going to change what it means to be a person within our lifetime. Like there was a thing in China. See if you can find this. Do you know what a tardigrade is? Tardigrades are these really weird little, almost insect-looking things that are unbelievably durable.
Oh,
They're
these
tiny,
little
microscopic little fuckers.
Yeah, they call them like something bears. Or
Yeah.
something.
What do they call them? What kind of bears? Water bears.
Little
Yeah.
bear.
So these little fuckers can survive forever in space, for whatever reason. They go into like hibernation in space. Like, and they think there's some of them from the Japanese lunar lander that are actually on the moon. They think tardigrades are on the moon and that they're like in a suspended state of animation, and that if you brought them back to the United States, they'd kick back in and be alive again. That's how crazy these little fuckers are.
Weird.
So there was this Chinese experiment where they're integrating tardigrade DNA into human DNA.
That's a good idea. There's nothing that could ever go wrong with doing that. Jeez.
But what happens if someone develops like a bulletproof, immortal human that lives, like literally lives forever unless it gets hit with a meteor? Like, that's not outside of what's possible.
No.
They developed, or they were developing some kind. See if we can find that first before I make you Google this. But they were trying to develop some sort of bulletproof human skin using spider silk. So they were going to
sense like Kevlar, spider silk,
but your own skin, like with gene splicing.
I don't like that. The gene
Gene
splicing thing
editing.
freaks me out. Splice, like that movie. I don't know if you ever saw that with Adrian.
I did.
Brody.
Ooh, that was crazy.
Is a great movie, but like just seeing on it, I'm like,
Yes.
that's what my mind immediately goes to is him banging this thing with his
That alien thing. Yeah, that thing was sick. Yeah, it was a kind of a goofy movie.
Oh yeah.
Well, it wasn't
Sure.
like
No.
wow, I would really believe that was happening. No, it was
Schindler's List or something.
yeah, yeah, it was kind of goofy, but it was fun, and
I
it
liked
was just very strange. You know, because you go, okay, I could kind of see that happening
For sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, that's
Yeah.
kind of what a lot of that is. What was that, CRISPR? You remember that thing was kind of that was a talking point.
Well, they have CRISPR too now, which is even more effective, apparently. Made by an artist. Bulletproof skin is made of goat. No, this isn't it.
Goat?
No, there was. What's that?
Lab-grown skin, reinforced spider silk can stop bullets, but when you go to what it actually is,
Oh, so it's bullshit.
not bullshit, but it's just someone sort of explaining things differently.
I mean,
I thought
That's not
there
really
was a
that
it was a study about human skin.
That's what I think that they were trying to say.
Oh, so it's a bullshit headline in the story.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
It was back in 2018 is when this.
Did you find anything on the tardigrade thing?
Yeah, and it had they were explaining what it did. So there's it showed that there was a clean transfer. These cells function normally,
But also
Increased rate of
demonstrated
growth.
increased rate of cell growth.
They're trying to make them immune to radiation. Is what the idea was.
They're making super
Jeez.
people, man. They're making X-Men. That is so crazy.
that is wild.
They're gonna put
I don't like
fucking
that at all.
tardigrade genes into humans.
God, that makes me so uncomfortable.
They may create super soldiers. What the
Jeez.
fuck? So, okay, China has already done these genetic experiments on babies that are supposed to inoculate them to HIV, but also somehow increase their intelligence. And
Okay.
the guy got in trouble, and they said, "You're bad. You shouldn't have done that research that
Yeah.
we paid you to do." And so they put him in jail for like a couple of years,
Yeah,
taught to play
yeah.
golf.
Right.
And then
Goodfellas.
Now he's
prison,
out.
yeah.
But that happened, and that's just what we know about publicly. Like,
right.
why would they tell if they were like making super soldiers, and if they were like, by the time we hear about it, there's probably some mountain in China that has an underground base, just like we have, just like Area 51.
Yeah.
They got some base carved to the side of a mountain. They're doing wild shit over there.
Where Jared Leto lives or whatever.
He lives in the LA one.
Yeah.
He lives in the one that's connected to the music scene in Laurel Canyon. You know, because it's all like, the whole music scene has like weird intelligence
The
agency
Laurel
roots.
Canyon thing is strange.
Crazy.
Yeah, with all this like Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, well, maybe not Neil Young, but like like a lot of those artists had like
Too
in
many
Vietnam.
connections.
Yeah, and Jim Morrison's dad started Vietnam.
Yes.
I mean, that's
Jim Morrison's dad was like a serious military man.
Yeah, he was the Navy admiral during the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you first hear about that one and we go, what? Get out of here.
Yeah.
But then you hear, well, no, like it's not like these artists didn't exist, but why did they become famous? Why did they get promoted? Like, what was it about? Was it do you think it's like a psychology? But because like, take a guy in the Laurel Canyon scene like Hendrix. Like, you can't make a Hendrix accidentally, or you can't make a Jim Morrison. Even though his dad was like, there's something about that guy, the way he sang, just the way it felt when he was on stage. He was a star, man. I don't think you could turn a person who isn't that into that.
No, not even close.
No.
No. You can pump up like a pop idol. You can't really pump up a rock star.
Right. You
Like
can make a boy band.
Yeah, you can make a boy band.
Yeah.
You could, make Ariana Grande out of clay and send her ass out there.
You can't make Bob Dylan.
God, no, you can't do
Yeah,
that. Yeah, you
you
can't
can't
do
do
that
that.
to Jim Morrison. You
Right.
can't do that to like a lot of those. Like a actual rock star.
Yeah.
Is just that's like a flash in the pan. Like
Mhm.
it happened. We don't know how it happened.
Any kind of musical star, it's like it either, there's no way. I shouldn't say no way, but I don't think the intelligence agencies can like get a guy and train him to be that.
No, you could like take a budding scene and pump it up, but that scene's already there. Like it was already going to exist. Like it already was existing. I mean, there was like the beatnik stuff in New York that was already happening way before any of this. So like, and they were just kind of the next generation of that, just the West Coast version. But there's like that was already there. So yeah, if you want to say there's like a conspiracy that they pumped it up and like put more money into like marketing their music to make sure that those artists' music got sold more and played on the radio more, like kind of a payola sort of thing.
Right.
That makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
that could be. I don't know that it happened, but
I know it's confusing, right? Because you want to draw conclusions, but then you gotta go, okay, you can't invent Janis Joplin. You can't make that in the lab. Like, when she's singing "Piece of My Heart," like you just like that is either that's like God just kissed her with this talent.
Yeah.
You can't like engineer that. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think.
No, there's no way.
But if they could do that, they could manipulate all of reality.
Well, if they could do that, then they should probably do another one. Jesus Christ! I mean, the amount of times, dude, that I've seen like people on TV, they're supposed to be these like massively famous artists. Like, I don't know who any of these people are, and I'm like in the age where I should still know who all these people are. Like, I'm pretty young, but like, I don't know who they are, and they all sound horrible. Like, I don't. Like this is the proof of there being some simulation where we're all just like listening to the same. But I wonder if people thought that about every damn genre of music. Like,
I think they did, but I think there's something particularly lost about this current generation because of social media.
Yeah.
Because of what we were talking about with those chat bots arguing with each other, and we know for sure that happens all over Twitter and Instagram. There's a lot of bot accounts, and just I think people are super confused as to like what's like a real thing, right? What's real? What resonates? Like what feels? What's cool and what's not? What's being promoted and artificially astroturfed, and what's just fucking cool where it draws people into it? And it's harder to tell now. It's tricky.
Well, it also seems like there isn't, because like you go back to let's say like the '60s, and you think like okay, late '60s, this is the time of like. Hendrix and like the Rolling Stones, the Sgt. Pepper, like these like the highly influential experimental musicians. Cream was like it hadn't broken up yet. The Bird was in like '70, but like the number one song in like 1969, or one of them was Sugar Sugar by the Archies. It's like one of the most mainstream bubblegum pop songs ever. It's like there was all, but those like Hendrix and stuff were still there. Like it was in the zeitgeist. It was still popular, but now it's like. Those types of people are nowhere to even be found, and it's all just the sugar type things. If that makes sense.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
But there's still a lot of really good bands now.
Well, there are.
The thing is, like the whole music business is weird because you don't sell anything anymore other than tickets to come see people. Yeah. But yet, there's still a giant industry that is involved in promoting and taking these artists and essentially locking them up to these deals.
Well, yeah, because you get the ticket money. I mean,
but they get the ticket money now, and that's the thing that the music companies didn't used to get.
Exactly. So yeah, you still are gonna market, distribute the way that you would have in the past, but now you're just getting your slice of cake from a different, you're getting it from a different area than you used to. But you're still pumping them out, pumping them up for the same reason, ultimately to make money. It's just you're getting it in a different way.
What I'm saying is that now a bunch of people are emerging that aren't doing any of that stuff. You got like your Tyler, the Creator type dudes.
Yeah.
Completely disconnected from that system.
Yeah.
Makes his own music.
Right.
Makes his own. He's creator of his own domain. And
yes,
you don't need all those people. And so you have this weird thing happening now where you have a lot of like AstroTurf stuff, a lot of stuff that's just like thrown out there to try to get people to link. It sounds like stuff that people like and it's created. But you still have a lot more opportunity for legit artists, just like Zach Bryan just emerged from like TikTok clips or whatever they were.
Yeah, right.
YouTube clips.
Yeah, there's always going to be the ones who come out in like the indie way, like what Tarantino was for like movies, like come out like I'm doing this all on my own, and like there's always going to be those people. I just think it seems like there's not a lot of those.
But when they break through, it fucking means something.
Yes,
like Oliver Anthony.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you want to hear his new song and we can't play it on the show?
Sure. Yeah.
How about that? Well, everybody at home, we'll be right back. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. Dude. See, that exists. Right? So in the middle of all this honey, sugar shit, there's still Oliver Anthony. There's still people out there that are legit. They're legit. There's a bunch, man. There's a lot. There's just a lot of noise.
Yes, true. And I think I also just don't try to find things as much. You know what I mean? Like
right.
I don't like pursue it the way I probably should. Because in my head, I just have this like bias of like, if it came out in the last 20 years, I don't care. Like,
it's hard to find stuff. It's like I get suggestions from a lot of my friends. That's some of the best songs.
Yeah.
But also, Spotify has a really good. I know I work for Spotify, blah blah. But for real, their suggestion thing is legit.
It's amazing.
The algorithm's very good. It's legit. It knows like the kind of vibe you're into.
Yeah. I agree. Because I'll look at, put in just some like random playlists or like in my head think of like, what do I want to hear like right now? How about like 70s garage rock? And I'll just put that in, and there's like all this amazing stuff. It'll have like some deep cuts from like the Stones, which is one of my favorite bands, and like, just all this other stuff that I've never heard before, but it all came out around that time.
Yeah.
Sound. There's never a miss on that whole list of like 200 songs.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
There's some great playlists. It's like that's what's interesting too about people curating their own playlists. Like there's a bunch of my friends that'll give me their playlists. Like Tony gave me one of his playlists the other day. I was like, God damn, this is fucking legit. Like, a bunch of cool shit that I've never heard before.
Yeah. Oh, I make playlists all the time. That's one of my favorite things to do is like a hobby is to make playlists for people. I love it. Like if they tell me like, I like want to know more songs that sound like this. Got you. I'll make you a playlist and send it to you. I love doing stuff like that for people. Yeah, I only have one playlist, but it's like 39 hours long. Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, how much do you really need? Yeah.
It's ridiculous, though, to try to find songs that I have to use the search bar.
Yeah.
I can never just scroll down. There's too many of them.
Listen, I have probably 40 playlists that I've made. Yeah, because I do them by like decades, and then I'll do genres within decades.
Man, fucking super specific.
Well, I'm just like slightly autistic.
How much? What percent?
Gotta be 55, 56. Like enough to where I can I can function.
Did you smell math?
No, see, when it comes to that, I don't have any of that autism. I just have the weird, like, I can't handle too many sounds autism.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, no, I can't handle a lot of stimulus, and then I make playlists or do jigsaw puzzles.
Interesting.
Yeah. Or read 24/7 and look up random, bullshit.
That's the superpower of it, right?
I think so. I mean, I'm glad I have. I don't know if I'm really autistic, but if I am, I'm glad I have that.
Well, are you self-diagnosed?
Of course.
Oh, there you go.
I'm self-diagnosed, right?
But you are a doctor, though, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as much as
I'm guilty as charged. I've self-diagnosed myself with ADHD.
Yeah, but you know yourself better than anybody else. So
Yeah.
you should be able to do something.
Well, I don't think necessarily ADHD is even totally real. You know, I think it's one of those things for people that just think differently and they're fucking bored as shit and they can't pay attention to stuff that sucks.
Well, and there probably is some disorder in it, but
Yeah.
to like, because I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say that there is like a thing, but to say that it's like a disorder and that it's negative and that it needs to be treated is different. Like, I don't think ADHD necessarily needs to be treated. It just needs to be like funneled.
It's only a disorder because we have a very rigid civilization.
Exactly.
So we don't live in accordance to the way our bodies were designed. Our bodies were designed to be hunter-gatherers. That's the reality. That's the reality because it takes so long to become a hunter and gatherer, and it took like hundreds of thousands of years for us to be good at it.
Yeah.
And we've only been living in civilization for a little tiny little blink of time. So our fucking programming is all not to sit still all day, not to stare at a fucking teacher, not to be bored memorizing shit. Our whole thing is like be active, do something, learn, get excited about something. So we have like an entire forgotten group of people that have so much energy and they have all these interests that are not what you're dulling them down with all day long.
Yeah.
And they could learn in a way better manner by just like participating in things and reading stuff as well, but having a teacher that actually is enthusiastic about it, where they get you excited about it. Like not having to sit down all day. You're fucking 10. You want to run. You want to play with your friends.
Right.
You want to have fun, and you just sit there, and by the end of the day, you're like, I hate school. Because it's fucking boring.
Yeah, school sucks. Like, school ruins everything. It ruins the natural love of learning that I think most humans have. Is ruined by schools. Because, well, one, you're there way longer than you should be. There's no reason a kid should be in school for 8 hours, 9 hours sometimes. Why would an 8-year-old need to be in school that long?
It's a really good question.
It doesn't make any sense. What are you teaching a 10-year-old in 8 hours? Like,
that they're going to remember.
Yeah, and also, I mean, like, you don't have to have recess. You don't have to have all these extra things. Like, you can shorten all this down, make it more streamlined, and have kids home. But it's just to prepare people for a 9 to 5. And so many parents. There's so many households have both parents working. So it's like, well, it is kind of nice to not have a babysitter. You just send your kid to school and have your kid be a latchkey kid like I was.
Like I was too.
Yeah.
That was a normal thing back then. You know, no one thought twice about letting your kids just go outside. Like all the kids in the neighborhood, we all grew up like that. We all would just go over each other's houses. We just come home from school, nobody's home, you had a key. You know?
Yeah, I would just come in and start playing guitar or something. I mean, I didn't go around the neighborhood. A lot of meth labs, a lot of fully functioning.
You lived near meth labs when you were a kid? Yeah. No shit, dude.
Fully functioning.
Where'd you live?
Well, East Texas, which
don't have to say, don't rat
don't give
out.
the address. Yeah.
There's some meth head right now like, the motherfucker, I remember him. I'm gonna fucking find him.
Yeah. Well, they've actually all kind of blown themselves up since then.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, nature really has a way of taking care of itself,
That is such a crazy decision to make. I'm gonna cook meth in a trailer.
Yeah, one blew up, like the one next to my house blew up not that long ago. Like, I was just asleep, thought I heard a shotgun and looked, and there's just fire. And I'm like, what is this? I'm like, oh, yeah.
I'm imagining a slow-mo of the trailer blowing up with that Oliver Anthony song playing in the background.
Yeah, you wouldn't be far off. Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, meth labs are known. They are known to go up badly.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it was not a neighborhood that you go, like, ride bikes around and, like, play or something like that.
But because you're cooking meth and you're on meth. So, right? And even if you're not on meth, you're in contact with it all the time. So you're probably getting at least a skin high.
Well, and they're not using, like, high grade equipment. I mean, they're wearing, like, some, like cheap gloves, maybe. I mean, most of it's barehanded. They're like old school hat makers. They get mercury poisoning and go crazy.
What's really crazy is that we look at that and we say, that is so nuts that people take meth. Why would you do that? And yet, what percentage of kids today are on Adderall?
Which is the exact same thing, just a slow release, a delayed release meth.
What percentage, if you had to guess?
I mean, it's probably lower than we think, because in my head I think it's like 40%, but it's probably about 15. If I'm really guessing, like trying to win some money.
God, that's a lot.
That's still a lot. That's still so many kids.
That's crazy. More than 1 out of 10. And that's so crazy. It's just the idea of that is so nuts.
Yeah.
They're all on meth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's an ADHD thing, right? They give it to you when you have ADHD.
Yeah. Ritalin. Yeah. I used to.
ADHD medication. When I was a kid, I would have run through. I would have taken my clothes off and ran through the woods.
Well, yeah.
I'd be like,
Well, what's crazy is it just turns kids into a zombie.
Yeah.
It's so sad. Like, I used to work in a pharmacy for a long time, and just seeing like how many parents are coming in there giving their kid, and the kid's just like zonked out. They look like they're in one floor of their cuckoo's nest, and yeah, just like, oh, here's my kid, this like high level amount of Ritalin or whatever, Vyvanse, it is wrong.
Yeah, it's spooky.
It was a party drug.
It's spooky that you can get a doctor to tell you that's cool too. As long as the doctor tells you it's okay. Yeah, he needs that. Oh, great. Look, we got medication for him. We're gonna be fine. Little Billy's gonna be fine. Because you come home from school, from work, rather your feet hurt, you fucking sit down and take your shoes off. The kid's fucking sword fighting with his brother in the middle of the living room. Like, hey, you gotta stop. You gotta listen to me. Hey, you little fucker. And you're so tired, your ankle hurts. You can't get up. You're like, medicate this little motherfucker. Medicate him.
Yeah, because it's easy to do, and you have a doctor telling you it's okay, so that immediately gives you some like reassurance that like, why would a medical professional tell me this is okay?
A medical professional, and he gives me my medication.
Yeah,
which allows me to get through my day as well.
Exactly.
That's that great Rolling Stones song. Remember that? Mother's Little Helper.
Yeah. Mother. Yeah.
That's what it's called, right?
Yeah, it is.
Great fucking song. Great. I mean,
running for the shelter.
Yeah, I think that was the Valium days, right? Was that what it was?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they didn't necessarily call it that, but there was like speed and Valium.
Right.
Speed, like an upper and a downer, and
right.
You take the upper to get all your chores done as a housewife, and you take the downer so you didn't kill your kids.
They prescribed those to people like candy. Yeah, forever. Well, I think they figured out that Valium is like super addictive, right?
Yeah, I think they legitimately didn't know back then.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Any excuse after that, with OxyContin, with all that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. They knew about OxyContin they knew that was essentially heroin. I mean, that's one of the great moments in that Peter Berg docuseries on Netflix.
Yeah.
Where docudrama series. Where the guy is breaking it down to him, the doctor's breaking it down to him, like when the hot girl comes in, she's pitching that stuff, and he's like, "You're selling heroin. Like, you need this is exactly the same thing as heroin. You're telling me I should put my patients on heroin? Like, what are you doing? Like the lone ethical doctor in the fucking shitty little house that he lives in. He's like,
because he doesn't make the big money.
He doesn't make the big money because he's a good guy, which is like unfortunately not unrealistic. Like,
no, that's how it is.
Yeah.
Because if you prescribe it, they give you, a $500 gift card to, a steakhouse. They'll buy you a new car.
Well, all that stuff's nuts. Like with a certain amount of vaccines, if 60% of your patients or more are vaccinated, you get a larger incentive. So you're like pushing it. Yeah. The whole thing's nuts. It's nuts that that's legal.
Incentivizing anything
medical
is. I mean, why are you?
Dude, there was a guy that got arrested. I forget how many patients it was, but he was an oncologist, and he was giving people chemotherapy that didn't have cancer because chemotherapy is very profitable. So this piece of shit was telling people that they had cancer and then giving them fucking chemotherapy for money.
That sucks. There's a special.
And it was like a bunch of people. And I think he had some insane excuse when they asked, that you eat what you kill? That philosophy that they kind of had in medical school? Like, you have to do surgeries because that's how you get your money.
Yeah.
Like, I thought you were fixing folks. I didn't think this is all about you making money. That's crazy. And that the fact that they incentivize you to do that. So a pharmaceutical drug company can incentivize you to push their stuff. Like, whoa.
Yeah, to push their medicine over another medicine, even though their medicine might have worse side effects or maybe not even be the exact right one.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I'm on a couple of pharmaceuticals.
What are you on?
Effexor, and I took a Klonopin about 2 hours ago. So
what are those?
Very small dose. It actually did absolutely nothing. So
maybe it kicks in at 5.
Find out. Yeah, I'm laid out.
What is Effexor? Is that an SSRI?
Yeah, it's an SSRI. But
and when did you start getting on that stuff?
I started taking those probably 2013.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, I've never noticed a difference. I just keep taking them because I
That's
think
interesting.
at some point it's gonna work.
What?
Then I mean, well, you never know. Sometimes there's like a delay in the effectiveness. So,
Have you ever gone off them just to see like what it feels like?
yeah, because whenever I started drinking a lot, I was like, it said you're not supposed to do both. It's like, I'll just take the alcohol.
I'll take the depressant over the antidepressant.
Well, the alcohol worked for sure.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Well, that night it worked real well, and then the next day it's like,
that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if my ceiling was stronger, I'd have a noose hanging up there. But yeah.
Well, it's like someone's got to design a better alcohol. Someone's got to design something that, first of all, doesn't massively fuck up your motor functions. Which is the most dangerous part of alcohol. It's like your body's not functioning right.
I want that to happen. I like that. Yeah. I like the whole feeling. Yeah,
You like just stumbling, being hammered.
Yeah, I like waking up and being like, why is my knee bleeding? Like that's a great feeling. Yeah.
There's definitely fun to be had, but it's just like you're agreeing, just like you're agreeing when you're smoking cigarettes. Like I'm giving up some health here for this experience.
Well, there's like a quote. I don't know whose it is. It's definitely not mine. But like getting drunk is you're just buying happiness from tomorrow. It's a great quote. I mean, it makes sense because that is what you're doing. You're getting twice as happy, but tomorrow, you're gonna have zero happiness.
Yeah,
I was buying like weeks ahead.
Some people just keep that, like Bert Kreischer, he just keeps that party rolling. He never stops.
Well, he just knocked out a 5K. Good for him. I got invited to go do that, and I couldn't turn that down fast enough. Y'all, no, I'm not gonna go run a 5K unless someone's chasing me.
Bro, Jelly Roll has lost something insane. I think he's down 140 pounds.
I thought it was even more than that, but maybe.
Is it more than that?
I think. I don't want to.
It's an insane amount. He looks so good. He looks different. He looks like a different person.
It is wild. That's a lot. I mean, yeah, see, 180 is what I thought I had heard.
Wow.
So,
unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I mean,
that's unbelievable.
That's an adult human.
See if there's a video, I think, that's on Bert Kreischer's Instagram of Bert with him on stage, and Bert is bigger than Jelly Roll. No, it's not.
Oh, well.
But he's right next to him, and Jelly Roll is almost unrecognizable.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so much thinner. He looks great, and he's committed. Yeah. He's like fucking all in on this, all in on being healthy.
I got to do it.
He ran a 5K. Look at that.
Yeah, there it was. Yeah.
Boy. Look at Bert. Bert's bigger than him. Look, I'm not lying.
No, you're really not. Yeah, that's
Jelly Roll looks like a totally different human being.
Yeah, I mean, he looks good.
Yeah, he looks great.
I mean, that's
extraordinary. Extraordinary that he's been able to do that.
Yeah. In how long? I mean, it hasn't been that long.
I mean,
I think.
Yeah, that's. His weight loss, he wanted to lose 100 pounds. It says his first goal. Okay, so he passed that goal in 2024. Okay, so he'd already lost 100 pounds by 2024. Okay. So here we are in May of 2025. Next year, he says half marathon. Wow.
Whoa. I mean, he could. Why not?
Why not? Yeah, if he did 5K, he can do it.
5K is what, 3.5 miles?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So half marathon's 13.1. 13, I guess.
His weight goal is to be under 250 pounds.
Well, he'll definitely be.
He said to do all the fun stuff in life, you got to be under 250.
That's a
skydiving, ride a roller coaster, riding a bull, and wrestling an alligator. Oh, don't do a lot of those things.
I'll tell you what, the wrestling an alligator thing, I can tell you from first-hand experience, you can be any way and wrestle a fucking alligator.
Really?
Why not? I mean, I feel like the bigger you are.
You're going to die, you're going to die.
Well, I figure the bigger you are, the better at wrestling for an alligator. You don't want to be 120 pounds and jump on the back of an alligator.
That's true, but you don't even want to be 300 pounds and jump on the back of an alligator because they roll. Like, their whole thing is rolling.
But they wouldn't be able to roll quite as much. If I'm on the back of an alligator, that thing is not budging.
Boy, I think you're wrong. I think you're really wrong. Like, I'm really sure you're wrong.
I would like to test it.
I don't want you to.
Well,
you seem like a nice guy. I've seen so many videos, especially Crocs, when dudes like put their arm in a Croc and the Croc says like nut.
Yeah. Well, see, crocodile's different. Crocodile's very vicious. An alligator is basically just a giant turtle. I mean, you could just smack that thing around. It's not going to do anything to you.
Yeah, they eat people. They'll get you. They still eat people.
I'm
No,
not a toddler.
no, they'll eat a grown adult if they get a hold of you. They'll take you and drag you under a log. It's just they're not as aggressive as crocs. Crocs actively target people, whereas alligators are like if you fuck up. This is a fun story. Guy was in a police chase in Florida. Cops are chasing him. Gets to a bridge, jumps out of the car into the water, lands on an alligator, and just gets mauled right in front of the cops. He gets killed by an alligator right in front of a big one too. It was like a big, like again, like the book coming out today. Like sometimes the universe is there with a 13-footer. Like
That's
right when you're done, oh no! Grabs a hold of your head, starts rolling.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you ever been close to one?
Fuck yeah.
I've snuck up on, accidentally snuck up on one once. And it's kind of terrifying. Hearing the I can't make the sound, but that like, that sound they make.
Bro, they're dinosaurs.
Ooh. Yeah.
They're heartless, soulless eating machines.
Yeah, I was going to take a piss by a tree and just heard that sound. I was like, it was nighttime, so I'm like, oh, I don't like that just happened.
That's not good.
And look around, there's one, not like super close, but close enough to get a good look and be like, oh.
When I was a kid, I lived in Florida from age 11 to 13.
Yeah.
We lived in Gainesville, which was right by this place called Lake Alice. And Lake Alice had all kinds of alligators.
Right.
And people would go there and feed them marshmallows, chuck marshmallows in the water, and then they eventually told you, hey, stop doing that. It's bad for the alligators. But alligators were like a protected species back then.
I'd have been dressing up like an alligator so quick.
But it was so weird to be like, I lived in San Francisco before that, so you see nothing. And then all of a sudden, dinosaurs, like legit dinosaurs. Why? And I remember being a little kid thinking, why is everybody so goddamn comfortable being around these huge fucking lizards?
It is crazy when you go to Florida because I'm pretty close to Caddo Lake. I don't know if you're familiar with Caddo Lake, but it's like the largest natural lake in Texas. It looks like you went back in time 5 million years, 60 million years. Like it's the scariest looking place on the planet. And they're just filled with alligators. So we would go there as a kid all the time. And you'd see alligators and you're just like, but nobody cares. Like people are just like out barbecuing, like grilling up against the lake. And, obviously the meat being around, like these alligators just come up and just don't care. They're just like, all right.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
So crazy that people just tolerate dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just, they don't do anything to people. Like, unprovoked, really. Like, as far as I know.
Well, they can. They certainly can.
Yeah, for sure.
But they're just like, they're so overpopulated now. They're all over Florida. They say essentially any body of water in Florida that's still, there's potential for an alligator being inside of it. Because they just travel at night and go into a new lake.
Yeah.
Sit there and wait. They can hold their breath for hours.
God, I would.
They don't have to eat for a year. Like what?
Yeah.
Like what? What are we doing?
Jeez.
Like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. Yep.
What? Have you ever heard of alligator gars?
Yeah, we have them. So like my family, a lot of them live in Gonzales. I don't know if you're familiar with that is, but by San Antonio, and they go like bow fishing for gars. And we used to go fishing for gars, like in a spillway. Just fish for these bastards. You can't eat them.
Apparently you can. You can smoke them. That's what I heard.
We would just pull them up and then smash their head with a rock.
How rude.
Yeah, well, what are I supposed to do?
My point was some guy just caught a world record in Texas. I think it was out in Lakeway. I forget where it was, but it was 7 feet long. See if you can find it. And he caught it on like 2-pound test or something crazy. No, man, that was a lake trout. Different story.
In 7 feet. I wonder if it was. Jesus.
Look at the size of that thing, man. That's so crazy.
That is.
Houston Chronicle. So look at the size of that thing. Oh my God. That's so big. 212-pound alligator gar. And those things, man, look like they're from a different era. Those things look like they're not supposed to exist. Like, that is a goddamn prehistoric creature. Pull up some photos, JB, of alligator gars.
They also don't attack people.
No, they
like,
don't.
Very kind of skittish.
But Mike out that they're in lakes and they're like, fuck this.
Yeah.
You're like,
I don't like them.
You don't want to take a chance with that thing. Look at their face. Like, look at that photo. Look at that face, man. That looks like something from a book on dinosaurs. right?
Yeah, it's like a sturgeon, like this huge ass sturgeon
Right.
in Alaska. You're like, oh,
From a different time. Like,
Yeah.
a sturgeon looks like it doesn't belong in this time. Look at that thing, man.
I don't like that.
But even the eyes, it just looks primitive, like a shit early
Yes.
design, like a 1955 Ford. You know what I mean? It's like, what were you doing back then? Like, that's a shit design. That stupid eyeball at the end of the mouth, it looks dumb, right? Make that picture bigger, the one that's you got that's big right now. Look how fucking crazy that is. God.
I mean, it's so crazy.
Look at that thing, man.
You never
they only give you a small version. Isn't that weird?
What a weird. Even if you open it.
Oh, there it is. That's so strange. Wow. But look how bad that design is. That's like, you know what it's like? It's like, you ever see like a Dodge Charger, like a 69 Charger, a badass looking car, but like, why is it so long and goofy? Like, what's going on? It's like old time. They haven't figured out proportions yet. Looks weird.
Yeah.
That thing looks weird. It doesn't look modern. It looks like it's from a different time.
How's it have a nose?
Probably slammed into things.
Oh, that
like a
is
hole.
right.
Like
that's like a
for
real
nose.
nostril.
They breathe somewhere another way, unless they can breathe up above.
Is that a nostril? You think?
Well, it does look like.
See if there's other ones that show that same thing. That's crazy if that's a nostril. That could just be a hole in its nose.
It could, but I think
unless they're like
no.
Oh
that
God, it does look like a nostril.
They all have a little nostril.
Find out if can alligator gars breathe air. Because there are some fish that gulp air. Have you ever see that?
Yeah.
When they go up, they actually can gulp air.
Yeah.
There's no oxygen in the water.
I mean, these things all look like they have.
They have nostrils. But their
Swim
primary respiratory organ is a swim bladder, which can be used to breathe in air when needed, especially in low oxygen environments. Wow.
But they do breathe using gills at the top. Yeah,
So they have gills and nostrils. That's nuts.
Like most fish have nostrils. I didn't know that.
Most fish have nostrils.
Whoa. However, they have a unique adaptation, a swim bladder connected to their mouth. Whoa. And the swim bladder functions as a lung, allowing them to breathe air.
Jesus.
See, that's why they're still around. When did these motherfuckers first start being around? Like, how long have they been on Earth for?
I'm going to guess.
Millions.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Millions.
100%.
That seems like a many million-year-old fish.
I would guess like 100. Oh, there it is.
100 million
in the Cretaceous.
So that's pre-dinosaur death. That's
65 million. So
so they were
35
around
million.
long before
They
that.
overlapped for 35 million.
Yeah, nuts. But that's essentially a prehistoric creature that you can go shoot with a bow.
Yeah, or like me, smash his head in with your rock while your uncle's drunk. Like
Kind of crazy. But that's it's an activity that people do. Yeah. But I do hear that you can smoke them and then they taste good.
I'll leave that up to.
Do you want somebody to try it? Like if someone's really good and they cook for you, and they're like, just try it, dude. Try it.
I'd pretty much try anything. So yeah, I'd try. I've eaten worse things.
I had beaver once.
But hell, really? Why was it? Me too. One day. I hope.
Me and my friend Brian Callen and Steve Ranella. It was on this television show, Meat Eater, and they trapped a beaver and he cooked it. He made like a pot roast. It was fucking delicious. It was really good.
I'd try it.
But Steve's like an excellent cook.
Yeah.
So he really he has cookbooks. Like, right. Excellent cook. So he really knows how to make something.
He cooks on the show.
Delicious. Yeah. All the time.
That's I'd try it. I mean, there's not really any. I'd eat a dog. I'd try.
I couldn't eat a dog like I couldn't eat a person. Like I could eat a person if I had to eat a person.
I don't think it would take all that much.
Well, I think historically you've been proven to be correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the problem? Do you drink coffee?
No. Good.
Yeah, historically, when push comes to shove, people will eat people.
Yeah, I mean, what was the name? General Butt Naked. You ever heard of him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. People. I mean, that's how he busted that guy at that market. Surfing human meat.
That guy killed and ate people, and then he was forgiven because he found Jesus.
Yeah.
And then he became a pastor.
Oh, amazing.
Bro, he would take off all his clothes and go into battle and kill people while he's butt naked
with a machete. Yeah.
He would find children, kill them, cut their heart out, and eat it so that he would become invincible. Eat the heart of his enemy's children.
It worked. He's still alive.
That's the thing. Like you can dismiss it all you want.
Yeah, but The proof is in the pudding.
The devil has very specific rules if you want the superpower. From monster to minister, is the past about to catch up to Liberia's war criminals? So that's the thing is Liberia. Okay, do you know the history of Liberia?
Yeah, with James Monroe and Monrovia. I mean, well, I know like that it was a colony basically to send African slaves back to Africa.
Exactly.
And that's why the capital is Monrovia. It's named after James Monroe.
It is an insane place.
Yeah.
In the weeks before he found Jesus, the evangelist, formerly known as General Butt Naked, reckons he was sacrificing 4 or 5 children a day.
Oh my God.
Murder had long come naturally to him. He was only 11 when the elders who had steeped him in the ways of witchcraft first handed him the sacrificial knife. But he never killed with such intensity and ferocity as during those weeks in mid-1996 when Liberia's first civil war reached its calamitous climax in the blood-soaked streets of Monrovia, the country's battered capital. Several times a day, the warlord and his battalion of boys, all naked as he was, would emerge into the maelstrom, firing wildly as they added their own breed of terror to the chaos. Wow. Yet the bloodletting always began before a single bullet had been fired. Before each engagement, butt naked, pagan priest and holy warrior would lay a child face down on the sacrificial table, slice open its victim's back, and pull out their still beating heart, thus ensuring magical protection for the coming battle. Fucking yo.
It's not really like a nice thing to do to someone.
I mean, fucking
yeah, that's insane.
And then
I don't care.
He found Jesus. But he found Jesus. Hold on. He found Jesus.
Is that actually why he got let off? Or
more than 20 years later, General Butt Naked, nom de guerre, evangelist Joshua Milton Blahy no longer cares to use, has never appeared in court for the war crimes he so freely admits to. Neither, for that matter, has anyone else, not in Liberia at least. That's pretty crazy.
So they didn't
even
try. It's not like he got off. They just didn't even try.
That's how bad that place is.
Yeah, because he was under, what's that guy's name? Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor's an absolute nut job as well. You ever seen Machine Gun Preacher with Gerard Butler?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you got to watch that movie.
Yeah?
So good.
Machine Gun Preacher.
Yeah, it sounds like...
When is this one? When did this one come out?
Maybe 2014, 2015 or so. So decently old. 2011. Okay. Yeah. But it's based on true story of a guy who, had like some alcohol, like drug issues, I believe, and here it is.
Machine Gun Preacher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a.
I'll check that out. Jamie, will you do me a favor? Send me a note.
Yeah, he went to Africa. Like this guy, went to Africa and started building these kind of. I guess not orphanages, but like schools basically. And then obviously, the warlords would come in and burn these schools down because they don't want them being built, and try to take the money that's being donated. So he started going over there. Like he was at one point just kind of, getting money and sending it there. And then he was like, "Wow, I should go over there with weapons and I'll protect these schools." It's basically what he did. And it's a pretty crazy story. The movie, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, man, there are parts of the world that are just fucking bananas.
Yeah.
Which is really great about the early days of Vice.
Oh, yeah.
The early days of Vice, man, they would go and interview General Butt Naked.
Yeah, that's where I heard about this Vice stuff. It was the cannibal warlords of Liberia. They
would go everywhere, all the crazy places. They would go all parts of the world.
Yeah, it's amazing, just how crazy people are.
People that don't visit those places of the world, they don't see the look in the eyes of people that have been to all those dangerous parts. Like my friend Shane Smith from Vice.
Yeah.
He's got this when he starts talking about these places that he's been, especially the early days. He has an understanding of the dangers of the outside world that I think us in this little gated community we call the United States, we're very, very ignorant about how fucking sideways things have gone in other parts of the world right now. While you're enjoying Netflix, cuddling up with your sweetheart, eating popcorn, there's parts of the world right now where someone's cutting out a child's heart to eat it before they go to battle. Maybe not in the same timeline, but close enough.
It's not,
who
just
knows
because he's not doing it doesn't mean
who knows what's happening right now in certain war-torn parts of the world. Yeah. And we just think, well, what we really need is we didn't worry about the climate. The climate change should be our number one priority. actually
Yeah, I don't
you need
know.
to stay safe.
Yeah.
You need to fucking stay safe, and you need to understand there's a bunch of spots that aren't safe.
Yeah. Well, and also, yeah, climate change, sure, worry about it, but like that kid's gonna get his heart ripped out in the next 15 minutes. Let's
Yeah.
go ahead and like worry about him. Maybe.
That's probably number one.
And then let's go ahead and worry about him for a little bit.
I think people
go to climate after that.
People who are good people don't want to believe that there's bad people in the world, and I understand that reluctance. I understand like you have this perspective, and in your world that you've cultivated, you probably are safe because you've cultivated this world of a bunch of people that share the worldview of life. But when you enter into other people's spaces and you are ignorant to their culture and how crazy like I read about this couple. It's decided that they're going to prove that people are just good people everywhere, and they went and hung out with ISIS and they killed them. Did you read about that one, Jamie? Do you know that story?
That is incredible.
I was like, you need better friends. You need better friends. You need better friends that show you some videos, that show you like this is what's going on in this part of the world.
Yeah.
Like, you have to understand, like it is. You need to talk to someone who's maybe served in Afghanistan. Right. Like you need to understand what's going on over there.
And the problem is those people would never listen to that. They'd be like, "Well, you just saw the bad side of ISIS. Like you got ISIS on a bad day." It's like
I have a lighter that my friend Chris Williamson gave me that is from my comedy club that went to Antarctica because they took a group of people to show them that the world isn't flat. To show them the sun actually at the surface, it does go around like that. You can watch it the whole time. Like fuck, like these people completely recalibrate.
Like that guy that tried to launch himself up in the sky to prove it, and he died.
Yeah, that guy. He needed better friends. All these people just need better friends. Like, you need people around you. Like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, and just to reassure them, just tell them it's flat. Don't worry. Like it is flat. You don't gotta worry.
Imagine if it was. Like, imagine if all those morons were right, and then everybody, all these scientists, all these all lies,
all in cahoots.
CGI.
They've all been in cahoots for this whole time. They even was it Socrates or Aristotle? I think Aristotle that mapped it out back in 3,000 years ago.
This is my take on it. I firmly believe that at one point in time, there's a bunch of people that were uninformed that thought the world was flat, way back in the day.
Yeah.
Then they figured it out with experiments, and then you look at all the other bodies in the solar system, everything else is round. Kind of makes sense. You realize that this is how planets are formed, gravity, and spins, and the whole deal. But then I think there's psyops. And I think a bunch of people went on there, just like they did with women with the free bleeding movement on 4chan. They convinced women to just fucking bleed all over their crotch. They convinced them, and they did it by making it seem like a feminist thing. Like, fuck patriarchy. I don't have to wear a fucking tampon. I'm going to wear white pants. Fuck you. Look at my blood. And then women actually went and did it. Because people will buy into almost anything. There's a certain percentage of the population, whatever it is, they're so suggestible. They're so easily influenced. You can kind of talk them into almost anything. And I think that's part of where the flat earth thing got sideways. Because I think just like MK Ultra used to exist, I think there's still some, let's find out how dumb they are experiments.
Yeah. There's also just a lot of really dumb people. There's also just some people who they also want to think that everything's a cover up. I don't trust NASA. Why don't I trust NASA? I don't know. Why not? Like we didn't go to the moon, so the Earth must be flat. I guess if those two things are related, I don't know. I mean,
there's a lot of that. There's a lot of people that don't want to actually do research. They want to watch a YouTube video and then start talking about it. That's me. That's my favorite.
I'm with it. Yeah, I'm with it too. Yeah, I like a good deep dive, but sometimes just keep it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I'm just fucking around and I'm not really serious about whether or not I care if it's real. I'm more interested to know about these emerald tablets. Like, where are they? Who's got them? What do they say? Like, I don't want to know if it's a hoax. But I'm only fucking around. I'm not completely invested in it. But when you start making videos about how you're correct and the world is flat and everybody else is wrong, no, you're annoying. This is silly. You're just not seeing things correctly. There's a lot of lies. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies. It doesn't mean all of it. Okay, it doesn't mean the stars are actually lights in the sky. A more interesting possibility is that it only exists when consciousness engages with it. And that's the real simulation theory. That's the real weirdness. That's what things get like Tom Campbell You know, the my big toe, the theory of everything. That's when things get really weird.
Yeah.
When instead of consciousness is like a part of the creation of reality itself. It's all integrated.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't like thinking about any of that stuff.
He worked me out.
Yeah, I don't like space. I'll leave that alone. I don't know. Space. Because also, like, what happened before? Like, and then what happened before that?
Well, there's an environment before the Big Bang.
Yeah.
I think they call it the environment. Isn't that what it's called? Yeah, what do they call it? Brian Cox was explaining it to us. I was like, what?
Oh, God. Yeah.
Like, all theoretical, of course.
Well, yeah. Which is the problem, because then, like, sometimes it's just, I don't know. Like, I couldn't have that be, which, great for, like, those people. I could not have that be my life. This is coming up with these theorems and, like, studying them. Because you're never going to get an answer.
But it doesn't have
an
to be.
answer.
I'm glad it's not you.
Oh, well, yeah, for sure. I know.
I'm glad you do what you do.
Well,
They do
yeah.
it. It's like,
exactly. No, I'm glad that they do it. I'm just saying, like, for me, it would drive me.
Right.
Absolutely. Because I have to, like, know an answer.
Right.
I can't. I hate, like, hypotheticals and, like
string theory.
I hate it. That can piss off. I don't need to know any about that.
That's weird.
Yeah, any of that stuff. I like this happened on this day. This is who was involved. This is what happened.
Right.
Hard, that kind of stuff.
Well, space is the ultimate who the fuck knows, because we can only see so far. We see so far, but even so far is only so far.
Well, and then you're saying, like, it's always expanding. Which that can't be true, because, like, what is it expanding into? If space is space, you know, if they're like, oh, it's like blowing up a balloon where everything's okay, but you're blowing up a balloon in a room,
right?
So what's the room that you're blowing the balloon into? And then that's in a bigger room, and that's
right. And then there's the concept that it's actually finite. It's not infinite. It's some sort of donut shape. Like, good Lord, goes back around eventually.
But then who made all that?
Right.
Like, is there a God? Did God make this?
Or is God the universe?
Yeah, but then who made God? And then that bothers me.
Right. But does
who
it
made
happen?
that thing?
Is that a thing that we think that, like, because we were born and we die, that we have these biological limitations that we attach to the universe itself?
That's fair. That we see things as being built and destroyed.
That there's always been something. Well, wouldn't it be crazier if there wasn't something at one point in time? That seems even crazier. Then there always has been something. Because if it's just something, if it's just the nature of everything, there is always something, right? Right. It couldn't be nothing, and then all of a sudden everything. That seems
because what started that, what kicked that off,
exactly,
what snapped its fingers, like
that's McKenna's great line. Terrence McKenna had a great line about the difference between science and religion. Is that science only asks you for one miracle. I want you to believe in one miracle, the Big Bang.
Yeah. That's a good one.
It's a great line.
Yeah.
It's because it really is true, and it's funny because people would be incredulous about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but yet they're convinced that the entire universe was smaller than the head of a pin, and for no reason that anybody's adequately explained to me. Makes sense.
Yeah. No.
Instantaneously became everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't buy that.
I'm sticking with Jesus on that one. Like, Jesus makes more sense.
It makes
that
more sense.
People have come back to life. Like, in fact, one of your videos was about a woman who was hung.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tell that one.
Was it Nancy Green or Ann Green? I think Ann Green. Yeah, she was. She had basically a miscarriage, and at the time it was basically like, oh, you're a witch. We're gonna kill you because your baby's not. It didn't live. So she just buried the thing, acted like nothing happened. They tried her, convicted her.
So she had a miscarriage, buried the child, and they caught her.
Yeah, they caught her thinking that she had killed the kid.
Right.
Like, why would you be just burying your baby? Like, they weren't really thinking that she had a miscarriage. Hung her. I mean, as far as they know, she's dead. Put her in a wooden box, take her to a mortuary, and the guys, getting her ready to prep her to bury her, and she wakes back up after they start doing it. Like, they feel like a faint pulse, and they're like, oh my God, this woman's still alive, but she's not like coherent and alert. So they start giving her like a tobacco smoke enemas, which gotta be a great time.
Idea? How do you go to that one first?
Well, I don't know. I think
I got an idea.
I mean,
bro.
slapping the hell out of her probably was
I
the
got
first
a tube
option.
and a pack of Marlboros.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, pouring hot. Yeah, they poured this, which I don't know, cordial. I think it's just some sort of like liquid.
Any?
But
Is that what? Just liquid?
yeah, I don't know what. I mean,
Invigorating or stimulating preparation that's intended for medicinal purpose.
Right.
The term derives from obsolete usage.
basically Robitussin. Yeah.
Oh, like
or
some
hot
Buffalo Trace. Let's go,
could
lady.
be.
Rubbing her limbs and extremities, bloodletting.
Always a good
A
option.
poultice?
Poultice.
What is that?
Moist mass.
A moist mass.
So basically putting like a hot,
Soft materials like cereal.
Okay.
cereal. Hot cereal.
I don't
Put,
know.
so they put
Soft
oatmeal on
materials
it.
like cereals used as a base.
So they put oatmeal on her
They put a
tits.
big bowl of oatmeal on her tits.
Yeah.
Tobacco. They're just experimenting, this lady. The tobacco smoke enema to me is the wildest one. Like you went up her
Yeah.
asshole with a cigar. Is that what you did? You weirdo.
Yeah, like a backdoor Clint.
That's a guy that wanted to smoke a cigarette in the operating room. It's like, I know.
Well, some smoke up your ass.
Yeah, that might be it is.
Oh my god, that's literally it.
You blowing smoke up my ass?
But blowing smoke up your ass is supposed to be deceiving you.
That's probably they probably found out it was some bullshit.
Right.
We still trying to do that shit.
He's just
That's
an
amazing,
ass freak.
yeah.
That happened
Yeah.
because a lot of morticians have been freaks. Like that's one of that
yeah.
famous Sam Kinison bit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's one of the greatest bits of all
She
time.
started talking after 12 hours.
Yeah.
Started eating food.
That's nuts.
1 month
So
before
like,
recovered.
she came back from the dead. You telling me Jesus can't?
Well, Jesus was after 3 days. I feel like after 3 days you're already.
People were tougher back then, bro.
Well, that's true. 2,000 years ago, people were.
They were tougher.
They had some gumption to them.
Well, they're probably also 2,000 years less evolved, so they're probably stronger.
Stronger?
Yeah, like more robust.
Oh,
They were able to survive. If you survived 2,000
Yeah.
years ago, I just would imagine like you're going through some tough times.
yeah.
You know, like you can't have like. There's no bad genes back then. Nobody
Right.
makes it.
Yeah, and Jesus
know?
went through some stuff by the time he hit 33.
I just think human beings we're probably dealing with a very robust gene pool. The people that
That's
did
probably
live,
true.
you know,
Yeah,
especially if you go back earlier and earlier. Like you go way back.
because they were basically doing like survival of the fittest. I mean, that was life. If
Mhm.
you have a kid who comes out all gimpy, you just throw that fucker off
Dead.
a cliff.
Yeah, they're dead. You
Yeah.
sacrifice them. You do it. They can't be held down.
Right.
You know, I was watching this YouTube clip yesterday on Cro-Magnon man, like the early Homo sapiens who killed off a lot of the Neanderthals, like the battles with like there were just these massive fucking Icelandic type dudes that lived back then. Like you gotta be tough to survive thousands of years ago.
Especially if you lived in the north like that. Like, can you imagine being a Viking, just living in like Iceland, Greenland?
Yeah, your house is made out of sticks and there's polar bears outside.
God.
Fuck.
And it just sucks.
Fuck.
What, there's nothing to do.
Fuck.
I wouldn't like that one bit. I'm real glad I live right now. I would have liked to have lived a couple like decades back. I think I'd be more comfortable, like in the 70s or 80s.
I think you're perfect right here, dude. You get more research information now.
That's true.
It'd be harder to do your job back then.
Oh, and
everybody
my job
think
wouldn't
you're
exist.
bullshitting.
Well, everybody already does. So
Tucker's full of shit, man. It's making stuff up about the past.
that's what most people already think I'm doing, anyways, which is fine. I mean,
Well, how do you research it? Like, how do you find crazy facts?
I just read like books constantly. So like I'll say like Napoleon. I'll be like, all right, let me find a book on Napoleon, read about Napoleon, and I'm mostly just skimming through, looking to like find something that seems interesting, or then I'll just Google like interesting shit about Napoleon, and then read through it. Half of it's not true, so I got to sift through that and then put it all together into like kind of a story. Do it that way, but yeah, it's mostly just reading like articles online, like scholarly articles, I guess you'd say. Just like flipping through them until I find something.
Imagine trying to piece through the truth of the 1700s. Just to imagine. Yeah, I mean, right now, like try to figure out exactly what happened.
It's I mean, there was some good like
Sure.
notating
Yeah, but
what's going on,
you
but
know,
yeah,
tell the
but
truth.
how would you know? I mean,
Barely know.
I mean, really, you don't even have to go back. Go back to the 20s.
Right.
Like who now is going to be like, oh yeah, that did happen.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but at least we have like photographs and stuff. But my point
true, yeah.
was going to be now take it back a couple thousand years ago. Like, good luck.
Well, that's why so many people think they have a hard time knowing for sure whether some people even existed. like Achilles, that people still
Right.
believe that he necessarily existed. I mean, they didn't believe that entire war happened until like relatively recently.
Well, they didn't find Troy until like what year? Like Troy was supposed to be just a mythical place.
Exactly. I don't know a date. I'm thinking the 50s. If I had to guess, I think it was like kind of close. But yeah, they just knew
Less than 100 years ago.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because
which is nuts.
Yeah, they just knew Homer. They just knew the Iliad, the Odyssey, and all those things, and thought it was all. Because then, if you know that war is true, like once you discover that did happen, it's like, so is Achilles real? So is like Agamemnon real? Like it's like hard to know. Is Odysseus real? And then, but obviously, there's things in there that aren't real.
That's what's weird, right? It's like there's some for sure fiction, I think, but maybe not. Maybe the world was way weirder back then.
Because maybe all those weird things got killed off.
Right, that's the thing. It's like maybe there were like almost godlike creatures that existed that we are, we want to call Zeus or Hercules, or maybe this is just like years and years and years of retelling stuff. Because like Homer's take on Atlantis is one of the most fascinating. I've been obsessed with Atlantis ever since, particularly I had Jimmy Corsetti on the podcast. Mm-hmm. And have you ever seen his videos on the Rothschild? Is that how you say it, Jimmy? Rothschild structure? Mm-hmm. There's this area in sub-Saharan Africa that has all of the attributes of Atlantis, including its position, where the mountains are to the north, where the river is to the south, the concentric rings. It literally is the same size as described, the concentric rings. It looks like a complete anomaly. It does not look like something that's naturally occurring. And the entire area looks like it's, when you look at it from like an aerial satellite photo, it looks like it's blown out by water. Like immense amounts of water rush through the land. Like the whole area looked massive water erosion. Like when you look at it from above, it looks like it just got hit with the most fucking insane flood of all time. There's literally salt. There's white all around the area where this Richard structure is, which was probably from the fucking ocean.
Right, for sure.
And it's this to this day, and also evidence of human habitation. They found pottery, they found a bunch of things, but it's a kind of sketchy area of the world, and I don't think there's been a lot of like real excavation done there. But look at it from the top. I recommend everybody go to Bright Insights YouTube page and just watch some of the videos he has on it. And he's not saying it's for sure this, but and it's not just him. It's many other people. This is the area. Show it the image of it from space, because it's crazy, dude. It literally looks like how Atlantis was described, with concentric circles. But crazier still is its position to the mountains, which are in the north, and the south, where the river runs through, is literally exactly as described. And if you look at the image from above, look how it all looks blown out, man. It all looks completely washed out.
That is crazy.
Watch how you go further out. Look at that. Tell me.
Oh, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
It looks like the whole thing is just scarred from water. Just a massive amount of water.
That's crazy. So that is
from the position where it is, the description of it, the actual dimensions of it, everything about it, man. Even the descriptions of it and like the colors of the rocks that are in that area. It matches so many details.
Oh, it's a Mauritania. Okay. Yeah,
Isn't that nuts?
That is amazing. Look at, I mean, that's
again. Shout out to Jimmy Corsetti, because Randall Carlson dismissed this, but I was like, how are you dismissing this? I don't understand.
I mean, dismissing it based on.
He doesn't think that this is Atlantis. He thinks Atlantis is somewhere else. Maybe he's right. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was more than one. I mean, when a bunch of people die at a time where you don't have phones and you don't have computers, like it's real possible that the myth of Atlantis, you're talking about like a civilization that existed at a certain point in time, and it might not have just been this one incredible city. There's probably multiple cities that existed that just don't exist anymore, just completely flattened. And then some people remembered this one. That's also part of the equation that you have to like look at when you see that kind of insane water erosion. Like, how much did people just have no recollection of?
Right.
But it's all lines up numbers wise. This is what's nuts. Homer was talking about it being 9,000 years old. That's 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
That's at the time of the Younger Dryas impact theory. It's
Yeah.
the same time period.
Right.
So
So
it's like
it lines up perfectly for it. Yeah.
It lines up perfectly. The description is perfect. The position is perfect. Again, I'm a moron. But don't listen to me. Go listen to other people that are interested in it. Because I became I probably watched 30 videos on it. It's wild. Because
That's
it's like,
so cool.
it looks like
yeah.
Atlantis. It looks like
Yeah.
the way they described it. God, there's so many people that are resisting it. There's a really interesting thing in archaeology where there's, there's not disrespectful to archaeology. It's an amazing thing. I'm glad you guys are out there. But there's a lot of people that do not want anyone to find something out before they have. And they do not want anyone to uncover something before they have, especially if these people are not credentialed academics.
Okay.
They're not PhDs. They're not doctors. I'm Dr. Smith, and I'm out here finding this. They don't want like regular people looking at Google images and going, hey, what the fuck is this? And let's go and do it. And then like, let's look at the history of the description of the place. Actually, it lines up exactly. They don't want to miss that. So they'll try to dismiss it with every fiber of their being rather than give ground and give credibility to these amateurs.
Yeah, that's what happens in with this true crime community people, because they'll sometimes like bust a case wide open. Cops and detectives hate it because it's like you're just a guy sitting on your couch at home and you did more than what I did. But obviously, like a detective has all these different cases. Like they're gonna make a few mistakes, and some probably do just not give a shit.
Fucking ego.
Yeah, but that's part of it is that they will just dismiss the leads because somebody will like call in to, hey, like you'll check this person on this date, like ask where they were, and they're like, we did it, don't worry about it, and of course they never did. So that is kind of similar situation. Like we want to be the ones to find it, not you. So we don't care that you've gone out and done your own thing.
Exactly.
And have a theory that may be true. I mean, maybe bullshit, but it may be true.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
It is very interesting. The whole thing's very interesting because clearly we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle laid out, and there are people that want to pretend that we do, and that's just not the case.
Yeah,
there's too much weird stuff, and there's too much time that passed, and the weird stuff is like Göbekli Tepe and these 11,000-year-old structures and a bunch of stuff that they're finding in Malta. The Malta stuff's nuts, but it's just there's no way you can know. Like if you're an expert in like combustion engines and you want to break down the new Coyote 5.0 that Ford makes and you're an expert in engines, I'm going to listen because I don't know how it works. How does it work? Why is it so good? How's the supercharger work? And then it does what? Okay. How do you control all that? And with the ECU and the traction control? Okay. Because you're an expert in that. But you can't be an expert in the entire history of the human race because we don't have all the information. So you're bullshitting. You at least have to be kind of bullshitting.
Yeah.
Like we just found out super recently that there was human beings definitely in North America 22,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Super recently.
Yeah. I thought it was even past like earlier than that.
Could be. Maybe
they've updated I thought, but maybe
I know the footprints. Those New Mexico footprints, I believe, are 22,000 years ago.
So what did they think before that?
13. That was Clovis first. That was the people that thought the Clovis people. But again, you don't fucking know.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't, that long ago when people found out about like the Vikings coming over to New England.
Yes.
That was a somewhat recent discovery. Obviously not like in the past couple of years, but it was not very well known that like Leif Erikson's son, I guess was Eric the Red. Yeah, so Leif Erikson like coming over 500 years before Columbus.
I know. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, and they were here. They just didn't settle,
North
so
America.
It's not significant. But they were here, and who's to say there weren't people way before them? And then there's all these different routes you can take, and there's the ideas of like the Phoenicians coming, or maybe the Egyptians like coming into South America. Even longer than that, like thousands of years ago. Yeah, there's those theories, which who knows? I don't know.
Well, there's also all the stuff in the Amazon. Right, the Lost City of Z, like that stuff.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's amazing. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yes. Yes. I read the book too.
Yeah.
What's interesting about the story about the Lost City of Z is that it all changed in 100 years. So if it's true, in the 1500s, that first guy goes, and he gives everybody cooties, and he doesn't know. And then they come back 100 years later to see if he was telling the truth, and everybody's dead.
Right.
Everybody's dead and all the cities are gone in 100 years.
Yeah.
And they're like, you bullshit. And we got there's no fucking cities made out of gold. Guy's an asshole. Because the jungle ate it.
Yeah, which 100 years is such a long time for like that kind of like
wooden
vegetation
structures.
forest. Yeah, I mean, it's not the middle of the desert where the structures will last for thousands of years.
I mean, what was that like? Because I forget the gentleman's name who was the first explorer.
Percy Fawcett.
Thank you. Percy Fawcett? The first guy? No, that was the second guy.
He's the guy that disappeared.
Right. He was the guy that got ate in the movie.
Yeah. Like the Rockefeller kid. Yeah.
Says he's the one that formulated the idea about a lost city named Z.
Right. But who was the first explorer to the Amazon that reported these incredible cities? Because that was in the 1500s. I think Percy
Cortez?
Fawcett. No.
Was it somebody like that?
Found a document.
There was a European guy who was a explorer who went specifically to try to travel the length of the Amazon River.
It's believed to have been written by a Portuguese named Cal da Silva Gumieres.
Yeah.
1753.
1753?
But he had discovered the ruins of an ancient city that
Right.
arches.
No, there was a guy from the 1500s.
This is what I'm reading from Wikipedia.
No, I understand. But there was I was watching this video where they were talking about this guy who was initially from the 1500s, who was the first to describe what he saw there, and that he saw thriving populations, like incredibly sophisticated agricultural setups, like these people, they lived like in harmony with the rainforest in some strange way. Like instead of like, because what the video was about they were trying to reconcile how you could get enormous populations of people that lived in this area without the kind of agriculture that we assume you need to have in order to support these kind of populations.
Yeah, exactly.
So they did something different and integrated somehow with the rainforest. And it was also about that stuff that Hancock has talked about, terra preta, the type of soil that they had created. It's a man-made, like composted soil.
Yeah.
And they talked about this too. But in this documentary, they were going over the guy who came in the 1500s and the guy who visited. It might have been the Y Files.
I'm seeing about known Italian navigator Christopher Columbus enters the area in 1498, known as present-day Venezuela. 2 years later, Pinzon sails into the Amazon. So the same year, Brazil is being accidentally found by Portuguese explorer Cabral, along route to the Orient. 40 years later, a guy named Orellana.
God, I wish I could remember the name of the guy.
Yeah.
But the point is, the first people to go there that were Europeans that went back to Europe described these insanely sophisticated cultures that had millions of people living in it.
Right.
They had huge populations.
Yeah.
And they talked about the elaborate headgear they wore, like the way they dressed, and there was gold everywhere. And so everybody was like, we're going to go back and get rich. And they went back and everyone was dead.
That's so crazy. I mean, could you imagine, like, you'd feel like such a jackass, having everybody come back there. And
well, it's essentially what we did with North America too. Not we. I mean, well, my grandparents came here in their 20s. But essentially, when Europeans came here, that's what disease killed 90% of Native Americans.
Yeah.
Which is.
I mean, it was the same in like the Indies. Whenever Columbus came.
Everywhere.
Just massive amounts of people.
Just like China did to us. Just kidding. Just kidding. Not really, they didn't, but they killed a lot of things. But it's just bizarre that we've missed that chapter, and it wasn't until LiDAR that they started to realize, like, there's like sophisticated grid work down here that seems to indicate that there's aqueducts. It seems like there's like places where there was channels and paths and.
Well, we have, there's obviously like a Eurocentric idea a lot of the times, but we think like, we're the only ones who could have ever come up with like these advanced technologies and like have these advanced civilizations. And when you look, and it was like in Africa, there was all sorts of like massive civilizations. And
it was just about the Aztecs.
Yeah. And then of course, like, South America's huge. I mean, like the Olmecs, Aztecs, Mayans. I mean, it's
especially the Aztecs though.
The Aztecs is
their stuff was nuts. Their stuff was nuts. Like, can you imagine what experiencing that must have been like? The first people that were like Europeans that like stumbled upon these immense Aztec cities. Like, what is happening here?
That was Cortez. Cortez was the first, I think, for the Aztecs.
I think so,
Cortez.
right?
Yeah.
On horse, when they thought he was a god.
Yeah.
That's the other nutty thing, that we brought horses over here. What?
Yeah.
Like they used to be over here, and then they all died off, and then we brought them back.
Yeah. God, I know. That's
Crazy.
so good. You know, Thomas Jefferson brought mac and cheese here.
He's the guy.
Mm-hmm. Made it popular. I mean, like, it was like nobody ate that shit. He went to Paris, you know, obviously, like, for pre-American Revolution to get some buddies going, and brought back mac and cheese. Also, like, one of the first Americans to cultivate tomatoes. People thought they were poisonous, which to an extent they are. I mean, it's
I was reading about that, that you should really avoid nightshades.
Yeah, it's
like
a nightshade. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah,
But wait a minute.
Yeah,
but they taste so good.
Yeah,
how dare you?
I mean, every Italian in the world just.
Yeah, I want to get like one of those blood work things done to see like what foods you're supposed to not be eating for every. It's probably bullshit, but for your blood type, you know that.
Oh yeah.
I did one of those a long time ago, and they told me to avoid avocados. I'm like, fuck you.
What the fuck? Avocados isn't that like good for everyone? Like
that's what I thought. It was one of them wacky things where I was very skeptical going in. I'm like, all right, I'll try it. Let's see what I should and shouldn't be eating. Oh, it seems like avocados. I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's insane.
I'm not stomping guacamole, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I
can't. There's no way it's that bad for you.
Avocados are very good.
What kind of weird genetic fucking defect you have to have where avocados are killing you? That seems crazy.
I mean, peanuts. Yeah, I mean, Texas Roadhouse damn near went bankrupt.
Really?
Kind of. I mean, but they don't do the
Should
whole.
have sued the vaccine companies.
Should have.
But you can't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but they don't do the whole. You used to go and crush up the peanuts and just dump that shit on the floor.
I know.
Smash them.
Isn't that nuts? They used to have them at Five Guys. You used to go to Five Guys for peanuts.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Everybody's dying.
I know.
You can't even eat them in the room because if someone is near you that has a severe peanut allergy, that's why they don't have them on planes anymore. Remember they used to have them on planes?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, you can't even eat peanut. Like if you and I were sitting next to each other on a plane and I have a severe peanut allergy and you start eating them, I could die just sitting next to you, breathing your peanutty air.
God, what a great way to kill someone if you really wanted to. And
Right.
away with
I didn't know.
Just peanut dust. So.
Yeah.
You just need a PB&J and pocket peanuts. Just throw them.
Just have some smashed up peanuts you toss on them.
God,
like
what a
fucking anthrax.
great way to kill someone.
And it's nuts. Like for everybody else, it's just a yummy part of Snickers, and for you, it's basically anthrax.
It is because I'm allergic to seafood, like shellfish. Any shellfish.
Really?
Yeah.
You're also allergic to roaches then? You can't eat roaches. You know how we found that out?
Yeah.
Fear factor.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's how I found that out.
Well, because there is a thing where scientists who research cockroaches usually tend to develop an allergy to coffee and to roaches, and I think also to shellfish.
Wow.
Yeah, like because they're just studying roaches constantly, which what a fucking job. But they end up developing a coffee allergy. But yeah, that's interesting.
Why coffee? Because you're just drinking coffee all the time?
I don't know. I mean, probably because roaches are. Yeah.
Wow.
Coffee
Some people can develop an allergy to coffee if they're also allergic to cockroaches. So becoming allergic to cockroaches by working with them is what makes them allergic to.
Yep.
So it's tropomyosin. A common allergen. Cross-reactivity means individuals allergic to cockroaches may also experience allergic reactions when consuming coffee, particularly pre-ground coffee.
See, in my mind, I thought it was because there was a bunch of cockroaches in pre-ground coffee.
Ew.
There's bugs and like.
There are ground-up cockroaches in your morning coffee. Jesus Christ, you're right. Oh no. Bug parts in ground coffee. So it's ground coffee. Just get some Black Rifle beans, kids. Stay away from ground coffee. Plus, ground coffee is for savages. Like, what are you doing?
Folgers.
Grind that shit up.
No, you got a good.
You drink Folgers?
I don't drink coffee, but if I did, I'd drink Folgers and Maxwell House. I don't know. I mean, I grew up poor. And
but
trash.
Coffee's not expensive. It's only expensive at Starbucks.
Well, that's true.
Like regular coffee, but like buy a bag of beans, get a grinder, pour hot water, get it in one of these bitches, French press.
My God.
Push that down after a minute. Oh, wait a minute. You want to hear it? Here, listen to this.
Okay. That does actually sound. That sounds fucking good.
Delicious.
Yeah.
That's real coffee. You don't want that fucking ground up bullshit. Unless you do. You know what's legit though? Those little packets that Starbucks has, where it's like instant coffee. Those are legit. They figured that out. They did a really good job of like developing that formula. I think is it called a Vero or something like that? What's that Starbucks instant coffee? It's very legit. Like I've mixed it up with hot water on camping trips and hunting trips and stuff. It's like, this is pretty fucking good.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's good. It's like, it tastes like real coffee.
Yeah.
Like, but I think like that was complicated to me. I don't think like the cheaper instant coffee has that kind of.
No, I'm sure not.
Because if you like coffee, like I like the flavor. I like what it tastes like.
Yes, I do too. It just gives me panic attacks.
Do you try the and then there's the decaf, which
decaf
like
gives me a fucking headache, and I don't know how they did it.
right.
Yeah.
How are you doing that?
Yes, like what? Like it's not like you can go ahead and pick out the caffeine. You know, it's not like
What do you do?
an ingredient in there. Like you're putting it through some sort of chemical process.
Yeah.
Like, is that safe? I don't think
Yeah.
so. I think
And how many studies have been done on your decaffeination process?
no, I just drink tea. I'm a big tea guy.
Also, like, what tea tastes better? If I was just gonna drink, like, if I had a drink, but also tea bags have microplastics. You've been reading all that?
Oh, well, I have so much plastic inside of me. I mean, who knows? I mean, the amount of Lunchables I've eaten as a growing up. Yeah,
I know the amount of times you put saran wrap over a microwave meal.
oh my God, so many times.
Yeah.
You just heat things up in like plastic that's all broken to shit. And you're like,
Always,
oh, this is
always.
gross.
Yeah, and then it melts because you left it in there too long. Oh shit. Oh well, it's okay.
Oh, I've eaten food that tasted like burnt plastic. It's I was like, I don't think this macaroni and cheese is supposed to taste like this, but
There was some sort of article that was saying that many human beings have as much as a plastic, like coffee spoon worth of plastic in their head. Like
In
one of
their
those little-
head?
Yeah, in their head.
how does it get up there?
Blood-brain barrier. Microplastics. That microplastics get in your bloodstream. This could be like the sky is falling. You're all gonna die from plastic. It could be. It's hard to know because it's not like
I mean-
how many brains have you looked at?
Well, yeah, and then also like it's not like there is an actual spoon shoved in your head. I mean, it's all
Right.
spread out.
It's all spread
So
out.
it's
But
like-
also, like, do you have room for a spoonful of plastic in your head? Because I don't have any room.
I think you do in your brain. Your brain's mostly water. I mean, not just you. I'm not insulting you, but
What your brain filter looks like? There's plastic. Concentrations we saw in the brain tissue of normal individuals had an average age of around 45, 50 years old, were 4,800 micrograms per gram, or 0.48% by weight. It's the equivalent to an entire standard plastic spoon in your fucking head. Compared to autopsy brain samples from 2016, that's about 50% higher, he said. That would mean that our brains today are 99.5% brain, and the rest is plastic.
well, that's not bad. It's a good percentage. 0.5% is not bad.
However, the current methods of measuring plastics may have over or underestimated their levels in the body, Campen said. We're working hard to get a very precise estimate, which I think we will have within the next year.
So it may be 0 and it may be
Sorry, I lied.
10%.
There's no plastic at all in there. It's all in your balls. You have plastic in your balls.
Oh, I need some of that.
They found that. There's plastic in your balls. It clumps them up a little bit, like fake lips, you know?
I need that desperately. So
You know, like when chicks get fillers, hide the wrinkles,
Exactly.
clumps your balls up a little bit.
I'm cool.
Microwave dinner plastic.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's like we were going over this. What was it? Every month it was a credit card or a week?
I've seen this.
Yeah.
It's a month, I think.
I think it's a
Credit
month.
card amount of plastic
In a-
consumed.
I don't remember if it's a week or a month, but it's
I think
something
I saw
crazy.
something
Where
like
like,
that,
where's
too.
it all going? Because I've been eating for a long time. Where are these credit cards?
Yeah, you must. Do you not just shit out the plastic credit
I
card?
would hope so.
No.
I would hope so.
Studied, though, I had to dig into it. They had studied like an animal or something, and found like the animals that are like that. I mean,
Right, but animals are dumb as shit, right? They eat bottle caps. My dog eats everything.
every week is what it says.
Oh, Jesus.
My dog eats
Yeah.
everything on the ground.
I don't trust animal studies. The only way
Right.
you really know is if you try it on people.
Right. That's why we got to put the prisoners back in Alcatraz.
You know, do what you got to do. I mean, yeah, I'm
You hear that? Trump is opening up Alcatraz
really?
again. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
That's amazing. I mean, a grand opening.
Look, the world's crazy. I like fun, and Trump saying he's going to reopen up Alcatraz is fun to me because I know that it's going to be like, wow,
Yes.
what's he doing? Wow. Trump says he'll reopen, enlarge, and rebuild Alcatraz. It's going to be the best Alcatraz. Alcatraz, we use a federal penitentiary since 1963 that had a capacity of roughly 300 people. I went there as a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was in what grade was I? I was in San Francisco from age 7 to 11. So I think I was 8 years old. I went over there, have a little school trip. We went on a ferry. You go to Alcatraz, and you think about like how the fuck someone could swim. Because there's a dude, Nick Diaz, UFC fighter.
Yeah, yeah.
He's done it 5 times.
Swam from Alcatraz.
Yeah, 5 times. 5 times. In shark-infested water, by the way.
You couldn't pay me to do that.
Fuck all that.
I mean, I can swim like a motherfucker.
But do you know the kind of balls you have to know that, you don't have a life vest? You're just swimming. You have to be able to swim all the way to shore with sharks underneath you everywhere. And if they bite you, you're dead. And they bite people.
I'd rather just be in prison, really.
Yeah, but he's doing it for funsies.
Oh, he's doing it. Diaz.
Nick Diaz does it in between MMA fights. He's doing this.
Well, the Diaz brothers, that's a set of balls unlike, like no other. Like, those guys are legends,
for
in every sense of the word. So that doesn't surprise me at all, actually, that they swung from Alcatraz. Makes sense.
People miss Nick's prime because Nick's prime, a lot of it happened in Strikeforce. Like, people missed that. That's when he was just so dominant.
So he came into the UFC kind of later into his career.
Well, he started the UFC very early. So he knocks out Robbie Lawler early in his career, has some great fights early in his career. So he was in the UFC early on, but then left the UFC and went over to Strikeforce, where I think he reached his prime.
Okay.
Like when he beat Frank Shamrock and Cyborg, he was in his fucking prime over there, like a world championship caliber prime. But that guy would swim across from Alcatraz in between he's training for fights. And in between training for fights, he's running triathlons and hitting the bong while he's doing it. It's hilarious. He's high as fuck running triathlons.
You ever just see someone and you're like, you're so different than me?
So different.
Our lives couldn't be more different.
My friend Cam Haynes right now is running a 250-mile race with a broken foot. What? Bro, if my foot was broken, I would get it fixed, and I definitely wouldn't run. I might not ever run again.
He's doing half of the Daytona 500. Yeah, on a broken foot.
On a broken foot. In the mountains. Going through the mountains.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no, pass, please.
I mean, I wouldn't even go do that Fat Boy 5K. You think I'm going to be doing that?
Courtney Dauwalter's currently in second place. She's already around 48 miles today.
That's so nuts.
When did it
Courtney Dauwalter, she's had her on the podcast where she's an animal. A pure animal.
So it started this morning? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
48 miles.
Behind by 3 miles right now.
Who's ahead of her?
A guy named Haroldas Subertas.
Does he win these things? There's only a few people that, she's one of them, Courtney's one of them. There's only a few people that win these things. A lot of people start off real fast, but you can't keep it up for 3 days.
Could you imagine running 48 miles in a day and you're in second place?
Not even in a day.
Yeah.
It's 5 hours.
Well, yeah. You imagine you go 48 miles and you're you lost.
Yeah, bro, you're 3 miles behind. What?
I'd put a shotgun in my mouth so quick before I did any of that.
But we need people like you, and we need people like them. That's the beautiful thing about the human race, is that we're all so fucking different.
Yeah.
There's so many versions of humans out there, and we should celebrate that.
I love it.
A good thing.
I love how different, whenever I go back and look at, people from history or whatever, that's, one of the things I like the most about it, is, how I'm God, that person's night and day different from me. But that's so cool that they did what they did, or whatever, like a Teddy Roosevelt. There's nothing about me that is like Teddy Roosevelt.
How about that dude that ate that guy's heart that had been pickled for
William Buckland. Yeah, he ate King Louis XIV's heart, which had been
tell that
formaldehyde.
Story.
King Louis XIV just in general an absolute nut job. Birthing fetish, like to watch women give birth, which don't we all? But so he dies. 130 years later, his heart has been preserved in what I guess would be formaldehyde, and it's sitting in this guy's office, basically. And a fellow, I think he's the Archbishop of Canterbury, I don't know, some lord, whatever their little fruity little names they give each other. But then this fellow named William Buckland comes in, and who had kind of a notorious big stomach, ate a lot of weird shit, and he saw the heart and was like, "Holy hell, that's the heart of King Louis XIV. I've never eaten the heart of a king before, so how about I just give it a try?" And then they come back in, and he's eating the damn heart.
Raw?
Well, preserved. I mean, it's best preserved as it gets. It's been preserved for 100.
But he's not even cooking it. That's my point.
No. He didn't have like a hot plate in
Just
there.
pulling it out.
Yeah, it wasn't in the microwave.
Imagine being in the
I got
room
2
with that
minutes
guy
left.
when he takes those bites. You'd be like,
Oh, God.
You'd be wretched. Like,
The
what are you
smell
doing, man?
of formaldehyde. Have you ever dissected like an animal?
Yeah,
or something
in high school.
Yeah. That smell is like
Oh.
a smell that I can smell it right now thinking about it, you know? Like it's one of those things that never leaves you. It's like a dead body smell.
Biting into a raw heart with that smell. It's probably pretty tender.
He tried to eat everything.
A Dobbs' Captain Victorian feud hero, a gentleman whose ambition was to eat an example of every animal in existence. Again, this Courtney Walter and Cam Hayes who are running 250 miles right now, and there's this dude who's like, I want to eat one of everything. I want to eat a fucking rat.
I mean,
This guy ate rats. He probably had rabies. He kept a pet jackal in his house. This guy had a jackal in his house.
That's
He
bad.
built the country's first mosque, had a jackal in his house. He lived in a hut made from driftwood, dressed as a mermaid, and excommunicated his cat.
That's somebody else, though.
I really should have
It's a guy named Robert Hawker.
Oh,
Oh,
to the west,
okay.
famed Cornish poet Robert Stephen Hawker lived in a. So this is not
They're
him.
just a bunch of weird guys that live in the time.
Oh, so it's a
then it
different
goes
cat.
Then it goes into.
Oh, this is a different
Oh,
cat.
yeah, not any of these were.
Oh, I thought it was the same guy. Okay, this is just a bunch of weirdos all throughout history. So Charles, Major General Charles George Gordon.
So it's the third paragraph. Starts with William Buckland, I think.
These are all eccentric guys from.
Oh,
Yeah,
different
so
people who did
then
weird
right
stuff.
here, Buckland was born dead. I think that's all going to be.
This is also pretty good. They don't leave this out.
Right. So this guy, Major General Charles George Gordon, a British Army officer whose day job saw him fight a series of bloody campaigns across the Middle East and Africa, yet was almost as notorious for believing the earth was encased in a hollow sphere and that the Garden of Eden was located in the sea somewhere off the coast of
Seychelles.
Yeah, that now.
I
Yeah,
don't
but this
think
guy
you
who
might
ate the
not be
heart.
wrong.
William Buckland, so the man who ate everything, born in 1784, a year in which famine in Japan claimed 300,000 lives and a massive locust swarm hit South Africa. Coincidence? Of course, but it fits in the theme of this blog nicely, so I'm leaving it in there. So this guy ate everything he could. He had his hand in a huge hyena skull, suddenly dashed down the steps, rushed skull in hand, the first undergraduate on the front bench, and shouted, "What rules the world?" The youth, terrified, answered not a word. He rushed then onto me, pointing the hyena full in my face. "What rules the world?" "Haven't an idea," I said. "The stomach, sir," he cried, "rules the world. The great ones eat the less, the lesser still." So he just thought he was going to be great by eating everything. So his lifelong personal ambition was to eat an example of every animal in existence, like some kind of crazed, bloodthirsty Noah. Oh my God, he ate a porpoise, a puppy, and a panther. And that's just the peas. Mice on toast were a regular feature of his no doubt popular soirees. Oh my God, he ate a porpoise and a puppy. Jesus Christ.
I mean, the porpoise probably wouldn't be so bad. I'd eat the puppy. It's like dog veal.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily
Like flagstones to disprove a myth, identifying the flavor as bat urine. How would you know that so quick?
Well,
I
think you had a real
Because
good reason.
But the eating the heart, I bet all those years of formaldehyde is probably quite tender, right?
Yeah. Oh, it probably
melts your mouth.
What
like
if it
butter.
just tasted amazing for some reason?
Right. What do we got you high?
Oh my God.
But that's how you find God.
Some guy had it. A guy had it.
Yeah, Lord Harcourt. That's who I was talking about. Yeah.
Esoterica. Imagine how mad you'd be to find out some guy ate your heart that you've been saving.
Yes.
The worst thing Buckland ever ate: blue bottles. What does that blue bottles mean? Is that
It's a time.
Find
I had a
out.
fish starter at Mez's. I think this is
Might be some sort of.
this is just a joke about that.
blue bottles? What could that be? Unless he's actually eating glass.
I don't think that's what it is.
Oh, Portuguese man of war. Oh,
It's pretty cool.
wow, that looks like a mermaid.
Yeah.
Click on that one, the upper, yeah, right there. No, the one to the left, to the right of that. Yeah. Look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, you know, I kind of do want to eat that. I'm sort of with him on this.
So is that like
That
a
looks-
jellyfish?
Yeah, Man-O-War's a jellyfish.
So that must be insanely toxic.
But I think Man-O-War, aren't they like super venomous?
that? Of course it's
Maybe
toxic,
they're not,
whatever. It's like literally can kill you.
That doesn't seem like it'd be the worst thing, though.
Well, he didn't eat everything. I guess he probably died along the way. Like, you can only do that for so long before your body says, fuck you.
I wonder how long he lived.
Yeah, how long did that guy live? Find out how long that guy...
Have you ever heard
How old was that guy when he died?
1856? Oh, he lived for a pretty good amount
Pretty
of time.
decent amount of time.
84 to 72.
Pretty decent amount of time. Eating
That's
everything he
that's
could.
a ripe age for it.
Back then, too, when there's no fucking doctors. Doctors are all guessing.
Yeah, and like coming to your house
Right.
one after another. And
You
not
break
washing
your
their
leg, they
hands.
bust out a meat saw.
Like, wash my hand.
They tie that fucking leg down and saw it off at the hip. And you're screaming. You tell you to bite a piece of leather. That was a doctor back then.
They thought germs didn't exist.
Yeah, they were
Lister.
dirty fingers, pulling babies out. Everybody's dying of sepsis. Nuts.
Have you ever heard of a Tarrar?
What's that?
Tarrar was a guy, Tarrare, I think.
What's this, Jamie?
He kind of discovered dinosaurs.
Jeez. What? Same guy?
Yeah.
That ate everything?
Yeah.
Whoa. That's another fun one. The dinosaurs aren't real. That's a fun one.
I can buy it to an extent because there are so many fakes.
But the reality, in the early days of dinosaur research, there was two guys that were competing with each other and they were faking fossils.
Yeah.
That's true. But also dinosaurs are real. But also,
Yeah.
like that alligator gar, that's a fucking living dinosaur.
Yeah. Well, I
They
think
used to exist for sure.
well, some of the like real big ones, you're like, they've never found one of those. They just find like
Some stuff, right?
They found some stuff, and then they go, well, we think it probably looked like this based on its vertebrae looking like this. And when you go see the skeleton at the Perot Museum or wherever, that's all fake. Like there's maybe one piece in there that's real.
Right.
Like,
There
so
are
I can
some
kind
of
of
those.
get the skepticism behind that a little bit.
Yeah.
But to say like, oh, the whole thing's like that there is no such thing as a dinosaur, that's bullshit.
It seems silly that people would just lie openly about that, but there are some that are intact. Like they found some raptors that are intact. They found some stuff that's intact. I have a friend and his buddy found a fucking T-Rex in Montana.
Completely intact.
I don't know how much of it they found. They found quite a bit of it though, to the point where they brought in a professional excavation and they pulled out this big ass fucking T-Rex in Montana.
Could you imagine?
Bro, Montana used to be a part of the Great Inland Sea. There was a sea, and that there's like seashells up there, which is nuts.
That's probably what like the Badlands were.
I mean, what was it called? There was like a particular name for like there was a North American like inland ocean.
Yeah.
There's bananas, man.
Ocean of America, yeah,
and there's T-Rexes around it. Like,
that's God.
Imagine if there was like one point in the history, the Western Interior Seaway, a large inland sea that existed roughly over present-day Great Plains of North America. Wow, if there was a time that you could just look at that, look at what it used to look like. That's so nuts.
So there's and
look at the Appalachians. Like that's what America looked like. Florida was completely underwater. That's nuts. Most of Texas.
That's,
like where we are is like above water, but fuck, man, that's crazy how much water there was.
Okay, there's a good.
Isn't that nuts?
So all of Texas is.
It's the whole Texas. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like Nevada's not.
And Tulsa's all right. They made it out.
Massachusetts is okay.
Yeah.
That is crazy to see how big that was. Yeah, and there's all kinds of nutty shit that was living in that water too, man.
Jesus. Yeah. I mean, because a gar is like the least. That's like a minnow compared to some of the shit.
It's a chicken compared to like a great eagle.
Yeah. That
like a Haas eagle, the eagles that hunted people in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Eagles jack people. Fuck, man. They think that's why they went extinct.
I hope they bring dinosaurs back.
They probably are going to.
Yeah, I mean, part of me's kind of against it, but then part of me is because Jurassic Park's my favorite movie. So
We got the leather. Did you see the someone's bringing leather?
T-Rex.
T-Rex purse.
Yeah, they're gonna make T-Rex purses. I'm gonna get a T-Rex fanny pack
Jeez,
for sure.
I mean,
I'm gonna rock that shit.
what more badass of a thing could there possibly be than a T-Rex fanny pack?
I know, right?
Yeah, T-Rex Crocs.
Company claims leather made from 66 million-year-old dinosaur DNA is coming. You know, I think some people are very skeptical about this. We should probably say this. One of the things that the guys from Colossal were telling me, the guys who resurrected the dire wolf,
Yeah.
they were telling me, Ben Lamb was telling me, that when it comes to like DNA of dinosaurs, they don't really have DNA of dinosaurs. It's too old. They don't have like full DNA profiles, right? Or whatever you call it. But what they will be able to do is sort of engineer a dinosaur, which is even crazier. Like take the surviving creatures, like chickens, shit like that have dinosaur DNA, because chickens are full-on dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Take their DNA and engineer a T-Rex out of that. Or a raptor. A raptor like way smarter than a crow. How about that? Like hunting people through the woods, little 5-foot fucking creepy super lizard that can run 50 miles an hour.
Clever girl. Yeah, that would be. God, dude, I'd love it. I hope they do.
They could do that. They're really like, if they can take human beings and integrate them with tardigrade DNA and have them become fucking superheroes.
Yeah,
they can make a dinosaur. They made They made dire wolves. They made 3 of them,
which is insane.
So
crazy too.
It's nuts. Like they exist. They're like, I think they're like 11 months old now or something like that.
Oh, it's that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They don't. Ben Lamb told me he doesn't go around them anymore. Like he bottle fed them when they were puppies, but then when they got to a certain age, he's like, I think we're done.
Yeah.
Like after like 4 or 5 months, like I think we're done. What was that, James?
The T-Rex DNA is 66 million years old. It dies. The DNA starts to go away as soon as they die, and the oldest preserved DNA on record currently is only 2 million years old.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a T-Rex.
So it wouldn't be a T-Rex, but they might be able to make exactly what we think a T-Rex was.
Yeah,
but we because we don't know what their tissue looked like. That's where it gets really strange. Like all the stuff that rots away.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen like an artist depiction of what they take a hippo skull? Like what an artist depiction of what the animal could look like?
No.
It looks like a monster.
Oh, yeah,
It's a
imagine.
monster. And then you see the reaction.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hungry, oh, big old sweetie.
Right.
Hippo looks like a sweetie with cute little ears.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But then artists have depicted it like if we didn't know what it looked like, maybe it looked like this.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
That's crazy.
It says how aliens would reconstruct it. So I
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. See. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like the one in the middle. But you could, like, if you came from another planet and you saw this, like, oh my God, this thing must have been a terrific looking beast. Yeah. Oh, wow. The skull, how aliens would reconstruct the animal, and it's an elephant. Wow. Oh, that's cool. I bet that's where the Cyclops myth comes from.
Seen elephant skulls?
Yeah.
That actually makes part. I've never seen an elephant skull, so I had no clue there was.
Which so they have that big hole.
I don't even know if it's
where the trunk is. Yeah. I think it is, Jay.
That's got to be. I mean, it makes sense because the trunk just goes
has
right
to.
to
Yep.
the mouth.
Look at that. That has to be where the Cyclops comes from. Has to, right? Especially if you found a female one that didn't have tusks.
I think it's listening to you, but
bro,
it's inspire. Well,
what'd you say, Jamie?
Like when I didn't even type in Cyclops, and it was the first thing that was on top.
Maybe it's because that's a theory that's been around for a long time.
Yeah, well, there was
I've been noticing.
Yeah, look, it says that right there. Right there, Reddit. The Cyclops is likely inspired by
I've
elephant
noticed this happen a lot. You'll be saying something.
You think the government's listening?
The first thing I'll type.
Well, they're helping us.
It's all what you just
They're fans of the show, Jamie. They're trying to help out. Yeah, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if you found stuff from a long, what do you think? Here's one that always gets me: stories of giants.
I want that to be real so bad. I mean, I want all of
That
it.
the Smithsonian's been hiding the information. Those are the big
Could be.
down in the basement. They're kind of like a 10-foot tall human being.
I
A
mean,
race
there
of
was-
giants that existed, roamed the earth. Yeah. David and Goliath's a real story.
It just seems like they wouldn't be gone. they wouldn't be the ones that would have been killed off.
Unless in the cataclysm, like the younger dryas impact theory, there wasn't enough food.
Oh,
and they died off. You know, because if you're that big, you need to eat a lot.
So you think they were around like way
Died
off way long.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think like recently, but I think like
Yeah.
it is. There's so many stories, and so many cultures have these stories, even in the Bible, of a race of giants. Like it seems like it couldn't just be big people.
Right.
It seems like what they're talking about is something crazy.
I guess it could be if you're just because you're mythologizing. That's a word. But if you're just turning something that is real, this is the same with like a dragon. People obviously just get inspired by things that are around them. They start to morph into things. I mean, there was no fire-breathing animal
Right.
flying around.
Probably crocodiles and shit like that.
Yeah, crocodiles, and then there are like cobras that spit venom, which obviously gets in your eyes, probably gonna burn like a son of a bitch. So like, there's like the fire myth. I mean,
and people exaggerate.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So like, people will take somebody who is a big son of a bitch, and they go, "Oh, well, let's exaggerate."
For
say
sure.
that the guy he fought was 9 feet tall.
Right.
6'5".
Exactly.
Probably was.
Yeah. But also, when you talk about races of these giants, you could also be talking about like people from Iceland.
Yeah.
Right?
Who were naturally
enormous
big as
Viking
hell.
dudes.
Yeah.
Who were always win those fucking strongman competitions. Those guys are there's giants out there. Like 400, like the mountain from Game of Thrones, like that kind of person. So you think about that, like that's that size human.
Right.
There could have been a bunch of those around, and maybe that's what they were talking about, giants. Or there could have been like a specific race of humans. Like they keep finding these additional types of humans. Like they found Denisovans fairly recently, and then that other one that we brought up the other day, the big-headed people. That's fairly recently. They've discovered that this is a completely different branch. That they're made. I mean, but here's if they did find those. Would they tell us? Like if archaeologists, like who would put the cap on that? If they found like a 10-foot human under like a just gigantic dead human with a huge sword underground, like would they just say we're wrong, giants existed, or would they go people can't handle this?
That's a tough because that's the answer, or that's the question for so many.
They might say people can't handle it. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
I would say, they probably say.
Isn't that infuriating?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if it was you? Now imagine you're out in West Texas, wherever you are, hanging out with your friends, and somebody notices something in the ground, and you start digging, and you pull out a fucking thigh bone that's this big, and you plop it down, and you go, what the fuck is that? And then you got a buddy who works at the university nearby, and he starts digging. He's like, hey, dude, this is a fucking human foot. And he pulls out a human foot that's size 38. You're like, what is going on, man? And so you bring in some experts, and like, holy shit, dude, this is a giant. And then they do DNA tests. They find out it's a real actual creature.
Yeah. I'm telling it.
Yeah. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. The scientists will kill you. They're going to run you off the road.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Longest, or what I guess would be the tallest
The people have ever found?
that they've ever found. It was found in China. It's supposedly about 4,400 years old. Would have been about 16, 18 years old. The weird thing here is though that it says there was 3 drill holes found in the skull, and they don't know why.
Whoa, drill holes. How big was it?
6'4".
Oh. Well, back then, that was probably fucking huge.
They said they found it in China.
Yeah.
That's a giant.
And they're calling it. Yeah, they're
Right.
calling
Well,
it
it might be Mongolian. You know?
Well, just look at the Chinese that are found.
Right.
It. Probably like, holy shit. This
Goliath is anywhere from modern day, maybe they say up to 6'6", but taking the word for word from the Bible, it would have been about 9'9".
Yeah, that's what I always thought. That's what I always
I don't know how
thought
to
as
see a
a kid.
weight size.
Right. Well, if you're back then, nobody had any food, and the average man was probably like 5'4". So if you encounter some dude who's 6'6", some big jack guy, that is a giant.
That's a giant.
And also, like, you got to think, human beings, if they exist today and they're 6'6", they had the potential to be that big back then. They just didn't get the food.
Yeah.
But if you are in some very nutrient-rich environment, look at that.
Both those guys play pro basketball.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Muggsy Bogues?
Muggsy Bogues, yeah.
There's smaller people that exist that can function and do stuff.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But what's crazy is that the potential for that guy, the Yao guy, who's how tall is he? Right, that exists in the human genome, right? That's not like we engineered them like we did dogs. Like that exists.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe back then, if you had a ton of food and you didn't have to worry about war, like, and people just kept breeding and growing and getting nutrient rich. Because the thing about people in the past is they didn't get any fucking food, man.
Yeah.
Like the average size of a guy who fought in the Civil War was, I think, 125 pounds or something crazy like that.
5'4" and 120, I think.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Starving to death.
It's like
Starving to shoot people with muskets.
Like a 14-year-old girl. I mean, that's
nuts.
like, yeah.
Right? And all they needed was food. You know, you give them protein and then they grow normal sized, which is really wild.
Yeah. Because there's tons of people that are well over 7 feet. It's not like I mean, it is an anomaly compared to.
Speaking of, there's one guy in the Civil War, 7'6". He would have stood out.
Whoa!
But everything, like everybody else was 5'8", average.
He was 7'6" in the Civil War. Holy shit!
Is that?
Yeah. But the thing about the stories in the Bible, though, it's like these are like mystical giants, the Nephilim. You know. Look at this guy.
So he's. There you go.
Bro, you not want to box that guy?
7'6".
7'6".
That's
well, she must be pretty tall.
Yeah.
I mean,
she probably needed to be that big to take care of her.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. She can be in this
big
5'8"
guy. Yeah, she can be fucking amazing.
Yeah.
She'll hold me down. I'll have to fight that lady to the death.
No chance.
She's a big man. She's a big giant man. Fuck her correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, but the stories from the Bible and the stories from, like, you know, different, like even the ancient Sumerian culture, like when they had the depictions of the Anunnaki and these big giant people.
Yeah.
Like, what was that? What is that all about? Like, is that a story about a thing that used to be real, or is it bullshit? Because it seems like the more we uncover with ancient history, just like Troy and probably Atlantis, the more you realize, like, none of it was bullshit. It was just their version of trying to tell you the story.
Yeah.
You know, and that all this stuff about the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, and all, there's probably there's some sort of a story. It's just parsing out what it really was after 1,000 years of people just telling it before somebody writes it down.
Yeah, I think it's more just, you know, you're getting word of mouth over such a long time. And it's probably exaggerated from the jump because you're just trying to tell a story. Like, creativity isn't a new thing.
Right.
We're always creative.
And always lying.
Yeah, and always lying and always trying to, like, exaggerate your imagination, exaggerate. And ultimately to create some sort of allegory.
Right.
So I don't think any of it was true. I think it was all just, you know, I think it makes sense how it all got created and how every culture has their own version.
To me, it's like an echo of the truth. It's like there's an echo there. Like, God, what was the original thing? What was it all about? Because like there's an echo to a lot of it, a lot of ancient stories and a lot of religious stories too. They're just like, man, I think something was going on, and I think this is the echo of like this historical depiction of probably something real that went down, like the Noah and the Ark story. I think that's a historical. That's a depiction of that flood that we saw that wiped out Atlantis.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's part of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's a giant flood. I mean, that's the oldest story ever written.
Yep.
We know of. I mean, and it's not the only one that depicts a massive flood. Pretty much every religion that's that old has some story involving a flood.
I think when you apply that to all the other stories too, you should probably assume that it wasn't fiction. It might not be accurate because of all the factors that we already laid out, because of people, but it's probably the echoes of a real story.
Well, the flood is, so I do think that, because that's part of allegory, is like taking something that is real and then you just make like almost a fairy tale out of it. But like you still have because you're telling, almost in that sense, you're like saving history, like you're preserving history, but you're not doing it in the sense that we would do it now, where we would like dictate time and day, the names.
Right.
You're just saying, there's this great event that happened in our ancestors' time.
And if they figured this out, imagine if they figured out all these things thousands and thousands of years ago. Then you have the flood, the impacts, society has to rebuild, and you're telling these stories over and over and over after all this time.
Yeah.
That would kind of account for a lot of things.
For sure.
And one of them would be that God created the universe in 6 days.
Yeah.
Because, like, what is the Big Bang?
Right.
What is 6 days? Like, what are
Yeah.
you saying? Like, what does that mean? Is it just a short amount of time? Is that what you're trying to say? Is
Right,
that like 72 virgins?
Yes.
You know, when they say 72 virgins in heaven, they don't really mean 72
Right.
virgins. It's like a fuckload. It's like
Yes.
the way of saying a
Yeah,
fuckload.
yeah.
Like, when you say God created the universe in 6 days, like,
Yeah.
maybe that means, maybe that's the Big Bang. Like, maybe you're literally talking about the birth of the universe.
Yeah.
In a very short period of time.
Yeah. It could.
Just shut, boom. If the universe is infinite, it's been around forever. What is, like, that quick burst? What is that?
Yeah. I mean, that's that's
If
how
you were trying to recall that story.
Right. You would say, yeah, on this day this happened, this day that happened, but ultimately it's just day after day after day, and then 7 day you rest, and otherwise,
Yeah, if you were trying to explain the birth of the universe that happened, that like people were talking about it for thousands of years, and then someone wrote it down on clay tablets thousands of years later.
Yeah.
These are just the memories of some ancient knowledge where people really had reached a level of sophistication that we could only imagine.
Yeah.
And they were just flatlined, right back to cave people again.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happened. Yeah, because like Greek mythology, all those mythology, it's like an actual birth. Like it all happens, starts with like there's darkness and then there's light.
Yep.
And that's like a common theme with pretty much every religion, every mythology is there was a sea of darkness, then there was light. And
yeah, what if that's their version of the description of the Big Bang?
Yeah, it's just turning on a light.
But that's how you describe the Big Bang to someone who has no concept of science.
Yeah.
Like, no idea. What are you talking about? Atoms? What?
Right.
What, molecules? Subatomic particles? What the fuck are you even saying?
Exactly. You'd be like, yeah, imagine walking into a dark room and flicking a light switch, and suddenly everything's here. Like, yeah, I mean, that's the common theme throughout any of those religions.
Yeah. Well, I think the appeal of like a page like yours and that kind of things, like people always love to learn cool shit and interesting shit.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's interesting shit about the universe or UFOs or crazy people throughout history. Guy who wrote Outlaw Josie Wells being a piece of shit.
I mean, the KKK is just not good. They aren't big enough assholes.
Well, it's such a good movie. It sucks.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not like you can't watch the damn movie, but
you got to separate the man from the art.
Always.
And then also there's a bunch of other influences, I'm sure, where they wrote the script and changed a bunch of things.
Yeah. No, people love learning shit. You just got to make it interesting.
Yeah.
School, I hated school, but I had a couple teachers that made it interesting. And I loved every day going to those classes. Every other class could get fucked. I was trying to skip. I was trying to do whatever I could to get out of there. Like,
yeah, it's unfortunate, right? It's like the enthusiasm of the teacher is so important, and the competency of the teacher is so important.
It makes, like, I had a teacher, Mr. Simmons, who was a high school history teacher, and every day would tell like a story kind of similar to that, like, or not every day, but every day before like a big test. That's how he started off, like, clear your minds, like, don't worry about this test, like, I'm gonna tell you some. And he had like this real deep, like, booming voice. It was like the most fascinating shit ever. And he would just tell this story that had nothing to do with the TED. It doesn't matter. Like, he's like, this is just interesting. Like, y'all would like this. It's
that's
fun.
Great. Those people are so important.
I mean, that guy like probably inspired me to do all kinds of like more probably. Yeah.
It took until I was long out of school before I really started getting interested in learning things.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't start really just diving into shit until after school. Like, I felt like all the way through school, through college, you know, got my degree and all that. I don't think I learned a damn thing. I learned that college was a waste of time. That's
you learned how to get some student debt.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all. I mean, I didn't learn a fucking thing from any of that.
But they'll tell you that that's the only way to go, which is just like, how do you know? We're in space.
Yeah.
But this is crazy. Like the people in the 1900s figured it out forever. It can't be improved upon. Are you fucking sure?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Listen, brother, it was really fun talking to you.
Thanks, man.
I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your channel. It's very fun. And now you know. Mind-blowing stories from history and pop culture. Cody Tucker, out now. Really fun talking to you, brother. Let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's going on?
Not much. Hello, Joe Rogan.
Hello, Cameron Haynes.
Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. This is my first time trying one of these new energy drinks that Black Rifle came out. Have you tried them? They're good.
I have.
They're legit.
Really good.
Everything is legit.
Yeah, really good.
Mango.
What do you think?
So this is the part of the podcast where I try to talk you out of running a 250-mile race with a broken foot, you fucking maniac.
We're talking about my book. This is the whole point of this was undeniable.
Well, you'll definitely be undeniable. You run 250 miles with a broken foot.
Yeah, it's
Why are you doing that? That seems like not a good idea. But what am I, a doctor?
okay. So real talk. We'll break it down. So if I was a professional athlete in my prime, right, it would obviously make sense to say, and I need to get surgery, my foot's broke, I can't perform, whatever. But since we know how old I am, almost 60, it's just like, there's no guarantees. I'm like, if I can fight this off and still perform, then I'm going to do that.
Wow.
I can't afford to play the long game. Can I?
Fix your foot. It's like, I don't understand. Like, this is what I've always said with people with jiu-jitsu injuries, because I've had a bunch of surgeries.
Yeah.
Just fix it. Just do it, because a day will be a week, will be a month. It'll happen so quick. Before you know it, it'll be 6 months, you're back in the gym. Just do it. That's what I always tell everybody. Just fix it.
Yeah.
I just bite the bullet, get the like, there's certain things I don't think you should get surgery for. Because there's things that you can rehabilitate. There's some doctors. I want to be real careful about this, because a lot of doctors are very cautious about whether or not to do surgery. But there's some doctors that are just a little too excited to cut people open and stitch them back together again.
Well, that's how they make their money.
That's how they make their money. And, famously, I've talked about it too many times, but for people who haven't heard the story, my doctor told me for sure, you're going to need shoulder surgery. You're going to have to get shoulder surgery. It's just a matter of when, and if you put it off, it'll probably get worse. I have zero problem with that shoulder now. I got stem cells in it from Roddy McGee in Vegas. You went with me to that place. Yeah. Went back in 6 months. He's like, the tear is completely gone. So I could have gone under the knife, and maybe he would have done a great job and fixed it. Apparently, he did the Lakers and a bunch of pro athletes and everything like that. But they don't entertain the possibility that there's other ways to fix things. Right. But when it comes to broken bones and torn ligaments, like if your ligaments, like I have a bunch of friends who have ACL tears, complete ACL tears, no ACL, and they still do jiu-jitsu. I'm like, dude, you're just grinding up your meniscus, the shit that you're going to need for the rest of your life. And take it from me, a 57-year-old man who loves jiu-jitsu, you can't do that. You need that stuff. Like, that stuff's going to go away, and then it'll be bone on bone, and then you're going to be like in agony all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Just get it fixed. I always say, just get it fixed. Get it fixed. Before you know it'll be fixed.
Yeah, but I keep thinking about it. So if I would have done it, so I broke it last June, but all the things I did from last June to now, I've got accomplished, still got it done, made it happen. Yeah, it hasn't been that fun.
Don't fix it ever. Just live with a broken foot forever. That's retarded. It doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense.
This is reverse psychology, isn't it? Good. Yeah. No, don't do it.
Good job. Break the other one too, so it balances out. That's the problem. Is that you only have one broken foot. If you just take a hammer to your right foot or your left foot, then you'll have no problem.
Well, we'll know.
I'm sure you're gonna get through it. I'm positive you're gonna get through it. But it's just like, why are you doing that to yourself?
Next Monday at 5 a.m., 250 miles.
Oh, which one is that? What's the race called?
And Marcus said go. Cocodona 250.
Where is it? Is it elevation?
It's Arizona, so it goes from, I think, Black Canyon City to Flagstaff.
Is it flat the whole way, or is it
40,000?
Oh, 40,000 feet, nothing.
Or maybe 30,000. I don't know. A lot of climbing.
Just a tiny amount. Oh, yeah. Look, fucking mountains.
No, there's lots of mountains. Is that the? It's right there. Cocodona 250.
Bro, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks beautiful though.
That's so ridiculous. You're gonna do that with a broken foot.
Yeah.
So after you did that, here's the next logic. Well, if I could do 250 miles, I can make it through elk season. And then, you're not going to get it fixed.
I just did it with a broken foot in elk season.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to fix it. You're not going to fix it.
Well, if I get backed into a corner and I can't walk,
oh, boy. But then the problem is, what if you've done permanent damage? Like, didn't you say your hamstrings bother you now because you're compensating? Yeah.
Yeah, this whole leg. But yeah.
And you're going to ride 250 miles with a fucked up hamstring. Great idea. But that's not going to fuck it up worse.
This is supposed to be a feel-good discussion. I thought friends BSing, right? Everybody has a good time here. The most influential man in the world, Time Magazine should have been.
No, Meghan Markle beat me, I think.
How if it's most influential, there should be there's no debate. Nobody's even in the same category as you.
I don't know. I don't think about it. I try not to. It's a little complicated.
I'm thinking about it.
I really shouldn't be influential. I don't think hard enough about the consequences.
Oh, you say that all the time, but man, you have so many good conversations, and it's definitely changed. Here's what's crazy is, mainstream media with all the money that the advertisers had to pay or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's like that was their thing. Now that feels like that money's coming to the podcast realm because of you. I mean, you've shown the power of podcast, and I think all the podcast hosts are benefiting from that. What do you think?
I think we are all benefiting from all of our work. I don't think it's me. I just have been doing it longer than most. But there's guys like Corolla, a few other guys that have been doing it longer than me. It's just podcasting is just better because there's less people involved. It's really that simple. The problem with stuff like Fox News and CNN is there's too many people involved and too many interests, right? You have the interests of the network, you have the interests of the censors, you have a bunch of people that, don't want you talking about certain things or want you talking about certain other things. Like they want you to push certain narratives. There's too many people. And so it feels curated. And so when you're listening, it doesn't resonate. But when you listen to two people just shoot the shit, you're like, oh, I know what that's like. Like that's like if someone came over your house and started talking like a CNN anchor, you'd be like, what the fuck is this guy doing in my house? Get him out of here. Yeah. I can't relax. You're trying to have a glass of wine.
How would he talk?
What we've learned today is that climate change is the most important. You're like, oh God, get this guy out of the fucking house. Like, what are you saying?
So why Douglas Murray is going to come over to my house? It sounds.
Have you ever been? Yeah, I mean, it's just. There's people that are professional talking heads. There's people that are professional sportscasters. They talk like a sportscaster voice, like
right.
Howard Cosell.
Radio DJ voice.
Radio DJ voice.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Top 40 DJ voice. It's like they're all the same. Coming up next, all right. Like that kind of weird thing that they do, where you're used to it. It sounds professional, but it doesn't resonate with you, so it doesn't seem normal. When you hear people, whether it's you or me or Theo Vaughn or Andrew Schultz or whoever it is that's doing a podcast, they're just people talking, normal people talking to people, and that's what people want. And if a normal person can talk to scientists and, and say, how does that work? Why is it, what causes this? Mm-hmm. Like, what can I do to make this happen? What's the best way to start your day? That kind of shit. Like, then it makes sense to the people. If you hear some fucking weirdo that's talking in a way that doesn't make any sense and won't bring up certain subjects and has guardrails and won't use certain language, it doesn't make sense to you. So it doesn't work as well. And also, like, they don't trust those people. Like, if I tell you, oh, this Black Rifle coffee drink is good, I'm not lying. I wouldn't lie. If I was like, Evan, what the fuck is this? If I drank it, I was like, bro, we would call Evan up right now. We'd call him up on speakerphone and tell him this mango tastes like ass.
Yeah.
Probably not, but I tell him privately. But it wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. I know all their shit is great. Their coffee's great. Everything's great. It's like everything, all the ads we have. Like, I had a call yesterday, one of these conference calls that I have, where I got to go, no, not that one. No, we can't do that. It was like different ads. Like, What is it? No. Like, I just, something that sounds like wrong to me. Right. I'm not a bit interested. That might be a scam. This might be horse shit. What's the studies on this? Is it real? Like, what do we, no. Like, or yes. Oh yeah, I use that all the time. Let's do that. That's good. That's a solid company. That's this. This is great.
Yeah, I wonder if, I don't even know how to word it, but people are so used to, like, the fake stuff. Like, even if somebody says, if you talk about being transgender and say, oh, well, this boy felt like a girl, whatever, it's like you're almost programmed to be like, oh, Okay.
Yeah,
Just
you're
like-
programmed to not have an opinion.
Right.
About it.
And
yeah.
so, and because normally, as guys were, we talk about radio DJ voice or fake or whatever. Like, that's not how people talk. But guys can be around a certain group of people, and there'll be like one guy who'd be like, that guy seemed off.
Yes.
What the fuck's wrong with that guy?
Right.
And
Some
that's-
guy will
that's like-
infiltrate your group.
That's like a subtle little thing.
Mhm.
That's not like the things we're talking about, like the big things. That's
Right.
like these guys have this radar, and you're just like, who the fuck is this guy?
Right.
But and then you go to the complete other realm where it's so preposterous, and
Yeah.
we're supposed to be like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I actually heard a psychologist discussing this, and he said that there's an issue with talking about things publicly, especially with social media, because there's so much backlash on social media whenever you hit any hot button topic. Immigration, politics, anything that's like a real hotly contended topic. People will say things just so they don't get attacked. And they distort their opinions based on how much they think they're going to get attacked. So all that social media stuff is super effective. People attacking people is super effective for people to like, this is how transgender people in sports got through. The only way it got through is because people were calling people bigots.
Yeah.
Every fucking parent who's not a complete psychopath doesn't want their daughter wrestling with some boy who thinks he's a girl.
Right.
That's crazy. Playing rugby with some boy who thinks he's a girl. That's crazy. Have a 6'6", 50-year-old man who identifies as being 17-year-old girl. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But you can't say that's crazy, or your feed will be bombarded with a bunch of sociopaths attacking you for being transphobic.
Or it'll be suppressed. Or
Yes.
Instagram will be like,
Yes.
okay, guess what? We don't like that opinion. Nobody's going to see it.
I think Instagram is doing less of that now, allegedly, supposedly. I know X is not interested in that at all. They're not suppressing that shit at all. You can talk all the shit you want about trans people in sports now, because the reality is the general population, look, I don't care what you want to do. If you want to wear a dress, you want to be called Rhonda, go for it. Have fun. I'm a freedom person.
Right.
And I believe America is the land of the free. That includes doing dumb shit. That includes things that I don't agree with, but don't hurt me or anybody else. Go have fun.
Right.
But as soon as you start doing things like entering into women's bathrooms, entering into women's locker rooms, and all you have to do is just say you're a guy, now we're in crazy town. And if I can't say we're in crazy town, that's how all that stuff got through, is because Twitter was complete nonsense. It was just a psyop. The whole thing was just a psyop. We all owe Elon Musk a huge debt. When he bought Twitter, he changed the conversations in the country, because all of a sudden people were free.
You can say what you want.
You were free to say whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
Before, you couldn't say anything bad about Biden or the liberals or COVID vaccines or anything.
Yeah.
You would be banned. You'd be banned.
Yeah, that's, that Elon coming, doing what he's done has definitely changed the world, right?
Without a doubt.
I mean, and how much credit does he deserve? Because he did not have to do that. I mean, he has more money than anybody. Why would he put himself out there like that, other than to make a positive change for humanity?
Well, in talking with him both publicly and privately, he was genuinely concerned that we were losing free speech. He was genuinely concerned that it was being hijacked. It was being hijacked under the guise of safety. Like, we have to protect people. We have to protect marginalized people, like marginalized male perverts who want to wear dresses and pretend they're a girl and go in the bed. Literally.
Right.
And that's dangerous with that, but it's also dangerous with everything else. It's also dangerous, like, if you're a person who's a progressive person who believes in gay rights or anything, welfare, or universal basic, whatever it is, imagine living in a world where there's no free speech, but the Republicans are in control, or like super religious conservative people are in control, or Muslims are in control. Let's imagine Like the Muslim population in this country is expanding all the time. They've got Muslim-run cities now. They've called to prayer in certain cities in this country. Imagine that goes everywhere. They're in control of social media, and they institute Sharia law on social media, and they want to throw gay people off the roof.
Yeah.
This is where it goes. Like, you got to leave people the fuck alone. You got to let them say whatever they want to say, and if you don't agree with them, don't follow them or make an argument against it.
Right.
It's really that simple.
Yeah.
That's what America's supposed to be, and it wasn't that way for 4 fucking years.
I know.
During the Biden administration, the FBI was involved in Twitter. The government intelligence agencies were involved in Twitter. They were telling people to take down true information, and they were getting them to do it, and they were doing it.
How crazy is that?
Crazy.
Yeah.
People should be up in arms that took place. Like the Hunter Biden laptop thing, you should be freaking out. How they get 51 former intelligence agencies to sign off on something they knew was a lie?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They just did it right in front of our face.
And no repercussions.
Nothing.
It's
nothing.
How does that happen? But then also, how is there no repercussions?
Well, what's really hilarious now is they're all getting grilled by even like liberal media is grilling these politicians like, did you know Biden was out of his mind?
Right.
Like, how did you know?
Yeah.
Like Elizabeth Warren was like, he was sharp as a tack.
Oh,
he was getting up for meetings.
Never
like,
seen him better. I heard that too. It's like
Joe Scarborough.
Yeah.
He was like, this is the best version of Biden I've ever seen.
Oh,
like, you should be literally in jail.
You're
such a liar.
Yeah.
You almost like shifted the whole. Imagine if Biden stayed in. They lied about that, and he's literally like a zombie for 4 more years.
Oh.
And whoever the hell was running the country for the last 4 years just continues to run it, and then they just tighten up even further.
Can you imagine?
Cut down on. Mark Andreessen was telling me about debanking, which I didn't even know existed, where people that had certain political donations and political persuasions, they would take their banking away. They did no crime. They just say, you can't bank here anymore. You got to go find another bank. And there's only like a few banks. They're all owned by giant mega corporations. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, it's no different. That kind of reminds me of what happened in Canada with the truckers.
Yes.
I mean, they froze their bank accounts.
Yeah.
All the people who donated to them.
Yeah. People who donated to them got their bank accounts frozen.
How insane.
Insane. And then that same party just won again. Good job, Canada.
If they didn't have good bear hunting, I would never go there.
I do have to say, I offered to have that Pierre guy come on the podcast.
Really?
He didn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Thought it was too problematic. Or whatever. Jordan told me, I forget what he said, but they were telling him not to do it. Like his advisors were telling him not to do it. Hey, dumbass.
If they can't talk to you and have a conversation, hold up. You're not grilling people. You're not attacking people.
Of course not.
This is like a safe, the friend zone type thing. It's like, no. And I heard you talk about Kamala and saying, just want to get to know her. Just want to talk to her.
100%. I said, if there's certain things they didn't want to talk about, I don't need to talk about them.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm like, I could talk to you about fucking AI.
You've never been the gotcha guy.
I'm not interested in that.
No.
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. If I disagree with someone, I just say I disagree with them. I don't attack people. As I've gotten older and wiser in life, I want less conflict. I mean, sometimes you have to be able to disagree in a way that's forceful. But I'm never insulting or attack people.
Right.
And especially this Pierre Polidek guy, because I don't know how to say his name. How do you say it? It's a weird way of saying it. Polidek. I would just ask him questions like, what's wrong? What's wrong with Canada? Like, how did this happen? Why did it go this way? What can be done to reverse some of these things that have been put into place? Like, how did you feel about this? What would you have done differently?
Yeah.
Real simple stuff.
Yeah.
Real simple. I don't know anything about Canada's politics.
Right.
It'd
be interesting.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it.
It would have been fun.
Yeah.
But people are just, and this is also why the attacking of people on social media is effective. Like the same thing that keeps people from saying things because they're worried that they're going to be attacked also keeps people from talking to certain people because they're worried about they're being attacked. They'll try to this is one of the things that I felt like Douglas Murray was doing when he was on the podcast, was like trying to gatekeep who I have on. Like, why would you have this person on? He never even listened to that guy, Daryl Cooper's podcast. Like, I would tell everybody, Forget about the politics stuff. Listen to his stuff on Guyana. Listen to his stuff on Jim Jones. The Jim Jones series.
This is hours.
Fucking incredible.
Doesn't he do like hours long discussions? Yeah.
Fear and Loathing in New Jerusalem is something like 30 hours long. Insane stuff. But he's a really thoughtful person, and he delves into all the areas. Let's look at this from the perspective of the people who are in the cult. Look at it from Jim Jones's perspective. Look at it from the nation of Guyana, where he moves there with his fucking cult and kills everybody with Kool-Aid. I don't think it was Kool-Aid. I think it was like a bargain name. It was like some fake Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we don't want Kool-Aid to sue us.
People always say drink the Kool-Aid, but you Google that, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't really Kool-Aid. It was something else. It was some cheap, too expensive to kill everybody with top shelf Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's a lot of sugar you got to put in Kool-Aid. Remember when you used to make Kool-Aid? And it was like, like a cup of sugar?
Oh, yeah. And then you throw the stuff in there. Bert Kreischer drinks that all day long. It's like a 64-ounce jug of Kool-Aid.
He was shredded.
Oh, he wasn't.
He was more shredded than he is now.
Yes. Yeah. But he's real big right now. I was just talking to him the other day. I was like, dude, you got to do something.
Maybe Flavor Aid.
Flavor Aid.
Similar, but that's
might have been from...
Cheaper.
Yeah. So that was from Costco.
Yeah, they got it in bulk. Flavor Aid. There it is.
Kirkland. Yeah.
What does it say? Your aid? What does it say?
Where?
What is it?
Flay, F-L-A.
Oh.
Flavor Aid.
Oh, that's an F? Make it larger? Oh, it's blurry. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, Flavor Aid. Okay.
Flavor Aid.
They killed everybody with Flavor Aid.
They're mixing it up.
Poison has got to be the fucking worst way to go. Blah. Just feeling your body just getting destroyed from the inside out.
Terrible.
For some jackass who's on meth.
Oh.
It's a crazy podcast. But this is my point. Like, what they're trying to do is keep these heterodox opinions, keep people that are like outside of the circle of expertise from talking about things. Even if they've read, like, Dale Cooper's read like hundreds of books. The guy's like a fucking consummate reader, and you might disagree with him about something. That's fine. That's that should be okay. It should be okay to disagree with people about stuff.
Yeah. And also, what is learning? I mean, what is learning?
Yeah.
So you said he read, he did all this research. Douglas Murray has a problem with I don't know who, but how is that different than going to school, essentially?
Right.
I mean,
it's no different. It's no different. I mean, there are experts that stop learning the moment they get their degree. And that's real.
Yeah.
And it's a real problem. It's a real problem in medicine. You know, I had an argument with Brian Callen years ago because his doctor was telling him, you don't need supplements. You just need a balanced diet. That's what his doctor was saying. I go, your doctor looks like shit. Like, what are you talking? Your doctor's fat. He's got a big pot belly. He's got a big doughy face. He probably can't run around the block. Shut the fuck up. Don't listen to that guy. Right. There's plenty of peer-reviewed papers that talk about the efficacy of vitamins. They're super beneficial for you. This is crazy talk. Yeah. This appealed to experts. Just because you have a degree, you're not always right. You're wrong all the time.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing because I thought Douglas Murray, I liked listening to him. I thought he was super smart. Obviously,
he sounds so good.
Yeah,
with that accent.
and that. But then on that one, I think I told you, it was like, or I texted you something about, man, he seemed pompous. It's like, that seemed like, took a big, for me, it was a loss for him, big time.
Well, he used tactics rather than facts. So the tactic was an appeal to experts like that. And there was also saying that the coverage was imbalanced because I didn't have enough people that were pro-Israel. But then I thought about it afterwards. I'm like, I had quite a few. There was Jordan, Ben Shapiro, there was Coleman Hughes. There's been quite a few people that are pro-Israel. And not even that people are anti-Israel. They just don't want to watch people get blown apart all the time.
Right.
That seems pretty reasonable. But instead of debating how this is done and what is being done militarily, it all became about like who are the experts and what are the things that should be discussed and should it be balanced and do you have an obligation? Like that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is to get down to business. So what he's doing is like putting you on the defensive right away out of the gate.
Yeah.
Which is like I recognized. I'm like, okay.
No, you were perfect. You're a perfect the perfect person to handle that. Because most people, when they start getting attacked, you get defensive, you attack back.
Yeah.
Right? It just changes the whole dynamic of the conversation. But you stayed pretty neutral on that. And,
It's a trap.
Yeah.
It's a trap. It's like, when someone gets in your face and they start yelling in your face, like, what are we doing? Are we fighting? Or, I could like start yelling too.
Yeah.
And then maybe I won't
That's
be.
usually what happens.
Yeah, and then maybe I won't